Chapter 1. Unprovoked Slap. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air as it struck Cheng Xiaodong's face. 5. Distinct fingerprints immediately appeared on his handsome visage, slightly darkened by the sun. Moments later, a melodious yet furious voice pierced his ears. "You wretched Xiaodong, where have you been these days? I called you and you didn't answer. Are you planning to cut ties with me?" Huh. Cheng Xiaodong paused his meal, irritation flickering his eyes as he looked up to see a stunningly beautiful girl, impeccably dressed, standing before him in a fit of rage. Despite her beauty, Cheng Xiaodong could not suppress his anger and retorted sharply, "Hey, you insolent woman, what on earth was that slap for?" His frustration was hardly unwarranted. Just that morning, he had made his way to the provincial capital for the first time, and upon arriving at the bus station, he discovered that the 400 yuan he had carelessly stashed in his pocket had been deftly stolen by a pickpocket. Along with the cash, his nearly 3-year-old domestic smartphone, which had cost him over 700 yuan, was also taken. Fortunately, he had placed his identification card in his luggage the night before while packing, and since he hadn't needed it during his journey, it remained untouched. When he realized his belongings had been stolen at the bus station, despair washed over him that he understood that such minor incidents rarely yielded results even if reported to the authorities. So he resigned himself to his misfortune. By the time he disembarked, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and his stomach began to protest with hunger. Thus, he slung his modest backpack over his shoulder and headed to a nearby noodle shop, ordering a bowl of beef noodles for 10 yuan, intending to satiate his hunger first. Fortunately, after purchasing his ticket for the provincial capital, he had carelessly stuffed the 28 yuan in change into his jacket pocket, which fortunately had not been pilfered. Otherwise, he would have been utterly destitute. As the fragrant beef noodles arrived, he had barely taken 2 bites when he was unexpectedly dealt a fierce slap by this unfamiliar young woman. How could he not be infuriated? Had it not been for the fact that she was a young and beautiful lady, his temper would have compelled him to return the slap with equal vigor. Upon witnessing Cheng Xiaodong's furious glare, her beautiful eyes reddened, and 2 crystalline tears silently rolled down her exquisitely delicate face. "Wretched Xiaodong, you heartless fiend, not only have you disappeared without a trace for over 3 months, but you also failed to call and inform me. You truly lack conscience." Seeing her in such distress, Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of compassion for her plight, prompting him to soften his tone. "Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Xue quickly gritted her teeth and exclaimed with venom, "Mistaken identity? You think I would mistake you for someone else? Cheng Xiaodong, let me assure you, even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. How dare you imply that I am dead? You could not be more malicious." Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, yet he merely shook his head and smiled wryly. "Are you certain you aren't mistaken? The truth is, I really don't know you." At this moment, he felt utterly perplexed. After all, he had grown up in a remote mountain village over 200 kilometers from this provincial city, and the farthest he had ventured was to their small county town. How could he possibly know such an extraordinarily beautiful girl? Even in his dreams, he had never encountered a girl of such breathtaking beauty. The closest he had come were the village chief's daughter, Jiang Shanshan, and the alluring young woman next door, Yu Lingji. What an utterly bizarre situation. Yet, to his astonishment, the peculiarities were only just beginning. Ouyang Xue, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury, glared at him and demanded, "You scoundrel, how dare you claim not to recognize me? Tell me, is her name Cheng Xiaodong?" Cheng Xiaodong nodded truthfully, "Yes." "Then let me ask you this. Is your birthday the 17th of the 8th lunar month? Were you born in 1994, making you exactly 23 this year?" Ouyang Xue pressed, her anger palpable. At this point, the few patrons in the noodle shop paused their meals, captivated by the unfolding drama between the 2 young individuals. 3 or 4 curious onlookers even rose to get a closer view. Cheng Xiaodong's mind raced with shock. How could this stunning girl possibly know his name and birth date? Yet, it was broad daylight. How could he be encountering a ghost? Since he had disembarked from bus, he had remained completely alert. There was no question of having traversed into another realm. Moreover, such fantastical occurrences were merely fabrications of online fiction, entirely implausible in real life. Despite his profound confusion, Cheng Xiaodong, who had grown up in the countryside, earnestly nodded in acknowledgement. Miss, you are correct in what you say, however, I must be honest with you, I truly do not know you. Having spoken, he recalled the advice given to him by Tangbo the night before, warning him that city dwellers are often cunning, adept at deception, and that he should always be vigilant to avoid being taken in. Could this fashionable, elegant girl truly be a con artist, preying on someone like him, a knave newcomer to the city? As Cheng Xiaodong's thoughts raced with various speculations, Ouyang Xue, her tears momentarily halted, furiously pointed a finger at his nose and scolded, "Chen, if you wish to end our relationship, you could simply tell me directly. But to declare in front of everyone that you don't know me is simply too heartbreaking." Having vented her frustration, she began to cry once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Xiaodong felt as though his mind was in a tumult, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. At that moment, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s and wearing a pair of spectacles, who was seated at a nearby table, appeared unable to tolerate the situation any longer. He abruptly rose and approached the two individuals, chastising Cheng Xiaodong vehemently. "Young man, I am indifferent to the matters occurring between you two lovebirds, but your intention to abandon your partner without a word is entirely reprehensible. Even if your relationship has deteriorated to the point of separation, it must be done with integrity and transparency." Cheng Xiaodong, feeling unjustly accused by this teacher-like figure, found himself aggrieved beyond measure, for he had never even met the girl, let alone engaged in any romantic entanglement with her. Could it be that this beautiful girl and the middle-aged man were in cahoots? Was there some ulterior motive behind their actions towards him? As a rural youth visiting the city for the first time and possessing a meager sum of money, though, he did have 28 yuan tucked away in his pocket. Could it truly be that they were scheming to swindle him out of this paltry amount? Lost in his swirling thoughts, Cheng Xiaodong paid little heed to the incessant criticisms and admonishments of the middle-aged man. Ouyang Xue, witnessing someone come to her aid and chastise Cheng Xiaodong for his fickleness, felt a surge of secret delight, though she restrained herself from revealing any trace of her satisfaction. Yet, her tears seemed to flow even more profusely. Cheng Xiaodong was utterly bewildered, genuinely unsure of how to navigate this perplexing situation. Chapter 2. The pig plays tiger. As Cheng Xiaodong sat idly in his seat, uncertain about what to do, Ouyang Xue, aware that a stunning beauty like herself crying in such a humble eatery was inappropriate, reached out her delicate hand and gently pulled at his arm. "Come with me. As a distinguished young master of the Chun family, do you not fear losing face by lingering in this small noodle shop?" Cheng Xiaodong scoffed internally, thinking to himself that he had nothing to lose and would follow her, curious to see what she would do next. He forcefully freed his arm from her grasp and stood up abruptly, glaring at her. "I'll go with you, but I must finish this bowl of noodles first. Why bother eating any longer? If you're hungry, I can take you somewhere else for a proper meal." Noticing the onlookers in the noodle shop watching their exchange with keen interest, Cheng Xiaodong lost his appetite. Reluctantly, he withdrew a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the amused proprietor. After settling the bill, he retrieved his black backpack containing a change of clothes from the adjacent seat and turned to Ouyang Xue. "Let us see where you intend to take me." Wiping her tear-streaked face, she remained silent and stepped outside first. Cheng Xiaodong, with a heavy heart and a painful twinge at the sight of his half-eaten beef noodles, followed her out of Wang Ji noodle shop. It was mid-September, and the sun shone brightly, radiating heat. The street buzzed with a continuous flow of vehicles and throngs of people, a vivid scene of prosperity. Once outside, Ouyang Xue retrieved a car remote from her handbag and pressed a button. A black Porsche Panamera parked at the curb, flashed its lights, and unlocked. Cheng Xiaodong, seeing such a luxurious sports car for the first time, was captivated and stared intently at it. Ouyang Xue opened a rear door, playfully chiding him. "You've seen my car before, so why are you staring like that? Hurry up and get in." Captivated by her playful demeanor, Cheng Xiaodong's heart fluttered. Resolutely, he grabbed his bag and headed toward the car. "Put your bag in the back seat and sit in the front passenger seat," Ouyang Xue instructed urgently. Following her advice, Cheng Xiaodong placed his backpack in the back, closed the door, and climbed into the front seat. Ouyang Xue then circled the front of the car and settled into the driver's seat. Buckling her seatbelt, she started the engine and skillfully merged into the flow of traffic. As they drove, she turned to him and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Why haven't you called me? I've been in the countryside. How could I call you? Cheng Xiaodong initially considered saying he didn't even know her, but recalling that he had already mentioned it several times to no avail. He chose to remain silent. Oh, so you've been in the countryside. No wonder you've gotten so tanned, Ouyang Xue remarked, seemingly beginning to understand. Cheng Xiaodong gazed at her profile and discovered that this girl possessed exquisite features and fair skin, truly embodying the essence of beauty. At the very least, he had never encountered such a girl with both charm and grace in his rural surroundings. When the vehicle halted at a traffic light, Ouyang Xue noticed the 5 distinct fingerprints lingering on Cheng Xiaodong's face. Unable to restrain herself, she gently reached out her delicate hand to caress his cheek. Expressing her heartfelt remorse, Xiaodong, I sincerely apologize for my actions earlier. I should not have struck you upon our first meeting. Cheng Xiaodong cast her a resentful glance and retorted angrily. You've already hit me. What good does an apology do now? Do you intend to employ the age-old tactic of combining a harsh reprimand with sweet words? Seeing that he was still fuming, Ouyang Xue quickly donned a smile and implored. Brother Xiaodong, please do not hold this against me. I was indeed hasty. I shouldn't have reacted violently upon our first encounter. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Cheng Xiaodong, somewhat swayed by her gentle pleas for forgiveness, let out a disgruntled huff. Though his anger had diminished significantly, he remained suspicious, convinced that this beautiful girl harbored ulterior motives. Noticing his lingering ire, Ouyang Xue pressed on. What must I do for you to forgive me, Xiaodong? Unless you agree to marry me, I will not grant you my forgiveness. Cheng Xiaodong teased, deliberately making things difficult for her. Surprisingly, Ouyang Xue bit her lip and declared resolutely, Very well, I shall marry you. After all, you have previously stated your desire to take me as your wife. Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate now. This left Cheng Xiaodong flustered, and he hastily replied, You silly girl, let me be frank. I am without a house, a car, or savings, truly a penniless wretch. What do you expect me to use to marry you? At that moment, the light turned green, and Ouyang Xue resumed, driving while playfully stating, Lacking a car, a house, or savings is of no consequence. As long as you are willing to marry me, I can always support you. While uttering these words, she thought to herself, Go on, keep pretending. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. We have known each other long enough. Who in the upper echelons of the provincial capital does not know that you are the sole cherished son of Chenyaji, the wealthiest woman in Jiangnan province? With family assets exceeding 100 billion, you think you can fool me with this act of playing the innocent? Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing her words, marveled internally, Wow, are the girls in this city truly so bold? This is our first meeting, yet she is already speaking of marriage and even offering to support me. Huh? You think you can fool me? I am a genuine pauper, and you will find no wealth to swindle from me. However, should you not mind that I am indeed a destitute man, then let us go and obtain that marriage certificate. Cheng Xiaodong brazenly asserted. Ouyang Xue gritted her teeth and declared, If I go, then I go. Those who do not are nothing but cowardly turtles. Just as she was preparing to drive to the District Civil Affairs Bureau, Cheng Xiaodong's stomach audibly protested, growling with discontent. Ouyang Xue, seated beside him, clearly heard it and inquired, Are you hungry? Should we grab a bite to eat first? Of course I'm hungry. I've gone without food from morning until now. Did you not hear my stomach growling? I only had a couple of bites of noodles earlier, and then I inexplicably received a resounding slap from you. Oh dear, I admit it was indeed my fault earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Let me take you to eat something substantial first. As she spoke, Ouyang Xue glanced around and then gradually steered the car to a luxurious restaurant that was still open. Chapter 3. Wasting precious resources as they entered the restaurant. Cheng Xiaodong followed closely behind Ouyang Xue, captivated by her alluring figure. He couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her curvaceous silhouette. Wow, this beauty has an incredible physique, a tiny waist and long legs, complemented by a face that could make the fish sink and the flowers shy. She truly is a stunning beauty. Ouyang Xue, with her keen hearing, caught the sound of him swallowing and asked, Are you that hungry? Absolutely. I'm so hungry that my stomach is almost touching my back. The moment I caught a whiff of the food, I couldn't help but salivate. Cheng Xiaodong grinned from behind her. Ouyang Xue playfully chided. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? How could you be this hungry? Cheng Xiaodong mused to himself. I'm a little lecher reincarnated, and one day I shall devour you whole. Thankfully, Ouyang Xue was unaware of his mischievous thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have turned around and given him another resounding slap. Under the guidance of the restaurant staff, they found a seat and, shortly after sitting down, another server brought the menu for them to order. Ouyang Xue took the menu and, without a moment's hesitation, ordered 4 of the restaurant's signature dishes and a soup. Soon, the 4 dishes and soup arrived, and Cheng Xiaodong, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Beautiful lady, why don't you join me for a bite?" At this point, he still did not know the girl's name and could only refer to her as the beautiful lady. Ouyang Xue shook her head and replied, "I've already eaten, so you go ahead." Earlier that morning, she had shared lunch with a female college classmate from a neighboring city before seeing Cheng Xiaodong at a small noodle shop. "Well, since you're not eating, I won't hold back," Cheng Xiaodong declared, grabbing his chopsticks. Without waiting for the rice to be served, he dove into the meal with gusto. Once he started eating, it was as if a whirlwind had swept through the table, and in no time, he had polished off all 4 dishes and the soup. After setting down his chopsticks, he patted his round belly and, unable to suppress himself, let out a satisfied burp. "Is the dish I ordered delicious?" Ouyang Xue asked him with a smile. "Delicious? In my entire life, I have never tasted such exquisite cuisine," he replied candidly. Ouyang Xue looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Now that you've had your fill, shouldn't we proceed to obtain our marriage certificate?" "My dear, are you truly serious about this? I must inform you that once we acquire the certificate, you will officially be my wife, and there will be no turning back," he teased. Ouyang Xue replied firmly, "I will never go back on my word." Cheng Xiaodong smirked and said, "In that case, let us go and get the certificate." "Oh, but you should pay the bill first." Ouyang Xue shot him a playful glare, thinking to herself that he was indeed a miser, expecting her to cover the cost of the meal he had consumed. Despite her slight irritation, she obediently rose to pay at the counter. Afterward, they returned to the car parked outside. A hint of a smile played on Ouyang Xue's lips as she genuinely drove towards the district civil affairs office. Cheng Xiaodong, glancing at her enchanting smile, mused that this young lady was rather eager to obtain the certificate, and he was curious about her true intentions. Before long, they arrived at the district civil affairs office. On this bright afternoon, the hall was not crowded, and coincidentally, the staff member processing the applications was a former classmate of Ouyang Xue. They merely presented their identification, and remarkably, they received their marriage certificate embossed with an official seal. It was at this moment that Cheng Xiaodong learned the beautiful girl's name was Ouyang Xue. After obtaining the certificate, they exited the hall and made their way to the parking area. Under the warm autumn sun, Cheng Xiaodong felt dazed, unable to fathom that just an hour ago, the girl who had slapped him so fiercely was now legally recognized as his wife. He pondered, having heard tales of the boldness of city girls. He never anticipated it would manifest in such an audacious manner. Ouyang Xue approached the car and turned back to him with a sweet smile. "Xiaodong, now that we have our certificate, would you like me to take you home?" "Home? I just left this morning. Why would I want to go back now?" He retorted. "I refuse to return until I make a name for myself in this city," Cheng Xiaodong declared defiantly. Ouyang Xue was taken aback, wondering if he had quarreled with his mother, prompting his reluctance to return home. However, she found it difficult to deal with his sulkiness, so she quietly asked, "Where would you like to go next?" Cheng Xiaodong, with a brazen grin, replied, "Xiaoxue, you are now my wife, and of course I want to be with you. I even hope to share a room with you tonight." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, "Xiaodong, although we have obtained the certificate, it is not yet time for that." Cheng Xiaodong, wearing a foolish grin while pretending to be oblivious, inquired, "Hey, my dear wife, what do you mean by that? Could you please clarify your words?" Ouyang Xue's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Seeing Cheng Xiaodong's cheeky expression, she became infuriated and exclaimed, "You shameless rogue. Must you be so brazen? What do you mean I have no teeth? Look at my teeth. They're all perfectly intact." After saying this, Cheng Xiaodong opened his mouth wide, revealing a set of pristine, well-aligned teeth to Ouyang Xue. Fuming with rage, Ouyang Xue felt as if she might explode. If they had not already tied the knot, she would have loved to slap him soundly. Yet the insufferable man continued to tease her. And you, little Xue, now that you are my wife, you must refrain from calling me dead, Xiaodong. Doing so will surely shorten my lifespan. Having just married, if I were to die, you would be left a young widow, and that would be a tragic waste of precious resources. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue was completely exasperated. How could he be so utterly cheesy, calling her little Xue with such familiarity? Heaven, might a bolt of lightning strike this shameless wretch? However, the sun shone brightly, with nary a cloud in the sky, so how could there be thunder? Chapter 4. Ouyang Xue was both amused and exasperated. Her face turned a shade of green with anger, yet she forced herself to suppress her inner fury. She furrowed her brow and impatiently pressed. Where on earth do you intend to go? If you do not speak up, I shall leave on my own. Cheng Xiaodong, reflecting on his meager $18 left in his pocket and the loss of contact with Jiang Shanshan, who worked for a company in the provincial city, realized he was utterly alone and without a penny to his name. His expression darkened, and he lamented, I have nowhere to go. But if you wish to leave, then by all means do so. Ouyang Xue was taken aback to discover that this once privileged young man had fallen to such depths. Driven by her curiosity for the truth, she gently suggested, why don't you come back to my home? My parents are away traveling, and I am alone. Noticing his hesitation, she continued, my parents are on vacation, so it's just me at home. Cheng Xiaodong, troubled by the prospect of having nowhere to stay that night, and still believing that this beautiful woman must have mistaken him for someone else. Otherwise, she would not have so recklessly married him, reluctantly agreed. All right, let us go to your home then. After they got into the car, Ouyang Xue dismissed the driver and prepared to head home directly. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Cheng Xiaodong, asking, you mentioned you couldn't call me while in the countryside, which is understandable, but now that you're back in the provincial city, why haven't you called me? Cheng Xiaodong replied softly, my phone and money were stolen by a thief, so I'm unable to make any calls. He then thought to himself, I didn't even know you before, and how could I possibly have your phone number to contact you? Ouyang Xue observed that his attire was quite ordinary, a stark contrast to the affluent and audacious heir Cheng Xiaodong she had once known, who had relentlessly pursued her. Although suspicions stirred within her, she refrained from probing further and instead started the car, heading toward a prestigious shopping mall in the provincial capital. She had discreetly resolved to forego returning to her company, intending to first procure this gentleman a mobile phone and some clothing. Regardless of the tribulations he had faced recently, she could not bear to see him dressed so poorly and remain indifferent. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the most renowned and upscale commercial center in the provincial city. After parking her vehicle in the lot, Ouyang Xue exited with her designer handbag in hand. She noticed Cheng Xiaodong stepping out of the car, his eyes darting around curiously. With a playful pout, she remarked, why are your eyes wandering like a fox searching for chickens? Come along with me. Cheng Xiaodong gazed at the towering, resplendent commercial edifice before him, astonished. Do you live here? Wow, your family must be incredibly wealthy, he exclaimed. Ouyang Xue, bemused, chided him softly, stop pretending to be foolish. You've been here with me before. Is it really amusing to act as if you've never seen it? She scrutinized Cheng Xiaodong once more, firmly convinced that he was indeed the esteemed heir who had pursued her. After all, how could there possibly be two individuals who bore such an uncanny resemblance, sharing the same mannerisms and expressions? Moreover, she was well aware that the provincial city's wealthiest woman, Chen Yaji, had only one son. She had never heard of her having twins. Cheng Xiaodong inquired, aren't you supposed to take me home? Why have we come to this commercial building? It's still early. She replied, I brought you here to buy a new phone and some new clothes. Look at what you're wearing altogether. It's probably not worth more than 300 yuan. Dressing so shabbily. Aren't you concerned about losing face as Chen Xiao? Ouyang Xue lamented. Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, you silly girl, I'm wearing my best clothes today. If it weren't for this trip to the provincial city, I would hardly dare to wear them. Just as he was about to defend himself, Ouyang Xue interjected with an authoritative tone. Come along. Why are you still standing there in a daze? With that, she turned and led the way. suppressing his urge to argue. Cheng Xiaodong hurriedly followed her into the shopping mall. At a fruit machine kiosk, Ouyang Xue, without blinking, asked the sales clerk to bring over the most fashionable and latest model for Cheng Xiaodong. "What do you think of this phone?" she inquired. Seeing his wife selecting a new phone for him, Cheng Xiaodong dared not be picky and eagerly nodded like a chick pecking a grain. "This phone is wonderful. I really like it." My wife truly has an eye for quality." Delighted by his compliment, Ouyang Xue inquired about the phone's price and promptly pulled out her bank card to complete the purchase. Having purchased a mobile phone, she suddenly recalled a matter and inquired of Cheng Xiaodong. "Your phone was stolen, but you still remember your phone number, right? Cool, mate. Let us go and replace your SIM card." Cheng Xiaodong, a simple country lad, was oblivious to the fact that one could replace a lost SIM card and, bewildered, responded, "Dear wife, can this SIM card really be replaced? Do I need to buy a needle and thread to mend it? However, my phone was stolen along with the card. So even if you wish to replace it, how can we find that card?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue was momentarily at a loss. Her expression a tapestry of emotions too rich to describe. She never anticipated encountering such a rare gem. Even the saleswoman at the counter couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Witnessing his comical demeanor, which even drew ridicule from the saleswoman, Ouyang Xue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, exasperatedly pulling him away. Once outside the mobile store, Ouyang Xue remarked, "You, my dear, do please refrain from feigning ignorance in the future. It makes me lose face alongside you." Cheng Xiaodong did not respond, pondering silently. "Am I foolish? Back in the village, the entire community often praised my cleverness and capability." Seeing him silent, Ouyang Xue chose not to press further, taking his hand and leading him to the telecommunications provider to replace his SIM card. After acquiring the new card, Cheng Xiaodong discovered that even though his phone was lost, the SIM could indeed be replaced with his identification. Subsequently, they ventured into a mall where Ouyang Xue generously purchased several sets of renowned brand clothing for him, spending a sum of 4,000 to 5,000. Only then did she take this fellow back home in the car. Although Ouyang Xue was eager to inquire why he was reluctant to return home, she hesitated, fearing to provoke this affluent young man, instead opting for a roundabout approach. "Xiaodong, you have been missing for over 3 months. How did you end up in such a destitute state today?" Cheng Xiaodong, feeling a swell of gratitude for her purchases of both a phone and clothes, initially felt appreciative. Yet upon hearing her question, he scoffed coldly, "If you despise my poverty, then take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to exchange our marriage certificate for a divorce and let me leave." Ouyang Xue, feeling wronged, nearly burst into tears. However, having just obtained their marriage certificate less than 2 hours prior, she could not bring herself to seek a divorce. Thus, she swallowed her indignation, tears glistening as she brought this ungrateful fellow back home. Irritated, she drove at breakneck speed, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at a luxurious villa district nestled beneath the picturesque Xiaoli Peak. As they entered the gates of the villa community, they traveled along a dual-lane asphalt road for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt in front of an imposing, opulent standalone villa. Ever since entering the villa community, Cheng Xiaodong's eyes had been darting about, taking in the grandeur of the high-end villas, leaving him utterly astonished, so much so that he remained unaware when the car came to a stop. Ouyang Xue turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. Noticing he still sat there, gazing around in wonder, she couldn't help but call out, "Hey, why are you still in there? Are you planning to spend the night in the car?" As Cheng Xiaodong regained his senses, he chuckled softly and hurriedly exited the vehicle. He then opened the rear door to retrieve a multitude of bags and parcels. The load was so substantial that he could not carry it all at once, and thus resolved to make 2 trips. "I have purchased so many new clothes for you. Surely, you won't be needing those old garments any longer, will you? Perhaps we should simply discard them into the trash bin at the corner by the door?" Ouyang Xue observed Cheng Xiaodong, still attempting to retrieve the old clothes packed in his luggage, and frowned as she instructed him. "Throw them away? All of them? That seems rather wasteful, doesn't it?" Cheng Xiaodong replied, reluctant to part with the items. It was important to note that the clothes he had brought were those he had hesitated to wear even in the village, and now, being asked to discard them by Ouyang Xue, he felt a pang of regret. Ouyang Xue was taken aback, pondering, when did this extravagant playboy, who usually squandered money without a second thought, become so frugal? What events transpired over the past few months that led to such a remarkable transformation? Despite her curiosity, she composed herself and, casting a playful glance at Cheng Xiaodong, said, "If you cannot bear to part with them, then so be it. Come, let us head inside." With that, she boldly strode to the entrance and retrieved her keys to unlock the grand copper door. Upon opening it, she pressed the remote for the vehicle, and with a beep, the car doors were securely locked. Cheng Xiaodong was witnessing this impressive maneuver for the first time and thought to himself, "If only I could one day drive such a luxury car back to the village, how envious my friends would be." It appeared that his charming wife was not only beautiful, but also hailing from a significantly affluent family. However, he noted her somewhat tempestuous nature, as she had a tendency to slap him upon their initial encounters. This was a trait he would have to encourage her to amend in the future. "Xue, why did you lock the car? I haven't finished retrieving my things," he exclaimed, his audacity rivaling that of a wall, as he affectionately called her Xue despite just having met her today. "You, a grown man, needing to make 2 trips for such a small amount of belongings." Ouyang Xue chided softly as she changed her shoes upon entering. After donning her slippers, she obediently took out the remote once more to unlock the car door. Before she could offer him a pair of slippers, he boldly walked into the living room, bags in hand. Hey, how can you just walk in without changing your shoes?" she protested. Cheng Xiaodong turned around with a grin. "I still need to grab more things. Changing shoes is such a hassle. It's unnecessary." Ouyang Xue pouted in annoyance, her lips a rosy hue as she whispered, "You are utterly inconsiderate. If you get it dirty, you should be the one to clean it up." After making 2 trips to bring all the clothes into the living room and placing them on the side sofa, Cheng Xiaodong turned to Ouyang Xue, who sat on the central leather sofa, and asked Xue, "What shall we do next?" Feeling a mix of emotions as he affectionately addressed her, Ouyang Xue furrowed her brow but refrained from commenting on it. She softly replied, "Let me take you on a tour of the house, upstairs and downstairs, to familiarize you with your surroundings, so we can avoid any mishaps later." After wandering around with this remarkably thick-skinned individual, they returned to the spacious living room on the first floor. "Xiaodong, why don't you rest here and watch some television while I head upstairs to take a break?" Xiao Xue suggested. "But what about dinner? Do you have any groceries at home? Or should I cook?" he inquired. "You can cook," she responded incredulously. "Of course. Cooking is not a difficult task," Cheng Xiaodong replied with a confident smile. Xiao Xue peeked into the refrigerator in the kitchen and emerged shaking her head. "There are no vegetables left. How about I take you out to eat instead?" Cheng Xiaodong asked. "In such a large villa community, there must be places to buy groceries, right? Why don't we go shopping for some ingredients together? There is a supermarket just 100 meters to the right of the villa entrance. They have everything," Xiao Xue said. "Why don't you go buy some yourself?" Cheng Xiaodong replied cheerfully, "That sounds good. I'll go right away." Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly halted, turning back to Xiao Xue with a somewhat awkward expression. "Xiao Xue, could you lend me some money? I'm out of cash." Xiao Bai Xue frowned in disbelief. "How could it be that you don't even have money for a single meal?" She could hardly fathom that this former extravagant young master had fallen to such destitution. Yet, as someone from the business world, she had not heard any news of mismanagement from his mother-esque company. Cheng Xiaodong sheepishly chuckled. "I only have 18 yuan left. It's not enough for even one meal." Xiao Xue shot him a playful glare and walked over to her handbag, retrieving a bank card and extending it towards him. "This card should have over 1,000,000 yuan. Take it for now. The password is your birthday, 94817. Easy to remember. Just return it to me once you're done." Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback. This girl truly had wealth, nonchalantly handing over such a sum. Was she not worried he would abscond with it? Noticing he stood there in a daze without taking it, Xiao Xue playfully chided him. "Will you take it? Didn't you say you were out of money?" Realizing her impatience, he finally snapped out of his stupor and accepted the card from her hand. As he lifted his foot to leave once more, Xiao Xue called after him, "Wait, let me give you a key so you can let yourself in later." "Xiao Xue, you're at home. I don't need a key. I can just ring the doorbell when I come back," he replied. "No, I want to rest for a bit. Please don't disturb me when you return." Just come up and call me when dinner is ready." After accepting the large key she handed him and placing it in his pocket, Cheng Xiaodong finally stepped outside, walking towards the supermarket at the entrance of the villa community to buy groceries. As he walked, he found himself reflecting on the day's events, feeling as though he were in a dream. Chapter 6. It is time to venture out. Yesterday evening, in a remote little village named Cheng Xiaodong, located in Changjiang County of Sanyan City in Jiangnan Province, a man of formidable appearance, approximately 50 years of age, sat across from a handsome young man in his 20s at a dining table, sharing dinner. The table was adorned with a dish of stir-fried meat with chili, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sot ed bok choy with garlic, and a large bowl of boiled fish. Although these were merely simple farm dishes, to the two individuals who had lived frugally for so long, tonight's meal felt rather sumptuous. The two diners were Cheng Xiaodong, who had raised Cheng Xiaodong since childhood, and Cheng Xiaodong himself, who had ventured into the provincial capital for the first time. From the moment he could remember, Cheng Xiaodong had always relied on Tang Bo for companionship. As for his biological parents, he had never heard anyone mention them, nor had he ever seen them. Moreover, Tang Bo had never revealed to him the identity of his birth parents. In his early years, Cheng Xiaodong had inquired about his true parentage, only to be told by Tang Bo that he was an abandoned infant found by the roadside, and even Tang Bo was unaware of who his parents were. After realizing he could not ascertain the truth, Cheng Xiaodong ceased to ask further, as life with Tang Bo, though not affluent, provided him with sustenance and comfort. When Cheng Xiaodong turned 5, Tang Weijia began teaching him to read and write, as well as introducing him to martial arts. After 7 or 8 years of diligent study and practice, Cheng Xiaodong had achieved notable proficiency in martial arts, while also excelling academically, consistently ranking first in his entire primary school throughout his examinations. Upon entering junior high, he traveled over 10 miles to attend school, during which time Tang Weijia also began to impart his medical knowledge to him. Tang Weijia's medical skills were exceptional. Whenever villagers from nearby hamlets suffered ailments such as headaches, snake bites, or burns, they would seek him out for treatment, and he always lived up to their expectations, curing them effectively. The villagers particularly revered him for his noble medical ethics and character, as he never charged them exorbitantly, often merely covering costs, and would sometimes even subsidize those in financial distress. By the time Cheng Xiaodong reached high school, most villagers had moved into brand new homes. Yet Tang Weijia and he continued to reside in a dilapidated earthen dwelling. Over the years, although Tang Bo had earned some money from treating villagers, his generous nature led him to assist anyone in need, often lending money without ever seeking repayment. It was not until 2 years ago that even the village chief could no longer bear to see their plight and rallied the community to contribute financially and physically, ultimately helping Tang Bo and Cheng Xiaodong to construct a modest 2-story house of 120 square meters. Upon graduating high school, Cheng Xiaodong had fully inherited Tang Bo's medical expertise, and his martial arts skills were equally impressive. Due to the knowledge of his family's financial struggles, Cheng Xiaodong deliberately performed poorly in the college entrance examination, resulting in his failure to gain admission even to the least prestigious third-tier universities. Despite holding high hopes for him, Tang Bo did not express any reproach upon learning of his failure. Instead, he chose to keep him by his side, imparting to him the arts of medicine and martial skills. Cheng Xiaodong, endowed with keen intellect and a remarkable capacity for hard work, spent over a decade mastering the ancestral skills that Tang Bo had passed down, with his only shortcomings being experience and finesse. At mealtime, Cheng Xiaodong, noticing an abundance of his favorite dishes on the table, cheerfully inquired of Tang Weijia, "Master, what is the occasion today that you have prepared so many dishes?" Tang Weijia, clearing his throat, replied, "Xiaodong, the reason I have made this delightful meal for you is that I have something important to discuss." "Master, you need not be so formal. Just tell me what you wish," Cheng Xiaodong responded. Having been raised solely by Tang Weijia, he regarded him as a parental figure. Tang Weijia lifted a small cup of wine, took a sip, and gazed affectionately at Cheng Xiaodong before speaking. "Xiaodong, these years spent with me in the village have not led to any notable achievements. Tomorrow, I suggest you venture to the provincial capital. Perhaps you will discover a promising opportunity and carve out a different life for yourself. After dinner, give Jiang Shanshan a call and inform her of your plans to seek her out in the city. She will surely assist you with any difficulties you may encounter. Having never traveled far alone, Cheng Xiaodong's face fell at this suggestion. Master, I assent it just fine for us to stay in this village. There's no need to worry about food and clothing, so why must you send me to the city? My dear boy, I know you are no ordinary individual, but rather a dragon among men, destined to soar high and achieve greatness. Now that you have acquired all my skills, it is time for you to venture forth and pursue your own endeavors. But master, I cannot bear to leave you alone at home, Cheng Xiaodong replied anxiously. Dang Weizi, with a contented smile, picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites of meat before continuing. Do not fret. You must go. Moreover, after you depart, I too plan to travel for a while, and I may not return for at least a year and a half. Realizing Tang Weijia's resolve, Cheng Xiaodong ceased to make excuses and reluctantly agreed. Then I shall go to the provincial capital tomorrow. Master, you must take care of yourself while you are out. Must you remind me? Come now, let's enjoy our meal before this fish soup grows cold. After they had savored a hearty meal, Cheng Xiaodong diligently cleared the table. He then ascended to his bedroom on the second floor and dialed the phone number of his childhood companion, Jiang Shanshan. After returning home from work, Jiang Shanshan received a call from Cheng Xiaodong, which brought her immense joy. Upon learning that he would be visiting the provincial capital the following day, her enthusiasm grew, and she readily invited him to stay at her place temporarily, promising to assist him in his job search. She instructed Cheng Xiaodong to call her once he arrived at the provincial bus station, at which point she would guide him on how to take a taxi to her workplace. After an extended conversation, the two young individuals finally ended their call. Subsequently, Cheng Xiaodong descended the stairs and, adhering to his usual routine, practiced diligently in the backyard for nearly 2 hours. After a brief 20-minute respite, he fetched a change of clothes and headed to the bathing area. Upon emerging from his shower, he found Tang Bo still seated in the living room, smoking and sipping tea. Cheng Xiaodong joined him for another hour of conversation. As the hour grew late, Tang Bo retrieved 5 crisp red banknotes from his pocket, handing them to Cheng Xiaodong. I haven't earned much today, so I can only give you 500 yuan. The rest is for my travel expenses. However, if you find yourself short in the provincial capital, you may borrow a little from Jiang Shanshan. Old Tang, if you're short on cash, just give me 300. You should keep a bit more for yourself, Cheng Xiaodong replied. That's enough. Take it and go upstairs to pack your clothes. Get some rest early. Tomorrow morning, take Su Fugui's van to the town. Reluctantly, Cheng Xiaodong accepted the 500 yuan and proceeded upstairs to organize his belongings. That night, due to his excitement about the impending journey, he found it difficult to sleep, resulting in drowsiness during the bus ride, which led to a thief stealing the remaining 400 yuan and his mobile phone. Alas, the young man truly had a streak of bad luck. Chapter 7. Little Schwerer burst into laughter after purchasing several items of fish, meat, and vegetables at the supermarket near the entrance of the villa area. Cheng Xiaodong approached the checkout counter to make his payment. His purchases were modest, totaling just over 100 yuan. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety as he presented the bank card that Ouyang Xue had given him to the cashier. The thought of the card potentially being empty or the password being incorrect loomed over him, threatening to lead to significant embarrassment. As he nervously inputted the payment password, a chime signaled the successful transaction, and he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With a smile, he quietly inquired of the cashier, "Excuse me, miss. Could you tell me how much money I have left on this card?" The young cashier glanced at the screen and beamed. "Handsome. You have over 119,980 yuan on this card. It's quite amusing that you don't even know how much money you have." Cheng Xiaodong, feigning confidence, replied with a boastful grin, "I have too many bank cards, so I'm not even aware of the specific amounts in several of them." The young cashier's eyes sparkled at his words. She mused about how wealthy he must be to forget the balances of his cards. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Little did she know, the flamboyant young man standing before her had recently been a mere pauper with just 18 yuan to his name. The card, boasting an impressive balance exceeding 1 million, was a gift from his newlywed wife. as he received it amidst the envious gaze of the cashier. He cheerfully collected the vegetables nestled within a large plastic bag and departed with an air of nonchalance. The cashier, her eyes gleaming with admiration, remained fixated on his tall and imposing figure until he vanished through the entrance, at which point she reluctantly averted her gaze. Observing her infatuation, a middle-aged customer waiting to settle his bill could not suppress a disgruntled huff. Upon returning to the villa of Ouyang Xue, Cheng Xiaodong found the living room devoid of any presence, realizing that the young lady had retreated upstairs to rest. Choosing not to disturb her, he swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Having been raised by Tang Bo without a mother, he possessed remarkable practical skills and had honed his culinary abilities from a young age. After approximately an hour of methodical preparation, he had successfully crafted 3 dishes and a soup, which he elegantly arranged on the dining table. Though they were merely home-cooked meals, his creations were visually appealing and fragrant, arousing an appetite at first glance. Once everything was in order, he ascended the stairs with quickened steps, arriving at Ouyang Xue's bedroom door, where he gently knocked. Having toured the villa earlier, he was well aware of the location of her sleeping quarters. Xue, hurry up. Dinner is ready. Only his unparalleled audacity allowed him to address someone he had only just met with such familiarity. Ouyang Xue, lost in a deep slumber, was roused by his calls and responded with evident annoyance, pouting as she replied, "Oh, stop calling me. I'll be up shortly. Make haste, or the food will go cold." He retorted, his tone reminiscent of a husband addressing a longtime wife. After delivering this, he hurriedly made his way downstairs. In her room, Ouyang Xue pulled aside her light blanket and began to dress. Had Cheng Xiaodong been present, his jaw would surely have dropped in astonishment, for she was accustomed to sleeping in the nude, and at that moment she was clad only in a pair of black panties, without even a bra. Her flawless, snow-white skin rendered the room's illumination pale in comparison. After hastily donning her attire, she proceeded to the en-suite bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face before finally opening the door and gracefully descending the stairs. Curiosity piqued. She mused to herself about the unexpected culinary skills of this young master from the Chen family, hoping fervently that his cooking would not be too unpalatable. Otherwise, she would have to drive out for a meal, which would be quite a hassle. With a smile playing on her lips, she entered the dining area and, upon seeing the spread of dishes, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. These dishes seem quite appealing. I hope they taste as good as they look. Cheng Xiaodong, growing impatient from the wait, greeted her with a beaming smile as she finally arrived. "Wife, come and dine. Do give your husband's culinary skills a try." Ouyang Xue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent as she took a seat at the dining table opposite him and began to eat from her bowl. To his surprise, the dishes he prepared were exceptionally delectable, rivaling even those crafted by renowned chefs in upscale restaurants. After sampling each dish, Ouyang Xue's appetite surged, and she devoured an entire bowl of rice in one sitting. After savoring a generous portion of soup, she, who usually limited herself to a single bowl of rice, astonishingly filled her bowl again and resumed eating. Cheng Xiaodong, while eating, watched with a smile as the beautiful woman voraciously consumed her meal without any regard for her image. "Hey, how do you find my cooking? Is it to your liking?" Seeing Ouyang Xue enjoying her food, beads of sweat appeared on his smooth forehead as he couldn't help but flatter her. Your dishes are indeed delicious. I never expected you had such culinary skills." Ouyang Xue seized the moment to compliment him. Cheng Xiaodong's heart swelled with joy, sweeter than honey water upon hearing her praise. "So from now on, you'll be in charge of being beautiful and earning money, while I'll stay home to do the laundry and cook, and also be our son's mother?" One couldn't help but wonder if such a statement was appropriate for a man. Even if he wished to live off her, he shouldn't assert it so boldly, right? At that moment, having finished her second bowl of rice, Ouyang Xue was sipping another half bowl of soup when she couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing his words. The soup in her mouth sprayed across Cheng Xiaodong's face, some even landing in the bowl of unfinished dishes before him. As he was about to put down his bowl, he found it impossible to continue eating under such circumstances. Regrettably, He had been savoring the meal slowly and hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the soup, which was now clearly rendered undrinkable. Stifling his laughter, he earnestly remarked to the still giggling Ouyang Xue, "You're quite inconsiderate, having finished your meal and now making a mess, leaving me unsatisfied." Ouyang Xue laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, hurriedly rising to fetch some tissues to wipe her tears and mouth. Cheng Xiaodong, with a resigned smile, stood up to clear the remnants from the table before heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Once he completed his task and returned to the living room, Ouyang Xue, sitting on the sofa watching television, smiled at him and said, "Xiaodong, you haven't bought any bathing supplies, slippers, or towels yet. How about we head to the supermarket together to gather everything and take a stroll to aid digestion?" Cheng Xiaodong, delighted by the invitation from the beautiful woman, readily agreed. "Let us go for a walk. It would be an honor to accompany such a lovely lady shopping." Even at this point, he remained convinced that this enchanting woman had mistaken him for an old flame. Unable to clarify the misunderstanding, but deciding to wait until they returned from the store to address it. Chapter 8. The first time holding Ouyang Xue's hand as they changed their shoes and stepped outside, Ouyang Xue softly inquired, "Shall we take a stroll by the artificial lake first, then go shopping?" Cheng Xiaodong waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling as he said, "You decide, and I will follow your lead." Ouyang Xue glanced at him with a smile and led the way toward a man-made lake that spanned an impressive 70 to 80 acres. Nestled in the heart of the villa complex, the area around the lake was brightly lit, its surface shimmering under the lights, reflecting the picturesque landscape, creating a stunning scene of earthly beauty. A small square by the lake was alive with elderly couples dancing energetically to lively music, while nearby, a group of children frolicked and chased each other in delight. Cheng Xiaodong followed closely behind Ouyang Xue, their figures strikingly harmonious. He was tall and handsome, while she radiated unparalleled beauty, resembling a celestial fairy. They made a captivating pair, drawing envious glances from countless onlookers as they strolled along. After walking a few hundred meters along the stone path beside the lake, Cheng Xiaodong, with a boldness that surprised even him, stepped up beside Ouyang Xue and gently took her delicate hand in his. Ouyang Xue attempted to withdraw her hand, but finding herself unable to escape, she ultimately relented to his grasp. Instantly, her lovely face flushed with a charming blush, and she felt her heart race, thumping as if it might leap from her chest. This was her first experience holding hands, and it sparked a thrill of excitement within her. Though Cheng Xiaodong had held hands with girl before, he too felt a surge of exhilaration at this moment. They walked in silence, perfectly in sync, meandering along the lakeshore. Cheng Xiaodong's heart was filled with a yearning wish for this moment to last forever. Yet, even the longest paths must eventually come to an end, and this was merely a man-made lake of mere dozens of acres. Half an hour later, as they completed their circuit around the lake and approached the small square at the starting point, Ouyang Xue finally shyly withdrew her hand from Cheng Xiaodong's grasp. She spoke softly, "Xiaodong, shall we head to the supermarket now to buy some things?" Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and replied, "Sure, I will follow your wishes no matter what." If his childhood friends, Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, could have heard this, they would undoubtedly have teased him for being an unabashed sycophant. Ouyang Xue mused to herself that she wished he would always be so obedient. The two of them arrived at the nearby supermarket, appearing as a couple deeply in tune with one another. Ouyang Xue meticulously selected essential daily items for him, followed by snacks and beverages, until their hands were brimming with goods. Together, they approached the checkout counter to pay. The cashier scanned all the items and packed them neatly, while Ouyang Xue retrieved a bank card from her pocket, ready to settle the bill. Cheng Xiaodong, standing just behind her, quickly interjected, "Xiao Xue, I have money too. Let me pay." Ouyang Xue cast him a playful glance and replied softly, "It's just a small amount of money. There's no need to split it with me." With no other choice, Cheng Xiaodong conceded and allowed her to complete the payment. After settling the bill, Cheng Xiaodong proactively picked up some heavier items, allowing Ouyang Xue to carry only two small, lighter bags of snacks. Subsequently, the two wasted no time and returned to the villa together. Once Ouyang Xue had neatly placed the beverages and milk in the refrigerator, she sat on the sofa, watching Cheng Xiaodong busy himself. With a serious expression, he addressed her. "Xue, come here. I have something important to discuss with you." Ouyang Xue, puzzled by sudden formality, responded, "What is it? Just say it directly. Why the solemnity?" She found it odd. He had been affectionately calling her Xue and wife all afternoon, and now he was so earnest. "Regardless, I have something to tell you. Just come sit beside me," he insisted. With no further hesitation, Ouyang Xue moved to a nearby single leather sofa and sat down. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Cheng Xiaodong silently sighed and began, "Xue, I must honestly tell you that today is indeed my first visit to the provincial capital. Prior to this, I lived in a small village over 200 kilometers away, and I have never been here before. Therefore, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. You have confused me with your little lover." Ouyang Xue remained skeptical, her expression darkening as she retorted, "Are you implying that I am so muddled that I have mistaken you for someone else? Why do you resemble Cheng Xiaodong, the one who relentlessly pursued me 3 months ago, so closely? Your name and birth date are identical as well." Cheng Xiaodong forced a smile, admitting, "To be honest, I'm just as baffled as you. However, I can assure you that today is indeed the first time I have seen you." Ouyang Xue scrutinized him closely, and seeing his clear, bright eyes, indicative of honesty, she furrowed her brow and questioned, "If you are not the Cheng Xiaodong that I know, then why did you shamelessly accompany me to obtain a marriage certificate?" Cheng Xiaodong quickly defended himself. "It was you who suggested we go get a certificate this afternoon. I did not force you." He added earnestly, "You cannot wrongfully accuse me of being dishonest." "An honest man? What nonsense!" Ouyang Xue exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. "At that time, I mistakenly contacted you and sincerely asked for your forgiveness. You insisted that you would only forgive me if I married you. If it weren't for that, I would not have hurried to obtain some ridiculous certificate." Cheng Xiaodong, equally agitated, retorted, "Had you not randomly slapped me in the noodle shop, would I even know you? When I said that I would only forgive you if you agreed to marry me, it was because I thought you were a scammer trying to deceive me." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue burst into laughter out of frustration. "You think I'm a scammer trying to deceive you, a country bumpkin just arriving in the city? And what about now? Have you discovered that I have deceived you in any way?" It was no wonder she was upset. After all, she was a striking CEO of a prominent company. And here was this ungrateful fellow questioning her integrity. How could she not be infuriated? Cheng Xiaodong shook his head honestly and replied, "Not at all. Thanks to that so-called young master Chen you mentioned, you have treated me quite well and even spent a considerable amount of unnecessary money on me." Ouyang Xue halted her cold laughter. Her charming face grew stern as she said in a low voice, "Since you claim I've mistaken someone, then you should immediately take your tattered clothes and leave. If I must go, then so be it. I refuse to believe I would perish without you, you insufferable woman." Cheng Xiaodong produced the bank card from his pocket and presented it to Ouyang Xue. "This is the card you gave me this afternoon. I spent over 100 yuan on groceries, and the rest remains untouched in the card. I shall return it to you now." Ouyang Xue, fuming, reached out to take it, tossing it onto the marble tea table before her. Cheng Xiaodong, seeing this, chose not to say more. He stood up and went to retrieve his backpack containing his clothes from a corner, intending to leave. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, feeling weighed down as he took 3 steps toward the door when a cold voice suddenly called out from behind, "Stop. Come back." Chapter 9. A good man, not recognizing his own worth, noticing that he was only carrying the bag of clothes she had bought for him earlier and had left all other belongings behind. Ouyang Xue felt a pang of compassion as she thought of him venturing out at night without a dime to his name. Thus, she called out to him once more. Cheng Xiaodong halted, turning back to ask, "What else do you wish to say?" Ouyang Xue spoke softly, "I apologize. I shouldn't have impulsively asked you to leave. Please don't go. Stay at my place tonight, and let us talk things over." Cheng Xiaodong replied coldly, "Now that you realize your error, what is there left to discuss?" Ouyang Xue countered, "We are already legally married. If you just walk away without leaving any means of contact, how will I ever find you again?" After contemplating her words, Cheng Xiaodong conceded that she had a point. He returned to place his backpack on the tea table and then sat down heavily on the sofa, fixing his gaze on her as he asked, "What do you propose we do? Shall we go change our marriage certificate tomorrow?" To get married this afternoon, only to seek a divorce tomorrow? If word of this gets out through my classmate at the registry office, how will I face anyone in the future? Ouyang Xue shook her head in frustration. Cheng Xiaodong teased, so what now? Do you wish to pretend to be in love, have a pair of twins, and live together harmoniously, raising children for the rest of our days? Ouyang Xue nodded dismissively. Ah, you truly are a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. What makes you think a country bumpkin like you could ever marry someone as stunning and wealthy as me? Cheng Xiaodong mused silently that she had a valid point. A beauty as striking and affluent as her would never deign to look at a penniless wretch like him unless she had lost her senses. Seeing his expression darken as he sat in silence, Ouyang Xue could not bear to further diminish his spirit. She gently shifted the conversation. Xiaodong, our encounter today can be seen as fate. Even if we cannot be husband and wife, we can still be good friends, don't you think? After a brief pause, she continued to inquire, you mentioned that today marks your first visit to the provincial capital. You intend to seek employment here, correct? Cheng Xiaodong nodded in affirmation, replying, indeed, I have come here in search of work. Remaining in the countryside offers little in terms of future prospects. What is your educational background? Do you possess any particular skills? She pressed on. I only graduated from high school. As for skills, I can provide basic medical care and have some martial arts training, Cheng Xiaodong replied candidly. Ouyang Xue recalled their earlier stroll by the lake, where this bold individual had dared to hold her hand, and she had noticed the calluses on his palm. Could these have been formed from martial arts practice? Rising from her seat, she retrieved 2 bottles of milk from the refrigerator, handing one to Cheng Xiaodong before asking, so, you graduated from high school? Why didn't you pursue higher education? Was it due to not passing the entrance exams? Cheng Xiaodong shook his head, stating, it was not that I couldn't pass. Rather, I simply chose not to. If I had desired to, I could have easily enrolled in one of the prestigious universities in the capital. Ouyang Xue was skeptical, scoffing, please, spare me your boasts. If you couldn't get in, you couldn't get in. Don't try to embellish your story by claiming you could attend Tsinghua or Peking University at any moment. Cheng Xiaodong remained unfazed, responding, what I say is the truth. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative. Ouyang Xue mused, this man, tall and handsome, appeared to be quite earnest. Yet his tendency to boast was somewhat off-putting. After some contemplation, she sincerely proposed, Xiaodong, how about this? Tomorrow, you can come to my company to work as a security guard. We provide meals and accommodation, along with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, complete with social insurance and housing fund. At that moment, she was still unaware that Cheng Xiaodong's surname Dong referred to winter, not the cardinal direction. When she went to register their marriage that afternoon, she had handed her ID to a classmate working at the registration center without paying close attention to the name on the marriage certificate. Hearing about the generous salary and benefits, Cheng Xiaodong expressed his disbelief, asking, are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I trick you? You can stay here tonight, and the new clothes I bought for you are yours to wear. I won't charge you for them. Take this bank card. You can use it for now, and you can repay me when you have the means, she reassured him. Feeling overwhelmed by her kindness, Cheng Xiaodong replied gratefully, that's not acceptable. You spent so much on me, and although I don't have the money to repay you now, I promise to return every bit once I start earning. Ouyang Xue widened her eyes in exasperation, retorting, I said you don't need to pay me back. Why are you still going on about it? Also, you can use the phone I bought for you. It'll make it easier for me to reach you when I need to. Noticing her irritation, Cheng Xiaodong conceded, all right, I will do as you say. As long as you don't stay angry. Ouyang Xue's demeanor softened, and she nodded, saying, now, that's more like it. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she continued to address Cheng Xiaodong, instructing him to insert his SIM card into his new phone and to share his phone number with her for safekeeping. Cheng Xiaodong casually recited his number, prompting Ouyang Xue to swiftly retrieve her phone, dial the digits, and save them with haste. It is getting rather late. I must go upstairs to bathe and prepare for rest. You, on the other hand, shall occupy the room on the first floor that I previously introduced to you. There is a bathing area adjacent, so you may freshen up there, Ouyang Xue directed after securing the number. And do not forget to wash your own clothes after your shower. There are no others in my home at present. Your garments are your responsibility. Understood. Since childhood, I have always laundered my own clothes. Xiao Xue, should you wish to avoid washing yours, feel free to hand them over. I shall wash them alongside mine, Cheng Xiaodong offered. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted sharply, "Nonsense. I have no intention of allowing you to wash my clothes. Just take care of your own." With that, she hurriedly stood up, eager to retreat to her room upstairs. As she ascended the staircase, Cheng Xiaodong, seated on the sofa in the living room, audaciously called out, "Xiao Xue, if you trust me, I can help alleviate your menstrual discomfort." Infuriated, Ouyang Xue felt her vision darken, thinking to herself how shameless he was to address such a sensitive matter so brazenly. What utter nonsense! It's your mother who suffers from menstrual pain. Your entire family must be afflicted, she yelled back defiantly from the stairs. Although she berated him, she was internally astonished, pondering how he had discerned her condition after merely half a day's acquaintance. Little did she know that Cheng Xiaodong, having studied medicine since childhood, had developed considerable expertise. Such minor ailments were easily perceived by him. In the living room, Cheng Xiaodong remained unfazed, muttering to himself, "Some individuals, despite good intentions, are too stubborn to accept help, clinging to their pride and shunning the remedy." Ouyang Xue, weary of his incessant chatter, hastened upstairs. Upon reaching the upper level, she called back, "Hey, remember to double-lock the front door when you go to bed." Chapter 10. A call to Jiang Shanshan. After Ouyang Xue ascended, Cheng Xiaodong did not rush to bathe. Instead, he retrieved the SIM card he had just reissued earlier that afternoon and inserted it into the new phone he had yet to unbox. As soon as he powered it on, a torrent of text notifications flooded in. Upon examining them, he discovered numerous messages from Jiang Shanshan, along with several missed call alerts. A wave of regret washed over Cheng Xiaodong as he reflected on how he had been preoccupied with Ouyang Xue throughout the afternoon, nearly forgetting about his closest female companion, with whom he had grown up. He had promised himself last night that he would contact her immediately upon arriving in the provincial capital. Yet now, after having spent nearly 9 hours there, he had still failed to reach out. It was no wonder she was anxious. Cheng Xiaodong, no longer hesitating, quickly retrieved Jiang Shanshan's number and dialed. The phone rang only twice before her voice, laden with urgency, erupted through the receiver. "You said you would arrive by noon. Why are you only calling me now? Where are you? I've been trying to reach you all afternoon." Listening to her barrage of questions, Cheng Xiaodong could only shake his head in silent resignation, at a loss for words to explain himself. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, "Shanshan, I apologize. Some unforeseen circumstances arose today that prevented me from contacting you. However, rest assured, I am well and currently staying at a friend's house, so there is no need for you to worry." "A friend?" "Cheng Xiaodong, I was not aware that you had any acquaintances in the provincial capital. Please tell me what happened today. Are you truly all right?" "Shanshan, I assure you, I am fine. We cannot convey everything over the phone. It will be better to discuss it when we meet tomorrow. By the way, which company do you work for? I need to plan my visit accordingly." "Cheng Xiaodong, have I not mentioned before? I work at a company called Lianyan Cosmetics in the Sanjiang Industrial Park in the west of the city." "How could you forget so quickly?" Jiang Shanshan replied at an impressive speed. Having never contemplated visiting the provincial capital before, Cheng Xiaodong had no recollection of her workplace. Hearing her repeat it, he promptly committed it to memory to avoid causing her any further distress. "Did you remember? Make sure to come see me tomorrow." Jiang Shanshan had worried about him for most of the day, and only now could she finally relax upon learning of his whereabouts. "Please refrain from calling me Cheng Xiaodong or Stinky Wintermelon. I am in my 20s and on the verge of adulthood. Such names undermine my dignity. I will call you whatever I please. Even if you were 60 or 70, I would still refer to you in this manner. What can you do about it?" Jiang Shanshan retorted without any sign of backing down. A smile tugged at the corners of Cheng Xiaodong's lips. He found himself utterly at her mercy. All right. My dear aunt, you may call me as you wish. But it is getting late. You should rest. I will come see you tomorrow." Jiang Shanshan, reluctant to end the conversation, suddenly inquired, "Stinky Wintermelon, you mentioned staying at a friend's place. Is your friend male or female?" Cheng Xiaodong hesitated, initially inclined to say female, yet he feared provoking jealousy. However, To assert it was a male would feel disingenuous. As he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed, fortune smiled upon him when Jiang Shanshan, with a playful laugh, remarked, "I bet it's definitely a man. You've been stuck in the countryside. Which blind woman would take you in for no reason?" Cheng Xiaodong, relieved by her words, began to joke with her. "Ha! Look at me, Cheng Xiaodong, tall, robust, and strikingly handsome. You wouldn't believe how many beauties in the provincial capital would be enamored with me. Ah, you truly are blissfully unaware of your own shortcomings. A person who toots their own horn without a hint of shame." Jiang Shanshan teased him gleefully over the phone, her laughter ringing in his ears. Cheng Xiaodong feigned indignation, retorting, "You mischievous girl. There's an old adage, never strike a person's face when you're angry, nor expose their weaknesses when you scold them. Must you find joy in belittling me?" With a playful threat, he added, "Fine, I shan't converse further. Just wait until we meet tomorrow. I might just spank you." Having said this, he quickly ended the call, aware that if they continued their banter, they would likely be talking until the wee hours. Indeed, scarcely 3 seconds after Cheng Xiaodong hung up, his phone buzzed again. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Jiang Shanshan once more. Summoning his resolve, he deliberately chose not to answer. The phone rang incessantly for a good 2 or 3 minutes before she finally gave up and hung up. With no other pressing matters at hand, Cheng Xiaodong retrieved the new undergarments that Ouyang Xue had purchased for him that afternoon, along with some toiletries and towels he had bought at the supermarket, and headed to the bathing area to freshen up. That night, he settled into the guest room on the first floor of Ouyang Xue's home. After returning to her room on the second floor, Ouyang Xue first took a shower and then donned a soft silk nightgown. She sat quietly before her vanity mirror, gazing at her reflection, barefaced yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Recalling the absurd series of events from earlier in the day when she mistook Cheng Xiaodong for someone else, she found herself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Earlier, when Cheng Xiaodong had been ready to leave in a huff, she had called him back, offering him a high-paying job, driven by her own ulterior motives. Her intentions were threefold. Firstly, even though she recognized her mistake, the Cheng Xiaodong she had just encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Xiaodong, the wealthy heir who had pursued her relentlessly over 3 months ago, only to vanish without a trace. They not only looked identical, but shared the same birth date. She felt compelled to uncover the connection between the two men. Secondly, although she had already married Cheng Xiaodong, upon learning that he was merely a poor boy from the countryside, she hesitated to truly commit to him. Yet, the thought of immediately taking him to her old classmates to amend their marriage certificate filled her with dread, fearing the potential repercussions of such gossip. Thus, she resolved to keep Cheng Xiaodong close for the time being, intending to discreetly take him later to convert their marriage certificate into a divorce document. Lastly, for the past 2 months, another powerful and influential young man from another provincial city had been persistently pursuing her. However, she was acutely aware that he was nothing more than a debauched playboy, indulging in vices of every kind. How could she ever entertain his advances? Today, by a stroke of serendipity, she became acquainted with Cheng Xiaodong, and thus she contemplated leveraging him as a shield to completely sever the advances of that dandy. Of course, there was one final reason. Having witnessed Cheng Xiaodong's unfortunate plight upon arriving in the city, where he was robbed and left destitute, her tender heart stirred with compassion, and she genuinely wished to assist him as a means of atoning for the unintentional slap she had given him. At that moment, she reminisced about their brief encounters throughout the afternoon, and a subtle smile involuntarily graced her exquisitely beautiful face, her eyes gleaming like polished ebony. That night, as she lay in the expansive comfort of her bed, sleep eluded her for a prolonged time. Chapter 11. What position is the president? The following morning, Ouyang Xue deliberately rose at 8 o'clock. After spending 20 minutes primping and preparing, she descended the stairs with her handbag in hand, intending to rouse Cheng Xiaodong for breakfast. Upon reaching the living room, she was taken aback to find Cheng Xiaodong clad in a new outfit he had purchased just yesterday, sitting on the sofa and smiling at her. Standing at 6 feet tall, with strikingly handsome features, he appeared even more dashing in a perfectly tailored designer shirt and trousers. complemented by Italian leather shoes that heightened his allure. Ouyang Xue paused for a moment, acknowledging that in his new attire, he did indeed look quite presentable. She greeted him with a radiant smile, saying, "You've risen early. Come, let's venture to find a breakfast spot together. I have already prepared breakfast, simmering on the stove, waiting for you to join me," she added. Skeptical, Ouyang Xue turned and made her way to the kitchen, where she discovered steamed buns and perfectly fried eggs awaiting her. A sudden warmth surged within her heart. Returning to the living room, she gently inquired of Cheng Xiaodong, "What time did you wake up? You've prepared breakfast so early?" With a calm smile, Cheng Xiaodong replied, "I arose at 5:30, ran several laps around the artificial lake, then ventured out to purchase buns, and finally returned to prepare the porridge and eggs." "You ran several laps around the lake at such an early hour?" "The lake is flushed, and a single lap is nearly 3 kilometers. Did you truly manage 4 laps in one morning?" Ouyang Xue found it hard to believe he could have completed 4 laps. 4 laps would only amount to about 10 kilometers. "To be honest, since graduating from high school, I have consistently run over 10 kilometers every morning without exception." Observing Cheng Xiaodong's sturdy physique, Ouyang Xue ceased to doubt him. Playfully, she said, "Xiaodong, remember to invite me along for your morning run tomorrow. I wish to exercise with you." "Certainly, no problem, Xiaoxue. Shall we head at breakfast now?" Cheng Xiaodong replied readily, rising to prepare the meal. After they finished breakfast, Ouyang Xue instructed Cheng Xiaodong to bring his identification, as she would drive him to her company to complete his onboarding procedures. Once in the car, Cheng Xiaodong settled into the passenger seat, while Ouyang Xue took the wheel. As the vehicle slowly exited the courtyard, Ouyang Xue suddenly inquired, "Xiaodong, do you possess a driver's license? Are you capable of driving?" "I have never taken a driving test, nor have I ever driven a car. However, I have operated a hand tractor," he replied. "After you join the company, I will do my utmost to ensure you are assigned to the night shift, allowing you ample time during the day to seek a driving school and obtain your license as swiftly as possible." Gazing at Ouyang Xue, who adeptly maneuvered the car, Cheng Xiaodong remarked, "As a poor worker without the means to purchase a vehicle, what purpose would there be in acquiring such a license?" His foremost concern was the fear of not securing the lucrative security position at Ouyang Xue's company. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ouyang Xue was the president of that very company, with the authority to make all decisions. In this day and age, proficiency in computers and driving is essential for young individuals like us. Just because you lack the funds to buy a car now does not imply that you will never be able to. Who knows? You might be able to afford one soon. Ouyang Xue gently encouraged him. Cheng Xiaodong, captivated by her graceful profile, recognized her intentions were for his benefit and replied earnestly, "Since you suggest it, I shall enroll in driving lessons during my free time once I am employed." Pausing for a moment, he added with a hint of apprehension, "My current worry is whether I will even be able to land that job at the company you mentioned." In an effort to evoke gratitude from him, Ouyang Xue playfully teased, "I am quite familiar with the head of our security team. I will make an effort to plead your case and speak favorably of you to see if he might consider hiring you." Cheng Xiaodong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaoxue. May I inquire what your role is at the company? Given your luxurious car and opulent villa, I surmise your family must be exceedingly wealthy." "Xiaodong, I work in an office at the company. I've been there for nearly 2 years, and my salary is merely a tad higher than yours." Ouyang Xue mischievously withheld the full truth. "Xiaoxue, residing in such a grand villa, may I ask who else lives with you?" "My family consists of my parents and a younger sister, along with a housekeeper. My sister is a freshman at university in this city and usually stays on campus, only returning home on weekends," she replied. Cheng Xiaodong recalled her mentioning that her parents had gone on a trip, so he queried, "If you have a housekeeper, why haven't I seen her?" "Aunt Sun has been with us for 5 or 6 years. My parents took her along on their trip this time," she explained. "Xiaoxue, are you not afraid to be alone at home at night?" Cheng Xiaodong asked curiously. "The security in the villa district is exceedingly strict. Outsiders cannot easily gain entry. So there's little to fear." Ouyang Xue smiled. The two continued their conversation in the car, their atmosphere remarkably harmonious. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a multi-story building. After parking in her designated spot, Ouyang Xue exited the vehicle, leading Cheng Xiaodong towards the automated glass doors at the center of the building. As the doors parted, a young security guard in a crisp uniform saluted Ouyang Xue and greeted her warmly. "Good morning, President." Cheng Xiaodong observed this interaction with curiosity, pondering the significance of the title President. How does it sound so impressive? Ouyang Xue slightly nodded with a smile towards him, leading Cheng Xiaodong into the opulently decorated lobby. After guiding Cheng Xiaodong to a sofa on the right side, designated for guests to rest, Ouyang Xue softly said, "Xiaodong, please sit here and wait for a moment. I will go upstairs to speak with the head of security regarding your employment." Cheng Xiaodong nodded gratefully. "Xiaoxue, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's nothing. Just focus on working diligently once you start," Ouyang Xue replied before striding towards the elevator in her high heels. Observing this, Cheng Xiaodong settled onto the nearby leather sofa, patiently awaiting her return. Barely a minute had passed when a tall, exquisitely beautiful girl, dressed in a white short-sleeved blouse and a black professional skirt, approached him briskly. As she reached Cheng Xiaodong, she scrutinized him from head to toe with delight, exclaiming, "You've come here without a word, you silly winter melon." Cheng Xiaodong, lost in thoughts about his new job, had not noticed her approach until her call drew his attention. Upon turning to look, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was none other than Jiang Shanshan, the girl he had spoken to on the phone the previous night. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Shanshan. "How is it that you are here?" Cheng Xiaodong asked, astonished after a brief moment of shock. Jiang Shanshan rolled her eyes playfully, chiding him with a smile. "I've been working at this company all along, so of course I'm here. What about you? Why didn't you let me know you'd arrived?" It turned out she had seen their beautiful CEO entering with a man who bore a striking resemblance to Cheng Xiaodong and, after observing them from the front desk, rushed over to discover the truth. She was astonished to find that the man in designer attire was indeed her childhood companion, Cheng Xiaodong, with whom she had grown up and attended school. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled foolishly. "I came here for an interview, intending to seek you out only after securing the position. I never imagined you would be working at this company. I told you last night, didn't I? I'm employed at the Lianyan Cosmetics Company right here in the city. Didn't you notice the large brass sign at the entrance when you walked in?" Jiang Shanshan reproached him loudly. In the car earlier, Cheng Xiaodong had been preoccupied with Ouyang Xue, entirely focused on her and oblivious to the surroundings. "Ah, sorry. I didn't pay attention," he replied sheepishly. "You silly winter melon. I saw you enter with our CEO, Ouyang. Do you know her?" Just as Cheng Xiaodong was about to answer, the sound of clicking high heels approached, followed by a sharp reprimand. "Jiang Shanshan, why are you not at your post during work hours? Idly chatting here." Jiang Shanshan noticed the beautiful CEO, Ouyang Xue, approaching and playfully stuck her tongue out at Cheng Xiaodong before hurrying towards the reception desk. Ouyang Xue's expression darkened as she coldly addressed Cheng Xiaodong, stating, "I brought you here to work diligently, not to flirt and chat." Cheng Xiaodong, perplexed, wondered why she had seemed perfectly fine earlier but now appeared displeased. Little did he know, her irritation stemmed from witnessing his animated conversation with Jiang Shanshan. "You scoundrel," she thought, "I brought you here for employment, and you took the opportunity to engage with the receptionist in my absence. While I may not consider marrying a country bumpkin like you, I cannot tolerate your flirtations with other women before my eyes." Noticing Cheng Xiaodong sitting there in a daze, staring at her, Ouyang Xue felt her anger dissipate somewhat. She softened her tone and said, "I have already spoken with the manager of the Human Resources Department and the head of security. You should proceed to the 6th floor to meet with them, fill out some forms, and once that is completed, they will escort you to the security department on the 2nd floor to familiarize yourself with the environment, since you are new here and unfamiliar with the regulations. The head of security will initially assign you to day shifts. You won't be able to switch to night shifts until next month at the earliest. I have many matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Please call me once you have completed your paperwork." With that, Ouyang Xue hurried off. Cheng Xiaodong, left to his own devices, took the elevator to the 6th floor. Upon locating the Human Resources Department sign, he gently knocked twice on the door. When invited in, he entered a spacious office, approximately 30 square meters, bustling with 7 or 8 employees diligently at work. A quiet, bespectacled young woman sitting near the door looked up with a smile and asked, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Hello, my name is Cheng Xiaodong, and I am here to apply for the security position," he replied cheerfully. "However, as far as I know, there are no available security positions at our company," she responded, furrowing her brow. Unfazed, Cheng Xiaodong replied, "But a lady named Ouyang Xue just directed me to this human resources department for an interview." The young woman was taken aback, realizing that if the CEO had summoned him, she needed to act swiftly. She promptly stood and courteously guided Cheng Xiaodong to the office of the HR manager, Ji Fong. "Next door." "Ji Jia, this is Mr. Cheng Xiaodong. He mentioned he is here to apply for a security position." Sitting behind the desk was an elegant woman in her 30s, who looked up and assessed Cheng Xiaodong. Noticing his handsome features and impressive demeanor, she felt an immediate spark of interest. She rose to her feet and bestowed a gentle smile upon Cheng Xiaodong. "Greetings, I am Ji Fong, the human resources manager of this company. You must be Cheng Xiaodong, correct? President Ouyang has already informed me of your employment." She then addressed the demure girl beside her. "Fu Lingling, please escort Mr. Cheng to the adjacent room to complete his employment form, and subsequently take him to the security department on the second floor to meet Captain Zhou. Of course, Sister Ji, I will guide Mr. Cheng to fill out the form, and once the formalities are complete, accompany him to the security department," Fu Lingling replied. The two returned to the previous office, where Fu Lingling retrieved an employment form and a black pen from the desk, directing Cheng Xiaodong to an empty workstation to fill it out. As a high school graduate of commendable caliber, Cheng Xiaodong swiftly filled in the form with a flourish, then presented it to Fu Lingling. Upon examining the form, Fu Lingling noted that while he had merely indicated his educational background as a high school graduate, his handwriting was both elegant and vigorous. After placing the form on the desk, she requested his identification, which she promptly photocopied before returning it to the patiently waiting Cheng Xiaodong. Once the necessary procedures were completed, Fu Lingling procured a meal card, inscribed Cheng Xiaodong's name and department, and affixed the company seal before handing it to him. "Mr. Cheng, as of today, you are officially an employee of our company. Shortly, you may dine in the employee cafeteria located on the right side of the first floor." "Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance," Cheng Xiaodong replied hurriedly as he accepted the meal card. Fu Lingling replied sweetly, "No need for thanks. It is my duty." She continued, "Now, let me take you to meet your security department captain. Regarding your accommodation, once you have met with him, please return to me, and I will assist you with arrangements." She was aware that the individual before her had been personally recruited by the president, and since manager Ji Fong had not even glanced at his military discharge certificate, she treated Cheng Xiaodong with utmost respect and care. Following Fu Lingling out of the office, Cheng Xiaodong took the elevator to the security department office on the second floor. Chapter 13. A show of authority. The security department office door was ajar. Fu Lingling, upon reaching the entrance, noticed it was nearly a foot open. So she did not knock, but simply pushed it slightly and entered boldly. Cheng Xiaodong followed closely behind, and to his dismay, he immediately spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and possessing beady eyes, with one bare foot resting on the desk while he picked at his toes. This sight was truly repugnant to both Cheng Xiaodong and Fu Lingling. Fu Lingling took a step closer, then halted, suppressing her inner displeasure as she addressed the man. "Captain Zhou, the company has just hired a new security guard, and Sister Ji asked me to bring him to you. If you find him suitable, please take a moment to introduce him to the regulations and responsibilities of your department, so he can begin his duties promptly." The captain of the security department, Zhou Boxiong, gazed at Cheng Xiaodong several times after Fu Lingling finished speaking, then replied in a hoarse voice, "Specialist Fu, President Ouyang has already mentioned this matter to me. However, what puzzles me is that our security department hasn't had any vacancies recently, so I'm curious as to why the president has decided to recruit someone without necessity." As a mere clerk in the Human Resources Department, Fu Lingling felt it inappropriate to discuss upper management's decisions, so she smiled lightly. "Captain Zhou, since this gentleman has been brought in at the president's behest, you should oversee his work arrangement. After all, in such a large company, accommodating an additional person shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhou Buxiong paused in his foot-picking, forcefully waving his recently used hand, and remarked sarcastically, "It seems the higher-ups have too much time on their hands to make such arrangements. As subordinates, what can we do but comply? It will be interesting to see where he is assigned." Noticing his gesture, Fu Lingling quickly stepped back, slightly furrowing her brow as she said, "Captain Zhou, I will leave this gentleman in your hands. You may decide on the interview and work arrangements. Once you have briefed him on the workflow and rules, please have him come to me so I can assist with his accommodation." After speaking, Fu Lingling smiled at Cheng Xiaodong beside her and hurriedly exited, as if she were avoiding a contagion. Once Fu Lingling had left, Captain Zhou continued to rest his smelly foot on the desk and scrutinized the upright Cheng Xiaodong for a moment before coldly inquiring, "Young man, you're dressed in designer brands and appear quite well off. Are you truly willing to take on this job that others look down upon?" Cheng Xiaodong, feeling the weight of Zhou's triangular gaze that reminded him of Tang Bo's past warnings about such eyes being predatory, thought to himself that this man was not of good character. Despite his reservations, he nodded sincerely and replied, "I am willing." Zhou Buxiong's expression darkened as he extended his hand, saying, "Show me your identification." Promptly, Cheng Xiaodong retrieved his ID from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. "Why do you only have an ID? Where's your military discharge or transfer certificate?" "I have never served in the military. This is the only identification I possess." Zhou Buxiong muttered under his breath in dissatisfaction. What is President Ouyang thinking? Hiring someone who hasn't even served in the military to be a security guard? Cheng Xiaodong sensed Zhou's disdain and, raising an eyebrow, replied assertively, "Captain Zhou, I believe there's no law stating that one must be a veteran to work as a security guard. Is there?" Zhou Buxiong let out a cold snort and said in a deep voice, "You know nothing, young man. You are not a veteran soldier, nor have you undergone specialized training. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, how can you safeguard the company's assets and the safety of its employees?" Cheng Xiaodong retorted angrily, "Captain Zhou, are you implying that I am inferior to the retired security personnel under your command? How about this? Summon your 5 best security guards, and let us find a place to compete. If I cannot defeat them within a minute, I will leave immediately. However, if I win, I shall stay and become a security guard." Upon hearing this, Zhou Buxiong's eyes brightened as he thought to himself, "You brought this upon yourself, young man. If you suffer defeat, do not blame me." He recalled that he had 2 retired Special Forces soldiers and 3 retired armed police officers, all skilled fighters who had become his loyal subordinates. The audacity of this young man to propose such a challenge was an opportunity for him to teach a painful lesson. Gazing at the name on the identification card, Zhou Buxiong fixed his gaze on the resolute Cheng Xiaodong and asked, "Cheng Xiaodong, are you truly certain you wish to challenge my security guards, and even take on 5 of them?" Cheng Xiaodong responded with unwavering confidence, "I am certain." Zhou Buxiong felt a surge of excitement and inquired further, "May I call President Ouyang down to witness this?" Cheng Xiaodong replied with conviction, "Of course. You may call her down right now. Young man, do not take this matter lightly. If you wish to back out, now is still the time." Zhou Buxiong feigned concern. Cheng Xiaodong boldly declared, "A man of his word, once spoken, cannot be taken back. Captain Zhou, simply call your subordinates and President Ouyang down." Hearing this, Zhou Buxiong's heart leaped with joy. "Huh, if I do not teach you a harsh lesson today, you will never know the depths of my prowess." Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily retrieved his phone and called his trusted subordinates, who were currently asleep in their dorms after working the night shift. After contacting them, he dialed Ouyang Xue, requesting her to come down to the security department's training room to observe the match between Cheng Xiaodong and the 5 retired soldiers. "Ouyang Xue, you are usually quite proud. Soon, you shall witness my brothers decisively overpower the young man you introduced." At that moment, it was just past 10 o'clock, and Ouyang Xue was in her office. Upon receiving Zhou Buxiong's invitation, she was taken aback. "I instructed Cheng Xiaodong to complete his paperwork in the HR department before reporting to Zhou Buxiong. Why is there suddenly a match?" Concerned for Cheng Xiaodong's safety and fearing he might be at a disadvantage, Ouyang Xue promptly agreed to Zhou Buxiong's request, stating that she would come down immediately. After Zhou Buxiong finished his phone call, he flashed a grin that lacked sincerity and said to Cheng Xiaodong, Cheng Xiaodong. Let us proceed to the training room next door. Hee. I am truly eager to witness your true skills. Cheng Xiaodong responded coldly. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Having said that, he followed Zhou Buoxiong into a training room that spanned over 200 square meters, typically reserved for the security personnel to practice their martial arts. Chapter 14. A display of skills upon arriving at the training room not far away. Zhou Buoxiong first switched on the lights and activated the air conditioning. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed in the corridor as Ouyang Xue hurried in, accompanied by a bespectacled girl with a round face and short hair, followed closely by Ji Fong, the HR manager. The round-faced girl, named Li Jing, served as Ouyang Xue's executive assistant. As soon as Ouyang Xue entered, she glared icily at Zhou Buoxiong and demanded, Captain Zhou, I instructed Cheng Xiaodong to work as a security guard, and yet you are resorting to a physical contest? Zhou Buoxiong's eyes darted as he began to explain, President, the idea of a contest was proposed by brother Cheng Xiaodong himself. He even requested that I summon our top 5 security guards for a match against him. He stated that if he does not win within a minute, he will leave and no longer work as a security guard for us. Brother Cheng, did you not express it in such a manner? To substantiate his claim, Zhou Buoxiong directly asked Cheng Xiaodong. Cheng Xiaodong nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is exactly what I said. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue was momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly thinking, You arrogant fool, should you suffer a setback, it is your own doing, and you cannot lay blame on me. The round-faced girl beside her and Ji Fong were astonished by Cheng Xiaodong's audacious claim of battling 5 opponents simultaneously and winning within a minute, their mouths agape in disbelief. Ouyang Xue turned once more to Zhou Buoxiong and asked, Captain Zhou, is it absolutely necessary to engage in a contest? Zhou Buoxiong, with his characteristic duck-like voice, chuckled. President Ouyang, it is merely a casual sparring session, and it will allow us to witness Brother Cheng's remarkable martial prowess. What harm could it possibly cause? Noticing this, Ouyang Xue refrained from further objections. Feigning courtesy, Zhou Buoxiong moved to fetch 3 chairs typically used by the security personnel for resting, inviting Ouyang Xue and her companions to sit. As for Cheng Xiaodong, he would not demean himself by retrieving a chair for his own use. After Ouyang Xue and the others were seated, he too took a chair and plopped down. At that moment, footsteps resonated from outside the activity room, and soon 5 robust men, all in their 20s to 30s, entered with serious expressions and energetic demeanor. The first, a burly man with a dark complexion and a buzz cut, greeted the 3 seated individuals with a courteous nod, saying, President, Assistant Li, Manager Ji, greetings to you all. After exchanging greetings, he turned to Zhou Buoxiong, who was seated not far from them, and inquired, Captain Zhou, may I ask why you summoned us? Zhou Buoxiong rose, his smile devoid of warmth, and approached the 5 robust men before him. With a deliberate tone, he provoked them, saying, He Cheng, just moments ago, this brother Cheng expressed a desire to interview for a security position with us. However, I noticed he lacks a discharge certificate and a transfer document, which raises concerns about his capability to fulfill our security duties. Yet, he boldly proposed that if I doubted his abilities, I could summon our 5 most competent security personnel to engage in a contest with him. Furthermore, he insisted that our team could attack him collectively, and if he failed to defeat them within a minute, he would promptly depart, never to serve in our department again. Given the extraordinary nature of Brother Cheng's claims, I hesitated to believe he could truly be that formidable, hence my decision to call upon you for a demonstration to broaden our horizons. This man was exceedingly cunning, deliberately omitting the fact that Cheng Xiaodong had been personally introduced by Ouyang Xue, fearing that his subordinates would hold back during the confrontation once they were aware of this connection. Upon hearing this, He Cheng and the others were ablaze with indignation. At that moment, a tall man behind He Cheng, standing a height of 6 feet 1 inch, with a square face and a buzz cut, glared at the composed Cheng Xiaodong and coldly asked, Young man, did you truly speak to our Captain Zhou in such a manner? Cheng Xiaodong stood tall, his expression as tranquil as still water. He replied slowly, Yes, I indeed said so. The 5 muscular security guards, upon hearing this, were engulfed in fury, quickly dispersing to encircle Cheng Xiaodong. Concerned for Cheng Xiaodong's safety, Ouyang Xue hurriedly stood and exclaimed, "You may compete, but please ensure it remains a friendly match." Without causing any injuries, Zhou Buxiong interjected swiftly, "President Ouyang, when men engage in combat, it is far from a child's play. Once the fight begins, injuries are inevitable. As long as there are no fatalities, some bruises and broken bones are quite unavoidable. Brother Cheng, do you not agree? If you feel uncomfortable, we can still call off this contest." This man was truly insidious. Even before the bout commenced, he sought to undermine Cheng Xiaodong. How could Cheng Xiaodong, who had personally drawn the line, easily backtrack? The tension was palpable, and both sides were now committed to the fray. Noticing Ouyang Xue's silence, Zhou Buxiong covertly exchanged glances with Hichong and the others, feigning concern as he instructed, "Hichong, Zhou, when you engage in the contest, please take it easy. Do your utmost to avoid any injuries." Having spent considerable time with Captain Zhou, Hichong and Zhou understood his veiled intentions and pretended to respond in unison. In their hearts, they thought, "Young man, you have only yourself to blame for your arrogance. Should you suffer broken bones, do not hold us accountable." Seeing that his capable subordinates understood his meaning, Zhou Buxiong continued with his characteristic voice, akin to that of a duck. "Brother Cheng, may we commence now?" Cheng Xiaodong's pupils constricted, his stance unwavering, and he coldly declared, "If you wish to summon them all, do so without hesitation." Zhou Buxiong glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and proclaimed loudly, "It is now 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 25 seconds. Brothers, the contest begins. Charge at once." As his words echoed, the 5 robust men, already poised for action, surged towards Cheng Xiaodong, who stood resolutely in the center of the activity room. Ouyang Xue, Li Jing, and Ji Fong, perched on the edge, could hardly contain their anxiety as the competition commenced, rising to witness the unfolding spectacle. A sinister smile played on Zhou Buxiong's lips, as he believed victory was assured for his side. He thought to himself, in less than a minute, Cheng Xiaodong will be brought to his knees, begging for mercy. As he reveled in his anticipation of Cheng Xiaodong's imminent defeat, the fierce battle officially commenced, instantly saturating the room with tension. Within moments, amidst the flurry of fists and feet, a resounding crash echoed through the space. A figure was suddenly propelled through the air, landing heavily on the red-carpeted floor several meters away. It was Wang Jianying, a retired armed police officer, who had been caught off guard by Cheng Xiaodong's deft evasion of the assault from Yichang and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xiaodong delivered a powerful kick to Wang's backside, followed by a forceful strike to his back. Wang Jianying, having been sent sprawling to the ground, struggled to catch his breath and attempted to rise to continue the fight. However, before he could regain his footing, he felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, and a mouthful of crimson spilled forth. With just a single palm strike and a kick, Cheng Xiaodong had inflicted grievous injury upon Wang, rendering him unable to continue the battle. At this moment, the wall clock indicated 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds, marking merely 8 seconds since the contest began. Chapter 15. Unexpected promotion to security manager Ouyang Xue and her companions, fully engrossed in the match, were taken aback to witness someone already injured and sprawled on the floor. They all stood in alarm. Zhou Buxiong, seeing Wang Jianying down and bleeding, cursed him inwardly but feigned concern as he rushed to assist him. "Stop! Everyone! Cease this at once!" Ouyang Xue cried out in desperation, fearing for their safety. Amidst the fierce skirmish, the fighters showed no signs of halting. As chaos ensued, a piercing cry erupted from Cheng Xiaodong, followed by Zhang Bin, another armed police officer, being thrown violently to the ground by a shoulder throw executed by Cheng Xiaodong. He Chong and Zhou Yang, both veterans of special forces, were formidable combatants skilled in martial arts, yet they could gain no advantage over Cheng Xiaodong. In the 31st second of the clash, after narrowly dodging He Chong's thunderous punch, Cheng Xiaodong pivoted, retreating a step, and from an astonishing angle, maneuvered beside Zhou Yang, executing a technique from the 8 Extremes fist, delivering a devastating elbow strike that sent Zhou Yang crashing to the ground once more. Ouyang Xue's delicate face resembled ice as she raised her voice once more. Cheng Xiaodong, will you not cease this? Do you intend to send all my security personnel to the hospital? In less than 35 seconds, Cheng Xiaodong had already incapacitated 3 of his opponents. At Ouyang Xue's insistence to stop, he reluctantly withdrew 2 meters. He Cheng, unwilling to concede defeat, observed Cheng Xiaodong standing within 5 feet of him and suddenly bellowed, propelling himself into the air with a forceful leap. In that same motion, he executed a vicious whip kick aimed mercilessly at Cheng Xiaodong, who had already retreated from the fray. The force of this strike was tremendous. Should it connect, Cheng Xiaodong would surely find himself on the ground, injured. Cheng Xiaodong's pupils constricted as he thought, I had intended to let you 2 go, but you have chosen a court disaster. I cannot be held responsible. In a flash, he extended his left hand to block He Chang's thunderous kick. Seizing the moment before He Chang could land, he retaliated with a powerful right punch that struck He Chang's shin. A sharp crack echoed as He Chang's right leg snapped beneath the force of the blow. He let out a pained grunt, landing unsteadily and collapsing to the ground. Yet, he was a tough man, despite the fracture. He gritted his teeth and refrained from further cries of anguish. Nevertheless, his eyes, fixed on Cheng Xiaodong, were filled with profound resentment. Truth be told, had He Chang not chosen to ambush Cheng Xiaodong after he had already ceased hostilities, Cheng Xiaodong would never have resorted to such a harsh response. It was solely due to He Chang's narrow-mindedness and despicable nature that he faced Cheng Xiaodong's severe punishment. At this juncture, only one of the 5 security personnel remained, a martial police officer named Huang Jingjian. Aware of his inferiority in combat, he was overtaken by panic, urgently shouting, I concede. I concede. As he hastily exited the training room, Cheng Xiaodong triumphed over the 5 adversaries, emerging unscathed, standing resolutely amidst the scene. He cast a glance at the wall clock and coldly addressed the still-pale Zhou Boxiong, who was embracing Wang Jianying. Captain Zhou, it is now 11 o'clock, 9 minutes, and 13 seconds. Within 1 minute, I have defeated the 5 security personnel you dispatched. Might I inquire if I'm qualified to join your security department? Zhou Boxiong scrutinized the impeccably dressed and composed Cheng Xiaodong, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. However, he quickly donned a broad smile, exclaiming, Brother Cheng, you truly possess remarkable abilities. It is an honor for our company to have you on board. On behalf of our security department, I warmly welcome your addition. Ouyang Xue, relieved to see Cheng Xiaodong unharmed, felt a surge of comfort. She reflected, this young man claimed last night that he had practiced martial arts since childhood. It appears he was not deceiving me. With a furrowed brow, she addressed Zhou Boxiong with evident displeasure. Captain Zhou, must you insist on bringing people here for contest? Someone has been injured, resulting in the company incurring expenses to send them to the hospital for treatment. It is quite uneconomical. Zhou Boxiong, pale and shaken, rose from the ground, his demeanor servile as he turned to Ouyang Xue, offering a sycophantic smile. President Ouyang, apologize. Perhaps I shall cover the medical expenses for these injured brothers, Ouyang Xue suggested, her gaze momentarily flickering with disdain before swiftly vanishing. She nodded and coolly stated, Captain Zhou, since you are willing to privately cover their medical costs, please arrange for transportation to take them to the hospital for treatment. Zhou Boxiong internally lamented, Ouyang Xue, you ungrateful girl, do you not consider our familial ties? Must I bear this unjust burden alone? Nevertheless, since he had initially proposed to pay for the medical expenses, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Ouyang Xue then approached Cheng Xiaodong, her beautiful eyes surveying him from head to toe. Suddenly, in the presence of Ji Feng, Assistant Li, Zhou Boxiong, and others, she boldly declared, Cheng Xiaodong, I hereby officially appoint you as the manager of our company's security department, with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. Do you accept? The others present were taken aback by her words, hardly able to believe their ears. Cheng Xiaodong, who had been willing to work for 6,000 yuan a month as a security guard, was overjoyed to hear Ouyang Xue offer him the position of security department manager with such a significant salary. Grinning widely, he eagerly replied, President Ouyang, I accept. In this public setting, he refrained from the informal address he had used the day prior. Zhou Boxiong, visibly displeased, confronted Ouyang Xue, saying, Xiaoxue, you appoint Xiaodong as the manager of the security department. What about me? I have served as the security captain here for over 5 years. Yet my salary remains a mere 7,500 yuan a month. Now, you elevate Cheng Xiaodong, a newcomer, to manager with a salary far exceeding mine. This is simply unacceptable. Ouyang Xue fixed him with a frosty glare, coldly responding, you shall remain as security captain, but from now on, you will report directly to manager Cheng Xiaodong. You are required to follow all of his directives. Furthermore, you will be expected to take shifts like the other guards, rather than lounging in the office as you have done in the past. You must vacate your office this afternoon to allow manager Cheng to work there. Zhou Boxiong, his triangular eyes wide with incredulity, shouted at Ouyang Xue, are you truly going to be so ruthless? Ouyang Xue stepped closer, her face a mask of disdain as she retorted, Zhou Boxiong, if you no longer wish to continue, then go to the finance department immediately to settle your wages and leave. Do not make a scene here. As she spoke, she exuded the formidable aura of a powerful woman, fully embodying the persona of a domineering female CEO. With that, she turned her back on the pale-faced Zhou Boxiong and addressed Cheng Xiaodong and Ji Fong, saying, Xiaodong, Sister Ji, let us depart. With that, she strode away, and Cheng Xiaodong hurriedly followed her out of the training room. Chapter 16. To strike is to care, to scold is to love in the elevator. Ouyang Xue addressed Cheng Xiaodong in the presence of Ji Fong and assistantly, saying, Xiaodong, please accompany me to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Upon Cheng Xiaodong's nod of agreement, Ouyang Xue continued, Sister Ji, Cheng Xiaodong is now the department manager of our company, holding the same rank as you. This afternoon, I will ask him to come to the 6th floor to complete his onboarding procedures. Understood, President, Ji Fong replied, smiling at Cheng Xiaodong. Congratulations, Manager Cheng. While speaking, she extended her impeccably manicured hand to shake his. Cheng Xiaodong reciprocated with a gentle grip before releasing it, saying, Sister Ji, as a newcomer, I hope for your guidance in the future. As they conversed, the elevator reached the 6th floor. Ji Fong exited and assistantly pressed the closed door button, sending the elevator up to the 8th floor. Once they exited, Ouyang Xue led Cheng Xiaodong into her spacious and lavishly decorated office. Aware that the president had matters to discuss with Cheng Xiaodong, Li Jing returned to her own office. Upon opening the door, Ouyang Xue invited Cheng Xiaodong to enter first. Once inside, he gazed in awe at the luxurious decor of the office. After Ouyang Xue entered and closed the door behind her with a decisive click of the lock, she playfully chided him. Why are you standing there like a fool? Sit on the sofa. Seeing Cheng Xiaodong hesitate, she gently urged him. He made his way to a 3-seater leather sofa against the wall and sat down, while Ouyang Xue gracefully took a seat not far from him. Cheng Xiaodong, I want you to be mine. Would you be willing? Ouyang Xue asked with a charming smile. Cheng Xiaodong's heart raced at her words, thumping wildly in his chest. He pondered, wow, this girl is incredibly bold and straightforward. Just last night, she told me that we were impossible, likening me to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. But now she wants to. He surmised she must have been impressed by my extraordinary skills in taking on 5 opponents just now, which has led her to harbor feelings for me and decide to offer herself. The recent act of locking the door only fortified his belief. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart, he leered at Ouyang Xue and replied, Xiaoxue, I would certainly be willing, but the first time. Here in the office seems a bit. Before he could finish his thought, Ouyang Xue swiftly reached out and playfully smacked him on the head, exclaiming, You little lecher, what nonsense are you thinking? When I said I want you to be mine, I meant I want you to be my loyal and reliable subordinate. I need trustworthy individuals who can genuinely assist me. The scolding woman. It was you who locked the door from the inside and then asked me if I would be your partner, so naturally, I assumed you desired some intimacy with me. Damn it. Do you have to strike me daily to satisfy your itch? Cheng Xiaodong protested, feeling quite aggrieved, realizing her earlier actions could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ouyang Xue felt a pang of guilt. Blushing, she murmured, Could you please keep your voice down? You're so loud that half the building can hear you. Cheng Xiaodong, undeterred, continued to raise his voice. You hit me first, and now you don't allow me to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Let us just say it was my fault, all right? I apologize. Ouyang Xue wished she could slap this impertinent fellow again, but found herself compelled to verbally concede. What do you mean by saying it was your fault? Your tone lacks sincerity. You were the one who struck me first, clearly at fault. Can't you express yourself properly? I'm not difficult to talk to. Cheng Xiaodong reproached him without reservation. Ouyang Xue gritted her teeth, longing to unleash her wrath upon his smug face. Damn it. If it weren't for your twisted thoughts and impure motives, would I have ever laid a hand on you? Having already struck him, what could he possibly do in return? The thought filled her with a sense of triumph, as if she had gained a significant advantage. Suppressing her anger, she feigned a sweet smile and said, all right, Xiaodong. It was my mistake, and I sincerely apologize once more. Cheng Xiaodong scoffed. If that is the case, let us consider this incident resolved. I forgive you. However, you must not hit me again. He had already endured her blows twice and was now cautious enough to make this demand. Ouyang Xue, with her own intentions, quickly assured him, all right, I promise I won't hit you again. Cheng Xiaodong, wary of her assurances, suddenly turned serious and said, Xue, do you know the old saying? To hit is to care, to scold is to love. If you strike me again, it would only indicate that you like me, love me. Before he could finish, a furious Ouyang Xue sprang to her feet, unable to resist the urge to slap this thick-skinned fellow once more. Cheng Xiaodong, seeing her rise, shouted, hey, you just said you wouldn't hit me. A man's word must be kept. Ouyang Xue glared at him with her enchanting eyes and retorted, too bad I'm not a man, so sometimes my words can lack sincerity. As she spoke, her hand swiftly flew toward Cheng Xiaodong's face once again. Cheng Xiaodong began his martial arts training at a young age, which naturally endowed him with superior vision and reflexes. As he observed his opponent's fan being thrust towards him, his left hand swiftly reached out, seizing Ouyang Xue's delicate wrist, as smooth as jade. In that instant, both of their hands remained suspended in the air. Ouyang Xue attempted to break free, but her right hand felt as if it were ensnared by an iron grip, yielding no escape whatsoever. What are you doing holding my hand? Let me go. Ouyang Xue exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Yet, Cheng Xiaodong did not relent, with a half-smirk. He fixed his gaze upon her stunningly beautiful visage and replied, let you go? So you can strike me again? Am I that foolish? In a fit of anger, Ouyang Xue disregarded her composure and raised her left foot, adorned with a high-heeled shoe, aiming a kick towards Cheng Xiaodong's groin. Damn it! Is this woman trying to render me impotent? Such a malicious move. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Xiaodong had no time to evade. He merely shifted his weight, raised his left foot to shield himself, and simultaneously pulled her towards him. Just as Ouyang Xue's foot was about to connect, her balance faltered and she stumbled forward, landing directly in his embrace. Serendipitously, her rosy lips met his. Chapter 17. I want you to devote yourself to me, with Ouyang Xue in his arms. Cheng Xiaodong's mind went blank, filled with an overwhelming surge of sensations. Ouyang Xue, too, was experiencing such an encounter for the first time, her blood seeming to freeze in her veins. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Although Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily dazed, his lips involuntarily parted, reminiscent of a fish gasping for air, almost as if he were about to delve deeper into the kiss. In this exceedingly intimate position, with their lips touching, anyone who chanced upon them would surely assume they were engaged in a secretive rendezvous. Thankfully, Ouyang Xue had locked the door upon entering. Otherwise, her subordinates, should they happen to walk in, would be utterly astonished. With the enchanting beauty nestled against him, particularly her full bosom pressing against his chest, Cheng Xiaodong, in the vigor of youth, felt an unmistakable reaction within him. It was as if a certain part of him had rapidly inflated. After what felt like an eternity of nearly half a minute, Ouyang Xue regained her composure, realizing the unusual response from Cheng Xiaodong. Embarrassed and incensed, she impulsively seized his arm and bit down fiercely, caught unawares by such a reaction. Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback when he felt the sharpness of her teeth on his right arm. After delivering the bite, Ouyang Xue finally released her grip. Ouch! Cheng Xiaodong gasped, looking down to see two distinct rows of bite marks imprinted on his arm. "Xue, are you a dog? Why do you resort to biting so easily?" With an angry retort, he hastily reached out to push Ouyang Xue away from him. Unexpectedly, in his moment of panic, his hand brushed against her softness once more. Witnessing this young man taking liberties with her yet again, Ouyang Xue felt her temper flare, nearly exploding with indignation. Steadying herself, she raised her hand, intent on delivering a resounding slap to Cheng Xiaodong. Generally mild-mannered, she found herself driven to strike him simply because of his shamelessness and utter contemptibility. As her hand lingered in the air, she caught sight of Cheng Xiaodong, his gaze icy and fixed intently upon her. "Ouyang Xue, do you take pleasure in hitting people? You should think carefully. I am not your servant to be struck and scolded at your whim," he articulated, each word pronounced with a chilling precision that seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. Ouyang Xue glared back at him, her chest heaving with anger as she retorted, "Cheng Xiaodong, you are shameless, lewd, and utterly despicable." In the midst of her vehement tirade, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards the unmistakable tent formed in his trousers, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Realizing he had indeed overstepped his bounds and entertained inappropriate thoughts, Cheng Xiaodong felt a pang of guilt and stammered an apology. "Xiaoxue, I was in the wrong just now. I apologize." Seeing his expression soften and his apology sincere, her fury dissipated like mist. Recognizing the necessity of his assistance for resolving her troubles, she forced herself to temper her anger and smiled gently at him, waving her hand dismissively. "Well, since you have admitted your fault, I am not one to hold a grudge. I shall forgive you this time." A flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Xiaodong's face, and joy filled his heart as he exclaimed, "Thank you, President, for your magnanimity. I have always known you to be a broad-minded and exceptional woman." Ouyang Xue found his flattery both amusing and infuriating, yet left her feeling rather pleased. "Cheng Xiaodong, let us cease this nonsense. Please take a seat and allow me to explain the company situation and outline your forthcoming responsibilities." "Certainly, President," he replied, noticing her shift in demeanor and addressing her with newfound respect, no longer calling her Xiaoxue, but rather referring to her as President. After straightening his posture, he realized his earlier predicament had yet to resolve. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he casually crossed his arms over his lap. Ouyang Xue, observing this gesture, nearly burst into laughter but stifled it, quickly turning away to occupy a nearby single sofa. Nonetheless, the trace of a smile at the corners of her mouth did not escape the keen eyes of Cheng Xiaodong, causing even his resilient composure to feel a touch warmer. After settling down, Ouyang Xue began to earnestly share with Cheng Xiaodong some matters concerning the company. She informed Cheng Xiaodong that the cosmetic company they were currently in, Jingyan Cosmetics, was founded by her parents over a decade ago, though, at its inception, the company was far smaller in scale than it is today. Last year, upon her graduation from university, her father, Ouyang Xue, weary of his entrepreneurial endeavors, entrusted the management of the company entirely to Ouyang Xue, completely withdrawing from its affairs. Every autumn, when the weather turns brisk and refreshing, her parents would take a nanny and embark on luxurious travels across the country. The reason they felt so confident in handing over such a significant enterprise to their young, recently graduated only daughter was due to the presence of Ouyang Xue's younger brother, Ouyang Jiang, who assisted in managing the company. Ouyang Jiang, 7 years junior to Ouyang Xue, had been instrumental in running the company alongside his brother and sister-in-law for many years, contributing significantly to its growth. Naturally, he reaped substantial rewards over the years, with annual earnings and bonuses exceeding 10 million, in addition to holding a 20% stake in the company. Furthermore, he had always been one of the most powerful figures within the organization. Last autumn, following Ouyang Xue's complete delegation of the company to his daughter, Ouyang Jiang was appointed as the general manager, tasked with supporting his niece in expanding the business further. Initially, in the first half of the year, Ouyang Jiang diligently and loyally assisted his niece in managing the company. However, after the new year, whether out of a desire to undermine Ouyang Xue's youth or for ulterior motives, he began to act in opposition to her. He covertly contacted many of his former protégés who held key positions in various departments, working against Ouyang Xue, which led to a significant decline in the company's revenue over several months. Bound by familial ties and lacking concrete evidence of her uncle's misconduct, Ouyang Xue found herself increasingly frustrated, especially since she had few trustworthy subordinates to rely upon. Consequently, she felt compelled to endure the situation, hesitant to confront her uncle and his loyalists directly. After venting her grievances to Cheng Xiaodong, Ouyang Xue gazed earnestly at him, saying, "Xiaodong, from the recent demonstration in the security department's training room, I recognize your considerable abilities. The reason I publicly announced your appointment as the manager of the security department is that I hope you will strive wholeheartedly to assist me. Xiaodong, I trust you will agree to this, won't you?" Chapter 18. Dining together. Upon seeing the sincerity and a hint of helplessness in Ouyang Xue's eyes, Cheng Xiaodong readily replied, "President, I accept your offer." After a brief pause, he added with a wry smile, "However, as a mere youth just arrived from the countryside, even though I wish to help you, I find myself at a loss as to where to begin." Ouyang Xue smiled radiant as a blooming flower and cheerfully said, "No need to rush. When the time comes, I will gradually inform you of what to do." Cheng Xiaodong gazed at her mesmerizing smile, feeling a stir in his heart, thinking to himself how delightful it was to see her smile. "Xiaodong, do you know why, after you defeated those 5 security guards in the training room, I was not only unperturbed, but also insisted, in front of Captain Zhou and Sister Ji, on promoting you to the manager of the security department?" Cheng Xiaodong shook his head in confusion. "How would I know?" Ouyang Xue, visibly agitated, responded, "Xiaodong, do you realize that Captain Zhou Boxiong is actually my uncle Ouyang Zhang's brother-in-law? This fellow, relying on my uncle's support, not only idles his days away, but also forms cliques to bully new security personnel. Even worse, he abuses his position as the captain, frequently extorting cigarettes, alcohol, and money from the more submissive guards, sometimes even demanding meals. If anyone dares to defy him, he finds some excuse to dismiss them from their job." Noticing Cheng Xiaodong was fully engaged, Ouyang Xue continued, "This morning, during the training match, Zhou Boxiong blatantly disregarded my authority and sought to make things difficult for you right before me, which infuriated me. Fortunately, you proved your mettle, defeating 5 opponents single-handedly and achieving a resounding victory. I was genuinely elated to witness you triumph over those 5 men, who were Zhou Boxiong's loyal subordinates. Known for their misdeeds, your ability to teach them a harsh lesson today truly delighted me." Recalling Zhou Boxiong's ashen face after his defeat, Ouyang Xue felt a wave of joy. At that moment, she had boldly announced Cheng Xiaodong's appointment as the manager of the security department, intending to slap Zhou Boxiong's face with her decisive action. "Zhou Boxiong has relied on being my uncle's brother-in-law to ascend to the position of captain after 5 or 6 years, and with such a minor title, he has acted with such arrogance, thinking himself above others. Today, I aim to give him a taste of humility by publicly announcing Cheng Xiaodong as the manager of the security department, making him your direct superior, thus applying pressure on you." After relishing in her satisfaction for a while, Ouyang Xue curiously inquired, "Xiaodong, how are you so confident that you could defeat 5 opponents within a minute? Have you often engaged in physical confrontations before?" Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. If I were to tell you the truth that I have never truly fought anyone, would you believe me?" Ouyang Xue shook her head. "I don't believe it. You claim to have never fought anyone, yet you daringly faced 5 opponents and audaciously stated you would defeat them within a minute. I think either you are quite mad, or you possess absolute confidence in your past training." Seeing Ouyang Xue's disbelief, Cheng Xiaodong quickly clarified. At that moment, seeing Zhou Boxiong's contemptuous expression, I impulsively proposed such a severe challenge. To speak frankly, at that time, I lacked absolute confidence in my victory. In retrospect, I still feel a tinge of apprehension. Ouyang Xue cast a flirtatious glance at him and softly admonished, "Xiaodong, you must never act so recklessly in the future. We cannot afford to engage in battles without certainty." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart, secretly pondering whether this girl was genuinely concerned for him. The two conversed amicably for a while, and as Ouyang Xue glanced at the clock, she realized it was precisely noon, the end of the workday. She then stood up and said to Cheng Xiaodong, "It's time for lunch. Come, let us head to the dining hall downstairs together." Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback. "Go eat with you? But the personnel department, as Officer Fu, has already prepared a meal card for me and instructed me to eat in the employee cafeteria." Ouyang Xue chuckled softly, saying, "You are now the manager of the security department, part of the company's management. How could you still dine in the employee cafeteria? If you were to eat, it should be in the same manner as us, in the manager's dining area." With that, she straightened her attire in front of Cheng Xiaodong and led him through the door to the dining hall below. As they walked towards the elevator in the center of the building, Cheng Xiaodong followed behind Ouyang Xue, admiring her slender and elegant silhouette. He couldn't help but silently praise her. Not only was her face exquisite, but her figure was also remarkable, a paragon of beauty beyond compare. At that moment, he was unaware that Ouyang Xue was recognized as one of the foremost beautiful women in the provincial business community, and, astonishingly, she held the top position among them. The company's dining hall was located in the annex behind the headquarters building. The first floor housed the dining area, while the upper floors were reserved for the accommodation of management and staff. The benefits provided by Liangyan Cosmetics Company were commendable, as all employees enjoyed complimentary meals and lodging, with 3 free meals offered daily. During mealtimes, anyone could use their card to dine in the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the first-floor lobby, they encountered numerous employees heading to the dining hall through the corridor leading to the annex. Upon seeing the company's beautiful president accompanied by a tall, handsome young man dressed impeccably, the employees respectfully made way, greeting Ouyang Xue with smiles. As Ouyang Xue acknowledged their greetings with a smile and a nod, the employees couldn't help but speculate in hushed tones about the identity of the young man following the beautiful president. Was he perhaps her new boyfriend? After reaching the annex, Ouyang Xue guided Cheng Xiaodong through a corridor that stretched over 100 meters, entering a brightly lit and impeccably clean high-end restaurant. This restaurant was reserved for high-ranking management and select senior research personnel, granting them the privilege of dining in such an exquisite establishment. Ouyang Xue, accompanied by Cheng Xiaodong, entered the dining area, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the senior management seated at the table. She proceeded directly to the utensil station, first retrieving a plate for Cheng Xiaodong, then taking one for herself. Turning to him with a radiant smile, she said, "Xiaodong, this is a buffet. Take whatever you fancy, just try not to waste." Following her lead to the food counter, Cheng Xiaodong observed a pristine countertop adorned with an array of dishes, both meat and vegetarian, elegantly arranged in stainless steel trays. Mimicking Ouyang Xue, he began to fill his plate as they walked along. Ouyang Xue served herself sparingly, skipping over items she didn't wish to eat. After sampling a few dishes, she glanced back only to find that, while she had barely traversed half of the buffet, Cheng Xiaodong's plate had already formed a small mountain of food. Amused, she silently chuckled to herself, thinking, what a glutton. He truly is a voracious eater. Chapter 19. Zhou Boxiong reports, as the most powerful executive president within the company, Ouyang Xue had access to a private dining room reserved exclusively for her use. After she had gathered her meal, she waited for Cheng Xiaodong while casting a searching glance around the executive dining area. To her surprise, she noticed that her uncle, Ouyang Jiang, who typically dined punctually, was absent today. Additionally, her brother-in-law, Captain Zhou Boxiong from the security department, was also missing from the dining area. That must be Zhou Boxiong, having suffered a setback earlier, reporting me to his influential brother-in-law, she thought to herself. Cheng Xiaodong approached with a heaping plate of food and, with a casual demeanor, inquired, "President, where shall we sit to eat?" He was astute enough to recognize the situation and refrain from calling her by her first name in front of her subordinates. Ouyang Xue replied softly, "Do not ask. Just follow me." Upon entering Ouyang Xue's exclusive private room, she settled into her usual seat, placing her plate down and gracefully picking up her chopsticks to savor her meal. Cheng Xiaodong sat across from her, eyeing the delectable spread before him. Unlike Ouyang Xue's refined approach, he swiftly seized his chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. After a few bites, Ouyang Xue set her chopsticks down and watched him eat. Observing his hearty appetite, she couldn't help but marvel at how someone could consume so much without gaining weight. Little did she know, Cheng Xiaodong maintained a rigorous routine of morning runs and evening meditative practices, which expended considerable energy, thus preventing any weight gain. Cheng Xiaodong, oblivious to her musings, soon polished off his plate. Still longing for more, he rose to fetch a full bowl of soup, returning to gulp it down eagerly. If it were not for Ouyang Xue having witnessed his skills just moments ago, she might have doubted whether she had recruited a complete fool. As she observed him finishing his meal and setting down his utensils, Ouyang Xue smiled and inquired, "Are you full?" "Yes, quite satisfied. The cuisine here is remarkably delightful," Cheng Xiaodong replied, unable to suppress a hearty belch. "That's good to hear. We need to report to work at 1:30 this afternoon, and there's still ample time before then. Would you care to join me in my office for a brief respite?" Cheng Xiaodong, being new and unfamiliar with his surroundings, knew only one person from his village, Jiang Shanshan. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to abandon Ouyang Xue in search of her, so he nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two rose, and Ouyang Xue, disregarding the curious gazes of all the subordinates in the restaurant and corridor, led Cheng Xiaodong to her exclusive office on the 8th floor. Once inside, she closed the door and, smilingly, quietly asked him, "Xiaodong, there's a small bedroom designated for my rest in the office. Would you like to join me for a moment?" Upon seeing her charming smile, Cheng Xiaodong felt a flutter of excitement and eagerly nodded. "Sure, that sounds great." However, Ouyang Xue's expression suddenly shifted. With a playful yet scolding tone, she exclaimed, "Oh, you big-headed fool! You shall sleep right here on the sofa. If you dare attempt any mischief in my room, I will not hesitate to take a knife to you." After delivering her playful reprimand, she left him standing there and, with a sway of her hips, proudly retreated into her resting quarters. Once inside, she firmly shut the door, locking it with an audible click. Cheng Xiaodong stood there momentarily, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing he could storm in and give her a thorough reprimand. How dare this girl set a trap for me, deliberately toying with my emotions. One day, I shall find an opportunity to repay her in kind. After simmering in his annoyance for a while, Cheng Xiaodong reluctantly made his way to the luxurious leather sofa designated for guests, kicked off his shoes, and reclined, hoping to close his eyes and rest. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard the distinct sound of the lock from the adjoining resting room. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Ouyang Xue approaching, carrying a thin blanket and a pillow. As she reached the sofa, Ouyang Xue tossed the blanket and pillow onto him, advising, "The air conditioning is on in the office, so it might be a bit chilly. Make sure to cover yourself while you sleep." After she returned to her resting area, Cheng Xiaodong lay on the sofa, pondering, is this little lady genuinely concerned for me? Finding himself unable to sleep at that moment, Cheng Xiaodong took out the new smartphone Ouyang Xue had purchased for him the previous day, hoping to check for any unread messages. He opened WeChat and, to his surprise, discovered a message from Jiang Shanshan. He hurriedly clicked on it to read, "Hey, did you attend the interview? Did the company hire you? You took so long for the interview. Why haven't you come down yet? Where did sick? In the employee cafeteria, I noticed the president escorted you to the high-ranking personnel dining area. Is it possible that the president would treat you to a meal? Why have you been unresponsive to my messages? How is it that you became acquainted with our president?" After reading the numerous messages sent by Jiang Shanshan, Cheng Xiaodong found himself at a loss for words, eventually composing a brief reply. "Please hold on. I will speak with you once I finish my tasks." After sending the message, he scrolled through the headlines on his phone for a while before closing his eyes to sleep. After Ouyang Xue led Cheng Xiaodong and the others out of the training room, Zhou Buxiong hastily summoned assistants to take Yichang, Wang Jianying, and two others to the hospital for examination and treatment. He initially intended to intimidate Cheng Xiaodong, but unexpectedly found himself at the mercy of this inexperienced newcomer to the provincial capital. The thought of his subordinates being injured, coupled with the realization that he would have to cover their medical expenses out of his own pocket, made Zhou Buxiong seethe with resentment towards Cheng Xiaodong. Although he held the position of security team leader, his monthly salary was a mere 6,500 yuan, and now he faced the prospect of losing several months' wages. What infuriated him even more was that Ouyang Xue, that young girl, had the audacity to publicly announce her intention to appoint Cheng Xiaodong as the manager of the company's security department, with a staggering monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. After diligently working for 6 years at the company, and with the support of her brother-in-law, Ouyang Xue, he had only recently attained the position of security team leader. Now, with Cheng Xiaodong's arrival, he had effortlessly ascended to a superior role, earning significantly more than Zhou Buoxiong. At that moment, his animosity was directed not only towards Cheng Xiaodong, but also towards Ouyang Xue. Seething in his office, he contemplated the situation for a while before dialing a number on his phone. Once the call connected, Zhou Buoxiong distorted the narrative of recent events, exaggerating various supposed misdeeds of Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong. After listening to his brother-in-law's account, Ouyang Xue responded with a low voice, "All right, I understand. After work, meet me at Zue Xianlu, and we shall share a meal together." At this moment, Ouyang Xue remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Buoxiong was reporting her to her own uncle. In the cramped 12-square-meter lounge, she reminisced about the earlier playful teasing of Cheng Xiaodong, unable to suppress a smile. However, she made an effort to stifle her laughter, concerned that Cheng Xiaodong might overhear her. Feeling quite pleased, she shed her clothing completely before climbing into bed, covering herself with a light blanket to sleep. During her senior year, she had heard one of her female roommates extol the virtues of sleeping in the nude. After returning home post-graduation, she had one night decided to try it, discovering it to be remarkably refreshing. Since then, she unconsciously adopted the habit of sleeping in the nude. After nearly an hour of deep slumber, Ouyang Xue finally awoke. She dressed herself and, standing before the mirror on the wall, tidied her appearance and refreshed her makeup before turning the lock and stepping out. Upon her exit, she immediately noticed Cheng Xiaodong peacefully sleeping on the sofa. Choosing not to disturb him, she tiptoed to the desk and sat down to work earnestly. Fortunately, Cheng Xiaodong was a sound sleeper, neither snoring nor mumbling in his dreams, save for the occasional burp, a testament to the hefty lunch he had consumed. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Cheng Xiaodong stirred from his dreams. Blinking his sleepy eyes open, he found Ouyang Xue already seated at the desk, engrossed in her work. "What a peculiar fellow you are," he remarked. "You woke up so early, yet you didn't rouse me. I could have slept longer." Hearing this, Ouyang Xue felt a surge of irritation. Inwardly, she thought, "I kindly allowed you to sleep a little longer, and yet you blame me for not waking you? Is this talent for turning the tables something you inherited from your ancestors?" The notion of referring to his forebear as a second senior brother made her want to laugh. Once Cheng Xiaodong sat up and noticed the ambiguous smile on Ouyang Xue's face, he continued, "Xue, I didn't come to your company merely to take a nap. I'm still waiting for you to assign me my specific tasks." Ouyang Xue paused her work, furrowing her delicate brows as she pondered, before instructing, "Very well. First, you should head down to the 6th floor to see Ji Fong and complete your onboarding paperwork. As for your specific duties, I will explain them to you in detail after work." Cheng Xiaodong inquired, "Once I finish the paperwork, do I still need to stay at your place tonight?" With a sharp look, Ouyang Xue replied, "Do I not have enough rooms in my house to accommodate you? Besides, your belongings are still at my place. Xue, I fear that staying at your house too often might not reflect well on you, especially since there are no other people around." He retorted, "Ouyang Xue scoffed, "If I, a girl, am not afraid, why should you be? Enough of this chatter. Hurry down to Jijie and finalize your paperwork." Cheng Xiaodong, silenced, donned his shoes and exited. After visiting the Human Resources Department and completing his onboarding with Manager Ji Lao, he transformed into the Security Department Manager of the Liangyan Cosmetics Company in the blink of an eye. After Ji Fong personally assisted him with the paperwork, she smiled and asked, "Manager Cheng, will you require accommodation in the company dormitory? I must inform you that we managers are entitled to spacious one-bedroom apartments." Contemplating the impracticality of residing at the beautiful president's home, especially given her lack of romantic interest in him, he replied, "Sister Ji, I will stay in the company dormitory. It will be more convenient for commuting." With a beaming smile, Ji Fong responded, "Great. Since you're willing to stay in the dormitory, I will have Fu Lingling take you to the annex to arrange for a better room." Upon receiving the instructions from Sister Ji, Fu Lingling took Cheng Xiaodong to the dormitory building, where they selected a room. Following this, she guided him to acquire 2 brand-new suits, complete with shirts and ties, along with 2 pairs of polished black leather shoes. With the dormitory arrangements settled and work attire secured, Fu Lingling was set to return to the 6th floor for her duties. Smiling, she informed Cheng Xiaodong, "Manager Cheng, all your paperwork has been completed. You may officially commence work tomorrow. Thank you, beautiful. I shall treat you to a meal when I have the opportunity." Cheng Xiaodong courteously expressed his gratitude. "Sound good, handsome. But please don't stand me up." Fu Lingling playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly agreed. "I assure you, I will honor my word," he replied. "You may return to your tasks, Officer Fu. I still need to visit the president's office." Upon hearing this, Fu Lingling softly bid him farewell and proceeded to the elevator. Cheng Xiaodong, noticing her enter the lift, hastily gathered the plastic bags containing his clothes and shoes and made his way to the front desk. He hoped to speak with Jiang Shanshan, while Ouyang Xue was absent, reminiscing about old times. His arrival in the provincial capital was initially to seek Jiang Shanshan's assistance in finding employment, but an unexpected series of events had delayed their meeting until this morning. Furthermore, he had barely exchanged a few words with Jiang Shanshan before Ouyang Xue had reprimanded her and sent her away. Seeing Cheng Xiaodong finally at the front desk, Jiang Shanshan stood up excitedly, bombarding him with questions. "Why did it take you so long to find me? Have you completed your paperwork? What position did the president hire you for?" Cheng Xiaodong, with a proud glint in his eye, winked at her and replied cheerfully, "Guess what position I'll be taking on, Jiang Shanshan." At that moment, another beautiful receptionist, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Shanshan, could not help but inquire, "Shanshan, do you know this handsome guy?" Jiang Shanshan explained, "Ding Jiai, he is from my village, and we grew up together. How can we not know each other?" Ding Jiai suddenly realized, "Oh, no wonder you two are so lively. You are childhood friends." Curious about the bulging bags Cheng Xiaodong was holding, Jiang Shanshan quickly approached to take a look. Cheng Xiaodong, noticing her interest, playfully dodged her attempts to peek inside. After some playful banter, Jiang Shanshan eventually managed to snatch one of the bags from him. Upon opening it, she discovered a brand new suit, trousers, and shirt. Gazing up at Cheng Xiaodong, she inquired, "Is this your newly issued work attire?" "Indeed," Cheng Xiaodong replied with a smile. Jiang Shanshan, puzzled, asked, "What position are you applying for that requires such formal attire?" The other attractive receptionist, Ding Jiai, chimed in, "Shanshan, this attire seems to be reserved for managerial positions within the company." "Managerial?" Jiang Shanshan recalled that indeed, only individuals at the managerial level wore such attire in this company. She reached out with her small hand and pinched Cheng Xiaodong's waist sharply, urging him to reveal, "You little rascal, quickly tell me, what position did you apply for?" Just as Cheng Xiaodong was about to respond, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was Ouyang Xue calling, and hastily answered. "Cheng Xiaodong, have you completed your paperwork? If so, come to my office immediately." Ouyang Xue's voice resonated through the phone. "All right, I will be there shortly," Cheng Xiaodong replied, hanging up before turning to Jiang Shanshan and murmuring, "Shanshan, the president is looking for me. I must head up now. I will contact you later." Chapter 21. Cheng Xiaodong's subtle retribution. Cheng Xiaodong took the elevator to the 8th floor, arriving at Ouyang Xue's office door. He gently knocked, and upon hearing her invite him in, he pushed the door open. Ouyang Xue glanced at him and softly inquired, "Have you completed your onboarding paperwork?" "Cool. Let us return together now." Cheng Xiaodong paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Return? Where are we going?" "To my home, of course. Where else would we go?" Ouyang Xue shot him a look, closing her laptop and beginning to tidy the disordered papers on her desk. Cheng Xiaodong hesitated. "President, but it is only 4 o'clock. Can you leave so early?" Ouyang Xue replied haughtily, "In this company, I am the boss. I can choose when to leave, and no one else has a say in it." Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself that she had a point, so he refrained from further comment, patiently waiting for her to finish organizing her desk before following her out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the villa at the foot of Shuli Peak. After parking, Ouyang Xue exited the car first to open the door. Once inside, she stepped in confidently, Cheng Xiaodong, carrying 2 bags of clothes, followed her in. As he was about to change his shoes, Ouyang Xue, already in her slippers, took the clothes from his hands and gently said, "Xiaodong, the meal you prepared last night was delicious. You don't need to change your shoes now. Go buy some ingredients for dinner." Cheng Xiaodong teased. "You returned so early from work just to have my cooking, didn't you?" Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly denied, "Of course not. I just felt a bit tired and wanted to rest early." In truth, her primary reason for returning early was her concern that Yan Xiao, who had been persistently pursuing her, might come looking for her at the office again. "President, what dishes do you enjoy? Do you like spicy food?" Knowing that Ouyang Xue was the most powerful figure in the company, Cheng Xiaodong felt it inappropriate to refer to her as Little Xue or wife anymore. "I can eat anything and am not afraid of spice. Just buy whatever you wish," she responded. After a moment, Ouyang Xue added, "Xiaodong, when we are alone, you may call me Little Xue. There is no need to address me as president all the time. It makes our relationship seem distant." Upon hearing these words, Cheng Xiaodong recalled the mischief from the afternoon when she had teased him in the office. A wicked idea suddenly crossed his mind. "Huh, you little imp. Just earlier you claimed to be unafraid of spice. I shall prepare an array of exceptionally fiery dishes for you. If I do not make you squirm in discomfort, then I have no skill at all." With this thought, he wasted no time and hurried out to purchase ingredients. After returning from a supermarket with the groceries, Cheng Xiaodong noticed that Ouyang Xue was not on the first floor. He surmised she must have gone upstairs to sleep. Paying her no mind, he proceeded to the kitchen to busy himself with cooking. An hour and a half later, having prepared the meal, he set the dishes on the dining table. Like the previous day, he then ascended to the second floor to summon Ouyang Xue for dinner. This time, Ouyang Xue quickly opened the door and descended the stairs. It turned out she had not been sleeping, but was in her room attending to company matters on her computer. Upon seeing the 4 dishes on the table, 3 of which were laden with fiery peppers, she was momentarily stunned. Heavens! Why on earth has he prepared such extraordinarily spicy food tonight? Can this even be eaten? And not a single soup in sight. Is he deliberately trying to set my mouth ablaze? Cheng Xiaodong, who had already taken a seat at the dining table, noticed her astonished expression and seized the opportunity to tease her. "Xiaoxue, do sit down and enjoy your meal. Do these dishes suit your palate?" Ouyang Xue pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing at the other 3 dishes made with various types of fiery peppers. Before she even took a bite, she felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Cheng Xiaodong was undeterred by her discomfort and enthusiastically introduced each dish. "Xiaoxue. This one features 2 pounds of green peppers sautéed with minced chili. This is a spicy braised fish made with green and red peppers along with sour chili. And here we have the renowned Sichuan boiled beef, also delightfully spicy. I assure you, it will be a thrilling experience." While Ouyang Xue enjoyed spicy food on occasion, she had never encountered dishes this fiery. Fuming internally, she thought, thrilling? More like nonsense. Nevertheless, the food was already on the table, leaving her with little choice. Reluctantly, she picked up her bowl and began to eat. After a few bites of the vegetables to accompany her rice, she could not resist reaching for the spicy dishes. To her surprise, once she started, she found it hard to stop, devouring the fiery offerings one after another. "Wow, this is exhilaratingly spicy," she thought, unable to put down her chopsticks. Before long, a fine sheen of perspiration adorned her flawless forehead, and her delicate, smooth face had turned a vivid red, resembling 2 perfectly ripe apples. Cheng Xiaodong, accustomed to spice, remained unfazed by the heat. Observing Ouyang Xue sweating profusely and exhaling heated breaths, he felt a surge of delight. After finishing 2 bowls of rice and nearly depleting the spicy dishes, Ouyang Xue reluctantly set down her utensils, still craving more. "Xiaoxue, did tonight's meal suit your taste?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly delicious," Ouyang Xue exclaimed, unable to endure the spiciness any longer. She hurriedly rose to fetch some frozen milk from the refrigerator. At that moment, she was oblivious to the fact that Cheng Xiaodong had orchestrated this prank deliberately, seeking retribution for the teasing she had subjected him to in the office that afternoon. After Cheng Xiaodong finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room, Ouyang Xue, having downed an entire bottle of milk, softly suggested, "Xiaodong, shall we take a stroll by the lakeside tonight?" Cheng Xiaodong replied in a somewhat gruff tone. Sure, let us go for a walk. Ouyang Xue cast him a quizzical glance and feigned annoyance. What's the matter? I, the CEO, am accompanying you, and yet you seem less than enthusiastic. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodong was acutely aware of the vast disparity between them. Ouyang Xue was the only daughter of a billionaire tycoon, managing a renowned enterprise with over 1,000 employees at such a young age. In contrast, he was merely a rural lad from a humble background, unaccustomed to the world beyond his small village. The chasm between their social standings made Cheng Xiaodong feel as though an insurmountable gulf lay between him and Ouyang Xue. Nevertheless, recalling the kindness Ouyang Xue had shown him in recent days, he suppressed his deep-seated insecurities and forced a smile, saying, with a beautiful lady extending an invitation, "How could I possibly decline? Lead the way, fair lady." Chapter 22. A promising prodigy by the artificial lake in the Xiao Li Feng Villa District. The lights shimmered brilliantly, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of the past. After spending some time observing the elderly couples dancing in the square and the children engaging in playful activities, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong began to stroll leisurely along the lakeside pedestrian path. Several times, Cheng Xiaodong contemplated taking Ouyang Xue's hand once more, as he had done the previous night. However, the memory of her remark about a toad aspiring to eat swan meat extinguished his courage. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Xue harbored a silent yearning for him to take her hand. Yet, Cheng Xiaodong merely followed her side, making no moves. As they ventured further away from the bustling square to a quieter spot, Ouyang Xue noticed a wooden bench nestled among the drooping willows and softly suggested, "Xiaodong, shall we sit down for a moment?" Cheng Xiaodong nodded and replied quietly, "Yes, let us take a seat," observing his apparent lack of enthusiasm as they sat in silence. Ouyang Xue gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering water, lost in contemplation. She had countless words she wished to share with Cheng Xiaodong, but she hesitated, unsure of how to begin. After a brief period of silence, Cheng Xiaodong could no longer contain himself. "Xiaoxue, you mentioned today that you wanted me to be the manager of the security department at your company, but I have never held such a position before. I would greatly appreciate it if you could kindly guide me on what my responsibilities would entail." Ouyang Xue glanced at him and replied slowly, "Xiaodong, my intention in appointing you as the manager of the security department is for you to oversee the safety and security of the entire company. At present, our company headquarters and the factory area nearby comprise a total of 12 security posts. Within the organization, there are over 40 security personnel, and from this moment onward, you shall be entrusted with the duty of arranging and overseeing their work. Should anyone contravene the established regulations of the company, you possess the full authority to administer penalties. Furthermore, the security department will henceforth fall entirely under my direct management. No other leaders within the company will have the power to direct your operations. Naturally, for any matters or requests, irrespective of their magnitude, you are required to personally consult and report to me. As the manager of the security department, it is unnecessary for you to stand guard or be on duty every day. Rather, you need only allocate time to patrol various areas a few times daily. The remainder of your time may be spent in your office, either resting or attending to other matters." At this juncture, Cheng Xiaodong could not restrain herself from interjecting, "Xiaoxue, what about Captain Zhou? Wasn't he previously responsible for the entire operations of the security department?" Ouyang Xue replied coldly, "Zhou Boxiong, for the time being, we shall allow him to linger within the company. Once you have firmly established your position and assembled a reliable team, we shall seek an opportunity to dismiss him. Not only must we remove him, but we must also ensure that all his loyal subordinates are expelled." Upon hearing her words, Cheng Xiaodong discerned that this young lady seemed intent on clandestinely cultivating her own power to stand against her uncle. "Xiaoxue, I comprehend your intentions. You mean to say that I should discreetly monitor your uncle and those department heads who eat only him, while also investigating whether they are involved in any unsavory dealings?" Ouyang Xue smiled and praised her. "Xiaodong, you are indeed quite astute. That is precisely my intention. However, let me advise you to proceed with caution and avoid any rash actions that might alarm the enemy and disrupt our plans." "Ah, I understand. You mean we must deliberate before taking action, ensuring we do not engage in battles without certainty of victory. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. Ouyang Xue gave him a thumbs up and joyfully remarked, "Well, it appears you are not entirely foolish. There's indeed potential in you." With a sense of pride, Cheng Xiaodong replied, "Xiaoxue, we have known each other for 2 days now. Do you truly only now realize that I am exceptionally talented and remarkably intelligent?" Ouyang Xue, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, while I have yet to encounter someone truly exceptional, I have indeed met a person with a skin thicker than the city walls." After sharing a few light-hearted moments, the two rose to continue their stroll along the artificial lake. After nearly an hour of wandering, Ouyang Xue felt that she had clearly conveyed all the necessary instructions to Cheng Xiaodong, and thus she led him back to the villa. Upon entering, Ouyang Xue immediately approached the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of milk, drinking it eagerly. After finishing the entire bottle, she turned to Cheng Xiaodong, who was seated on the living room sofa, and playfully reproached him. "Xiaodong, your cooking is delicious, but it was a tad too spicy. Please refrain from making it so fiery next time." Cheng Xiaodong found this amusing, secretly thinking to himself how naive she was, for he had intentionally prepared an especially spicy dish to tease her, and she remained blissfully unaware. After finishing her milk, Ouyang Xue did not linger on the first floor and promptly returned to her room on the second floor. Cheng Xiaodong, feeling aimless, decided to turn on the television. He had initially considered taking a taxi to find Jiang Shanshan, but upon recalling that he would see her at work the next day, he quickly dismissed the thought. The night passed in silence. At 5:30 in the morning, as soon as the alarm on his phone rang, Cheng Xiaodong awoke. With a swift motion, he leaped from his bed, quickly donned the old clothes he had arrived in, and then took care of nature's call before freshening up. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the upstairs was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Ouyang Xue, that young lady, was undoubtedly still lost in her dreams. Cheng Xiaodong remembered her mentioning yesterday that she intended to join him for a morning jog. However, as the time arrived, there was no sign of her stirring. Never mind her. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she would likely find it unbearable to rise before dawn for a run. If I were to go upstairs and rouse her, she might unleash her frustration upon me, which would be quite unjust. With this thought, Cheng Xiaodong quietly slipped out the door. After completing his run and preparing breakfast, he, like the previous morning, continued to wait patiently for Ouyang Xue to awaken and descend. It was nearly 8:30 when Ouyang Xue finally appeared, dressed in her work attire and sporting a light makeup. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong, she let out a cold huff and inquired, "Xiaodong, didn't we agree that you would call me to join you for a jog by the lake? Why didn't you wake me?" Cheng Xiaodong, hearing her words, thought to himself that he had indeed told her he would rise at 5:30 to run, and she had expressed her desire to join him, yet she had never mentioned needing him to wake her. If she wished to jog, could she not set an alarm for herself? It seemed unjust for her to blame him now, as if she had learned this talent for shifting blame from a master. Though he felt a twinge of grievance, Cheng Xiaodong understood that, as a guest under her roof, he had to concede. In all matters, one must learn to exercise patience. Chapter 23. The beginning of difficulties. Dressed in the work uniform he had received the day before, Cheng Xiaodong, alongside Ouyang Xue, who was similarly attired, set out for the company. On the way, as Ouyang Xue drove, she furrowed her brows and said, "Xiaodong, you really need to find time to get your driver's license. Otherwise, how can you expect the boss to drive you around while you lounge in the back seat like a lord?" "Xiaoxue, as a poor worker, I have no idea when I will be able to afford a car. What good would rushing to get a license do? Why are you speaking so coarsely this early in the morning? You are now a senior management member of the company. You must always be mindful of its image in your words and actions." Upon hearing Ouyang Xue's reprimand, Cheng Xiaodong quickly acknowledged his fault, saying earnestly, "I apologize, President. It was my mistake, and I humbly accept your criticism." Ouyang Xue continued, "Xiaodong, just because you don't have a car now doesn't mean you will never be able to afford one. Allow me to speak candidly. From now on, you shall heed my every directive, and before long, I shall reward you with a car. To comply with every request of yours? That is simply unthinkable. For instance, If you were to instruct me to leap from a building, would I obediently comply? Cheng Xiaodong vehemently shook his head in disagreement. Ouyang Xue shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Am I unhinged? Would I randomly ask you to jump off a building? My intention is for you to assist me with legitimate matters. I would never deliberately complicate your life. In that case, we might negotiate." Cheng Xiaodong replied with a beaming smile. Ouyang Xue, upon hearing this, mused internally, "Negotiate? What nonsense! If you dare to defy me, just wait and see what I shall do." Upon arriving at the company headquarters parking lot, the two alighted from a vehicle. Cheng Xiaodong followed closely behind Ouyang Xue as they entered the lobby on the first floor. At the reception desk, Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiayi quickly rose to their feet, smiling in greeting as the president entered. Ouyang Xue acknowledged them with a nod and proceeded past. Cheng Xiaodong, confident that Ouyang Xue could not see him, winked at Jiang Shanshan and subtly pointed to Ouyang Xue's back, signaling that it was not the right moment to speak with her. Jiang Shanshan noted his meticulously styled hair and tailored suit, following Ouyang Xue like a devoted shadow. She recalled how he had hurriedly departed the day before without a word, and her attempts to reach him via WeChat had gone unanswered. A wave of indignation washed over her, prompting her to turn her head away in deliberate disregard. Yet, she found herself perplexed, wondering how this fellow had suddenly become inseparable from President Ouyang. Having just left home, how could he be acquainted with her? Once inside the elevator, Ouyang Xue leaned in and whispered to him, "Xiaodong, come with me to my office first. At 9:30, I will personally announce your appointment at the morning meeting. After that, you will officially take up your position." Time swiftly passed, and at precisely 9:30, Ouyang Xue arrived punctually at the conference room, accompanied by her assistant Li Jing and Cheng Xiaodong. The conference room was already filled with 2 or 3 dozen high-ranking officials from the Lianyan Cosmetics Company, all seated attentively, waiting for Ouyang Xue's arrival. As Cheng Xiaodong entered behind her, he surveyed the room and recognized only 2 individuals, the HR manager, Ji Feng, and the head of security, Captain Zhou Buxiong. Captain Zhou had always been the head of security and regularly attended morning meetings. As the attendees beheld the president entering with a dapper young man clad in company attire, curious glances were exchanged among them. Upon entering the meeting room, Ouyang Xue walked to the head of the oval table. Noticing there was no available seat beside her, she instructed her assistant, "Li, please fetch an extra chair to place beside mine." Li Jing listened attentively and promptly set her notebook and pen upon the conference table. She then moved to a corner of the meeting room to retrieve a chair with a backrest. Ouyang Xue leaned toward Cheng Xiaodong, who stood beside her, and softly instructed, "Xiaodong, please take a seat next to me." Obediently, Cheng Xiaodong complied and sat down. Once Ouyang Xue settled into her central position, she offered a gentle smile to everyone and said, "I apologize for the wait. We shall now commence our meeting." Before the formal proceedings began, I would like to announce a recent personnel appointment. I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Cheng Xiaodong, who will assume the role of manager of our security department. Henceforth, the entire security operations of the company will be under Manager Cheng's purview. Let's extend a warm round of applause to welcome Manager Cheng. As she made this grand introduction, Cheng Xiaodong quickly rose, smiling as he bowed slightly to the audience. The room erupted into scattered applause, though it lacked enthusiasm. Most attendees merely clapped a couple of times out of obligation, causing a veil of frost to settle over Ouyang Xue's expression. Just as the applause faded, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a gaunt face, fair complexion, and thinning hair, seated at the first position on the left side of the table, suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoxue, has the security department not always been under Zhou Buxiong's management? Why have you suddenly appointed this young man as the manager? And what will happen to Zhou Buxiong?" This middle-aged man was none other than Ouyang Xue's third uncle, Ouyang Jiang. Observing Ouyang Xue's silent decision to appoint Cheng Xiaodong as the manager, he could not help but publicly question her. In fact, he had learned about the sparring incident in the training room from Zhou Buxiong the previous afternoon and had advised his younger uncle to endure for the time being, assuring him that retribution would come soon enough. Ouyang Xue turned to fix him with a steely gaze, responding without reservation, "Uncle, I believe Zhou Buxiong not only exhibits disorganized management, but also lacks the requisite capabilities to serve as the manager of the security department. Thus, I have brought Mr. Cheng Xiaodong on board. As for Zhou Buxiong, he may retain his position as captain of the security team, with his salary remaining unchanged. However, from today forward, he will be required to perform the duties expected of security personnel, rather than idly sitting in the office smoking, drinking tea, chatting, and gambling. Ouyang Zhue's expression darkened, his voice low and icy as he retorted, Xiaoxue, what do you mean by this? Are you stripping my younger uncle of his position and relegating him to a mere gatekeeper? Ouyang Xue replied coldly, Uncle, I have not stated that I intend to remove his captaincy or diminish his salary. I merely insist that he fulfill the responsibilities of a security officer, rather than lounging in the office. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhue's face turned ashen with rage. He could not restrain himself from slapping the table and exclaimed, Ouyang Xue, can you not grant me a modicum of respect and allow Zhou Buxiong to continue as the head of the security department? Ouyang Xue, having resolved to confront the situation head-on, disregarded any reservations and retorted sharply, Third uncle, were it not for your influence, I would have expelled an employee like Zhou Buxiong long ago and would not have tolerated him until this day. Ouyang Zhuang cast a fierce glare at Zhou Buxiong, who occupied the last seat, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he finally suppressed his fury and spoke in a measured tone. Xue, since you have made up your mind, let us proceed as you suggest. Ouyang Xue bit her lip, intently observing her uncle's expressions, and only when he relented did she quietly exhale in relief. Chapter 24. A shield after the morning meeting, Cheng Xiaodong accompanied Ouyang Xue back to her office. Upon entering, she expressed her sincere apologies. President, I feel truly remorseful that my predicament has caused a rift between you and your uncle. Ouyang Xue replied softly, Xiaodong, since you feel guilty, you must dedicate yourself to assisting me from now on, and please refrain from acting in any way that may betray my trust. Cheng Xiaodong eagerly pledged, Xue, your kindness is not lost on me. I shall say this, from this day forth, I shall be the most loyal dog you have, and I will bite whoever you command. Having just quarreled with her uncle, Ouyang Xue was in a rather somber mood, but Cheng Xiaodong's words elicited a chuckle from her. If you are indeed a dog, then let me hear you bark. Woof, woof, woof. Cheng Xiaodong playfully imitated a puppy. Ouyang Xue, seeing her amusing antics, couldn't help but double over in laughter. Although she often appeared cold and aloof to others, she was, after all, a young girl of the same age as Cheng Xiaodong, and how could she possibly resist laughing at such a playful display? After her laughter lifted her spirits, Ouyang Xue moved to sit on the sofa, beckoning Cheng Xiaodong to join her. Once he settled beside her, she turned to him with a serious demeanor and said, Xiaodong, you may take your time with the tasks I assigned, but there is an urgent matter that requires your immediate assistance. Cheng Xiaodong inquired, what troublesome matter? Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing her shy demeanor, Cheng Xiaodong pressed, Xue, what is it? Please do tell. After a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Xue mustered her courage and said, Xiaodong, for the past couple of months, there has been a man pursuing me relentlessly, much like a mangy dog. Despite my refusals, he continues to harass me at the office. Now, I need your help to stage a performance that will finally dissuade him. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, Oh, Xue, if you dislike him that much, simply call security to have him removed when he shows up. What could be simpler? Ouyang Xue shot him a glare, gently reproaching. If only it were as easy as you say. The gentleman in question is not only affluent and influential, belonging to one of the most esteemed families in this provincial city, but my family also engages in significant business dealings with his. If we were to offend him excessively, our company might face imminent bankruptcy. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, jesting, a scion of a wealthy family? Why don't you agree to marry him? You'd never have to work again, living a life of luxury and ease. What a splendid proposition. Ouyang Xue retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Splendid, you say? Even if every man in the world perished, I would never marry him. Not marry him? Then whom would you marry? Me, perhaps? Cheng Xiaodong inquired, pointing at himself. Ouyang Xue scoffed. I would not marry him, nor would I marry you. You hail from a rural background and are utterly destitute, not to mention brazen and glib. I have no interest in someone like you. Wow, you scornful woman. We've even known each other for just a few days. And yet I hold such a luminous image in your eyes? Cheng Xiaodong exclaimed. If you regard me with such disdain, why should I go out of my way to assist you? Noticing his expression darkening, Ouyang Xue wondered if her words had been too harsh, and whether she had upset him. With a soft sigh, she earnestly said, Xiaodong, I apologize. My words were too harsh. It's not that you are at fault, but rather that my heart belongs to another, and I can no longer accommodate any other suitors. Cheng Xiaodong suddenly understood, realizing that this young lady had long been spoken for, which explained her inability to love another man. He couldn't help but ponder what fortune the lucky fellow who had captured her affections must have enjoyed. Ah, it made sense now. 2 days prior, she had slapped him without hesitation, accusing him of wanting to abandon her quietly, clearly mistaking him for her beloved. Was there truly someone in this world who bore such a striking resemblance to him? Yet, even if there were, it would be impossible for them to share the same name and birth date, would it? Coming from a rural background with nothing to his name, he shouldn't harbor any unrealistic ambitions regarding her. If he could marry a girl like Jiang Shanshan from the countryside, he would be utterly content. With this thought, Cheng Xiaodong felt a sense of relief. He smiled at Ouyang Xue and said, Little Xue, since you already have someone in your heart, you should marry him without delay. This way, that wealthy suitor pursuing you will surely give up. What's not to like? Ouyang Xue mused, I wish I could marry him. But my boyfriend mysteriously vanished over 3 months ago without a trace. Who am I supposed to marry? After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Xue looked up, her eyes, dark as onyx, fixed on Cheng Xiaodong. I am not in a hurry to marry, but what is most pressing is that you must help me rid myself of that pesky Yan Xiao. Honestly, the mere sight of him makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Xiaodong, do you know why I left work so early yesterday? It was because I feared he would come here to bother me. 2 days ago, I was outside with you, away from the office, and yesterday he didn't show up either. If my intuition serves me right, that pesky dog will undoubtedly arrive today. Cheng Xiaodong listened to her incessant complaints, realizing she was thoroughly exasperated by the persistent presence of Yan Xiao in the provincial capital. He inquired, Xiaoxue, what do you intend for me to do? Ouyang Xue managed a wry smile, expressing her helplessness. I don't require you to do anything specific. I merely wish for you to assert that I am your wife when he comes again. If he doesn't believe it, we can always show him our marriage certificate. This should dissuade him from pursuing me further. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, Xiaoxue, after all this time, it turns out you want me to be your shield. Xiaodong, if you can help me resolve this matter, you will have rendered me an enormous service. From this day forth, as long as I have meat to eat, I will ensure you receive your share of the broth. Ouyang Xue quickly promised, painting a bright future for him. Cheng Xiaodong grinned widely, responding, All right, Xiaoxue, you've said it, so I shall do my utmost to help you pull off this charade. Seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Ouyang Xue felt a surge of joy. Checking the time, she realized it was already the end of the workday and cheerfully declared, Great, it's settled then. Now let us head downstairs for dinner together. Chapter 25. Arrival of Yan Xiao Ouyang Xue. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of the employees throughout the company, once again led Cheng Xiaodong to the restaurant for a meal. Many bewildered staff members speculated in hushed tones whether the tall, handsome young man might be the recently acquired boyfriend of the beautiful and assertive CEO. While dining in the exclusive private room designated for the CEO, Ouyang Xue informed Cheng Xiaodong that it was highly likely Yan Xiao would arrive that afternoon. If he did, she would promptly call Cheng Xiaodong, insisting he rush to her office to assist her. Cheng Xiaodong, relishing the delightful company and savoring his meal, readily agreed with a cheerful demeanor. After the meal, Ouyang Xue personally escorted Cheng Xiaodong to the office of Zhou Buoxiong in the security department on the second floor, instructing him that this would be his workplace and resting place from now on. Upon reaching the office door, Ouyang Xue gently twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, discovering that Zhou Buoxiong had left it unlocked. They both stepped inside. Although the security office was somewhat modest, it was equipped with a desk, a sofa for receiving guests, and a water dispenser, along with a small bedroom and restroom. From now on, you will work here, Xiaodong. As for Captain Zhou Boxiong, I will ensure he removes all his belongings. Henceforth, he will join the other security personnel in rotating shifts at various posts. Ouyang Xue instructed as they entered. Just then, Zhou Boxiong, having finished his meal, arrived upstairs. Noticing the door ajar, he caught sight of Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong conversing within. Not daring to intrude, he quickly stepped outside, straining to eavesdrop on their discussion. Upon hearing Ouyang Xue's words, Cheng Xiaodong replied calmly, "President, since Zhou Boxiong remains the head of security, I believe it is unnecessary for him to stand guard at the entrance. It would be more prudent to allow him to continue arranging personnel for duty while also conducting patrols. Of course, when he has no pressing tasks, he may find a place to rest in the training room. After all, he is a relative of your uncle, and we should not allow him to lose face." Listening from outside, Zhou Boxiong felt a surge of gratitude. He thought to himself, despite my actions yesterday, he still spoke on my behalf with kindness. It seems I truly erred in my judgment. Ouyang Xue pondered for a moment, recalling that she was still in a vulnerable position and that now was not the time to irreparably sever ties with her uncle. Therefore, she acquiesced very well. "Let's proceed as you suggest. I shall return to my office now. Will you rest here during lunch?" Upon hearing Ouyang Xue's intention to leave, Zhou Boxiong quickly and stealthily slipped into the training room, where Cheng Xiaodong had sparred with the 5 security guards the previous day. Just as he entered and gently closed the door, he heard the sound of high heels clicking down the corridor. Realizing it was undoubtedly Ouyang Xue returning to her office on the 8th floor. After she departed, Cheng Xiaodong closed the door and sat down in a large office chair behind his desk, closing his eyes to rest. Although he could have rested on the bed in the inner lounge, he noticed Zhou Boxiong's bedding still there and decided against it. A woman's intuition is indeed sharp. During lunch, Ouyang Xue sensed that the persistent Yin Xiao would come today. Sure enough, just a few minutes after work began, the young master Yin Shige arrived, exuberantly driving a luxury car. At 33 years of age, Yin Shige stood at a mere 1.50 meters. His plump pumpkin-like face was adorned with small eyes barely larger than green beans. To add to the peculiarity, beneath his small eyes lay a bulbous nose and a large mouth, with unusually thick lips, rendering his features highly uncoordinated and uncomfortable to behold. Even more bizarre was the fact that despite his relatively young age, he sported a slicked-back hairstyle, heavily coated in hair gel, giving it a greasy sheen. One could easily imagine a fly struggling to land upon it. Though of stocky build and lacking in aesthetic appeal, he donned a pricey designer outfit and drove a nearly 3 million yuan imported Mercedes-Benz Maybach, exuding an undeniable air of authority. After exiting the vehicle, the young master retrieved a large bouquet of vividly colored roses from the back seat, locked the car door, and cheerfully strode into the reception hall of the Liangyan Cosmetics Company headquarters. The front desk receptionist, Jiang Shanshan, upon noticing Yin Xiao's entrance, quickly exchanged a glance with her colleague, the beautiful receptionist Ding Jiai, and hurried out from behind the counter, beaming as she greeted the approaching Yin Xiao. "Young Master Yin, you have come. It has been 2 or 3 days since your last visit." As Ding Jiai and Jiang Shanshan rose, they swiftly dialed Ouyang Xue's number, discreetly informing her of young Master Yin's arrival. Ouyang Xue had previously instructed them that upon Yin Shigue's arrival, they were to secretly notify her. Furthermore, she cautioned them to merely let the phone ring twice before hanging up, avoiding any conversation to prevent Yin Shigue from detecting their communication, which could lead to unfavorable consequences for both. With a thick skin, Yin Shigue greeted Jiang Shanshan with a smile, saying, "Jiang Mei, I've been busy these past few days and couldn't come by. Did you miss me in my absence?" Internally, Jiang Shanshan scoffed, "Miss you? Not in the slightest." Yet, with feigned enthusiasm, she replied, "Of course, young Master Yin. It's been several days since I last saw you." Yin Shigue laughed heartily, exclaiming, "No wonder you are my dear sister. You even miss your brother. After you finish work, shall I treat both of you to dinner and karaoke?" At that moment, Ding Jiai finished her call and stood up to politely greet Yin Shigue. He reciprocated with a playful jest without requiring them to register their presence, and swaggered toward the elevator. Ouyang Xue, having just awakened from her afternoon nap and settled at her desk, received Ding Jiai's warning call, realizing that the persistent Yan Shige was back. She hastily dialed Cheng Xiaodong. Just as the call connected, the office door swung open, and in walked Yan Shige, bearing flowers and grinning like a Buddha. Ouyang Xue hung up the phone, her expression frosty as she coldly admonished, Yan Shige, did you not think to knock before entering? Do you consider my office your personal domain? Yan Shige approached her desk with quick strides, extending the flowers toward her while cheekily responding, Xiao Xue, you're being too formal. We are family. Is there any need to knock? Yan Shige, I formally inform you today that I am a married woman now. Please refrain from harassing me henceforth. Ouyang Xue glared at him, delivering her warning with unwavering resolve. In response, Yan Shige burst into laughter, his amusement unabated. Xiao Xue, you truly have a knack for international humor. You don't even have a boyfriend. How could a husband suddenly materialize? If you could present a real husband to me, I promise to kneel and call him grandfather. Are you serious about that, Yan Shige? Ouyang Xue retorted, half smiling, half skeptical. Indeed, Xiao Xue, I may lack many virtues, but I am always true to my word, Yan Shige boasted shamelessly. Ouyang Xue replied with a cold smirk, Yan Shige, since you assert that, prepare to call my husband grandfather. No sooner had she spoken than Cheng Xiaodong rushed in from outside, exclaiming loudly, Wife, after you finish your work, let us leave early and cook dinner at home. Suddenly, Yan Shige was taken aback when he saw Cheng Xiaodong burst through the door, loudly proclaiming his intention to marry Ouyang Xue. Stunned into silence, he gazed at the young man before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment of bewilderment, he finally managed to stutter out, You are Cheng Xiaodong? When did you get out? Cheng Xiaodong, perplexed, had never encountered this individual before and was baffled by how he knew his name. Despite his confusion, he replied honestly, I am Cheng Xiaodong, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by when did I get out. Yan Shige scrutinized him closely, filled with suspicion as he pressed, Cheng Xiaodong, do not play coy with me. Tell me, when did you actually get out? What is your relationship with my younger sister, Xue? Why did you just call her your wife? Ouyang Xue, who had been listening nearby, was equally bewildered and could not comprehend his words. Cheng Xiaodong, faced with a barrage of questions, was momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling his promise to be Ouyang Xue as shield, he declared loudly, I arrived in the provincial capital a couple of days ago, and I am indeed married to Ouyang Xue. She's my legitimate wife. Yan Shige, of course, was incredulous and did not believe a single word. He turned to Ouyang Xue and asked Xue, Is what this kid says true? Have you really married him? Ouyang Xue replied emphatically, Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you our marriage certificate. With that, she retrieved 2 gleaming red marriage certificates from her leather handbag and tossed them onto the desk. These documents were the result of their visit to the registration office just the day before, and they had been safely tucked away in her bag since then. See? This is our marriage certificate, genuine and stamped. If you doubt its authenticity, you may verify it at the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xiqing. Ouyang Xue added hastily. Fearing his skepticism, Yan Shige scrutinized the certificates closely, his gaze flitting between Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue. As he examined one of the certificates, seeing their joyful wedding photograph, a surge of jealousy ignited within him, fueling an intense anger. Yet, upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong's name, he was suddenly overcome with exhilaration. Unable to contain his excitement as he questioned, Kid, you are Cheng Yaojin's Cheng, not that Chun from the Erdong family, right? Cheng Xiaodong, bewildered, replied, What does it matter if I'm Cheng Yaojin's Cheng? What concern is it of yours? Yan Shige, eyes wide, pressed further. So you're not the son of Ms. Chun Yaji from the Feline Group? Cheng Xiaodong shook his head. I have never even heard of this Feline Group or Chun Yaji. Yan Shige, upon hearing those words, could not contain his laughter. He turned to Ouyang Xue, chuckling heartily. Ouyang Xue, do you truly believe that you can deceive me, Yan Shige, by feigning a marriage with this little rascal? You must think me quite foolish. Ouyang Xue, realizing he had seen through her ruse, felt a pang of urgency in her heart, yet stubbornly retorted, "Who says my marriage with him is a sham? We are united in genuine love and have indeed registered our marriage." Yin Shigue laughed, even louder. "Ouyang Xue, spare me your lies. You haven't even held a wedding, and you proclaim yourself as woman? Such nonsense might fool a 3-year-old, but I, sir, am not easily deceived." Ouyang Xue coldly replied, "Believe it or not, what I say is the truth." Yin Shigue scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze before turning to Cheng Xiaodong, his voice dripping with anger. "You boy, I care not whether your marriage certificate is genuine or whether you and Ouyang Xue share a true marital bond. I command you to vanish from my sight at once, or else you shall face my wrath." Cheng Xiaodong, brimming with youthful vigor and indignation, could not tolerate such blatant threats. He narrowed his eyes defiantly. "Who do you think you are to brazenly challenge me?" Yin Shigue, pointing a stubby finger at him, spat, "You little brat, how dare you insult me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know the power of my wrath." With that, he swung his right hand, aiming a slap at Cheng Xiaodong's face, fueled by jealousy and rage. Just as Yin Shigue's hand was about to make contact, Cheng Xiaodong reacted with lightning speed. He deftly reached out with his left hand, effortlessly seizing Yin Shigue's wrist as if it were a mere trifle. With a subtle exertion of strength, Yin Shige found his raised hand immobilized as if caught in a vice. Struggling fiercely, his face flushed with anger, Yin Shige attempted to break free, but to no avail. Realizing he was trapped, he threatened once more, "Release me, boy. Anger me, and you won't see the sun rise tomorrow." Ouyang Xue, alarmed by the escalating confrontation, quickly interjected, "Xiaodong, let him go." With a powerful tug of his left hand, Cheng Xiaodong sent Yin Shige stumbling forward, nearly losing his footing. Yin Shige staggered a few steps before managing to steady himself, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Cheng Xiaodong. "You little pest, mark my words. I'll make you pay for this," he vowed before hurrying out the door in a flurry. Chapter 27. Who would be your brother? After Yan's hasty departure, tranquility returned to the office. Cheng Xiaodong could not help but inquire of Ouyang Xue. "Xue, just how significant is that Yin Xiao, who resembles a corpulent pig? I sense that you are quite fearful of him." Ouyang Xue replied with a bittersweet smile. "His family is one of the 3 most affluent and influential families in the entire Jiangnan province. To my knowledge, anyone who offends his family invariably meets with dire consequences. Xue, it seems you have led me into a terrible predicament. It is truly unkind of you to make me your shield." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue mused silently. "I have provided you with comfort and sustenance, all for the sake of having you serve as my shield. Just the other night, I unhesitatingly gave you over 1 million. Do you think that money is easily acquired?" Though such thoughts crossed her mind, her exterior remained composed. She merely asked him, "What? Are you afraid?" "Of course I am." Cheng Xiaodong shot her a fierce glare and continued, "You have made me offend someone like Yin Xiao. If I ever fall into his grasp, I fear I might perish without even knowing how." Ouyang Xue frowned deeply and spoke softly. "This matter is indeed troublesome. Xiaodong, when you were holding on to Yin Xiao's hand earlier, I was terrified you might strike him, which is why I urged you to let him go. He is notoriously vindictive, and should you have laid a hand on him, he would undoubtedly retaliate against us with fervor." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong's face fell, and he lamented, "Xue, it appears you have led me to ruin. No, you must take me home immediately. I need to pack my belongings and flee back to my hometown." Ouyang Xue's expression darkened, and her tone turned icy as she said, "Cheng Xiaodong, do you intend to abandon me and escape alone?" Cheng Xiaodong rolled his eyes, retorting, "If I do not flee, shall I wait for that dwarf to claim my life?" Ouyang Xue scoffed, "Cheng Xiaodong, it seems you are quite the heartless and ungrateful wretch. Alas, I must have been blind to associate with a person devoid of conscience." Cheng Xiaodong strode to the desk, glaring at her with intensity. "You wretched woman. After merely 2 days of acquaintance, you have dug such a deep pit for me to fall into, and now you dare accuse me of being ungrateful and heartless?" Ouyang Xue was momentarily rendered speechless by his rebuke. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. In an instant, Her lovely face flushed crimson with anger, her chest rising and falling dramatically, captivatingly intense. Seeing her at a loss for words, Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of pride, thinking, how is it that this girl has suddenly fallen mute? Was she not just now brimming with bravado? After a spell of brooding, Ouyang Xue finally discovered an opportunity to counter, snorting disdainfully through her nostrils, and looked at Cheng Xiaodong with contempt. It is hard to believe you are a man, standing while urinating. Yet, when faced with such a trivial matter, your courage diminishes to that of a mouse. Yin Xiao has not yet harmed you. Is it truly necessary for you to be so afraid? How can I not be afraid? That wealthy and powerful man, with his profound connections, could easily extinguish my life as if crushing an ant. Cheng Xiaodong lamented with a lingering sense of trepidation. Ouyang Xue, fearful that he might genuinely abandon his post, hurried to reassure him. Xiaodong, are you not formidable in your own right? Just yesterday, 5 retired security guards were unable to best you in a confrontation. Are you truly afraid of a single Yin Shiguai? Besides, we live in a society governed by law. No matter how influential the Yin family may be, they surely wouldn't resort to taking your life over such a trivial matter. Upon reflecting on her words, Cheng Xiaodong calmed himself, recognizing the validity in her reasoning. Ouyang Xue, her gaze flickering as she pondered, softened her tone and said calmly, from now on, you need not rush to the security department. Instead, remain by my side 24 hours a day. I refuse to believe that Yin Shiguai would dare to harm you in my presence. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled softly. Oh, so you mean to say that this grown man requires the protection of a woman like you? Ouyang Xue's expression shifted at his jest, and though she felt anger rising within her, she recalled her earlier words about him standing while she squatted. His retort seemed merely a tit for tat, not entirely unwarranted. With that thought, she stifled her ire, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolded him. You rogue. Seeing her blush, Cheng Xiaodong was captivated, unable to tear his gaze away from her enchanting visage. Ouyang Xue, noticing his lingering stare, chided him lightly. What are you staring at? Do I look that good? Indeed, you are stunning. Such beauty must belong to the heavens. Where else could one find such a rare gem? Cheng Xiaodong recited a couplet he had whimsically altered, then added, if conditions allow, I could gaze upon you for a lifetime without weariness. His quick-witted and audacious response elicited an inexplicable flutter in Ouyang Xue's heart. After a prolonged silence, she gently spoke to him. Xiaodong, I find myself in a difficult position and urgently need reliable assistance. I hope you can remain by my side and lend your utmost support. I believe that united in purpose, we can achieve great things. Cheng Xiaodong murmured under his breath. Who wants to be your brother? If anything, we should be husband and wife. Ouyang Xue's keen ears caught his words clearly. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glanced at the 2 marriage certificates resting on the table. Are we not already husband and wife? Legally recognized, no less. Cheng Xiaodong pouted in frustration. This kind of marriage, where we cannot even share a bed at night, is hardly worth having. Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. Yet, instead of becoming angry, she lowered her head in silence, contemplating why he always seemed to exploit the gaps in her words to challenge her. Was he perhaps a nemesis from a past life? As Cheng Xiaodong observed her silence, his gaze remained fixed upon her, unable to look away. Ultimately, it was Ouyang Xue who once again broke the stillness. She composed herself and, with utmost seriousness, instructed Cheng Xiaodong, Xiaodong, please go down and find Zhou Boxiu. Inform him that he is to continue overseeing the daily management of the security department, but he need not stand guard at the entrance for the time being. Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, acknowledged her request and rose to leave the room. Make sure to tell him that it was your arrangement to relieve him of guard duty. This will also grant him a favor. Did you hear me? Ouyang Xue called out after him. I heard you, Cheng Xiaodong replied, proceeding to exit and descend the stairs. Ouyang Xue watched his tall and imposing figure disappear at the door, her gaze lingering for quite some time. Chapter 28. The burden of 18 oil jars. Upon entering the security department office, Cheng Xiaodong found Zhou Boxiu idly seated on a chair, lost in thought. The large chair behind the desk, which had been discarded by some other department, remained unoccupied. As soon as Cheng Xiaodong pushed the door open, Zhou Boxiong hastily stood up, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, humbly inquiring, "Manager Cheng, you have arrived?" His demeanor was markedly different from the day before. Cheng Xiaodong smiled and nodded at him, courteously stating, "Captain Zhou, we are now true colleagues, so there is no need for formalities between us." Zhou Boxiong repeatedly nodded, eager to please. "Yes, yes, manager. Whatever instructions you have, please do not hesitate to command, and I will do my utmost to comply." During the morning meeting, Zhou Boxiong had been publicly informed by Ouyang Xue that he would no longer manage the security department and would instead take turns standing guard like the other security personnel. At that moment, he had felt a surge of indignation and contemplated resigning on the spot, walking away without a backward glance. Yet, as he reconsidered, he realized that walking away would leave him without skills at over 40 years of age, and uncertain where he might find another job with such a generous salary and ease. He had dedicated 6 years to this company, having climbed to the position of security captain largely due to his sister-in-law, who was the general manager. After weighing his options, he resolved to endure the situation for now, believing that if his brother-in-law could withstand such indignities at his high position, he could certainly tolerate them as a mere security captain. After lunch, upon overhearing Cheng Xiaodong advocating for him, Zhou Boxiong felt immense gratitude and quietly sought refuge in the training room to rest. When the afternoon shift commenced, he arrived early at the office that had once been solely his, patiently awaiting Cheng Xiaodong's arrival to assign him his tasks. Upon observing his humble demeanor, Cheng Xiaodong chose not to press him further and spoke to him amiably. "Captain Zhou, I have just informed President Ouyang that you will continue to oversee and manage the entire security department. You need not attend the post at the gate, as she mentioned this morning. You may remain here in this office to carry out your duties." Ouyang Xue had earlier requested him to do a small favor for Zhou Boxiong, a task that required no expenditure, and Cheng Xiaodong was more than willing to oblige. Zhou Boxiong, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "Manager Cheng, is what you said truly the case?" "Of course it is. Do you think I would deceive you regarding such matters?" Cheng Xiaodong replied, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Instantly, Zhou Boxiong's joy was palpable as he expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Manager Cheng, for your kindness and for speaking on my behalf without holding past grievances against me." With a casual wave of his hand, Cheng Xiaodong replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning." Having said this, he boldly made his way to the desk and settled himself comfortably into the grand chair. Zhou Boxiong, quick to notice, hurried to the water dispenser, filled a disposable cup with water, and gently placed it on the desk. "Manager Cheng, please have some water." "Thank you, Captain Zhou. Now, please come and sit with me, so we can have a proper conversation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Boxiong eagerly nodded and bowed slightly, saying, "Manager Cheng, please feel free to give any instructions you may have." Cheng Xiaodong, with earnestness in his voice, said, "Captain Zhou, if you have some free time now, I would like to request that you show me around the company premises so I can also meet the security personnel at various posts. What do you think?" Zhou Boxiong immediately acquiesced. "Manager Cheng, it is my duty to do so. I will take you right away." The Liangyan Cosmetics Company is quite vast. Aside from the imposing headquarters building adjacent to the main road, there are 2 massive production facilities occupying an area of 400 to 500 acres behind the headquarters. After all, this is a renowned company known throughout the province, with total investments exceeding 10 billion and over 1,000 employees working in the factory alone. Zhou Boxiong guided Cheng Xiaodong around the company, introducing him grandly to the security personnel on duty. After more than an hour of touring, they returned to the office suite in the headquarters building. Along the way, Cheng Xiaodong requested that Zhou Boxiong retrieve all his personal belongings from the security office, particularly the bedding from the small lounge, and to do so promptly. Zhou Boxiong readily agreed, assuring him that he would clean out his things as soon as he returned. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, Cheng Xiaodong instructed Zhou Boxiong to return to the office while he proceeded to the reception desk alone. As Jiang Shanshan noticed him approaching, she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head to focus on her computer, her expression cold as if she had not seen him. Cheng Xiaodong reached the front desk, first smiling and nodding at Ding Jiai as a form of greeting. Then, Turning to Jiang Shanshan, who was pouting in a huff and ignoring him, he remarked playfully, "Oh, where did this stunning beauty come from? Just look at that little mouth pouting. It could easily hang 18 oil bottles." Jiang Shanshan was vexed that he had been in the provincial city for a couple of days, yet had not spent even a moment with her. Initially, she intended to show a bit of displeasure, but upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Cheng Xiaodong, noticing her laughter, earnestly remarked, "That's more like it. As receptionists, you should greet guests with warmth and a smile. How can one maintain a sour expression and be indifferent?" Jiang Shanshan, unable to contain her blush, retorted playfully, "Huh, it's those who forget their friends for the allure of beauty that I choose to ignore." Ding Jiai, already aware from Jiang Shanshan's tales that they had grown up together, sat back in her chair, intrigued by their banter. Cheng Xiaodong, rolling up his sleeves, shouted, "Jiang Shanshan, do tell me who this cad is that forgets his friends for beauty. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson." Jiang Shanshan laughed so hard that tears welled in her eyes, chiding him, "I'm talking about you. If you have the courage, go ahead and give yourself a beating." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong clenched his fists and began to pound his own chest, incessantly berating himself. "I call you a fair-weather friend. Just wait till I knock you out." He struck himself with such force that his chest echoed like a drum. Concerned he might injure himself, Ding Jiai hurriedly urged Jiang Shanshan, "Shanshan, please tell him to stop. If he hurts himself, it will be a real problem." Jiang Shanshan knew well that Cheng Xiaodong, having practiced martial arts since childhood, would be fine, and with a smirk, she replied, "Jiai, even if you brought 2 heavy hammers to strike him, you would leave a mark on this fellow. His skin is remarkably thick. Indeed, the thickest part is his face, which is thicker than a city wall." Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, ceased his antics and rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh, heaven is blind. Who would dare to belittle their childhood friend like this?" Both Ding Jiai and Jiang Shanshan found his exaggerated demeanor utterly amusing and doubled over in laughter. Chapter 29. Secretly flirting with a beautiful girl after exchanging playful banter with Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai for a while. Cheng Xiaodong noticed that Jiang Shanshan's anger had subsided and that the workday was drawing to a close. He proposed to take the 2 lovely ladies out for dinner after work. Jiang Shanshan, having barely spoken to him since his arrival in the provincial city, eagerly accepted, declaring that she must have a proper meal with him to alleviate her grievances. Ding Jiai, having grown up in the city, was more reserved and less bold than the audacious Jiang Shanshan, feeling that it would be inappropriate to disrupt their camaraderie, especially as she noticed the intimate rapport between Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan, which resembled a pair of lovers. She smiled and made an excuse to decline. Seeing her reluctance, Cheng Xiaodong understood that he could not press her and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Jiai, since you're busy today, I shall invite you next time." Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai had been working together for several months, developing a bond akin to that of sisters. At this moment, she implored softly, "Jiai, why not join us? We shall order an abundance of dishes tonight to ensure this fellow contributes a bit more." Ding Jiai pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. "I want to go. I do not wish to be a third wheel for you two." Jiang Shanshan shot her a glare and retorted petulantly, "If you're not going, then so be it. I've never encountered anyone so foolish as to turn down a free feast." As soon as the clock signaled the end of the workday, Cheng Xiaodong awaited Jiang Shanshan to clock out. Then they promptly exited the building in search of a place to dine. In his eagerness to reconnect with Jiang Shanshan, he completely neglected to inform Ouyang Xue of his whereabouts. Ouyang Xue had been bustling about the office for most of the afternoon, only realizing it was closing time when she heard the commotion outside. Reflecting on the fact that Cheng Xiaodong had departed her office hours earlier, she quickly grabbed her phone and dialed his number. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan had already stepped out of the Liangyan Company office building, heading towards a nearby commercial street. Reunited after a long separation, the two naturally had an abundance of words to share. As soon as they exited the company, Jiang Shanshan could not contain her curiosity, asking, "Cheng Xiaodong, you've never visited the provincial capital before, yet how did you come and know our president Ouyang?" Just as he was about to respond, His phone rang. Upon seeing Ouyang Xue's name on the screen, he hurriedly answered. Cheng Xiaodong, where are you? Where have you been all afternoon? It's already closing time. Are you not coming back with me? Ouyang Xue's barrage of inquiries made Cheng Xiaodong suddenly realize he had forgotten to inform his beautiful boss about his outing with Jiang Shanshan. Oh, President Ouyang, I apologize. I have some personal matters to attend to this evening and will not be returning with you. However, I shall arrange for a taxi to return later. Cheng Xiaodong spoke apologetically into the phone. What personal matters could possibly require your attention? You aren't secretly courting one of the lovely receptionists, are you? Are you eager to take her out on a date? Ouyang Xue replied with a cold huff, her tone laced with jealousy. Cheng Xiaodong quickly denied the accusation. Xue, I truly have personal matters to resolve. There's no romantic entanglement involved. After uttering this, he felt a twinge of guilt and hastily ended the call. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Xue was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of her office, observing the departing figures of Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan with clarity. Infuriated that he had hung up on her after such a brief conversation, she stomped her foot, vowing to make him pay when he returned. Jiang Shanshan led Cheng Xiaodong to a local restaurant on the commercial street, where they settled at a small table by the window. Upon noticing the guests, the restaurant staff swiftly approached with a menu for them to order. Jiang Shanshan informed Cheng Xiaodong that she had dined here numerous times before and was well acquainted with the delectable dishes. Thus, she proposed to take charge of ordering. Cheng Xiaodong had linked the bank card that Ouyang Xue had given him to his WeChat the previous night, and with funds now available, he felt somewhat emboldened. With a beaming smile and a generous demeanor, he said to Jiang Shanshan, Shanshan, feel free to order whatever you desire. Do not concern yourself with my finances. Jiang Shanshan perused the menu from beginning to end, but chose only a stir-fry of green peppers with sliced meat, a sour and spicy potato shreds, sauteed water spinach with garlic, and a bowl of pork slice soup. Seeing her select these commonplace dishes, Cheng Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle, asking Shanshan, why have you opted for such ordinary fare? Are you worried I might struggle to cover the bill? Jiang Shanshan shot him a glance, playfully retorting, are these dishes not good? Why indulge excessively late at night? Cheng Xiaodong recognized that despite her feigned bravado, she was indeed being considerate of his financial situation, which touched him deeply. Once the waiter departed with the menu, Jiang Shanshan seized the moment to inquire about how Cheng Xiaodong came to know their President Ouyang. Cheng Xiaodong, faced with her persistent curiosity, succinctly recounted his experiences since arriving in the city 3 days prior, intentionally omitting any mention of Ouyang Xue's intention to use him as a decoy against Yan Shige. Upon hearing his stories of the past couple of days, Jiang Shanshan, had it not been for his attire befitting a senior executive, would have found it hard to believe his extraordinary encounters. You've become the manager of the security department right after arriving. You must ensure you look after me well in the future. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, responding, of course. Who else would I look after but my childhood friend? Jiang Shanshan's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him. Huffed. We're merely childhood acquaintances. Not your so-called childhood buddies, understand? Haha. Yes, just childhood friends. Cheng Xiaodong laughed heartily in agreement. After the dishes were served, noticing the warmth of the evening, Jiang Shanshan asked, Cheng, would you like to have a beer? Cheng Xiaodong shook his head, replying, you know I neither smoke nor drink. Jiang Shanshan muttered softly, I only suggested a drink since we haven't seen each other in half a year. With the drinking option off the table, they began their meal. After a few bites, Jiang Shanshan couldn't resist asking, Cheng, since you become the manager of the security department, surely the company has allocated you a dormitory? With food in his mouth, Cheng Xiaodong replied mumbledly, yes, the dorm is above the company cafeteria, a one-bedroom with a living room, quite comfortable. Jiang Shanshan raised her head, gazing at him intently, and stated earnestly, you need to move into the dormitory as soon as possible. Your marriage to President Ouyang is merely a facade, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to continue residing at his place. Chapter 30. Jiang Shanshan's calculations. Seeing her seriousness, Cheng Xiaodong smiled and asked Shanshan, why must I move into the dormitory at once? Jiang Shanshan reproached, as a grown man, do you truly believe it is appropriate to reside in President Ouyang's home? Moreover, She has unequivocally made it clear that she could never marry you. Living together will undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing her words, found her reasoning quite valid. He hesitated and replied, "It does seem inappropriate for me to stay with her. Should I move back to the dormitory as soon as possible?" "Yes, you must move immediately," Jiang Shanshan asserted confidently. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodong remained unaware that Jiang Shanshan's insistence on him relocating to the dormitory was driven by her own ulterior motives. Having grown up together and attended school side by side, Jiang Shanshan and Cheng Xiaodong shared a close bond. One morning, Jiang Shanshan visited Cheng Xiaodong's home to spend time with him, coincidentally finding that his father was away for the day and would not return until evening. As the two of them secluded themselves in the house, their intimate conversation took a passionate turn, leading them to close the door and attempt to engage in adult games. However, just as Cheng Xiaodong touched Jiang Shanshan's body, his nerves got the better of him, and he faltered. Stunned and at a loss, he stood there as Jiang Shanshan, blushing, swiftly dressed, and fled back home. A week later, when the results of the college entrance examination were announced, Cheng Xiaodong found himself falling short, while Jiang Shanshan, despite her lower scores, gained admission to a university in the provincial capital. After her move to the city for studies, their communication gradually diminished. Even during the new year, when they met again, the warmth and ease of their previous relationship had faded. In her freshman year, despite her captivating beauty, Jiang Shanshan harbored feelings for Cheng Xiaodong, rejecting all advances from the myriad suitors that swarmed her. However, by her sophomore year, influenced by her favorable circumstances and the vibrant atmosphere of the provincial capital, her ideals began to wane. Ultimately, she succumbed to the affections of a suitor who surpassed Cheng Xiaodong in both appearance and background. After a passionate romance lasting over 6 months, under the sweet nothings and persistent persuasion of her boyfriend, she ultimately relinquished her principles and lost her most cherished first time in a modest hotel outside the school. Following this, the enamored couple, like many others, frequently sought opportunities for intimate encounters away from campus. Their relationship endured for more than a year. Just as Jiang Shanshan envisioned a future filled with marital bliss post-graduation, her once devoted boyfriend unveiled his true colors, callously abandoning her with a flimsy excuse. Heartbroken and despondent after this cruel betrayal, Jiang Shanshan found herself engulfed in despair. Yet this bitter brew she concocted is one that only she can taste through her tears. After entering university, she gradually developed a disdain for Cheng Xiaodong, who remained in their rural hometown, studying medicine and martial arts under Tangbo, simply because he did not gain admission to college. Unbeknownst to her, the knowledge and skills Cheng Xiaodong acquired in the countryside far surpassed what she learned at university in both strength and practicality. Upon receiving her diploma, Jiang Shanshan took some time at home to heal her emotional wounds before venturing alone to the provincial capital in search of employment. Given that she attended an ordinary second-tier university and her major was not particularly sought after, her job search proved arduous, ultimately leading her to a position as a front desk receptionist at Lianyan Cosmetics Company. Although the pay was modest, the work was relatively easy and flexible, complemented by the company's generous benefits, allowing Jiang Shanshan to remain in her role ever since. Since her breakup with her boyfriend over a year ago, Jiang Shanshan has felt emotionally adrift, despite other colleagues expressing interest in her, all of whom she has rejected without hesitation, fearing further heartache. When her childhood friend Cheng Xiaodong visited her, she felt a surge of joy, fantasizing about rekindling their romance. She would willingly return to the countryside to farm and tend to pigs if it meant being with him. Consequently, after hearing about Cheng Xiaodong's recent experiences, she promptly urged him to move out of Ouyang Xue's home. After dining, Cheng Xiaodong paid the bill, and they both exited the restaurant. The night had fallen, and the commercial street was ablaze with lights, bustling with stalls and crowds, alive with activity. This area was the largest industrial zone in the west of the provincial capital, and most workers had just finished their shifts, contributing to the lively atmosphere. Once outside, Jiang Shanshan took the initiative to hold Cheng Xiaodong's hand and gently suggested, "Donghua," It has been ages since we watched a movie together. Shall I treat you to a film? Seeing that it was still early and wishing to prolong their time together, Cheng Xiaodong readily agreed, absolutely. But let me treat you. Jiang Shanshan quietly advised Xiaodong. You'd best not use the bank card that President Ouyang gave you and return it to her promptly. If you need money, I can lend you some until you receive your salary. Cheng Xiaodong recalled that upon his arrival, Ouyang Xue had appointed him as the manager of the security department, earning a monthly salary of 12,000. It seemed rather inappropriate to rely on her substantial funds, so he readily concurred, promising to return the card later that evening. Pleased with his swift agreement, Jiang Shanshan promptly retrieved her phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to Cheng Xiaodong via WeChat. She knew that Cheng Xiaodong was inherently frugal, never indulging in smoking, drinking, or the vices of gambling associated with some of their peers. This sum should suffice until his salary came through in a month. Lianyan Cosmetics Company disbursed salaries on the 15th of each month, and she had just received her previous month's pay, leaving her financially comfortable at present. Seeing her sincere intention to lend him money, Cheng Xiaodong couldn't bear to refuse and reluctantly accepted. After arriving at a bustling square, Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan made their way to a cinema located on the third floor. Jiang Shanshan released the hand she had been holding and hurriedly approached the ticket counter to purchase 2 movie tickets. Noticing her eagerness, Cheng Xiaodong opted to buy a tub of popcorn and 2 bottles of drinks, preparing to enjoy them together during the film. As they watched the movie, Jiang Shanshan once again took the initiative to hold Cheng Xiaodong's hand, leaning her upper body against him at an angle, creating the appearance of a close couple in the eyes of onlookers. After the film, Cheng Xiaodong escorted Jiang Shanshan back to her rented apartment. Jiang Shanshan lived in relatively comfortable conditions and had no need to send money home for living expenses. Despite her modest salary, she chose to rent an apartment close to her workplace for her independence. Upon arriving at the entrance of her apartment building, Cheng Xiaodong smiled and said, Shanshan, you should go in. I need to head back. Jiang Shanshan gazed at his handsome face, feeling reluctant to part ways, and replied, Xiaodong, it's still early. Why don't you come up and stay for a while? Deep down, she wished for Cheng Xiaodong to enter her room, hoping for something more to develop between them. Unaware of her thoughts, he smiled and said, how about I come up next time? I'll head back now. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Shanshan could only watch his retreating figure slowly fade from her sight, feeling a bittersweet longing. Although she had resolved to let Cheng Xiaodong become her emotional support, she understood that such matters could not be rushed. They needed to find more opportunities to interact and bridge the subtle rift that had formed between them over the years. Cheng Xiaodong held a taxi by the roadside and headed straight to the Shulifeng Villa area. As he sat in the cab, admiring the beautiful night scenery flashing by the window, he couldn't help but reflect on how life in the city starkly contrasted with his previous existence in a mountain village. After a journey of several minutes, the taxi finally arrived at the entrance of the Shulifeng Villa area. After paying the fare, he exited the vehicle and walked into the complex. The security guard at the entrance, having seen him come and go for 2 consecutive nights and noting his distinguished attire, did not question his identity and allowed him entry without hesitation. Upon reaching the entrance of Ouyang Xue's villa, he noticed the lights were on in the living room, and Ouyang Xue's Marapper was quietly parked in the courtyard. Lacking a key to enter, he approached the door and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door was opened from within, revealing Ouyang Xue's stunningly beautiful face before him. Manager Cheng, with a beautiful companion for dining and entertainment, how could you bear to return so early? Ouyang Xue's tone carried a hint of playful jealousy. Cheng Xiaodong gazed at her enigmatic smile, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. He wondered how she had discerned his outing with the beautiful woman. With a hint of guilt, he hastily began to explain, Xuer, I merely went out for dinner with Jiang Shanshan. Perhaps you are unaware, but Jiang Shanshan has been a part of my life since childhood. However, before he could finish, Ouyang Xue coldly interjected, were you explaining to me? I have not reproached you for dining with Jiang Shanshan. Now come inside. Why are you just standing there at the door? Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, in your current state, you claim not to reproach me? Who would believe that? Seeing Ouyang Xue turn and head back to the sofa in the living room, He quickly followed her inside and carefully closed the door behind him. Xue, how long have you been back? Have you eaten dinner? After changing his shoes, he approached her with a solicitous expression. Little did he know that Ouyang Xue had seen him leave with Jiang Shanshan from her office on the 8th floor and had rushed home immediately. Due to her lack of appetite, she had not consumed anything since then. Ouyang Xue shook her head coldly and replied softly, I haven't eaten. I lack an appetite when alone. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. You are too kind. How can you not eat something in the evening? He added, Xue, how about I cook you a bowl of noodles right now? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue actually felt a bit hungry and nodded. All right, then I trouble you to make me a bowl of noodles. Having learned to cook from a young age, Cheng Xiaodong found preparing a bowl of noodles to be a trivial task. In less than 10 minutes, he presented a steaming bowl of fragrant egg and shredded meat noodles at the dining table. After calling Ouyang Xue over, she wasted no time in grabbing chopsticks and began to eat voraciously, disregarding her image. Before long, she had devoured the entire bowl, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Delicious. Ouyang Xue smiled at Cheng Xiaodong, saying, Xiaodong, if you keep cooking for me, I will surely gain weight. Noticing her radiant smile, Cheng Xiaodong, emboldened, said, Xue, what if I move into the company dormitory tomorrow? Now that it's just the two of us living here, I worry it might not be good for you. Ouyang Xue firmly rejected the idea, stating, No, we have already offended Yan Xiao. I believe that little man will surely seek trouble with you. If I am by your side, I doubt he would dare to be overly brazen. If you are alone, I cannot guarantee what he might do. After a pause, she added, As for your concern about affecting me, you've already stayed at my house for 2 or 3 nights. What to say a few more days? Besides, I am an unmarried maiden, and I am not afraid. What do you have to worry about? Cheng Xiaodong, feeling helpless at her refusal, shifted the topic, saying, If you want me to stay at your house, that's fine, but you must promptly arrange to annul that marriage certificate. I, a fine young man, have inexplicably become a divorced man. This is simply too unbeneficial. Ouyang Xue smiled mischievously and countered, Did I not give you a bank card with 1,200,000 the night before last? That sum should suffice for your defamation damages, don't you think? Cheng Xiaodong murmured quietly, Indeed, it is ample. However, if you expect me to shop for groceries and cook daily, I fear that money will soon dwindle. Ouyang Xue, upon hearing this, laughed in exasperation, glaring at Cheng Xiaodong as she scolded, You are truly miserly. How much can a few meals possibly cost you? Cheng Xiaodong, witnessing her outburst, reflected inwardly. Having never met his mother, how could he possibly gauge her frugality? Seeing him flush and fall silent, Ouyang Xue felt a surge of satisfaction. She rose and casually commanded, Please collect and wash the dishes. I'm off to get some water. As she headed towards the living room, Cheng Xiaodong pouted, muttering under his breath, Damn it, I cook a meal for you out of kindness, and you can't even be bothered to clear a single bowl? This is utterly intolerable. While cursing internally, he couldn't help but grumble softly, What a lazy woman. If any man were to marry you, he'd truly be cursed for 8 lifetimes. At that moment, Ouyang Xue happened to approach with a cup to fill at the water dispenser, and upon hearing his complaints, she retorted angrily, Rest assured, I will never marry you, no matter whom I choose. Chapter 32, An Accidental Encounter with My Aunt's Younger Sister While Preparing to Sleep That Night. Cheng Xiaodong realized it had been 3 days since he arrived in the provincial city, and he had yet to contact Uncle Tang. He retrieved his phone and dialed Uncle Tang's number. Unfortunately, although the call connected, it went unanswered. Cheng Xiaodong felt a wave of concern for Uncle Tang. Silently pondering why he hadn't picked up, since his earliest memories, Uncle Tang had raised him single-handedly. They had relied on each other for over 20 years, never having been apart. The distance between them now filled Cheng Xiaodong with worry, yet he felt powerless to act. He decided to send a text message instead, informing Uncle Tang of his safe arrival in the provincial city and assuring him not to worry. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Cheng Xiaodong rose quietly at 5:30 and made his way to the artificial lake for a morning jog. This healthy habit had been his steadfast routine for 6 years. Every morning, he would run over 10 kilometers, regardless of rain or wind, without a single day missed. After completing 2 laps around the lake at a brisk pace, he suddenly noticed Ouyang Xue, her hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in white sportswear, who had also arrived at the lake early. It turned out that she had been skeptical when Cheng Xiaodong mentioned his early morning runs the day before, so she set an alarm to verify for herself. As Cheng Xiaodong approached her, he slowed his pace and cheerfully responded, "This is my daily essential. I never miss it. Xiaoxue, would you care to join me for a run?" "Of course. From this day forward, I shall join you every morning to exercise." After Ouyang Xue finished speaking, she hurriedly ran after Cheng Xiaodong. To accommodate Ouyang Xue's pace, Cheng Xiaodong naturally slowed down. By the time they had completed more than half a lap, Ouyang Xue was already panting and drenched in sweat, while Cheng Xiaodong remained composed, as if leisurely strolling through a garden. Cheng Xiaodong turned back and playfully beckoned her with a finger, suddenly accelerating, leaving Ouyang Xue far behind in the blink of an eye. When Cheng Xiaodong caught up with her again in the second lap, Ouyang Xue had yet to finish her first. Just like the previous morning, Ouyang Xue changed her clothes after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Cheng Xiaodong, and then drove him to the company for work. In the car, she reiterated the importance of him finding a driving school to learn to drive as soon as possible, insisting that he remain at the company during the rest of his time to prevent any trouble from Yan Xiao. Ouyang Xue was anxious that Yan Shige, after suffering a significant setback the previous day, might bring trouble to both her and Cheng Xiaodong at the company. However, as the day passed, neither she nor Cheng Xiaodong encountered even a glimpse of Yan Shige. In the morning, Cheng Xiaodong patrolled several duty points in the security department, chatting with several on-duty security guards to become better acquainted. After lunch, he ventured outside to purchase a set of sheets, a quilt, and pillows, setting them up comfortably in the small break room of the security department, where he enjoyed a peaceful hour's nap. After returning to work in the afternoon, he called Ouyang Xue to request a leave, claiming he needed to register at a driving school not far from the company. Ouyang Xue, busy with her work, agreed and instructed him to take a taxi there himself. Upon exiting the company headquarters, Cheng Xiaodong hailed a taxi, heading straight for a driving school named Cheng Xiaodong that he had found on his phone. Upon arriving at Xiaodong Driving School, he completed the payment and paperwork, after which the instructor informed him that he could begin training the following afternoon. After registering, Cheng Xiaodong took a taxi back to the company. He spent some time chatting with Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jai at the front desk, but felt awkward lingering and interrupting their work. With nothing else to occupy his time, he returned to the security department office on the second floor, leisurely passing the dull afternoon. As 5 o'clock approached, Ouyang Xue called him to inform him that she would be attending a business cocktail party that evening and instructed him to take a taxi home after work. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. "Xue, you can certainly ask me to head home alone, but I don't have the key to enter the house, so I wouldn't be able to get in." "Oh dear, I almost forgot about that. How about this? Come to my office now to pick up a key," Ouyang Xue replied. After hanging up, Cheng Xiaodong stood and made his way to the 8th floor, where the president's office was located. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Ouyang Xue quickly rose to open it, explaining gently, "Xiaodong, you need an invitation to enter tonight's business cocktail party, but unfortunately, our company has only one, so I cannot bring you with me." Cheng Xiaodong nonchalantly strolled in her office, casually remarking, "If I can't go, then I want tea. It's not like I'll gain anything by attending." "Xiaodong, after work, why don't you have dinner at the company before heading home? There's really no need to cook for yourself," Ouyang Xue suggested. After speaking, she moved to her desk and retrieved a set of keys from her handbag, extending them toward Cheng Xiaodong, who stood nearby. Upon receiving the keys, Cheng Xiaodong suddenly expressed genuine concern, saying, "Xue, be careful driving on your own to the cocktail party, and try to avoid drinking." Ouyang Xue felt a warm surge of affection at his words, her lips curving into a smile as she replied, "Xiaodong, is this genuine concern for me?" Cheng Xiaodong rolled his eyes in response, asking, "What do you think?" Waving him off, Ouyang Xue said, "I've given you the keys. You can head down now. I need to tidy up before I leave." After finishing dinner at the high-end cafeteria post-work, Cheng Xiaodong wasted no time and immediately hailed a taxi back to Xilifeng Villa. Upon unlocking the villa door, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself, so he hurried to the ground floor restroom. As he flung the door open, he was taken aback to find a tall young woman standing naked under the shower. Upon spotting the unfamiliar man, she let out a shrill scream, followed by a sharp demand. Who are you? Why are you barging in to spy on me while I'm bathing? Cheng Xiaodong, caught completely off guard, stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily forgetting to retreat. The girl, noticing his stunned gaze, quickly grabbed a towel to cover herself, shouting, How can you be so shameless? Get out of here now. His heart racing. Cheng Xiaodong snapped back to reality, flushed with embarrassment. He hastily pulled the door shut and left. At that moment, he had no inkling that the girl he had intruded upon was Ouyang Xue's university-age sister, Ouyang Bing. Chapter 33. A promise to keep secrets. Once Cheng Xiaodong's figure disappeared, Ouyang Bing abandoned her shower, hastily drying off with a towel before quickly dressing. Once presentable, she entered the living room to find Cheng Xiaodong sitting on the sofa, red-faced and flustered. Are you the manager from our beauty company? How did you get in here? Ouyang Bing inquired. Cheng Xiaodong turned to glance at her, replying softly, I'm the newly appointed manager of the security department at the beauty company. I have the keys given to me by President Ouyang. Did my sister give them to you? Where is she? Ouyang Bing asked curiously. President Ouyang went to a business cocktail party. She asked me to return here first, he explained. Ouyang Bing asked with intrigue. My sister sent you back here? What is your relationship with her? Cheng Xiaodong found himself at a loss for words and could only awkwardly reply. Friend, I am your sister's friend. A friend? My sister's friend? Then why have I never seen you before? Ouyang Bing observed Cheng Xiaodong's tall stature and handsome, resolute features, and she couldn't help but ponder whether he might be the new boyfriend her sister had recently acquired. Cheng Xiaodong, sensing her persistent questioning, replied with a humble smile. I have only known your sister for 2 or 3 days, and I have been staying here during this time. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Bing was taken aback. Could it be that this young man was indeed the boyfriend her sister had just captured? Otherwise, why would she allow him to stay in her home? At that moment, Ouyang Bing coldly inquired, Hey, when I was taking a shower earlier, did you barge in and see everything? Cheng Xiaodong, caught off guard by the question, dared not confess and instead fabricated a story. I just returned and urgently needed to relieve myself, but I had no idea you were back. I swear I saw nothing. Truly, I am not lying. As he spoke, he even shook his head as if to emphasize his innocence. However, the vivid and tantalizing image from the bathroom lingered in his mind. Ouyang Bing, her face flushed, settled onto the single sofa beside him and, gritting her teeth, warned him sternly, You cannot tell anyone about what happened in the bathroom. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Do you understand? Cheng Xiaodong quickly nodded, assuring her. Of course, I would never disclose this to anyone. You can rest assured that I will keep it a secret. While speaking, he couldn't help but take a closer look at Ouyang Bing, noting her tall and attractive figure. Although she was not as strikingly beautiful as Ouyang Xue, she certainly qualified as a genuine beauty in her own right. Seeing that he was cooperative and earnestly promised to keep the incident confidential, Ouyang Bing felt a bit relieved. Handsome, what is your name? How did you come to know my sister? Do share. I am Cheng Xiaodong. I just arrived in the provincial capital from my hometown a couple of days ago. Cheng Xiaodong carefully recounted his experiences since meeting Ouyang Xue, though he omitted the details about their hasty marriage certificate and the bank card she had given him. As they conversed, they gradually became more familiar with each other. When Cheng Xiaodong learned that Ouyang Bing had not yet eaten, he enthusiastically invited her to dine out together. Ouyang Bing, noticing his tall and handsome demeanor, combined with the fact that he was only a few years older than herself, felt no aversion towards him and gladly accepted his invitation. Later that afternoon, upon receiving an invitation to a business banquet in Jiangnan province, Ouyang Xue initially hesitated to attend. However, upon considering the possibility that Chun Yaji from the Feline group might also be present, she promptly changed her mind. Although she had never previously met Chun Yaji and had no prior dealings with her, Ouyang Xue felt an undeniable urge to encounter her. Should an opportunity arise, she yearned to personally inquire about Chun Yaji's cherished son, Cheng Xiaodong. Just yesterday, Yin Shigui had mistakenly identified Cheng Xiaodong as Chun Yaji's son, Cheng Xiaodong, and inquired about his recent activities, which led her to wonder if Cheng Xiaodong had been apprehended due to some transgression. To uncover the truth behind Cheng Xiaodong's unexplained disappearance for over 3 months, It appeared that consulting Cheng Xiaodong in person was her only recourse, as she could find no one else who was familiar with him. Originally, she had little desire to attend the commercial gathering, as the beauty cosmetics company she managed had already adopted a formal production and sales model. Even if she were to meet other business elites, it seemed unlikely to benefit her company significantly. However, in pursuit of clarity regarding Cheng Xiaodong's disappearance, she ultimately resolved to venture alone to the commercial soiree he hosted at the Coral Grand Hotel. The Coral Grand Hotel, a five-star establishment, towers 28 stories high, ranking among the most opulent and imposing hotels in the provincial capital. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Xue, the Coral Grand Hotel was in fact one of the properties owned by the Yin family. The Yin family is one of the most prominent clans in the Jiangnan provincial capital, with various enterprises sprawling across the region, particularly in real estate and the hotel and entertainment sectors, which serve as their cornerstone industries. Not only is the Yin family affluent, but they also wield considerable influence, boasting several high-ranking individuals within their ranks. Following a disheartening encounter in Ouyang Xue's office the previous afternoon, Yin Shige drove home in a fury to his residence located in the southern outskirts of the city. The Yin family estate, a grand manor nestled on a hillside, sprawls over 20 to 30 acres, surrounded by towering walls, with pavilions, terraces, and flowing streams within. As Yin Shige returned home, the household staff, observing his stormy demeanor, greeted him cautiously, aware that he appeared ready to erupt at any moment. Upon entering his abode, Yin Shige confronted a slender man in his mid-30s, with a sharp face and a wiry frame, who was seated in the hall engrossed in his phone. With an exasperated exclamation, he vented, "Today has truly infuriated me. In all my years, I have never suffered such indignity. Zhang Fei, you must devise a plan for me. I am determined to make that brat's life a living hell." The man, referred to as Zhang Fei, observed Yin Shigue's fury with a sly smile and asked, "Young master, who has dared to provoke your wrath? Do they wish to court disaster?" Although sharing a name with the valiant general from the Three Kingdoms era, this man bore no resemblance to Zhang Fei's heroic spirit. Rather, he appeared cunning and shifty. Yin Shigue, sulking, sank onto the sofa in the hall and recounted the events that had transpired in Ouyang Xue's office to his trusted aide. Chapter 34. The two brothers in collusion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei, consumed with anger, slammed his palm against the marble tea table before him, exclaiming in a furious tone, "Who is this insolent wretch daring to covet the woman my young master has set his sights on? He must be tired of living." Observing Zhang Fei's wrath, Yin Shige remained unfazed, even smiling as he remarked, "Brother Fei, isn't it curious? The fellow in Ouyang Xue's office today not only bears an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Xiaodong's precious son from the Feline group, but he is also named Cheng Xiaodong." Zhang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "He shares the name Cheng Xiaodong?" Yin Shige gently shook his head and clarified, "No, he is indeed called Cheng Xiaodong, with Cheng from Cheng Yaojin and Dong meaning winter." After a brief pause, he chuckled, "At first, I thought it was that Cheng Xiaodong who had been released. I couldn't wait to call my third uncle, only to find out that the lad is still enjoying complimentary meals at the detention center." Zhang Fei, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Young master, the scheme I devised for you was quite astute, wasn't it? Didn't the young master of the Chun family boast about winning over the most beautiful woman in the province, Ouyang Xue? Alas, before he could even approach her, we brothers employed a clever tactic, swiftly sending him off to the clink." Yin Shige laughed heartily. "Brother Fei, indeed, we owe that success to your strategy. However, now we have this Cheng Xiaodong emerging from nowhere. I would like you to devise another plan to deal with him." Zhang Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "Young master, didn't you mention that this Cheng fellow has already obtained a marriage certificate with Ouyang Xue in the West District? I suggest we send someone to investigate his background tomorrow. If he turns out to be of no consequence, dealing with him should be a trifling matter for us." Yin Shigue's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, knowing both ourselves and our enemy ensures victory in every battle." Zhang Fei, with a fawning smile, remarked, "Young master, Who would have thought you were well-versed in the art of war? After flattering Yin Shige, he couldn't help but ask, young master, what if that fellow truly has consummated his relationship with Ouyang Xue? Would you still desire her? Yin Shige glared, responding vehemently, if he dares to lay with Ouyang Xue, I shall personally take his life. As for Ouyang Xue, I will certainly claim her for myself, and once I tire of her, I shall bestow her upon my subordinates, allowing them to relish in her as well. Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, thought to himself, so you intend to keep her until you're bored and then share her with the brothers? What kind of treat is that for them? Yet he kept this to himself and instead suggested, young master, how about hosting a business banquet at the Coral Hotel tomorrow evening and inviting Ouyang Xue? Once she arrives, I shall discern whether she is indeed the genuine article. Yin Shige looked on in doubt. Brother Fei, do you possess such a skill? I have never heard of it before. Zhang Fei, with a sense of pride, proclaimed, Brother, my eyes are sharp. Just a glance from behind is all it takes for me to discern whether a girl has been deflowered, with an accuracy that is nearly infallible. It turned out that Zhang Fei was the son of Aunt Yin, making him a true cousin to Yin Shige. However, hailing from a humble background, Zhang Fei had attached himself to the illustrious Yin family since his 20s, becoming a loyal aide to Yin Shige, devising schemes and engaging in numerous and scrupulous deeds. Under their clandestine plotting, they resolved to host a grand commercial soiree the following evening at one of the Yin family's establishments, the Coral Hotel. The purpose of this gathering was to allow Zhang Fei to ascertain whether the coveted beauty, the CEO Ouyang Xue, was indeed a genuine article. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Xue, who was blissfully unaware of their nefarious intentions, she believed this was merely another routine business event and happily drove to the venue. After parking her car, the elegant and proud Ouyang Xue, adorned with a designer handbag, strode into the opulent lobby of the Coral Hotel. Upon discovering from the signage that the soiree East was taking place in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, she ascended via the guest elevator. Upon entering the hall, Ouyang Xue observed a considerable gathering of elite professionals, some sampling delicacies from the buffet, while others mingled and raised their glasses in convivial conversation. As she made her entrance, resplendent in a flowing green gown cinched at the waist with a black belt, the brilliance of the room seemed to dim in comparison to her celestial beauty. Yin Shige, the host of the soiree, was present in the hall, and upon spotting Ouyang Xue, eagerly approached her with Zhang Fei in tow. Welcome, dear Sister Xue. Have you dined yet? Would you care to have a bite to eat? Despite her deep-seated disdain for Yin Shige, who had been pursuing her for 3 months, Ouyang Xue maintained a polite facade. Thank you, but I have already eaten, she replied, gracefully bypassing the 2 cousins to find a seat in a less crowded corner. What she remained oblivious to was Zhang Fei's brooding gaze, fixated intently on her retreating figure. Yin Shige, feeling slighted by her aloof demeanor, seethed with frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. The hall was populated with many young and talented individuals who were aware of Yin Shige's pursuit of Ouyang Xue and thus refrained from approaching her, knowing well that incurring Yin Shige's wrath would lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Ouyang Xue found solace in her solitude, enjoying a moment of tranquility amidst the festivities. She had only recently assumed control of the company passed down from her father, and shortly thereafter, she met the wealthy heiress Cheng Yaji's beloved son, Cheng Xiaodong. Previously, attending such gatherings with Cheng Xiaodong by her side felt effortless. However, tonight, his absence rendered her acutely aware of her solitude and loneliness. Arriving at the soiree without having dined, she had told Yin Xue earlier that she had already eaten, which now made her hesitant to join the other guests at the buffet. Fortunately, after sitting in silence for nearly 10 minutes, 2 men, seemingly unaware of her connection with Yin Shige, approached her to engage in idle chatter. Out of courtesy, Ouyang Xue smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the 2 men, both in their 30s or 40s, to pass the time. At that moment, she noticed a woman entering through the hall's doorway, a middle-aged woman around 45 or 46, with short hair and glasses, exuding an air of sharp competence. Ouyang Xue instantly recognized her as Ms. Cheng Yaji, the wealthiest woman in the province, founder of the Fuling Group, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Chapter 35. Conspiracy at 45. Cheng Xiaodong's life story, if penned into a novel, would undoubtedly become a best-selling inspirational tale. In her youth, she was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Now, while she had matured, her charm remained undiminished, captivating as ever. Typically, she would disdain attending local business soirees like tonight's, for as the sole female entrepreneur with assets over 100 billion in the province, she was often sought after for collaboration, requiring no public appearances to expand her market. However, upon discovering that this gathering was hosted by Ouyang Xue, she made the effort to attend, intending to clarify certain matters directly with him. As Cheng Xiaodong entered the hall, Ouyang Xue hurriedly approached her with his cousin Zhang Fei. Eager to greet her, "Aunt Chen, you're here. Please, take a seat," he said, gesturing for her to join him at a nearby table. Cheng Xiaodong managed a slight smile, nodding at the two brothers without uttering a word, before proceeding to her seat. Just then, more guests arrived at the entrance, prompting Ouyang Xue to turn and greet them after seating Cheng Xiaodong. A fleeting sadness flickered in her eyes as she softly addressed Ouyang Xue, "Young Master Yan, when you have a moment, I would like to discuss something with you." Ouyang Xue chuckled. "Aunt Chen, wait a bit. I'll come over to chat with you shortly." After he and Zhang Fei departed, Cheng Xiaodong began to survey the surroundings of the venue. She noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces among the attendees. Her gaze fell upon Ouyang Xue, who sat alone across the room in a flowing green dress, her beauty ethereal, and to her surprise, she realized that Ouyang Xue was also discreetly observing her. Although Cheng Xiaodong did not know Ouyang Xue personally, out of courtesy and a budding fondness for her, she offered a slight nod and a smile in Ouyang Xue's direction. At that moment, she remained unaware that the exquisite young woman before her was the very girlfriend her precious son, Cheng Xiaodong, had pursued relentlessly for several months, only to have her reluctantly agree to be with him. Unfortunately, shortly after Ouyang Xue consented to be Cheng Xiaodong's girlfriend, he found himself entangled in legal troubles on Nanhai Coconut Island, resulting in his current imprisonment. Ever since the Dragon Boat Festival, when her son was apprehended, Cheng Xiaodong had not experienced a single day of peace. She had expended considerable financial and material resources, seeking connections and offering gifts to plead for leniency. Yet she was unable to extricate her son from his predicament. Unbeknownst to Cheng Xiaodong, the very beautiful girl standing before her was the catalyst for her son's misfortune, having inadvertently caused his downfall. It all began over 6 months ago at a commercial banquet, where the dashing Cheng Xiaodong first laid eyes on Ouyang Xue, who was attending such an event for the first time. He was instantly captivated and, without hesitation, approached her to introduce himself. Ouyang Xue, upon noticing Cheng Xiaodong's tall, handsome stature and remarkable charisma, was not averse to him. They engaged in lively conversation. Though Cheng Xiaodong was a frivolous playboy lacking academic accomplishments, his eloquence and high emotional intelligence shone through, often eliciting soft laughter from Ouyang Xue, who was known for her aloofness and pride. The following day, upon learning that Ouyang Xue was the president of a cosmetics company valued at several hundred million, Cheng Xiaodong arrived at her workplace in a luxurious sports car worth millions, bearing a lavish bouquet of vibrant roses to woo her. Despite his extensive experience with women, Ouyang Xue remained the most enchanting of them all. After nearly 2 months of fervent courtship, during which Ouyang Xue had never been in a romantic relationship, she finally agreed to be Cheng Xiaodong's girlfriend. They soon found themselves deeply in love, leaving traces of their shared adventures throughout the city. However, the blissful moments were fleeting, merely a month into their romance. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Cheng Xiaodong inexplicably vanished. During the course of their passionate month together, despite his numerous attempts to foster intimacy, he found Ouyang Xue to be inherently traditional, as she had not even permitted him to hold her hand, let alone engage in more intimate gestures. Fortunately, Cheng Xiaodong revered her, never pressuring her or behaving inappropriately. Half a month into their relationship, Cheng Xiaodong brought Ouyang Xue to a gathering hosted by Zhao Jiaying, a scion of a prominent family in the province. It was at this event that Ouyang Xue first encountered Ouyang Xue. This lecherous individual, much like Cheng Xiaodong, was immediately entranced by her beauty and secretly vowed to devise a way to claim her for himself. Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong were both the most renowned young masters in the provincial capital. In terms of wealth, the Chun family was considerably more affluent. Yet in terms of influence, the Chun family could not compare to the Yin family at all. Although Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong had previously known each other and maintained a cordial relationship, the latter's infatuation with an exquisite beauty compelled Ouyang Xue to undermine his good friend's romantic pursuits and win over the girlfriend that Cheng Xiaodong had recently started courting. Aware that he could not compete with Cheng Xiaodong in terms of age, appearance, or wealth, Ouyang Xue called upon his resourceful cousin, Zhang Fei, to devise a strategy after returning home from a gathering. This Zhang Fei was not the famed warrior of old, but within a short time, he concocted an ingenious plan. He leaned in and whispered a clever tactic to Ouyang Xue, who, upon hearing it, was filled with joy and exclaimed praises for the brilliant idea. Immediately, he retrieved a substantial stack of currency from his cabinet to reward his cousin for his years of assistance. The day after the Dragon Boat Festival, Ouyang Xue called Cheng Xiaodong and invited him to join a holiday trip to Sanya, a coastal city in southern China. During the call, he brazenly informed Cheng Xiaodong that accompanying them would be four beautiful young women newly arrived at his family's hotel, and once they reached Sanya, they could revel in each other's company. Cheng Xiaodong, a notorious playboy reveling in indulgence, had been unable to consummate his burgeoning relationship with Ouyang Xue and felt a pent-up desire, yearning for release. Thus, when his good friend extended the invitation, he readily accepted without hesitation. The following afternoon, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong, alongside the four charming young ladies, boarded a flight from the provincial capital to Sanya. Little did Cheng Xiaodong realize that this trip with Ouyang Xue would mark the onset of a nightmarish chapter in his life. Chapter 36. Ouyang Xue meets Chen Yaji early in the morning. Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong, accompanied by 2 men and 6 women, set off on their flight and arrived in Sanya by noon. They enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at a luxurious restaurant before eagerly heading to the beach to rent a yacht for an afternoon of fun on the water. Both young masters, being affluent, sought only enjoyment and thrill during their escapades, remaining unconcerned about the expenditure involved. After a delightful afternoon on the sea, they returned to find a lavish hillside hotel where they settled in for the night. Later, they booked a private room in the hotel to continue their revelry with singing and dancing. As the atmosphere grew spirited, Ouyang Xue, under the influence of alcohol, suggested they engage in some exhilarating live-action games. This audacious proposal was met with unanimous agreement from Cheng Xiaodong and the 4 young ladies, unaware that they were, in fact, hired companions from Ouyang Xue's hotel who had been prepped for this very occasion. Thus, an unsightly game commenced within the confines of the private room. As Ouyang Xue took advantage of Cheng Xiaodong and others' momentary distraction, he stealthily slipped out the door. Just as he exited, 5 or 6 individuals from Lu Shandu, who had been meticulously arranged to wait by the door, swiftly rushed inside. With a thunderous shout, the strobe lights flickered, capturing the disheveled state of Cheng Xiaodong and the 4 girls on film. Subsequently, Cheng Xiaodong and the others were commanded to don their clothing and adorned with gleaming watches, before being escorted by the officials to a vehicle below, which was illuminated with colorful lights, and they drove off in distress. Thus, Cheng Xiaodong found himself dining on complimentary meals in a remote location. Upon receiving the news, Cheng Yaji promptly took her lawyer and 2 aides to Yedao in an attempt to rescue him, only to be informed that the case was of significant gravity and had garnered serious attention from high-ranking officials. There were directives from above that mandated the punishment of the involved parties. Cheng Yaji, the wealthiest woman in Jiangnan, wielded considerable influence in her region. However, in Yedao, despite her willingness to spend lavishly, she found herself powerless against the firm stance from the authorities. After several days of relentless negotiations throughout Yedao, having spent a considerable sum, she ultimately could not achieve her objective. Exhausted and disheartened, Cheng Yaji returned home with her lawyer and aides. As 2 to 3 months passed, she exerted all her connections in Jiangnan, Yet the authorities in Yedao remained resolute, insisting on pursuing criminal charges against the parties involved. After all, the charge of public indecency was not one to be taken lightly. As a mother, Cheng Xiaodong was tormented by her son's imprisonment, and during this period, no one knew the extent of her expenditures or the tears she had shed. Ultimately, her beloved son remained incarcerated, subsisting on meager rations. The only recourse available to her was to send him as much money as possible to alleviate his suffering, while also hiring more lawyers to facilitate visits. Eventually, she learned from her lawyer that her son had been invited to Yedao by Yan Shigue, yet she found it perplexing that Yan Shigue seemed to have evaded capture. In recent days, she had contemplated seeking a conversation with Yan Shigue, but the myriad affairs of her group consumed her time. Today, upon discovering that the evening's commercial gala was hosted by Yan Shigue, she set aside her work and instructed her driver to take her to the gathering. Ouyang Xue noticed that Yan Shigue had gone to welcome other guests, leaving Cheng Xiaodong alone on the other side. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly stood and approached Cheng Xiaodong. "Excuse me, are you Miss Cheng Xiaodong from Feline Group?" Ouyang Xue asked with a bright smile, although Cheng Xiaodong did not recognize the beaming girl addressing her. She nodded politely. "Yes, I am Cheng Xiaodong. May I ask who you are?" "Auntie, my name is Ouyang Xue. I am your son, Cheng Xiaodong's girlfriend." "Auntie, may I inquire where your son is? I haven't seen him since after the Dragon Boat Festival." Gathering her courage to utter those few words, Ouyang Xue's stunningly beautiful eyes shimmered with a veil of tears. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong's gaze flickered with surprise as she inwardly pondered. When did Xiaodong acquire such an exquisite girlfriend? Why had that troublesome boy never mentioned her? Cheng Xiaodong had indeed heard of the foremost beautiful women in the business world, and seeing the breathtaking girl before her, who claimed to be Ouyang Xue, the foremost among them, she found it utterly believable. At that moment, upon Ouyang Xue's inquiry, a hint of panic flashed in Cheng Xiaodong's eyes, though it quickly faded to composure. With a smile, she replied, "You are Ouyang Xue, my son Xiaodong's girlfriend, aren't you?" "My dear, ever since the Dragon Boat Festival, I sent my son abroad for a business venture, and he won't be back for some time. Did he not inform you before he left?" Ouyang Xue shook her head, responding, "No, after the Dragon Boat Festival, he inexplicably vanished. I've been unable to reach him on the phone. I had intended to visit your group to inquire about him, but I hesitated, which is why I delayed until now." She nearly divulged to Cheng Xiaodong that her primary purpose for attending the soirée that evening was to gather information regarding Cheng Xiaodong's circumstances. Ouyang Xue could not fathom that Cheng Xiaodong might be deceiving her and couldn't help but voice her frustration. "Your son professes love for me, yet he leaves for abroad without even a phone call to inform me." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong felt as if she were a mute savoring bitter melon, grappling with unspoken anguish. She lamented internally, "Poor girl, my son is entangled in a serious predicament. With the case unresolved, how could he possibly call you?" For years, she had thrived in business, enjoying a significant status and position. How could she disclose such a disgraceful matter to a stranger? Family disgrace should remain private, and that adage held substantial truth. Cheng Xiaodong's situation had been well concealed, known only to a select few, including Yan Shigue and his uncle far away in the Coconut Island. Naturally, Cheng Xiaodong, aware of the circumstances, would not divulge anything to outsiders. Neither Cheng Xiaodong nor her lawyer would speak, and Yan Shigue, Zhang Fei, and his uncle would certainly refrain from leaking any information, as this affair was orchestrated by them in secret to ensnare Cheng Xiaodong. Many details could not withstand scrutiny, rendering them hesitant to disclose it lightly. Recognizing that this girl genuinely cared for her son, Cheng Xiaodong felt a flicker of appreciation in her heart. With a warm demeanor, she said, "Ouyang Xue, is it? Cool me. Sit down and let us converse openly." Ouyang Xue gently asked, "Annie, would you like something to eat or drink? I can fetch it for you." Cheng Xiaodong shook her head, replying, "I do not wish for anything to eat. If you're hungry, please help yourself." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue went to the beverage area and returned with a cup of coffee, finding a seat before Cheng Xiaodong. Chapter 37. Ouyang Xue misunderstands Cheng Xiaodong with an air of elegance. Ouyang Xue took a delicate sip of her coffee and suddenly inquired of Cheng Xiaodong, "Annie, May I be so bold as to ask, do you have only one son, Cheng Xiaodong? Upon hearing this question, a fleeting shadow of pain crossed Cheng Yaji's eyes. Yet she quickly regained her composure and nodded, responding, "Yes, I have only one son, Xiaodong. May I ask why you are curious about this, Miss Xue?" Ouyang Xue had initially intended to share with her that Cheng Xiaodong bore an uncanny resemblance to her son, but upon hearing that Cheng Yaji had only one child, she refrained from speaking further. Little did she know that it was precisely Cheng Yaji's adamant denial that would later incite Cheng Xiaodong, upon his release from prison, to join forces with the ruthless Yan Shige, harboring a bitter grudge against Cheng Xiaodong for usurping his love, leading to a merciless conflict. However, that is a tale for another time. The primary purpose of Ouyang Xue's attendance at this war, he was to inquire about Cheng Xiaodong's background and ascertain the whereabouts of her boyfriend. Now, hearing Cheng Yaji affirm that she had only one son, Ouyang Xue mused to herself that it seemed Cheng Xiaodong had no connection to Cheng Xiaodong after all. "Auntie, could you share your son's phone number with me?" Ouyang Xue ventured to ask once more. She speculated that since Cheng Xiaodong had been sent abroad by his mother on business, he might have changed his phone number. However, given that Cheng Xiaodong's phone had been confiscated while he was incarcerated on Coconut Island, Cheng Yaji could hardly provide a number. She hesitantly replied, "Xue, I'm afraid I don't have my son's number at the moment." Before she could finish her sentence, Yan Shige approached with Zhang Fei, expressing curiosity. "Xue, do you know Aunt Chen? You seem to be quite engrossed in conversation." Ouyang Xue, believing that Cheng Yaji looked down upon her for withholding her son's number, and feeling averse to Yan Shige's presence, offered a polite smile to Cheng Yaji and said, "Auntie, I just remembered that I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." With that, she hurriedly rose and departed, not once casting a glance at Yan Shige. As Yan Shige watched her slender figure vanish through the entrance, he mused to himself, "This girl, though she struts about with such arrogance, will one day find herself kneeling before me, singing my praises." Earlier, upon entering the hall, Zhang Fei had discreetly informed him that Ouyang Xue was still a maiden, advising him to rest easy. Once Ouyang Xue had hastily exited, Cheng Yaji coldly regarded Yan Shige and said, "Young Master Yan, might you sit down for a moment? I have some personal matters I wish to discuss with you." Yan Shige turned to Zhang Fei and instructed, "Fei, please attend to the guests for me. I have matters to discuss with Aunt Chen." After Zhang Fei departed, Cheng Yaji invited Yan Shige to sit beside her. Once they were alone, she whispered, "Young Master Yan, my son has always had a good relationship with you. You are aware that he was captured by the authorities in Yadao. I have heard that your uncle Yin Guoping is in charge of criminal responsibilities there. I would like to ask for your assistance in locating him to help get my son Xiaodong released." After a brief pause, she continued, "Young Master Yin, please inform your uncle that if money is required for any arrangements, he should feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to meet his demands." At this moment, little did Cheng Yaji know that her son's predicament was a meticulously devised trap by the young aristocrat before her, aimed at competing for the attention of the stunning beauty Ouyang Xue, who had just been speaking with her. Yan Shige feigned a respectful demeanor as he replied, "Aunt Chen, I will call my uncle tomorrow and see if he can assist in getting Brother Xiaodong out." Cheng Yaji expressed her gratitude, saying, "Young Master Yan, I entrust this matter to you. If you need anything, feel free to call me or come to my company." With that, she excused herself, stating she had other matters to attend to. Ouyang Xue left the Coral Hotel's banquet hall and drove to a small restaurant to grab a bite to eat before returning home, feeling dejected. Upon reaching her doorstep, she realized she had given her keys to Cheng Xiaodong, so she had no choice but to ring the doorbell. Inside the living room, Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Bing were engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the doorbell, Ouyang Bing exclaimed joyfully, "My sister is back." She quickly rose to open the door. As the door swung open, Ouyang Xue was reminded that it was Saturday. "Sister, you're back?" Upon seeing her sister, Ouyang Bing playfully made a face and whispered, "Sis, you're amazing. You've secretly brought a handsome guy home without anyone knowing?" Ouyang Xue, feeling upset, blushed and retorted, "You silly girl, don't speak nonsense. He is merely a new employee in my company. I've been alone at home lately and felt a bit scared at night. So I asked him to stay with me. Ouyang Bing giggled. Sis, stop denying it. If you need company, why not invite a woman to keep you company? Clearly, you're feeling lonely and empty, right? Ouyang Xue, changing into her slippers, clenched her teeth in annoyance. Lonely? You cheeky little girl. Are you itching for scolding? With that, she swiftly grabbed one of Ouyang Bing's arms and playfully slapped her a few times on the backside. Cheng Xiaodong, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, overheard their playful banter and felt his face flush with embarrassment. After a series of sharp slaps, Ouyang Bing squealed in mock pain. The sisters frolicked for a while before finally stopping. Ouyang Xue then plopped down on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Cheng Xiaodong. President, you attended the business annual meeting. How did you return so quickly? To alleviate the awkwardness, Cheng Xiaodong took the initiative to inquire about Ouyang Xue. Ouyang Xue coldly remarked, I found it rather uninteresting, so I decided to leave midway. Xiaodong, tomorrow is Sunday, and our company is closed. Please prepare some delicious food for me and my sister at home. Cheng Xiaodong readily agreed. Sure, President. However, I have driving lessons scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Will I have to take a taxi then? Ouyang Xue furrowed her brows and inquired. Xiaodong, having grown up in the countryside, do you know how to ride a motorcycle? Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. Of course I can ride a motorcycle. Back in my hometown, I often rode one with Tang Bo to visit patients. In fact, I even hold a motorcycle license. Ouyang Xue exclaimed with delight. Really? That's wonderful. There's a women's motorcycle in my backyard, which was previously used by Aunt's son for grocery shopping. You can ride that to your driving lessons tomorrow. At that moment, Ouyang Bing settled onto another sofa and remarked to Ouyang Xue, Sister, I'm also currently learning to drive. You once promised that if I obtain my license, you would buy me a BMW. You must keep your word. Chapter 38. The calculated scheme. After the business gathering concluded, Yin Shigue drove home with his cousin Zhang Fei. As soon as Yin Shigue sat down on the sofa, he smugly told Zhang Fei, Brother Fei, do you know what Chinyaji just asked me? She actually requested my help to find Uncle San and get her son, Cheng Xiaodong, released. He laughed. Cheng Xiaodong, that rascal, is in there due to our scheme. And now his mother wants me to help him out. Isn't that just hilarious? Zhang Fei's eyes twinkled as he cunningly responded, Young master, if we assist in getting Chen Xiao released, Chinyaji would surely be willing to spend money. Wouldn't she? Yin Shigue scoffed. I bet she would gladly spend billions just to get her son out. Zhang Fei burst into laughter. Haha, young master, doesn't that present a lucrative opportunity for us? Yin Shigue, puzzled by his words, questioned, What opportunity? What wealth? Brother, if you agree to help Chinyaji while simultaneously pursuing Ouyang Xue, you'll gain both wealth and love. Upon hearing this, Yin Shigue joyfully gave a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Haha, Brother Fei, your calculations are truly brilliant. Let us proceed as you suggested. Zhang Fei, with a sycophantic smile, said, Young master, this morning I sent someone to the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xiqing to investigate. It turns out that this Cheng Xiaodong has indeed registered his marriage with Ouyang Xue. Do you want me to have someone teach him a lesson? Yin Shigue quietly instructed, Brother Fei, before we take action against that fellow, it's best to thoroughly investigate his background first. When you sent someone to the Bureau, they should have noted down his family address and such, right? Yes, young master. I'll dispatch someone tomorrow to investigate his background in his hometown. Good. If he turns out to be of no significance, you'll see how I deal with him. Yin Shigue said menacingly. On a Sunday morning, Cheng Xiaodong ventured out to purchase ingredients for the dishes he excelled in preparing, crafting several specialty meals to treat the Ouyang sisters to a delightful feast. After their meal, the sisters retreated upstairs to rest, while Cheng Xiaodong hopped on his motorcycle to practice driving at the driving school. Before long, 2 or 3 days had elapsed, and Ouyang Xue found herself in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that Yin Shigue might seek trouble with Cheng Xiaodong. However, her concerns proved to be somewhat unfounded, as Yin Shigue seemed to have vanished into thin air, not showing his face even once during this time. Nevertheless, Ouyang Xue repeatedly urged Cheng Xiaodong to remain vigilant against any potential retaliation from Yin Shigue while he was out. During these days, Cheng Xiaodong spent his mornings familiarizing himself with his duties in the security department at the company, while dedicating his afternoons to practicing driving for 2 hours. Naturally intelligent and quick to learn, he was able to navigate the instructor's vehicle on the road after only a few days of practice, requiring little guidance from his instructor. In the dormitory assigned to him by the company, he took the time to purchase some sheets, blankets, and daily necessities. After lunch, he would often return to the dormitory for a brief rest. Had it not been for Ouyang Xue insisting he return to the villa to sleep, he would have found the dormitory far more comfortable than staying at her home. However, in order to prevent the other employees from speculating about their relationship, Ouyang Xue requested that Cheng Xiaodong ride back to prepare meals for her after his driving practice each day. Ever since tasting his culinary skills, she had seemingly developed a craving for his cooking, insisting on returning home to enjoy his meals after work each day. On Thursday afternoon, after finishing his driving practice as usual, Cheng Xiaodong mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the Shili Phone Villa area. As he rode through a rather secluded and desolate stretch of road, 2 unmarked vans suddenly emerged from a hidden intersection, screeching to a halt. From the vehicles leapt 7 or 8 robust men, adorned with tattoos and wielding various implements. At the same time, a black sedan accelerated sharply behind him, and 4 more tattooed men armed with clubs began to encircle him. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Cheng Xiaodong could not have anticipated that Yan Shigue would resort to such drastic measures to intercept him. Though this was his first encounter with such a situation, he remained unfazed. He quickly stopped his motorcycle, steadied it, squinted at the approaching figures, and demanded in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you surrounding me without cause?" One of the burly men, broad-shouldered and with a face full of flesh, shook the steel pipe in his hand and sneered, "Kid, you've offended someone you can't afford to cross. We were sent here to give you a little lesson." Cheng Xiaodong took a few hurried steps back, trying to distance himself from the motorcycle to avoid being hindered in the impending confrontation. Affecting an fade of fear, he stammered, "Brothers, I've only just arrived in the provincial capital a few days ago. I haven't offended anyone." The burly man glared at him with wide eyes and growled, "Kid, do you not realize you are staring death in the face? The young master of my family has taken a liking to a woman, and you dare to pursue her? Have you truly consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?" Cheng Xiaodong feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who is your young master? Why does he accuse me of stealing his woman without cause?" As he spoke, he secretly gathered his energy, channeling his vital force, causing his muscles to harden like iron. Another man, equally robust and bearing a long scar across his face, barked sharply, "Old Chow, why do you keep bantering with this kid? Brothers, let us seize the moment and take him down together." With that, he brandished a machete and launched a swift attack towards Cheng Xiaodong. The rest of the group formed a surrounding circle, attacking Cheng Xiaodong from all directions. They were in an abandoned factory area that had lain unused for several years. Situated in a remote location where the narrow street rarely saw any pedestrians or vehicles. The thugs surrounding Cheng Xiaodong were notorious in the West District for their ruthless behavior, and now that they had engaged, they showed no mercy. The sun had mysteriously retreated behind the clouds, casting a sudden gloom over the surroundings. Although Cheng Xiaodong had diligently practiced martial arts, this was his first encounter fighting unarmed against 12 armed assailants. To claim he was not anxious would be a blatant falsehood. After all, this confrontation was far more perilous than his recent struggle against 5 security guards. Just as several weapons were thrust toward him simultaneously, Cheng Xiaodong's pupils constricted, and he began to respond with composure. Chapter 39. The first confrontation with the Black Tiger Gang, the Scarface Man, was Zhao Jinlong, a formidable subordinate of Li Xiong, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang in the West District, known for his ferocity and ruthlessness. As he struck without hesitation, Cheng Xiaodong knew better than to underestimate the attack. As a machete came swinging toward him, he quickly retreated 3 feet. Then, with a keen eye, he noticed a sturdy steel pipe, nearly 4 feet long, in the hands of a nearby brute. Grasping the pipe with both hands, he exerted his strength and pulled the man forward a few steps. With the steel pipe in hand, he swiftly twisted it in a clockwise motion, causing the man to lose his grip and relinquish the pipe. At that moment, One of the four attackers closing in on him lunged forward with a sharp knife exceeding a foot in length. Cheng Xiaodong, wielding the steel pipe, countered with a swift block, deflecting the knife and immediately following up with a powerful kick to the wrist of the knife wielder. The man let out a pained scream as the knife flew from his grasp, piercing the waist of a comrade behind him. Witnessing their utter ruthlessness, Cheng Xiaodong decided against showing them any mercy. After landing a successful strike, he swung the steel pipe with vigor, advancing rather than retreating, pouring all his energy into the fight against these ruffians. He understood all too well that even the slightest misstep could cost him his life in this brutal encounter. Amidst the clamor of metallic clangs and anguished cries, within less than a minute, he had grievously injured 6 individuals. These 6, either suffering broken limbs or rendered unconscious by kicks, were entirely stripped of their combat efficacy. Zhao Jinlong and the brawny figure of Chao, both formidable subordinates of Li Xiong, despite witnessing their numbers dwindle to more than half in mere moments, gritted their teeth and continued to engage in fierce combat with Cheng Xiaodong. They were acutely aware that, at this juncture, retreat was a near impossibility, for Cheng Xiaodong would never permit their escape so easily. Having vanquished half of the opposing force, Cheng Xiaodong's confidence surged exponentially. He wielded the steel pipe with a fierce grace, darting left and right, treating his adversaries with utter disdain. In the blink of an eye, another half a minute elapsed. Following 2 more anguished cries, another adversary suffered a shattered arm, while another had his shin bone broken by a single strike. Observing Cheng Xiaodong's ferocity, the man named Chao felt a pang of fear. He swung his steel pipe while loudly calling out to Zhao Jinlong, "Boss Zhao, this lad seems to possess considerable skill. I think we should devise a way to withdraw." The scarred man, Zhao Jinlong, showed no signs of relenting with his blade, offering a silent, wry smile. "Brother Chao, do you think we can escape unscathed now? If we don't fight tooth and nail today, this lad will undoubtedly not let us go." Cheng Xiaodong let out a cold chuckle. "It's good that you understand. Indeed, unless you all suffer complete dismemberment today, I shall not permit your departure." The robust man named Chao, incited by these words, roared, "Brothers, let us take this lad head on." Before his words had fully dissipated, he lunged forward, swinging his steel pipe with all his might towards Cheng Xiaodong. Cheng Xiaodong responded with a resounding shout, "Come on," and swiftly countered with his own pipe. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, sending sparks flying in all directions. Though Chao possessed great strength, he was no match for Cheng Xiaodong, who had mastered the manipulation of inner strength. Following their collision, he felt a numbing shock through his wrists as his steel pipe clattered to the ground. Seeing his comrade in distress, Zhao Jinlong hastily charged in with his blade. In a moment of peril, Cheng Xiaodong, unable to swing his pipe in time, unexpectedly propped it against the ground, vaulting himself into the air to deliver a powerful kick to the astonished Chao's abdomen. With a series of sharp cracks, Chao not only had several ribs shattered by the force of the kick, but Cheng Xiaodong also deftly evaded Zhao Jinlong's vicious strike. Despite Chao's towering stature and strength, he was sent crashing to the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead in agony. However, before Cheng Xiaodong could regain his stance, a man, who had earlier suffered a fractured wrist at Cheng Xiaodong's hands and had been merely spectating, suddenly launched an unexpected attack, slashing at him with his left hand. With a muffled thud, a knife struck Cheng Xiaodong's shoulder, blood gushing forth like a spring. Observing this, the remaining 3 engaged in combat could hardly contain their joy, immediately intensifying their assault on Cheng Xiaodong. Though this road was secluded, it was not devoid of the occasional passerby, as the onlookers and vehicles kept their distance. Witnessing the fierce struggle of an armed confrontation, Cheng Xiaodong, nursing a wound on his left shoulder, felt an overwhelming surge of rage coursing through his veins. With his eyes ablaze, he retreated a few steps to a less vulnerable position and deftly used his right hand to apply pressure to several acupoints on his shoulder, staunching the flow of blood. Just as he noticed Zhao Jinlong and his companions closing in, he clenched his silver teeth and extracted several silver needles from his pants pocket, casting them forth with a swift motion. With a series of whistling sounds, the sharp, elongated silver needles shot forth unexpectedly, targeting the faces of the approaching men. Cheng Xiaodong had always adhered to the teachings of Tang Bo, carrying a substantial supply of silver needles for emergencies, allowing him to spring into action when others faced peril. Now, in his own moment of distress, he resorted to using them as a means of defense. Zhao Jinlong and his men were caught off guard by this unexpected skill. And due to the precision of Cheng Xiaodong's technique, they were struck directly by the needles, causing their assault to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xiaodong, wielding his steel pipe, advanced rather than retreated, launching a counterattack. Within half a minute, all 12 of Zhao Jinlong's men lay injured and incapacitated. Faced with the ferocity of Cheng Xiaodong, who resembled a divine warrior, the group of burly men fell silent, none daring to flee. Cheng Xiaodong surveyed them with an icy glare and commanded, "Go back and inform your master that should you dare to trouble me again, I assure you that you will all find no place to rest, even in death." With that, he disregarded the stunned crowd, discarding the steel pipe onto the ground and striding over to his motorcycle parked by the roadside. With one hand, he mounted the bike and sped away. Although his shoulder bore a deep gash, and blood continued to seep despite his efforts to apply pressure to the nearby acupoints, he felt an overwhelming numbness in the area. Thus, he hastened back to Ouyang Xue's villa to tend to his wound and staunch the bleeding. By the time Ouyang Xue returned home after work, Cheng Xiaodong had already cleansed his wounds and bandaged them. Additionally, he had taken the time to purchase some vegetables at the entrance of the villa area and had prepared a delectable dinner for them to share upon her arrival. They enjoyed their meal together in the dining room, with Ouyang Xue completely unaware that Cheng Xiaodong had just emerged from a perilous battle for his life. Little did she know that this encounter was merely a precursor to even greater dangers that awaited him. Chapter 40. Ouyang Xue's heart ached with tears following their customary routine. It was Cheng Xiaodong who gathered the dishes after dinner, a duty that Ouyang Xue seemed to accept as his rightful task. After placing her utensils aside and dabbing her rosy lips with a napkin, she stood up and walked into the living room. Pouring herself a glass of warm water and setting it on the tea table, she suddenly felt a slight urge to relieve herself. Not wishing to ascend the stairs, she opted to use the restroom on the first floor. Upon entering, she was taken aback to discover a plastic bucket filled with the soiled clothes Cheng Xiaodong had recently changed out of. It is not surprising to discover a bucket filled with soiled clothing. What is truly peculiar, however, is the crimson liquid within, resembling nothing less than blood. How curious that the garments cast aside by this individual are stained such a vivid red. Could it be that he is experiencing his monthly cycle? Yet, she quickly recollects that Cheng Xiaodong is a young man, and hence, such a notion is utterly unfounded. If that is the case, then what accounts for this bucket of blood-like liquid? With a heart full of astonishment, Ouyang Xue, suppressing her nausea, approaches the bucket containing the garments and retrieves a piece of clothing for a closer inspection. At last, she discovers a gaping wound, over 3 inches long, on the shoulder of Cheng Xiaodong's discarded white shirt. Furthermore, upon examining his suit, she is alarmed to find another wound of similar length in the same location. The precision of these cuts indicates that Cheng Xiaodong has indeed been injured by a sharp object. Setting the clothing aside, her gaze shifts to the trash can within, where she is horrified to find numerous blood-soaked scraps of fabric, reflecting on how Cheng Xiaodong, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, concealed his condition and nonchalantly rushed to the supermarket to procure ingredients for a meal. A wave of indescribable emotion floods Ouyang Xue's heart. She suddenly feels a lump in her throat, as if overwhelmed by the urge to weep. After closing the door and finishing her business, she hurriedly makes her way to the kitchen, where she finds Cheng Xiaodong washing dishes. "Xiaodong, why don't you take a break? Let me handle these few dishes," she suggests. Cheng Xiaodong turns to her with a smile, insisting, "I'd rather do it myself. My hands are already wet." With her eyes reddening and tears glistening, Ouyang Xue asks, "Xiaodong, how did you sustain your injury today? Did that scoundrel, Yin Shiguai, send someone to harm you?" A jolt of alarm runs through Cheng Xiaodong. He realizes she must have discovered his injury somehow, recalling the haste with which he bandaged his wound before rushing out to buy groceries. Leaving the soiled clothes soaking in the bucket, He understands that she must have seen them upon entering. Xiaoxue, you already know? He stammers. But I cannot be certain if Yin Shiguai truly sent someone to trouble me. Ouyang Xue, with a voice laced with indignation, retorts. You've only just arrived in the provincial capital. Who else could it possibly be? She enters the kitchen, firmly pushing Cheng Xiaodong out, before rolling up her sleeves to continue washing the dishes. After hastily completing her task, Ouyang Xue approaches the living room, softly addressing Cheng Xiaodong, who is seated on the sofa. Xiaodong, would you mind removing your shirt so that I may examine your wound? If it is serious, I must take you to the hospital immediately. Cheng Xiaodong shakes his head, replying, there is no need for a hospital. It's merely a small injury. When I can manage myself. Ouyang Xue, unwavering in her resolve, insists, you must show me the wound. Cheng Xiaodong hesitates. Is it really necessary? I just dressed and bandaged it. Unwrapping it will be quite troublesome. You must uncover it for me, she states firmly, her tone leaving no room for objection. With no alternative, Cheng Xiaodong relents, removing his outer garment and unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the bandaged wound. Upon seeing the long, exposed gash on his muscle, tears immediately well up in Ouyang Xue's eyes. With immense heartache, she exclaimed, Xiaodong, such a grievous wound, and you concealed it from me, refusing to seek medical attention? The weather is still sweltering. What if it becomes infected and festers? Cheng Xiaodong replied with a smile, Xiaoxue, this is merely a knife wound. If I go to the hospital, the doctor will see it at a glance. What if they report it? That would only invite trouble upon us. Even if the police find out, you must still go to the hospital. Our home is lacking in medical supplies. How can you expect your injury to heal? Seeing her anxiety for his well-being, he felt uplifted and chuckled. Xiaoxue, do you not know that I began training in martial arts and medicine with my uncle from a young age? If I cannot treat this minor injury, then all these years would have been in vain. With that, he began to redress himself. Ouyang Xue noticed his difficulty with one hand and promptly stood to assist him with his buttons. As she beheld his exposed, impressively muscular chest and abdomen, a flush crept across her face, and her heart inexplicably began to race. After fastening Cheng Xiaodong's clothing, she still felt a twinge of concern and asked, are you truly certain you can heal yourself? I must stress, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Cheng Xiaodong raised his right fist in a gesture of assurance, grinning. I promise my beautiful CEO that I will heal swiftly. You need not worry. Ouyang Xue wiped away the remnants of tears from the corners of her eyes and snorted. Enough of your foolishness. Now tell me how you sustained this injury this afternoon. With no alternative, Cheng Xiaodong recounted the incident in detail, explaining how he had been ambushed by assailants on his way back from driving school and had no choice but to engage them in a fierce battle. Upon hearing that 12 individuals had attacked him, all armed, Ouyang Xue could not help but curse. That scoundrel Yin must believe we are truly married. Hence his viciousness towards you. Xiaodong, I am so sorry. It is my fault for putting you in this position as a shield. Cheng Xiaodong smiled wryly. Xiaoxue, this is not your fault. It is merely the selfishness of that Yin character. He assumes that because he desires you, you are obligated to reciprocate and marry him. Ouyang Xue gritted her teeth in rage. Pa, even if every man in the world perished, I would not spare him a glance. That man is not even fit to be called scum. He is nothing more than a beast. Cheng Xiaodong, amused by her vehement denunciation of Yin Shiguai, could not resist teasing her. If you, with all your riches and beauty, refuse to marry him, then perhaps I still have a faint chance. Ouyang Xue shot him a glare and muttered, you thick-skinned fellow, what do you possess aside from your audacity? I, Ouyang Xue, am wealthy and beautiful. How could I ever consider marrying a penniless wretch like you? Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, was reminded of his own lack of possessions, and a wave of intense inferiority washed over him, causing his expression to darken as he fell silent. Ouyang Xue, witnessing this, felt a pang of regret. However, she found herself at a loss for words to say to Cheng Xiaodong, and thus lapsed into silence. This left both of them as mute figures. Chapter 41. A telephone outburst at Yin Shiguai the following morning at 6. Ouyang Xue rose early and ventured alone to the artificial lake for a morning run. only to discover that Cheng Xiaodong had already arrived, jogging by the water's edge. Despite having sustained severe injuries the previous day, he was resolutely maintaining his exercise regimen. Ouyang Xue could not help but admire his unwavering determination and tenacity. As he approached her, Ouyang Xue began to jog behind him, simultaneously voicing her concerns. "Xiaodong, you've suffered such a serious injury. Why aren't you resting at home instead of running here so early?" Cheng Xiaodong replied with a cheerful smile. "It's my arm that's injured, not my legs. Why should I run?" Ouyang Xue urged. "You really should refrain from exercising. What if you accidentally reopen your wound? You ought to go back and rest. I'll buy breakfast and bring it back for you." Cheng Xiaodong recognized her sincere concern, and his previous dissatisfaction dissipated into thin air. He murmured, "Should I head back then? You must return, and for the next few days, you need to focus on healing, so you can be prepared for any retaliation from that scoundrel Yan Shigue." Unable to disregard her good intentions, Cheng Xiaodong reluctantly turned and jogged back to the villa. When Ouyang Xue returned with breakfast, she found Cheng Xiaodong already dressed in his work attire, waiting on the sofa. "Why are you still in your work clothes? Do you intend to go to work today?" she gently reproached while setting the breakfast on the tea table. "Xiaoxue, although I have an injury on my shoulder, I believe I can still manage to work," he replied. "No way. You're not going to work these days. You must rest at home." Ouyang Xue firmly refused. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled bitterly. "If I work for just one day, I could earn several hundred yuan. If you don't let me work, wouldn't I be losing out?" Ouyang Xue rolled her eyes at him and playfully retorted, "I've seen stingy people before, but never anyone as miserly as you. How about this? You rest at home, and I want to deduct your wages. Does that sound fair?" "Stingy." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled foolishly. "Well, that does seem acceptable." After finishing her breakfast, Ouyang Xue arrived at the office and immediately took out her phone to call Yan Shigue. As soon as the call connected, she unleashed her fury. "Yan Shigue, do you even consider yourself a human being? I told you days ago that Cheng Xiaodong is my husband, and I've shown you a marriage certificate. Why the hell did you send someone to attack him?" At that moment, Yan Shigue had yet to rise, reclining against his headboard while taking the call. Beside him lay a young and beautiful woman, someone he had summoned from the Coral Hotel the previous night to assuage his desires. Upon hearing from the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Xiong, that the people he had sent failed to intercept Cheng Xiaodong, he had been so enraged that he smashed a beloved, valuable item, cursing Li Xiong as a useless fool, lamenting how so many could not defeat a mere country boy. After the business cocktail party that day, Yan Shigue and Zhang Fei dispatched individuals to the Xiqing district to verify the authenticity of Ouyang Xue's marriage certificate. Upon discovering Cheng Xiaodong's home address, they even sent someone to drive to his hometown, intending to uncover his entire background. Upon learning that Cheng Xiaodong was merely an orphan raised by a single man, with no connections whatsoever, Yan Shigue and Zhang Fei conspired in secret, deciding to send members of the Black Tiger Gang to teach him a lesson, intending to cripple him before sending him back to his rural home. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Xiong, had gained his dominance in the provincial capital primarily due to the influence of the Yan family. Thus, when the direct heir of the Yan family assigned him this task, he naturally executed it with utmost diligence. However, he could never have imagined that after dispatching his men to covertly follow Cheng Xiaodong for 2 days and laying a trap for an ambush, all the more than 10 skilled fighters he sent were utterly defeated by Cheng Xiaodong, returning in disgrace. When Li Xiong reported this outcome to Yan Shigue, Yan was furious and berated them as useless, lamenting that such a number of men could not even handle a rural boy. In a foul mood, that evening Yan Shigue, accompanied by Zhang Fei, went to the Coral Grand Hotel, where they spent the majority of the night reveling in the nightclub before each taking a woman of the night back to rest. At that moment, Yan Shigue received a scathing reprimand from Ouyang Xue over the phone, reigniting the flames of anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he furiously exclaimed into the phone, "Ouyang Xue, let me tell you, since I have set my sights on you, you must be my woman for life." Ouyang Xue, infuriated, retorted with a vehement declaration, "Yan Shigue, stop bullying me with your power. I assure you, even if I remain single for my entire life, I will never marry you. Yin Shigui laughed maniacally and proclaimed, Ouyang Xue, as long as you are alive, I will do whatever it takes to possess you. If you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Ouyang Xue, exasperated, shouted into the phone, You are insane, and promptly hung up. However, to her astonishment, just as she ended the call, he rang her again. Ouyang Xue answered, her irritation palpable as she demanded, Yin Shigui, why are you calling me again? Little Xue, please don't be angry. Let me be honest with you. I genuinely like you. I have never felt this way about any woman before. If you agree to marry me, I promise to treat you like royalty for the rest of my life. Upon hearing Yin Shigui's heartfelt confession once more, Ouyang Xue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Were it not for her knowledge of his true character, she might have fallen for his deceit. Yin Shigui, spare me your pretense. I assure you, I wouldn't believe a single word you say, Ouyang Xue coldly retorted. Little Xue, you just claimed I sent people to attack Cheng Xiaodong. Let me be honest, you are truly mistaken. Consider, no matter how one views me, Yin Shigui, I am a person of standing in the provincial capital. How could I possibly have a conflict with a mere country bumpkin? Yin Shigui steadfastly denied over the phone any involvement in instigating the assault on Cheng Xiaodong. Ouyang Xue, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, coldly remarked, Humph, Yin Shigui, you must have some inkling whether or not you were behind this incident. I warn you once more, do not provoke me and my husband again. If you do, I shall risk everything to ensure you face the consequences. Yin Shigui, enraged yet amused, retorted, Ouyang Xue, when you speak of your husband, do you mean the wealthy heir of the Feline group, or this rural fellow, Cheng Xiaodong? His expression shifted mysteriously, and he continued, Ouyang Xue, would you like to know the current situation of your former boyfriend, Cheng Xiaodong? Shall I enlighten you? Chapter 42. The revelation of Cheng Xiaodong's capture upon hearing this. Ouyang Xue quickly inquired, Yin Shigui, do you have news of Cheng Xiaodong? Yin Shigui, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, Of course I do. Then why have I never heard you mention it? Ouyang Xue questioned skeptically. Well, you never inquired, so I had no reason to bring it up, he smirked. After some reflection, Ouyang Xue realized she had indeed not asked him about Cheng Xiaodong, which made his silence somewhat understandable. Yin Shigui, tell me now, where is Cheng Xiaodong? Do you have his new contact information? Yin Shigui, feigning earnestness, declared, Little Xue, originally, Aunt Chen instructed me not to disclose this to anyone. However, since you are my favorite, I have decided to share a bit of insider information. His audacity was remarkable. Having just been reprimanded by Ouyang Xue, he now sought to ingratiate himself with her. Clearly, his intent to divulge details about Cheng Xiaodong stemmed from ulterior motives. He hoped that upon learning of Cheng Xiaodong's scandal, Ouyang Xue would completely abandon hope for him, thereby giving Yin Shigui a chance to win her favor. As for that Cheng Xiaodong, who had just arrived from the countryside, Yin Shigui had never regarded him as a threat. He consistently believed him to be merely a temporary distraction for Ouyang Xue. Yin Shigui's words only deepened Ouyang Xue's curiosity. Despite her reluctance to engage with him, she could not resist pressing for more information. Where exactly has Cheng Xiaodong gone? Speak quickly, and spare me your rambling. Little Xue, you may find this hard to believe, but that chap, Cheng Xiaodong, was arrested 3 months ago in San City and is still being held there, Yin Shigui revealed. Ouyang Xue gasped in shock, exclaiming, Cheng Xiaodong has been arrested? What did he do? Yin Shigui hesitated, unwilling to admit that he had invited Cheng Xiaodong to San City for leisure. Instead, he murmured, I heard he was apprehended at a grand hotel in San City for engaging in lewd activities with 4 escorts. Certainly, Aunt Chun is aware of the situation, but due to the detrimental impact it has, she has invested a significant amount to ensure it remains concealed. Ouyang Xue, inherently innocent, could never have imagined that the dashing young man who had pursued her relentlessly just months prior was, in fact, such a debauched villain. It was a folly on her part to have agreed to become his girlfriend, spending her evenings in intimate whispers with him. After listening to Yin Shigui's revelations, Ouyang Xue found herself believing wholeheartedly in the veracity of his words. Otherwise, Cheng Xiaodong would not have vanished without a trace for such an extended period. At that moment, Visions of Cheng Xiaodong cavorting with four women flickered through her mind, and her delicate face flushed with indignation as she vehemently denounced him as scum over the phone. Yin Shiguai, bewildered on the other end, retorted indignantly, "Xue, I risked everything to share the truth with you, and yet you label me as scum? Oh, my apologies. I was overwhelmed with anger and inadvertently lashed out at you instead of him." Upon hearing this, Yin Shiguai felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that Ouyang Xue's heart would surely no longer harbor feelings for Cheng Xiaodong. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to stoke the flames further, suggesting, "Dear Xue, what I shared about Cheng Xiaodong is merely hearsay. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. However, if you doubt it, I would be willing to accompany you to Sanya City to uncover the truth." He was certain that the proud Ouyang Xue would never venture to Sanya City to seek clarity. Reflecting on the previous Saturday's business gathering, Ouyang Xue recalled how Cheng Xiaodong's mother, Chen Yaji, had indeed appeared troubled, particularly when Ouyang Xue mentioned being Cheng Xiaodong's girlfriend. Her demeanor had been cold and devoid of joy. It seemed her precious son had been apprehended, with her son incarcerated and no clear release date in sight. Chen Yaji could not muster warmth even when she recognized Ouyang Xue as her son's new girlfriend. No wonder Ouyang Xue had been unable to reach Cheng Xiaodong for over 3 months. He had run afoul of the law, and consequently, his phone had been confiscated. Despite the heart-wrenching pain she felt, Ouyang Xue maintained a facade of indifference, stating, "I have no intention of concerning myself with a scoundrel like Cheng Xiaodong." Yin Shiguai, let us conclude our conversation here. I shall hang up now. After disconnecting the call, Ouyang Xue sat alone in her office chair, and soon, 2 silent tears cascaded down her exquisitely beautiful face. Her sorrowful appearance was truly heart-wrenching. Since Cheng Xiaodong joined the company, Jiang Shanshan felt a sense of security each morning upon seeing him enter alongside President Ouyang. After all, in this city, over 200 kilometers from her hometown, Cheng Xiaodong was the person she had been closest to since childhood, particularly in recent days. Upon learning that Cheng Xiaodong rode his motorcycle to work rather than arriving in President Ouyang's luxurious car, she felt immense joy. This indicated that their relationship was certainly not that of a couple in romantic fervor. As long as Cheng Xiaodong has not yet become involved with President Ouyang, Jiang Shanshan, still have a chance. For the past few nights, she has been contemplating a plan to discreetly undergo a membrane repair surgery during the weekend, seizing an opportunity to invite Cheng Xiaodong to her rented apartment, where she could subtly turn their relationship into something more substantial. Based on her understanding of Cheng Xiaodong, she knew him to be a man of deep feelings and loyalty. If she could win his affection, she would undoubtedly find someone worthy of lifelong commitment. Since her heartless abandonment by her former boyfriend, Jiang Shanshan has gradually lost interest in the bustling city life. She believed that marrying Cheng Xiaodong would make her content to live in her hometown, a remote village nestled in the mountains. She had inquired with her father, the village chief, and learned that Cheng Xiaodong had yet to find a girlfriend. Confident in her beauty, she was certain that with a little allure, he would readily succumb to her advances. Whenever she reminisced about their first intimate encounter at the age of 18, a wave of sweetness washed over her. Even after having a boyfriend, thoughts of Cheng Xiaodong would invade her mind during their more intimate moments. This morning, while working in the lobby, she noticed President Ouyang entering but had yet to catch a glimpse of Cheng Xiaodong, even as the clock struck 10. She found it peculiar and speculated whether he was perhaps occupied with some task assigned by President Ouyang. Nonetheless, this thought kept her from calling to inquire. As the clock ticked past 10 o'clock without sight of Cheng Xiaodong, she was about to dial his number when, unexpectedly, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she was startled to see it was President Ouyang. She answered hurriedly. "Jiang Shanshan, come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you," Ouyang Xue commanded, hanging up before she could respond. With the president's directive, Jiang Shanshan dared not delay. After instructing her colleague Ding Jiai not to leave, she promptly made her way to the president's office. All the while, she wondered what urgent matter could have prompted President Ouyang to summon her. 2 minutes later, with a heart full of trepidation, she arrived at the door of Ouyang Xue's office. After pressing the doorbell and hearing the invitation to enter, she gently pushed the door open. "President, you called for me?" she inquired. Ouyang Xue greeted her with a faint smile and beckoned. Shan, come sit on the sofa. Let's have a good chat. Jiang Shan noticed immediately that Ouyang Xue's eyes were slightly red, as if she had recently been in tears. Although this struck her as odd, she obediently moved to the guest sofa to take a seat. As she settled down, a subtle fragrance enveloped her, revealing that Ouyang Xue had taken a seat beside her. Shan, I heard from Xiaodong that you and he grew up together in the same village. Is that correct? Upon hearing Ouyang Xue suddenly bring up this matter, and recalling that Cheng Xiaodong had not come to work, Jiang Shan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. She thought to herself, could that mischievous boy have gotten himself into some trouble? President, indeed. Xiaodong and I hail from the same village, she replied, her voice laced with concern. He wouldn't be in any trouble, would he? Seeing her visibly tense, Ouyang Xue offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, Shan, he is perfectly fine, so there is no need for you to worry. I simply wanted to chat about this fellow, since I have some free time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. Shan, what kind of person is Cheng Xiaodong? What family does he come from? How is he regarded in the village? Ouyang Xue inquired, her curiosity evident. Jiang Shan, noticing the barrage of questions, smiled brightly. President, from what I know, Cheng Xiaodong has been orphaned since childhood and was raised by an old bachelor from our village. He displayed remarkable intelligence from a young age, consistently achieving top scores in school, always ranking first in every exam. However, what perplexes me to this day is that during the college entrance examination, he performed disastrously. His results were utterly dismal. Despite my own inferior academic performance, I managed to gain admission to a second-tier university in the province, while he, with his stellar grades, failed to secure a place. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Shan felt memories flooding back, particularly that unforgettable experience with Cheng Xiaodong, which still made her blush and her heart race. Ouyang Xue chuckled. Do you think it could be that Cheng Xiaodong's psychological resilience was too weak, and when the time came for the exam, he could not perform despite his abilities? Jiang Shan shook her head. It was not that at all. According to what he later confided to us, he felt reluctant to leave behind Tang Bo, the man who raised him and deliberately sabotaged his own exam. Ouyang Xue blinked, recalling the words Cheng Xiaodong had shared with her on the night they first met, pondering whether there was truth to his claims and that he had not been deceitful. We failed to pass. Did Tang Bo and the school authorities not urge him to retake the exam? She asked. Jiang Shan sighed softly. Oh, they certainly did. When the exam results were released, both Tang Bo and I fervently advised him to repeat the year and try again. Even the school sent teachers to persuade him. Yet he steadfastly refused, choosing instead to remain in his hometown, assisting Tang Bo with his medical practice and martial arts. Subsequently, Ouyang Xue inquired further about Cheng Xiaodong's life in the village, and Jiang Shan, sensing the president's genuine interest, willingly shared more anecdotes. Of course, her tales were filled with the playful mischiefs common to rural childhoods, such as sneaking fruits from trees, fishing in rivers, and the boys playfully lifting girls' skirts. But Ouyang Xue listened intently, her expression filled with envy. After Jiang Shan recounted all of Cheng Xiaodong's past exploits, Ouyang Xue, still wanting more, reluctantly allowed her to leave. It turned out that after learning about Cheng Xiaodong's misdeeds, Ouyang Xue felt a fleeting sadness, yet simultaneously relieved that their interactions had not delved deeper. Indeed, after Ouyang Xue agreed to become Cheng Xiaodong's girlfriend, she spent numerous moments alone with him. On several occasions, Cheng Xiaodong suggested finding a place for intimacy, yet each time he was met with Ouyang Xue's resolute refusal. Ouyang Xue, a traditional scion of a wealthy family, had been officially dating Cheng Xiaodong for a month, during which their interactions were limited to leisurely shopping trips and dining out, alongside viewing 3 or 4 films. Their most intimate gestures amounted to merely holding hands. They had yet to experience even the most commonplace embraces or kisses. Today, upon learning from Yin Shigue about the transgressions and current plight of Cheng Xiaodong, she felt a profound resignation towards him. It became evident to her that their romance had reached its inevitable conclusion. After a period of solitary sorrow, her thoughts inevitably drifted to the recently acquainted Cheng Xiaodong. Although Cheng Xiaodong bore an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Xiaodong, his character was a stark contrast, seemingly 1,000 times more admirable. Through their nearly 10 days of continuous companionship, Ouyang Xue observed that he neither smoked nor drank, and she had not noticed any of the vices commonly associated with youth. What filled her with admiration was his remarkable self-discipline and resolve. Particularly, despite suffering severe injuries yesterday, he rose early the next morning to exercise. Another aspect that impressed her was that this boy, who grew up without parents, could cook exceptionally well. Now, Ouyang Xue felt that a day without tasting Cheng Xiaodong's culinary creations left her feeling unwell. Although he sometimes spoke with a brazen candor, and during their first outing he boldly took her hand, she had never harbored any disdain for him. Reflecting on her past misfortunes, where she nearly encountered a tragic fate, Ouyang Xue felt a shiver of apprehension. She recalled that she had known Cheng Xiaodong for only a brief period, and if she were to truly consider him, it was essential to comprehensively understand him from multiple perspectives. A few nights ago, she had learned from Cheng Xiaodong that Jiang Shanshan was his closest childhood friend of the opposite sex. Now, she was eager to delve deeper into his past, prompting her to summon Jiang Shanshan for a casual chat. Exceptional young men often easily capture the hearts of girls, and even the typically aloof and proud beauty of CEO was no exception. At this moment, Ouyang Xue remained unaware that Cheng Xiaodong's presence had quietly etched itself into her heart. Chapter 44. The opportunity for prosperity arrives at Ouyang Xue's earnest insistence. Cheng Xiaodong was forcibly retained in the villa to recuperate. After Ouyang Xue left for work, Cheng Xiaodong found himself alone in the empty living room, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he recalled hearing many people in the countryside mention that consuming wild catfish and catfish soup was highly beneficial for recovery from knife or axe wounds. With this thought in mind, he decided to venture out to the nearby market to see if he could procure some wild catfish. Meanwhile, he recalled that he needed to purchase some medication to change the bandage on the wound on his arm. Yesterday, he had exhausted the supply of a special ointment for knife wounds that he had brought from his hometown. After locking the villa door behind him, Cheng Xiaodong made his way to the street at the entrance of the villa community. Along the way, he inquired with several passers-by and eventually located the nearest vegetable market to the villa area. Although he could have taken a taxi immediately, he felt that since he had no pressing matters, it would be pleasant to take a leisurely stroll and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Of course, he remained vigilant throughout his walk, his eyes keenly scanning the environment like a fox on the hunt, ever wary of the possibility of an unexpected attack from any ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, no incidents occurred along the way. At the market, after a thorough exploration, he was pleased to acquire a large wild fish weighing over a pound at a premium price. Subsequently, he purchased some fresh pork and vegetables, intending to prepare a casual meal for lunch. On his return to the villa, he scanned both sides of the street with his eyes, hoping to find a pharmacy to buy some medical supplies and cotton balls. His fortune smiled upon him as he spotted a reasonably sized pharmacy at a street corner. Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of joy and, taking advantage of the pedestrian light turning green, he briskly walked towards the establishment named Hui Chun Tang. Upon entering the pharmacy, he discovered it was quite spacious, offering both Western and Chinese medicines. At that moment, there were only a few customers purchasing items. Cheng Xiaodong approached the counter of a female staff member in the Western medicine section and smiled as he conveyed his need for some anti-inflammatory medications and medical supplies. The young saleswoman, noticing the charming young man before her, smiled back and inquired if he had injured himself while working and whether the injury was serious. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled lightly, assuring her that it was not severe, as he had visited the hospital a couple of days prior and was now simply changing the bandage at home. The saleswoman said no more, deftly turning to fetch the items he requested. After completing the payment with his mobile phone, Cheng Xiaodong grasped a large bag of supplies in his right hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his gaze wandered, and he noticed a sign in the Chinese medicine section advertising a high price for the purchase of traditional herbs. Upon closer inspection, he found that many of the herbs listed were common medicinal materials readily available in his hometown. Elated by this discovery, he approached the counter in the Chinese medicine section and politely inquired with a male clerk, "Sir, is your store looking to purchase these herbs in bulk, as stated on the sign?" The bespectacled clerk nodded with a smile. "Indeed, sir." Cheng Xiaodong quickly asked, "I can provide you with these herbs, but I am uncertain whom I should speak with regarding this matter." The clerk appraised him briefly and replied with a smile, "Sir, I'm afraid you haven't read our sign carefully. It clearly states that we are interested in bulk supplies. If you only have a small quantity, it would be best not to disturb us." Cheng Xiaodong, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "Given your statement, if I had a limited quantity, I certainly wouldn't inquire." He continued, "All I need from you is to inform me who oversees the acquisitions at your esteemed establishment." Upon noticing the sincerity in his expression, the bespectacled male attendant retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he addressed the person on the other end, saying, "Boss, there is a young gentleman downstairs who claims he can supply us with some medicinal herbs. Do you have a moment to meet with him?" A melodious female voice responded from the phone, "Li Jie, I happen to be free right now. Please have him ascend to the second floor via the staircase on the right. I shall speak with him personally." Li Jie acknowledged and hung up, gesturing towards a wooden staircase near the wall. "My boss is waiting for you on the second floor. Please proceed to speak with her." Cheng Xiaodong, elated, expressed his gratitude before ascending the stairs with one hand carrying his items. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback to discover that the expansive, exquisitely decorated wooden loft contained only a large wooden tea table and a few chairs. At the tea table sat a strikingly beautiful young woman, approximately 26 or 27 years of age, tall and adorned in a flowing white dress. Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily stunned by the youth and beauty of the proprietress of the Rejuvenation Hall, forgetting to extend a greeting. However, the enchanting owner gracefully rose from her seat and courteously inquired, "Hello, sir. Are you here to sell some medicinal herbs?" Regaining his composure, Cheng Xiaodong eagerly nodded, "Hello, boss. I would like to consult you regarding your herb acquisition policies." With a charming smile, the beautiful owner replied, "Certainly, handsome. Please set down what you have, and let us sit down and discuss over some tea." After Cheng Xiaodong placed his items on the table and took a seat opposite her, the stunning owner remained silent. Elegantly preparing tea. Once she had brewed 2 fragrant cups, Cheng Xiaodong could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Are you the owner of this Rejuvenation Hall?" With a smile, the beautiful owner confirmed, "Indeed." Cheng Xiaodong, adopting a serious demeanor, said, "You are truly beautiful, boss. My name is Cheng Xiaodong. Cheng, as in Cheng Yaojin. Xiaodong meaning Little Winter. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The beautiful owner chuckled softly. "So you're Cheng Xiaodong? I am Lin Wanru. It appears I'm a bit older than you. You may call me Sister Lin." Cheng Xiaodong, being quite astute, directly broached the subject, "Sister Lin, I noticed on your advertisement downstairs that you are seeking to acquire a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs. If the price is right, I would be willing to collaborate with you." Lin Wanru, smiling, asked, "Mr. Cheng, we require a significant volume in our store. How much can you provide at once?" Cheng Xiaodong replied candidly, "Boss Lin, I cannot guarantee a full supply, but if the price is reasonable, I believe I can provide a considerable amount." Lin Wanru smiled and said, "The quantities I require are measured in tons. For instance, the most common fresh lilies can be purchased at 30 yuan per jean. But this is contingent upon a substantial quantity and the freshness of the goods." Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming joy within him, for he knew that back in his hometown, fresh lilies could be procured for merely 5 yuan per jean. Subsequently, he inquired about the acquisition prices of some other commonly used medicinal herbs in the village and discovered that they were priced at least 4 to 5 times higher than the local rates. He silently rejoiced, thinking, "I am about to strike it rich," yet outwardly maintained a composed demeanor while negotiating the purchasing details with Lin Wanru. As they sipped on gongfu tea, they discussed various specifics regarding the procurement of medicinal herbs. Remarkably, within an hour, the 2 individuals who had just met reached a cooperative agreement. Chapter 45. Changing medicine, Cheng Xiaodong proposed to Lin Wanru that he would first deliver a few types of herbs to the store for her to assess their quality before deciding on a larger acquisition. After all, this was no trivial business, and any minor error could lead to irreparable losses for both parties. Given that he and Lin Wanru were not well acquainted, she naturally welcomed this suggestion. After exchanging contact information, Cheng Xiaodong recognized the rarity of the opportunity and promptly took his leave. He was eager to return home and find someone to assist him in acquiring herbs to send to the provincial capital. Having sustained an injury to his shoulder the previous day and recently appointed as the manager of the security department at Lianyan Cosmetics, he knew he could not return to his hometown at this time. To profit from the herb acquisition, it seemed he would need to enlist the help of trusted individuals. Fortunately, he still had 2 close childhood friends remaining at home. After being promoted to manager, he had intended to wait until he was more established before inviting them to join him at work. Now, it appeared he would need to ask for their assistance in procuring herbs. As Cheng Xiaodong attempted to leave, carrying an item with one hand, Lin Wanru suddenly inquired, "Is your left hand injured? It seems quite serious." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and replied, "I got a cut from a few ruffians, but it's not too severe. I can easily treat it with some medicine I have." Lin Wanru expressed her concern, saying, "The weather is still a bit warm. Please be sure to clean and treat your wound carefully to avoid infection." Cheng Xiaodong responded, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Lin. I will be cautious. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Upon returning to his villa, Cheng Xiaodong prepared a meal for himself, cooking rice with one hand, then skillfully filleting a fish and making a fish soup, along with some greens, enjoying a delightful feast alone. After finishing his lunch, he settled onto the sofa in the living room and dialed the phone number of his closest friend. The moment the call connected, his friend's voice came through. "Cheng Xiaodong, you rascal. You've been in the provincial capital for nearly 10 days, and only now do you think to call me?" Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and said, "Hey, how good? I was planning to reach out after I got settled. Have you found a job in the provincial capital yet? Have you seen Jiang Shanshan?" Jiang Hao inquired. "I have found it. How? I must tell you that I am now working at the same company as Jiang Shanshan." "You found a job so quickly, and at the same company as Jiang Shanshan? What kind of good job are you looking for, Xiaodong? How much is your monthly salary?" Jiang Hao felt immense joy upon hearing that his good friend had secured a job in the city. Cheng Xiaodong replied with pride, "Howzy, I am now the manager of the security department in a large company, which provides meals and accommodation. My monthly salary is 12,000. Overjoyed, he could not help but call Jiang Hao by his nickname. Jiang Hao, however, was skeptical and scoffed. "Dead winter melon. Are you trying to fool me?" Cheng Xiaodong quickly reassured him. "Howzy, I am not deceiving you. Initially, I planned to invite you and Wang Jun to join me at work after some time. However, today I discovered a more lucrative venture. If we succeed in this business, we could all become wealthy." Upon hearing about a profitable opportunity, Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Winter melon, tell me what this money-making business is." Cheng Xiaodong replied cheerfully, "Howzy, I assure you it is a great way to earn money. However, I cannot explain it all in just a few sentences. Here's what we'll do. This afternoon, go to the village and purchase 20 pounds of fresh lilies, 20 pounds of summer weeds, and 20 pounds of poria. Tomorrow, take them to the provincial city with Wang Jun, and I will explain everything in detail then." Jiang Hao hesitated, asking, "Winter melon, you're not trying to lure Wang Jun and me into a pyramid scheme, are you?" Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily speechless, thinking, "I genuinely want to help you both prosper, and yet you question my intentions? Dead Howzy, stop rambling and quickly gather Wang Jun to follow my instructions. Do you have any money for the purchases? If not, let me know, and I will transfer a few thousand to you via WeChat." Although Jiang Hao was unsure of Cheng Xiaodong's true intentions, their deep friendship compelled him to agree to the request. After hanging up with Jiang Hao, Cheng Xiaodong called Tang Bo to update him on his situation upon arriving in the provincial city. Unfortunately, Tang Bo's phone indicated that it was powered off, and he was unable to reach him. Once he had completed all his tasks, Cheng Xiaodong found himself with nothing to do and decided to take a nap in the bedroom. Later that afternoon, after handling urgent matters of the company, Ouyang Xue, worried about Cheng Xiaodong being alone at home after his injury, went to the HR department to retrieve a uniform for him. She soon drove home. Upon entering, she found the house eerily quiet, with no sign of him. Slipping on her slippers, she quietly approached Cheng Xiaodong's door and pushed it open, only to discover him sound asleep in bed. Seeing him peacefully resting, she couldn't bear to wake him and gently closed the door, returning to the living room. At that moment, she recalled how Cheng Xiaodong had cooked for her despite his injury the previous day, prompting her to consider buying groceries to prepare a meal for him. However, she had never set foot in a kitchen from childhood to adulthood, truly embodying the image of a young lady who had never lifted a finger to touch the water. Now, suddenly wishing to cook, where could she possibly begin? She took out her phone and browsed through several cooking tutorial videos in the culinary section of her news app, only to find them too challenging to master. Thus, she resolved to drive herself and Cheng Xiaodong to a restaurant for dinner instead. She awoke around 5 o'clock, and it was then that Cheng Xiaodong emerged. Upon noticing Ouyang Xue, who had returned early and was seated in the living room, he could not help but exclaim in surprise and ask with a smile, "Xue, you're back so early today?" Xiaodong, how is your injury? Have you changed the dressing?" Cheng Xiaodong walked over and plopped onto the single sofa beside her. Shaking his head, "Not yet. I bought the medicine and bandages, but I find it a bit inconvenient to do it myself." Ouyang Xue volunteered, "Xiaodong, let me help you change it. Just tell me how to do it." Cheng Xiaodong was naturally touched by her willingness to assist him. He stood up to turn on the light and placed the medicine and bandages he had bought that morning onto the coffee table, beginning to instruct Ouyang Xue step by step on how to clean the wound, prepare the medicine, and bandage it. During this process, Cheng Xiaodong could not help but share his thoughts about starting a business in medicinal herbs with a childhood friend from his village. Chapter 46. Successfully completing the first business deal after nearly an hour, Ouyang Xue clumsily finished cleaning Cheng Xiaodong's wound and applying the medicine and bandages. Cheng Xiaodong then suggested that he go out to buy ingredients and cook. Ouyang Xue gently responded, "Xiaodong, you are injured. You shouldn't cook until you're better. Let me treat you to a meal outside." Cheng Xiaodong hesitated, saying, "But my injury might take 10 days or even half a month to heal. Are we really going to eat out for that long?" Ouyang Xue firmly stated, "Of course. Besides, the two of us won't spend much." After a pause, she added, "Moreover, today you found a significant opportunity in the medicinal herbs business, which is reason enough for us to celebrate outside, don't you think?" Seeing her insistence on treating him to a meal, Cheng Xiaodong relented and agreed to drive her out. Since learning about Cheng Xiaodong's situation that morning, Ouyang Xue had been feeling quite downcast. Yet upon hearing Cheng Xiaodong speak of making money with a childhood friend, her spirits inexplicably lifted. At that moment, she remained unaware that her emotional balance had subtly begun to tip in Cheng Xiaodong's favor. As they dined at a local restaurant, Ouyang Xue once again expressed her concern, asking Cheng Xiaodong if his two childhood friends would be reliable. Cheng Xiaodong smiled and assured her that Jiang Hao and Wang Jun were his closest childhood friends and classmates in the village, and their character was absolutely trustworthy. He also mentioned their best female childhood friend, the village chief's only daughter, Jiang Shanshan. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue felt reassured. She smiled and encouraged him, "Xiaodong, since you've encountered such a wonderful opportunity, seize it well, work hard to earn money, and one day become a super wealthy magnate." Upon witnessing her radiant smile, Cheng Xiaodong felt invigorated and confidently declared, "Xiao Xue, just wait and see. I believe that in no time, I too shall become a person of success in my career." A peculiar glow illuminated Ouyang Xue's face as she raised her fist and proclaimed, "Xiaodong, I am certain that you will achieve great success. Let's strive together." The following noon, Cheng Xiaodong indeed received a call from Jiang Hao. He informed Cheng Xiaodong that he and Wang Jun had brought some medicinal herbs and had arrived in the provincial capital. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiaodong instructed them to take a taxi to the entrance of the Sholi Feng Villa area, promising to meet them shortly. Half an hour later, after being apart for over 10 days, the three childhood friends were finally reunited. As Jiang Hao and Wang Jun stepped out of the taxi and spotted Cheng Xiaodong waiting at the gate, they could not help but rush forward for a warm embrace. However, mindful of his injuries, Cheng Xiaodong swiftly sidestepped and jokingly chided, "If you want to hug someone, go find a girl. What is the point of three smelly men hugging?" This prompted hearty laughter from Jiang Hao and Wang Jun. After inquiring about their meal, Cheng Xiaodong learned that they had yet to eat, so he led them to a nearby restaurant to satisfy their hunger. During lunch, he shared a brief account of his experiences since arriving in the provincial capital. Once they finished their meal, Cheng Xiaodong, feeling at ease, took them to Huachuntang to consult Lin Wanru regarding their goods. At the Huachuntang pharmacy's upper floor, Lin Wanru personally inspected the various herbs Jiang Hao and Wang Jun had brought from their rural hometown. She found that each one met her quality standards. After sending them downstairs, she joyfully informed Cheng Xiaodong that she wished to purchase 5 tons of each herb, at the same price she had mentioned the day before. After Cheng Xiaodong agreed to supply her, the meticulous Lin Wanru, concerned that he might struggle to gather the funds for such a large purchase, even offered him a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Since Cheng Xiaodong had over 1 million yuan in his bank account from Ouyang Xue, he politely declined her generous offer. Once all details regarding pricing and delivery were agreed upon, Lin Wanru took the formal step of printing 2 copies of the purchase agreement from her computer, which both she and Cheng Xiaodong signed and sealed. With the agreement finalized, Cheng Xiaodong was elated at the smooth progression of events. When Jiang Hao and Wang Jun expressed their desire to visit his workplace to see Jiang Shanshan and join her for dinner that evening, Cheng Xiaodong could hardly refuse. The 3 of them hailed a taxi at the Huachuntang intersection and made their way to Lianyan Cosmetics Company. As the manager of the security department, Cheng Xiaodong felt it inappropriate to continuously lead 2 outsiders around. So he merely showed them the company headquarters and lobby before inviting them to the security department office for tea and conversation. Fortunately, they also managed to encounter Jiang Shanshan in the lobby. Cheng Xiaodong informed Jiang Shanshan that they would wait for her to finish work before heading out together for dinner. Seeing that her childhood friends had gathered, Jiang Shanshan felt an overwhelming urge to abandon her duties and join them immediately. In truth, Cheng Xiaodong had his own motives for bringing Jiang Hao and Wang Jun to the company. Firstly, he wanted them to witness that he and Jiang Shanshan indeed worked at the same place, dispelling any doubts they might have had about his honesty. Secondly, he planned to treat both of them to dinner with Jiang Shanshan, and after their meal, he could conveniently arrange for them to stay at the company dormitory rather than having to find a hotel. Lastly, aside from the company and the dormitory, he was at a loss about where else to accommodate them. Although he had grown quite familiar with Ouyang Xue, it seemed inappropriate to impose upon her by inviting his close friends to stay at her home. While preparing tea in the office, after considerable contemplation, Cheng Xiaodong ultimately decided to call Ouyang Xue and invite her to dinner. Whether she accepted the invitation would depend on her own inclination. At that moment, Ouyang Xue had not yet finished her work, and when she received Cheng Xiaodong's invitation, she surprisingly agreed without hesitation. As the workday drew to a close, Cheng Xiaodong accompanied Jiang Hao and Wang Jun to the first floor, where they called for Jiang Shanshan to join them outside the company to await Ouyang Xue's arrival. It had been over half a year since Jiang Shanshan had seen Jiang Hao and Wang Jun, and the reunion was filled with endless chatter, as they had grown up as inseparable companions. Cheng Xiaodong himself had 2 other childhood friends, Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, with whom he shared a close bond. All 4 had attended the same school from kindergarten through middle school. Jiang Hao and Wang Jun were a year younger and thus had been in a lower grade during their schooling. Together, these 5 had cherished the most joyous moments of their childhood in their village. While waiting for Ouyang Xue, Jiang Shanshan discovered that Jiang Hao and Wang Jun had come to the city at Cheng Xiaodong's behest to deliver samples of medicinal herbs. She playfully asked Cheng Xiaodong, "Donghua, why didn't you invite Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia to come to the city for a couple of days?" Cheng Xiaodong replied with a smile, "Shanshan, do you think inviting them to the city would come without expense? Don't worry, I will invite them when the opportunity arises." It turned out that ever since Ouyang Xue had mentioned the importance of man having his own career, he had been contemplating the idea of establishing a successful venture. "You always say I'm a penniless fellow, right? I must prove my worth by achieving something significant." Jiang Shanshan pouted and retorted, "You miser. How much could it possibly cost for them to visit for a couple of days? If you're unwilling to spend on them, I can arrange it." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and jokingly replied, "Howsy, noseworm, did you hear that? Tonight's dinner is on the girl. Previously in the village, they had affectionately nicknamed Jiang Hao Haozi and Wang Jun Noseworm, and in his delight, Cheng Xiaodong couldn't help but call them by their playful monikers once again. Jiang Hao and Wang Jun, upon hearing Cheng Xiaodong's words, couldn't help but break into silly laughter. Jiang Shanshan pouted and murmured, I'll treat, as long as you don't feel embarrassed. Amidst their jovial banter, Ouyang Xue finally emerged from the automatic glass doors of the headquarters building and gracefully approached them. Though clad in a simple work dress, her unparalleled beauty was undeniable. As she drew near, Cheng Xiaodong hastily introduced her to Jiang Hao and Wang Jun, saying, Jiang Hao, Wang Jun, this enchanting lady is our company's owner and my direct superior, Ouyang Xue. In the future, you may refer to her as President Ouyang. He then pointed out Jiang Hao and Wang Jun to Ouyang Xue, saying, President, these two are my childhood friend from the same village. This young man is Jiang Hao, and the one with the darker complexion is Wang Jun. Having spent their lives in the rural mountains, Jiang Hao and Wang Jun had never encountered a beauty who embodied both stunning looks and grace. Momentarily taken aback, they could only stare wide-eyed at her. Noticing their awkwardness, Cheng Xiaodong cleared his throat and jested, Hey, have you never seen a stunning beauty before? Look at the way you're gaping. With a captivating smile, Ouyang Xue approached the tall, slender Jiang Hao and extended her hand, saying, Hello, you must be Jiang Hao, right? I'm Ouyang Xue. Pleased to meet you. After a brief handshake with the nervous Jiang Hao, whose palms were sweating, she then moved to Wang Jun, who resembled a sturdy black tower, and introduced herself to him as well. Shortly thereafter, the five of them made their way to a relatively spacious restaurant not far from the company building. Cheng Xiaodong requested a private booth from the waiter, and once seated, he took the menu from the waiter and presented it to Ouyang Xue, inviting her to order. Ouyang Xue chose a dish and passed the menu to Jiang Shanshan. With a smile, Jiang Shanshan took the menu and handed it to Jiang Hao, saying, Haozi, you two should pick a few dishes you like. After all, Donghua is now a high-ranking white-collar worker, and we ought to treat him well. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at her words, and the atmosphere in the booth became lively and cheerful. Jiang Hao and Wang Jun each selected a dish they enjoyed and chose not to order more, instead passing the menu back to Jiang Shanshan for her to make her selection. After she chose her dish, she handed the menu to Cheng Xiaodong. Concerned that there might not be enough food, Cheng Xiaodong took the menu and ordered 3 more dishes, a soup, and 2 bottles of beverages. With a smile, Ouyang Xue inquired, Since your childhood friends are here, want you order some wine? Cheng Xiaodong replied earnestly, Drinking can lead to misunderstandings. I never drink, and I don't allow them to drink either. At this moment, Jiang Shanshan chimed in to Ouyang Xue, President, Xiaodong truly never drinks. Even during our gatherings at home, he wouldn't let us have any. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue couldn't help but admire Cheng Xiaodong's self-discipline, which led her to reassess her perception of him. Before long, the dishes were served, and the group began to eat and drink while sharing laughter and stories. At the dining table, Ouyang Xue exhibited a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor as a high-powered executive. She smiled charmingly and spoke with wit, quickly bonding with Jiang Hao and the others. After indulging in a hearty meal, the group exited the restaurant. Upon learning that Cheng Xiaodong would arrange for Jiang Wang and his companion to stay in his company dormitory, Jiang Shanshan felt a sense of relief. She bid farewell to Cheng Xiaodong and the others at the entrance before returning to her rented apartment alone. Ouyang Xue, noticing Cheng Xiaodong's intention to host Jiang Wang and his friend in his single dorm, expressed no objections. On their way back to the company headquarters, she discreetly urged Cheng Xiaodong to expedite the arrangements for Jiang Wang's accommodation while she took her own car home. Aware of Cheng Xiaodong's arm injury, which rendered him unable to ride a bike, she recalled that he had taken a taxi with Jiang Hao and Wang Jun earlier that afternoon. Cheng Xiaodong, appreciating her concern, nodded in agreement. As they escorted Jiang Hao and Wang Jun to the annex dormitory, Jiang Hao, noticing Ouyang Xue's absence, cheerfully remarked to Cheng Xiaodong, Xiaodong, your boss is incredibly beautiful. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could marry her? Cheng Xiaodong shot him a fierce glare, reprimanding, Stop talking nonsense. She's the daughter of a billionaire. Why would she marry a poor guy like me? Surprisingly, the usually simple-minded Wang Jun chuckled and chimed in, Xiaodong. Didn't we find a way to trade medicinal herbs? Who knows? We might strike it rich soon. Jiang Hao added with a grin. That's right. One day, we might all hit the jackpot, and maybe Ouyang Xue will end up marrying you. Cheng Xiaodong yearned to clarify that Ouyang Xue was already his legally recognized wife. However, it was evident that she harbored no romantic feelings for him at present. He merely opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The trio soon arrived at the dormitory assigned to Cheng Xiaodong. After opening the door and ushering them inside, he reiterated several important points regarding the collection of medicinal herbs. He then transferred 300,000 via WeChat to Jiang Hao and Wang Jun's phones to fund their herb procurement efforts. Once all matters were addressed, Cheng Xiaodong prepared to take his leave. Jiang Hao and Wang Jun, initially expecting him to stay the night with them, were puzzled by his sudden departure. Curious, Jiang Hao asked, Xiaodong, where will you sleep tonight? Cheng Xiaodong, reluctant to disclose that he was residing at the beautiful CEO's home, curtly replied, That's none of your concern, before exiting the room. Chapter 48. Truly yearning for a warm embrace, while Cheng Xiaodong dined with his childhood friends from the village and Ouyang Xue at a restaurant on the bustling commercial street in the industrial district. In a lavish dining hall belonging to the Yin family in the southern city, Yin Shigue was enjoying dinner with his father, Yin Guofu, his mother, Feng Xiumei, and his cousin, Zhang Fei, all seated around an ornate redwood table. Yin Guofu is the head of the Yin family, now 63 years of age. Although he possesses a short and stout stature, his face is always adorned with a benevolent and warm smile. However, those who are familiar with him harbor both fear and resentment, holding him in high regard. For anyone who crosses him, his retribution is anything but mild. Yin Shigue, who is usually arrogant and accustomed to bullying others, finds himself unusually cautious in the presence of his father, scarcely daring to utter a word. During a meal, Yin Guofu suddenly turned serious, addressing his son across the table. Shigue, you are no longer a child. You can no longer squander your days in frivolities. It is imperative that you find a woman to marry and start a family, redirecting your focus to more meaningful pursuits. At this moment, Feng Xiumei, adorned in shimmering attire, paused her meal to interject. Indeed, dear son, you must marry soon. Your father and I are both in our 60s, and we are eager to welcome a grandchild. Yin Guofu fixed his authoritative gaze upon Yin Shigue, his brows furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. Shigue, yesterday I discovered a young woman at your Uncle Ding's home. She is reportedly the daughter of his cousin, remarkably beautiful, and has recently graduated from university. She is currently employed at a well-known company in the city. I expressed my desire to your Uncle Ding about a potential match, and both he and his cousin are amenable. When can you arrange to meet her? Upon hearing this, Yin Shigue resolutely shook his head, declaring, Father, my heart belongs only to Ouyang Xue. I shall wed no one else. Yin Guofu, with a hint of suspicion, replied, Ouyang Xue? The last time I personally took you to propose, she declined. She seeks someone of greater stature. Have you not yet given up on her? Father, grant me some time. I am certain I can win Ouyang Xue's heart, Yin Shigue insisted. Seeing his son's determination, Yin Guofu pondered for a moment before stating firmly, Very well. I shall give you 3 more months. If by New Year's Day you have not secured Ouyang Xue's affection, you must agree to marry your Uncle Ding's niece without delay. A fleeting glint of malice crossed Yin Shigue's eyes, but it vanished quickly as he nodded in agreement. All right, Father, we shall proceed as you say. Yin Guofu, exasperated by his son's obstinacy, cast a disapproving glance at him and lost his appetite, rising to retreat to the living room for tea. Meanwhile, Feng Xiumei, witnessing her husband's indignation, continued to chatter incessantly to their perpetually indulged son. Yin Shigue, amidst Feng Xiumei's incessant prattle, hastily filled his stomach and then concocted an excuse to make a swift exit, retreating to their residence to plot against Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue's schemes. Cheng Xiaodong returned to the Xiuli Peak Villa in Ouyang Xue's car, well past 9 in the evening. Once inside the living room, Ouyang Xue, displaying genuine concern, asked Xiaodong, You have been busy all day and have yet to change your bandages. Shall I assist you with that now? Cheng Xiaodong hesitated momentarily, reluctant to dismiss her kind offer, and nodded in agreement. Yes, your help would indeed be most convenient. After speaking, he suddenly recalled something and said, Xiaoxue, isn't tomorrow Saturday again? Xiaobing should be coming back, right? Ouyang Xue smiled faintly and replied, that little girl said she was going to visit a female classmate in a neighboring city this weekend, so she wants to be back for the next couple of days. Cheng Xiaodong let out a sigh of relief, reassured. It's good that she won't be back, because I really can't manage cooking for her these days. Ouyang Xue pouted playfully, if you can't cook, then don't. Our sisterhood won't starve just because of a couple of meals you didn't prepare. Under the glaring light, Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily entranced by her adorable demeanor. Ouyang Xue, catching sight of his dazed expression, couldn't resist teasing. Hey, why are you staring at me like a fool? Hurry up and fetch the medicine and bandages. Awakened from his reverie, Cheng Xiaodong sheepishly chuckled at himself and hurried to retrieve the medication and supplies from his room. After returning, he placed the gauze, alcohol swabs, and anti-inflammatory medicine on the tea table, then began to remove his upper garment in front of Ouyang Xue. Seeing Cheng Xiaodong's bare torso, Ouyang Xue felt an unexpected flutter in her heart. His physique was undeniably impressive, particularly his strong arms and the well-defined six-pack abs, which radiated masculinity and vigor. To mask her embarrassment, Ouyang Xue quickly stood up and approached him, cautiously helping to unwrap the bandage. This was her second time tending to his wounds. Having gained some experience, she efficiently cleansed the injury and applied the medication with gauze. As she was nearly finished wrapping it up, she gently admonished Xiaodong, when you take a shower later, be sure not to wet the wound to avoid infection. Her tender words brimmed with concern, reminiscent of a loving wife advising her careless husband. Cheng Xiaodong felt warmth in his heart and, with a cheeky grin, suggested, Xiaoxue, why don't you help me wash my body? Ouyang Xue's face turned crimson as she retorted, Cheng Xiaodong, don't give me that silly grin. If you expect me to help you wash, that's nothing more than a spring and autumn dream. Recalling her previous assertions about the impossibility of their relationship and the vast disparity in their social standings, Cheng Xiaodong realized he might be indulging in fanciful thoughts. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat tense. After a brief silence, Cheng Xiaodong suddenly addressed Ouyang Xue earnestly, Xiaoxue, I took your money to help Jiang Hao and the others return home to procure medicinal materials without asking for your permission. You want to hold it against me, will you? Ouyang Xue dismissed his concern, saying, I've already told you that money was given to you. You can use it however you wish. There is no need to worry about it. But that is still a considerable sum of money, isn't it? Before he could finish, Ouyang Xue interrupted Xiaodong. While that money may seem substantial to you, it's merely a small amount to me. With unwavering confidence, you may now boldly utilize this sum for your business endeavors. When fortune smiles upon you in the future, a heartfelt expression of gratitude will suffice. Cheng Xiaodong, filled with immense appreciation, found himself yearning to embrace her warmly. Yet he refrained, fearing her potential displeasure. Chapter 49. Commencing the arrangement of associates the following day marked Saturday, a day when Ouyang Xue was not required to attend the office. Little did Cheng Xiaodong anticipate that after their morning jog, Ouyang Xue would propose to take on the task of grocery shopping, wishing to personally prepare a meal. Cheng Xiaodong, questioning the reliability of his own hearing, could not suppress a laugh as he inquired, You intend to buy groceries and cook? Can a pampered heiress like you truly manage that? With unwavering assurance, Ouyang Xue replied, Though I have never cooked myself, I have certainly observed others doing so. Rest assured, I promise to prepare a delectable meal for you today. Not wanting to dampen her rare enthusiasm, Cheng Xiaodong suggested, The supermarket nearby lacks a sufficient variety. Perhaps we should visit the market instead? Ouyang Xue furrowed her brows and retorted, The market is no more than 2 kilometers away. Are you suggesting I drive my Porsche there for groceries? I mean we should walk. What need is there for a car? We can stroll, and perhaps stop by a breakfast joint along the way. Ouyang Xue readily agreed, her swift acceptance further reshaping Cheng Xiaodong's perception of her. Little did he know, since discovering the misdeeds of Cheng Xiaodong and realizing the sacrifices Cheng Xiaodong made for her due to Yin Shigue's incident. Her emotional scales were gradually tipping in his favor. They found a breakfast shop at the entrance of the villa community and enjoyed a meal together, exuding the charm of a loving couple as they walked hand in hand to the market. After over an hour, they returned with their groceries. Upon entering, Ouyang Xue immediately retrieved her phone to watch cooking videos online. Cheng Xiaodong, aware that her desire to cook stemmed from concern for his injury, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Shortly after 11, Ouyang Xue ventured into the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Cheng Xiaodong, feeling anxious, quickly followed, ready to offer guidance. After instructing her to rinse rice and prepare it in the rice cooker, he meticulously began teaching her how to wash and chop vegetables. While washing was relatively straightforward, she struggled immensely with cutting, let alone gutting a fish. Amused yet exasperated by her clumsiness, Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. Xiaoxue, perhaps you should step aside and allow me to demonstrate. But your left hand is still injured. How can you chop vegetables? Ouyang Xue expressed her concern. Her face flushed with worry. It's fine. I'll be careful. She reluctantly moved aside, watching as he deftly maneuvered the knife. Ouyang Xue, filled with admiration, couldn't he help but envy his skill. Despite his injury, he swiftly completed all the necessary preparations for cooking. While washing the pots with one hand, Cheng Xiaodong cheerfully remarked to Ouyang Xue, who stood nearby observing, Xue, pay close attention to how I cook. With your intelligence, you should be able to master it after just a couple of looks. Noticing Ouyang Xue's pleasant demeanor towards him these past few days, he couldn't resist showering her with compliments. Before long, the 3 dishes and a soup were ready, and Ouyang Xue arranged them on the dining table before fetching bowls and chopsticks to serve rice. After finishing the cooking, Cheng Xiaodong, like a lord, plopped down at the table, waiting for Ouyang Xue to bring him his meal. During dinner, noticing Ouyang Xue seemed in good spirits, Cheng Xiaodong said, Xue, I dealt a heavy blow to Yin Shigue's people this time. I believe he won't trouble us again from now on. Ouyang Xue scoffed. Humph. Knowing him as I do, he certainly won't let it go. He will undoubtedly employ even more formidable tactics against us. Cheng Xiaodong sighed. I don't know if we've accumulated a lifetime of bad luck or what, but how do we end up entangled with such a super abnormal scoundrel? Ouyang Xue fixed her gaze on him and asked, Are you afraid? If you wish to back out, you should tell me early so I can reconsider and agree to marry him instead. Cheng Xiaodong's temper flared at her words. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared at her, stating angrily, Afraid? Why would I be afraid? If he dares to provoke me again, I will fight him to the bitter end. Ouyang Xue set down her chopsticks, clapped her hands a few times, and smiled brightly. Xiaodong, I admire your bold spirit. You are right. If he dares to trouble us again, we shall engage in a fight to the finish. Xue, the day after tomorrow I will return to the office. I'm concerned that Yin Shigue might bring trouble to the company in my absence. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue felt delighted, thinking to herself that he was considerate of her safety. No need for that. With so many people in our company, I doubt he would dare to cause any trouble there. Just focus on recuperating at home these days. Cheng Xiaodong furrowed his brows and earnestly requested, Xue, to ensure your safety, I intend to dismiss the 2 security guards I injured that day and replace them with 2 trustworthy individuals. There are 5 security guards who fought with you that day. Which 2 do you wish to dismiss? Cheng Xiaodong replied, The one I injured, Wang Jianying, who was bleeding from his mouth, and He Chong, who sneakily attacked me with great malice. I want both of them gone. You are the manager of the security department. You can handle matters in your department as you see fit. I want to interfere. Ouyang Xue readily agreed. After taking a few more bites of her meal, Ouyang Xue asked again, You mentioned introducing 2 trustworthy individuals to the security department. Who are they? Can they be absolutely relied upon? Cheng Xiaodong replied earnestly. The individuals I am bringing in are undoubtedly loyal and reliable. They are my childhood friends. One is named Tan Wu, and the other is Sun Bingjia. Do they possess any special talents? Cheng Xiaodong, poised with chopsticks to eat, couldn't help but chuckle at her question. They lacked other notable skills, yet they relished martial arts practice. The 3 of us, after graduating from junior high, spent our days honing our skills at my home, and we have all developed remarkable abilities. Ouyang Xue playfully inquired, How do they compare to your skills? Cheng Xiaodong rolled his eyes dismissively, asserting, "They cannot possibly compare to me. I have been training since I was 5, diligently practicing for nearly 20 years. Ouyang Xue teased, by your logic, you're still a virgin, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong pondered his encounter with Jiang Shanshan, realizing he hadn't even crossed the threshold. Of course I am. What about you, Xiaoyo? He retorted defiantly. Ouyang Xue's expression turned frosty as she coldly replied, Cheng Xiaodong, are you trying to push your luck? Cheng Xiaodong felt aggrieved, thinking it unfair that she could question him while he could not reciprocate. Chapter 50. Successfully dismissing 2 security guards during the weekend. Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue enjoyed a harmonious relationship. On Monday morning after breakfast, Ouyang Xue insisted that Cheng Xiaodong remain at home to recuperate while she attended to various matters at her company. Remembering the need to dismiss He Chong and Wang Jianying, he smiled and said, Xiaoye, as long as I don't engage in physical altercations, my wound will be fine. Besides, I can handle any unexpected situations at the company. Ouyang Xue shot him a glance and retorted coldly, if you must go, then so be it. However, once at the company, just instruct Zhou Buxiong to handle any issues that arise, and make sure to rest in the office. All right, regardless of the circumstances, I'll follow your lead, he replied with a grin. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Xiaodong arrived at the company headquarters in Ouyang Xue's car. In the grand lobby, she took the elevator to her office on the 8th floor, while he returned to the security department on the 2nd floor. Jiang Shanshan, already at her post at the front desk, noticed Cheng Xiaodong following the president into work and quickly sent him a WeChat message. Hey, what have you been up to these past couple of days? You haven't replied to my messages. At that moment, she remained unaware of his arm injury. On Saturday, she had secretly undergone a membrane repair surgery at a private hospital, eagerly awaiting the right opportunity to win over Cheng Xiaodong. Determined not to be overly proud regarding her marriage prospects, she resolved that as long as she could marry this mischievous lad, she would be utterly content. After all, they had grown up together, sharing a deep emotional foundation. She believed that with her looks, capturing Cheng Xiaodong's heart should not be an insurmountable challenge. Yesterday, she had sent a message to Cheng Xiaodong, inviting him to her residence for a meal. To her surprise, Cheng Xiaodong had completely ignored her, not even bothering to reply. Just moments ago, she had seen him entering the lobby with President Ouyang, looking quite cozy together, which left her feeling rather unsettled. In haste, she sent him a message. Cheng Xiaodong had never been accustomed to frequently checking his WeChat messages, as during his time in the village, he had only a handful of contacts. The few close acquaintances he had would typically meet every few days, rendering any need for communication through WeChat unnecessary. Particularly yesterday, aside from taking time to rest, he had spent nearly the entire day with Ouyang Xue, completely forgetting to check his messages. As he reached the entrance of the security department's office, he pushed the door open, only to discover it was empty. The security chief, Zhou Buxiong, was nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, located Zhou Buxiong's number, and dialed. Zhou Buxiong was patrolling the factory entrance when his phone rang. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong's name on the screen, he quickly answered, Is this Chief Zhou? Please return to the security office immediately. I need to speak with you, Cheng Xiaodong stated before promptly hanging up, believing it unnecessary to treat someone like Zhou Buxiong with undue courtesy if he wished to establish his authority. In 6 or 7 minutes, Zhou Buxiong hurried into the office. Breathless, before even stepping inside, he eagerly inquired, Manager Cheng, you called for me? Cheng Xiaodong, seated behind his desk, coldly replied, Chief Zhou, come over. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Buxiong stepped in, smiling as he stood before the desk. Manager, please let me know what you need. I will do my utmost to assist you. Chief Zhou, I would like to inquire about He Chong and Wang Jianying, the 2 who were injured during the last competition. How are they faring? Have their injuries healed? Zhou Buxiong shook his head with a wry smile. Manager, as the saying goes. It takes 100 days to heal from serious injury. They won't recover that quickly. Oh, so if I understand you correctly, they are still in the hospital receiving treatment? Zhou Buxiong quickly denied. Not at all. Both have been discharged and are recuperating at home. Cheng Xiaodong acknowledged with an O and continued. Chief Zhou, President Ouyang has decided to dismiss them. She instructed me to inform you, and you are to convey this to them. Upon hearing that the company intended to terminate his two confidants, Zhou Boxiong felt an immediate sense of injustice and rushed to defend them. Manager, they haven't committed any wrongdoing, and I covered their medical expenses after their injuries. It seems rather hasty for the president to dismiss them like this, don't you think? Cheng Xiaodong replied coldly. Chief Zhou, this decision comes from President Ouyang. If you have any objections, it would be best for you to address them directly with her. At that moment, even if Zhou Boxiong had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to confront Ouyang Xue directly. After mentally cursing Cheng Xiaodong's mother several times, he hesitantly said, since the president has decided to terminate their employment, I have nothing more to say. However, may I ask if the company will provide any compensation for them? Cheng Xiaodong spoke coldly, stating that aside from the wages owed up to today, there was nothing else. Captain Zhou, go inform them immediately and instruct them to remove all personal belongings from the dormitory. Zhou Boxiong was acutely aware that he had deeply earned President Ouyang's trust. He dared not utter a word of dissent and promptly complied. Just as he was about to exit, Cheng Xiaodong reminded him, Captain Zhou, once the task is completed, do not forget to report back to me, so I can update President Ouyang. Report to your mother. Zhou Boxiong silently cursed, but responded with his characteristic croaky voice. Understood. Manager. Approximately an hour later, Cheng Xiaodong received a call from Zhou Boxiong, who stated that he had already notified he and Wang, and the company had terminated their employment. After hanging up, Cheng Xiaodong felt elated and swiftly dialed his good friend Tan Wu, who was back in his hometown assisting Jiang Hao and Wang Jun with the procurement of medicinal materials. Noticed the call was from Cheng Xiaodong and hurriedly answered. Donghua, you've been in the provincial capital for half a month, and this is the first time you're calling me. Is there good news? Cheng Xiaodong responded with excitement. Tan Wu, I have great news for you and Sun Bingjia. You two can come work as security at our company. Tan Wu, unable to contain his joy at the prospect of leaving the village where he had been idly passing time due to the lack of good job opportunities, exclaimed, Donghua, is that true? When can Bingjia and I come to the city to work? Cheng Xiaodong cheerfully replied, you two should help the others finish procuring the medicinal materials first. Then come together. There's no rush for a day or two. All right, Donghua, we'll do as you say. We'll come after finishing the first batch of procurement. Chapter 51. Look at you, all aflame with desire sitting in the office. Cheng Xiaodong pondered that Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia would soon be joining the company, and thus, he needed to devote more energy to fulfilling the tasks assigned by Ouyang Xue. Yesterday, after lunch, while enjoying tea in the living room, Ouyang Xue had informed him that despite the rising sales figures of Liangyan Company, the profits were steadily declining to the point of resembling a downward spiral. She had meticulously reviewed the situation and found that the raw materials for all products had not seen significant price increases. The staff count had not noticeably risen, nor had there been any substantial additional expenses. Yet, the monthly financial reports indicated a consistent decline in overall profit. This presented a puzzling scenario. How could a company experience increasing business yet earn diminishing profits? Ouyang Xue candidly expressed her grave suspicions to Cheng Xiaodong, asserting that most of the upper management had likely been colluded with and corrupted by her uncle, Ouyang Jiang. They had formed a substantial corrupt faction, relentlessly devouring the company's assets. To prevent the company, established through nearly 2 decades of her parents' toil, from being destroyed in her hands, Ouyang Xue earnestly implored Cheng Xiaodong to unite with her, working collaboratively to eradicate the pests within the organization. She was acutely aware that her greatest obstacle was her influential uncle, Ouyang Jiang, who held significant power within the company. Despite having taken the reins for just a year, Ouyang Xue found that many crucial matters were dictated by Ouyang Jiang, leaving her, as the president, with limited authority. In simpler terms, she had been living under her uncle's shadow for the past year, a mere puppet, devoid of true power. The current situation was far from her desires. She yearned to resist, yet she found herself isolated, as most senior executives feigned loyalty while truly serving her uncle. After months of discreet efforts, she managed to bring Ji Fong from the Human Resources Department into her fold. A fortnight ago, upon realizing Cheng Xiaodong was a unique talent. She immediately envisioned cultivating him as her confidant. Through their close interactions over the past 2 weeks, she discovered that despite his often irritating demeanor, Cheng Xiaodong possessed numerous admirable qualities that she could not overlook. Although she felt her strength was insufficient, Ouyang Xue was determined to fight back. Thus, yesterday afternoon, she laid bare all her challenges before Cheng Xiaodong, ultimately beseeching him to secretly investigate the myriad dark dealings and corruption within the company. Only by thoroughly grasping the various violations committed by Ouyang Zhang's subordinates could she strike a decisive blow when the moment was critical. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Cheng Xiaodong agreed to her request, unable to refuse the vulnerable gaze of Ouyang Xue. Reflecting on his initial intention to merely gain experience in the provincial city, he found himself entangled in numerous troubles after meeting this troublesome girl. No wonder he often heard returning laborers from the village speak of the city's complexities, longing to return to rural life. It seemed that once he assisted Ouyang Xue in resolving these issues, he would prefer to return to the village for a peaceful existence. As for his earlier ambition to earn a substantial fortune and live a life akin to Ouyang Xue's affluent circle, he decided to abandon that notion. No, he resolved to assist Ouyang Xue in overcoming these troubles and then earn a modest sum before resigning and returning home. Regarding his marital prospects, he thought of taking Jiang Shanshan back with him to wed her, as it was evident from their recent interactions that she harbored feelings for him. If he expressed his intentions, winning her over should not pose a significant challenge. With a clear goal in mind, Cheng Xiaodong felt a wave of relief wash over him. After preparing himself a cup of tea, he settled into his office chair, idly browsing his phone. It was not until this moment that he realized the messages Jiang Shanshan had sent him on 2 separate occasions. Without hesitation, he replied, "I apologize, Shanshan. I was preoccupied with matters yesterday and neglected to check your messages. How about this? After work tonight, I invite you to dinner at the Commercial Street, so we can have a proper reunion." Upon receiving his message, the resentment that Jiang Shanshan had been harboring dissipated instantly. She chuckled to herself and replied with 8 words, "All right, let us not part ways then." Beside her, another stunning beauty, Ding Jiai, noticed the flush of excitement on Jiang Shanshan's face as she sent the message. With a hint of jealousy, she inquired, "Shanshan, are you secretly planning a date with that fellow, Donghua? When are you planning to bravely surrender to him?" Jiang Shanshan was incensed by her words and retorted, "Ding Jiai, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who is ready to bravely surrender." Ding Jiai laughed. "Just look at how smitten you were a moment ago. Now you dare not admit it, right? You are the one who is smitten. I ought to tear your mouth apart." In an instant, the two were playfully teasing and wrestling at the front desk. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaodong sat in his office, oblivious to the playful banter between the 2 beauties at the front desk. After finishing a cup of tea, he rose to inspect the various posts in the security department. After all, he was earning a decent salary thanks to Ouyang Xue, and he felt compelled to contribute meaningfully. In the past few weeks, the personnel in the security department had come to recognize their young superior. All the security guards on duty greeted him with utmost respect, bowing slightly and offering him cigarettes and tea. Fortunately, Cheng Xiaodong was very amiable with all his subordinates. He never accepted their cigarettes or asked them to buy water. Whenever he had the chance, he would engage them in friendly conversations about everyday matters. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of Factory 1, warmly conversing with a security guard on duty who had a rare moment of free time. Through their discussion, Cheng Xiaodong learned that this young man, who appeared only a few years older than himself and was somewhat shy, was named Zhang Yud and had come from a relatively impoverished rural area in the western part of the province. After a heartfelt conversation with Zhang Yud, Cheng Xiaodong discovered that the young man had a father who had been paralyzed for years after a fall from scaffolding while working on a construction site, and a mother who suffered from chronic illnesses and required regular medication. The entire family relied primarily on Zhang Yud's income as a security guard at Lianyan Company. When Cheng Xiaodong inquired about how the security captain, Zhou Boxiong, treated everyone, Zhang Yud cautiously glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby before he gritted his teeth and replied, "Manager Cheng, you may not know, but Captain Zhou is nothing short of a blood-sucking vampire." Chapter 52. A calculated temptation. Cheng Xiaodong, puzzled, asked Zhang, "Why do you harbor such animosity towards him?" Zhang Yud exclaimed with resentment, "Manager, among our security department, aside from He Chong and a few of his trusted aides, how many ordinary security guards do not harbor disdain for him? Manager Cheng, do you know that our wages as security personnel are already quite meager? Yet Captain Zhou insists that each of us must contribute 300 yuan for his tobacco and alcohol expenses. If anyone fails to comply, he will concoct all manner of excuses to impose fines, often exceeding the amount demanded for the gifts. Manager, do you know what we secretly call him? We refer to him as Zhou the Miser." Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback by Captain Zhou's atrocious behavior and couldn't help but inquire Xiao Zhang, "Have you all not considered reporting these matters to President Ouyang?" Zhang Yud shook his head, saying it would be futile. Everyone in our security department is aware that Captain Zhou is President Ouyang's brother-in-law. Who would dare to report him? Xiao Zhang, we have over 40 security guards in our department. Excluding a few of Captain Zhou's cronies, nearly 40 remain. Can it be that every one of you pays Captain Zhou 300 yuan for tobacco and alcohol? Indeed, everyone does. If anyone refrains, that person is certain to be dismissed. Cheng Xiaodong's heart seethed with indignation upon hearing this, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he softly reassured Zhang Yud, "Xiao Zhang, I'm already aware of the situation you have described. Rest assured, I will relay these matters to President Ouyang. I believe it will not be long before President Ouyang forces Zhou Boxiong to vacate his position." Zhang Yud rejoiced, "Manager, if that day truly comes, it would be marvelous." Cheng Xiaodong quietly instructed, "Xiao Zhang, for the time being, do not speak of this matter. I assure you, we will expedite Zhou Boxiong's dismissal." Upon seeing Xiao Zhang nod in agreement, Cheng Xiaodong recalled the difficulties he had mentioned earlier and added, "Xiao Zhang, please take out your phone and open your WeChat payment code." Confused, Zhang had hesitated and asked, "Manager, what do you need?" Cheng Xiaodong replied sharply, "Open it as I asked. Why do you question me so?" Zhang Yud assumed that he, like Zhou Boxiong, was openly demanding money, and reluctantly retrieved his modest smartphone. "Prepare to transfer funds to Cheng Xiaodong." Noticing his slow movements, Cheng Xiaodong urged, "Xiao Zhang, could you please expedite your actions? I have no time to waste." He then took out his newly purchased smartphone, ready to send some money to Zhang Yud. Zhang Yud opened WeChat and softly remarked, "Manager, I don't have much left in my account. I cannot give you a large sum." Only then did Cheng Xiaodong realize Zhang Yud had misconstrued his intentions. He responded angrily, "Xiao Zhang, what are you thinking? I meant to transfer 2 or 3,000 yuan to you as a loan for a short while." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Zhang Yud's eyes. "Manager, you have only just arrived. How could I accept your money?" Cheng Xiaodong smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, are we not colleagues? Since you're facing difficulties at home, is it not right for me to assist you? Quickly, open your payment code so I can lend you some funds." After transferring 3,000 yuan to Zhang Yud and offering him a few quiet reminders, Cheng Xiaodong took his leave. The days swiftly passed, and before long, it was time to clock out. Just before the end of the workday, Ouyang Xue called Cheng Xiaodong, asking him to wait for her in the lobby on the first floor, as she would come down shortly to accompany him home. Reminded of his promise to treat Jiang Shanshan to dinner, he replied, "President, you may return first. I have some matters to attend to and cannot go back just yet." Ouyang Xue's voice turned cold as she inquired, "Cheng Xiaodong, you aren't planning to meet with Jiang Shanshan again, are you?" "Yes, Xiao Xue, I have plans for tonight." Before he could finish his sentence, the line went dead with a busy tone. In the president's office, Ouyang Xue seethed with anger, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Hanging up the phone, she muttered under her breath, "Cheng Xiaodong, you are truly an insufferable fool, utterly useless." Unaware of her fury, Cheng Xiaodong rushed to the lobby as soon as work ended. After locating Jiang Shanshan, he took her to the commercial street in search of a dining establishment. After indulging in a hearty meal at a restaurant, Jiang Shanshan invited Cheng Xiaodong to her place for a visit. Since it was still early, he felt it impolite to decline and readily agreed. As they walked, Jiang Shanshan, unreserved, took his hand, leading him with an air of intimacy. Colleagues from Liang Yin Company spotted them, and with a smile, she greeted them warmly, seemingly declaring to the world that Cheng Xiaodong was her boyfriend. Moments later, they arrived at Jiang Shanshan's rented apartment. Her studio apartment was modest, spanning just over 20 square meters, comprising a nearly 20 square meter bedroom, a small balcony of 3 to 4 square meters, and a bathroom under 2 square meters. As a young woman living alone, she had arranged her home with a cozy and inviting touch. Jiang Shanshan invited Cheng Xiaodong to sit on the only 3-seat fabric sofa and then busied herself retrieving drinks from the small refrigerator. After handing him a beverage, she settled down beside him, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation for 20 minutes or so. Suddenly, Jiang Shanshan shrugged, appearing to feel an itch on her back. Leaning against the sofa, she tried to scratch it, but found it futile. Without hesitation, she pulled the hem of her blouse out from her skirt and reached behind her to relieve the itch. After a few unsuccessful attempts, she complained to Cheng Xiaodong, "Donghua, are you made of wood? Can't you see I'm struggling to reach? Why don't you help me scratch?" Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. "Shanshan, isn't there an old saying that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Given our differences, how could I assist you in scratching your back?" With a playful scoff, Jiang Shanshan retorted, "To hell with that saying. Hurry up and help me." Reluctantly, Cheng Xiaodong extended his hand to assist her. After a brief moment of scratching her back, Jiang Shanshan remarked that she felt a slight itch around her chest and abdomen, prompting him to reach out and alleviate her discomfort. Cheng Xiaodong extended his hand from her side to the front, inquiring gently where she felt the itch. Blushing, Jiang Shanshan replied, "Underneath the bra." To his astonishment, she lifted her shirt, turned her hands around, and unclasped the hooks of her bra. In that intimate setting, with the two young individuals alone in a room, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. Now, with Jiang Shanshan personally unfastening her bra and requesting Cheng Xiaodong to assist her, he found it utterly impossible to decline. At that moment, any man would likely have been equally unable to refuse. Cheng Xiaodong's breathing quickened, and his broad hand obediently rose to meet her request. Grasping a delicate softness, Jiang Shanshan's breath became rapid as well. She sighed softly, closing her eyes, her body melting against him like a soft mass. Her expression was one of utter surrender, as if inviting him to partake freely. Just as Cheng Xiaodong, emboldened by youthful vigor, was about to take further action, his phone rang abruptly, disrupting the moment. Chapter 53. Yan Xiao's provocation, startled by the ringing phone. Cheng Xiaodong hastily withdrew his hand from the zipper of Jiang Shanshan's dress and fished the phone from his pocket. Due to an injury to his left hand, he had relied solely on his right hand for this evening's escapade. He cursed inwardly at the inconsiderate caller, interrupting his intimate moment. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was infuriated to see that it was Ouyang Xue, that troublesome woman. With his mind clouded by desire, he had no intention of answering. Yet the incessant ringing demanded his attention. Jiang Shanshan, equally entranced, opened her eyes and murmured, "Donghua, who is calling?" "Let be," Cheng Xiaodong replied, silencing her as he reluctantly pressed the answer button. "Xiaoxue, I told you I was busy and wouldn't be coming back. Why are you calling me now?" His tone was sharp, fueled by frustration. It was understandable, as any man in his position would likely be even more irate. "Xiaodong, where are you? You need to come back quickly. Yan Gue has brought several people and is waiting at the company entrance." Cheng Xiaodong's heart raced at this revelation, and he swiftly abandoned his previous intentions, leaping to his feet and racing downstairs. By the time Jiang Shanshan regained her composure, he had already dashed away like a rabbit. Moments later, in the alley leading from Jiang Shanshan's rented apartment to the main road, a young man in his 20s was sprinting wildly, his right hand flailing as he ran. Under the bright streetlights, observant passers-by noticed that he was unwittingly sporting a rather conspicuous bulge beneath his trousers. Two girls approaching could not help but cover their mouths and laugh, pausing to turn back and look until the young man vanished like a fleeting shadow. Only then did they giggle and tease one another about him. "Fong, that handsome guy who just ran by looks quite promising. If only we could spend a night with him." One girl jested, "Lily, you little vixen, you sleep with so many men every day. Your cravings know no bounds." The two were evidently independent entrepreneurs from the city. Cheng Xiaodong, oblivious to their antics, focused solely on controlling his breath as he sprinted. In just 6 minutes, he reached the headquarters building and dashed through the back entrance into the lobby. Fortunately, by then, his embarrassment had gradually subsided, sparing him further humiliation before his colleagues. Under the bright lights, upon entering the lobby, he spotted Ouyang Xue anxiously seated on the reception sofa, waiting for his return. "President, it's already past working hours. Why haven't you gone home?" she queried sharply. "Is it not permissible for me to be delayed by some matters?" Cheng Xiaodong retorted, earning a disapproving glare from her. Inside, she thought, it was precisely because he had engaged in frivolity with the enchanting Jiang Shanshan that she found herself disinclined to return home after work. "Xue, where is Yin Shige? How did you spot him so easily?" he asked, noticing that aside from a lone security guard at the entrance, the lobby was otherwise vacant. Ouyang Xue gestured with her chin and whispered, "Just as I was leaving, I saw Yin Shige's Maybach parked in the center of the lot, and it seemed there were several people in his car. I was so startled that I quickly turned back inside and called you." The memory of encountering Yin Shige's vehicle outside still sent shivers down her spine. Having failed to accomplish his earlier intentions, Cheng Xiaodong was already brimming with frustration. Coupled with his innate fearlessness, he could not contain his anger, declaring, "Xue, let us confront this Yin Shige. I must ask him directly why he dares to come here and harass you." Ouyang Xue, somewhat apprehensive, replied, "Xiaodong, perhaps we should not go out. Yin Shige has never been one to respect moral boundaries. I fear he might incite trouble against you." "Fear him? Nonsense. I refuse to believe he would dare to threaten my life. Xue, let us proceed boldly." With the assurance that her presence would likely temper Yin Shige's excesses, she reluctantly agreed to accompany him outside. Yin Shige, accompanied by Zhang Fei and 2 high-ranking family bodyguards, had been waiting in his car for over an hour. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue approach, they promptly opened the car doors and stepped forward to confront them. Ouyang Xue, her face set in a frosty glare, demanded, "Yin Shige, what business do you have here in my company with your entourage?" Yin Shige blocked the path of Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong. Upon noticing Ouyang Xue's fierce inquiry, he wore a playful grin and replied, "Little Xue, I haven't seen you for several days, so I made a special effort to come and check on you today. What is the matter? Aren't you pleased to see me?" Ouyang Xue's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, "Yin Shige, I have yet to settle the score with you for sending someone to harm my husband, and you dare to show your face here looking for trouble?" Yin Shige feigned innocence, saying, "Ouyang Xue, do not speak nonsense and slander me. Which of your eyes saw me sending someone to attack your husband? It is disgraceful that you, a grown man, cannot even admit to your actions. Yin Shige, I see you are nothing but a coward." In the parking lot, Ouyang Xue confronted the villain with words as sharp as daggers, fiercely berating him. Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of gratitude for her defending him, silently vowing to ensure she would suffer no indignities. Unable to match Ouyang Xue's wrath, Yin Shige turned his cold gaze towards Cheng Xiaodong, frowning as he coldly remarked, "What are you still doing by her side? Why don't you hurry back to your rural hometown?" Despite the imposing presence of 2 towering, menacing bodyguards behind Yin Shige, Cheng Xiaodong remained unperturbed. With eyes like blades, he responded icily, "None of your business." Yin Shige's cousin, Zhang Fei, emboldened by the presence of his powerful companions, pointed a threatening finger at Cheng Xiaodong and shouted, "Are you tired of speaking to my young master like that?" Cheng Xiaodong retorted fiercely, "My insults are mild. Provoke me further, and I might just teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Yin Shige erupted in rage-laced laughter. "You're far too arrogant, kid. Today, I'll have my brothers give you a thorough beating." He then turned to his 2 formidable bodyguards, ordering Black Bear Wolf, "Go teach this kid a lesson and show him the reality of his position." The bodyguards, known as Black Bear and Wolf, were already eager for a confrontation, and upon receiving their master's command, they lunged forward menacingly from either side towards Cheng Xiaodong. Chapter 54. The battle begins a few nights prior, while dining. Yin Shige and Zhang Fei had heard the head of the Yin family, Yin Jiafu, declare that if they could not subdue Ouyang Xue within 3 months, They would have to accept a marriage alliance with the Ding family. After returning to their residence, the two brothers hastily devised a plan. Yan Shigue, brawny yet simple-minded, struggled to think of a solution, while his cunning strategist cousin, Zhang Fei, quickly generated numerous ideas. Zhang Fei proposed that they must urgently contact their uncle, Yin Jiaping, to inform him of Chen Yaji's request for assistance and to ensure that when he and Chen Yaji traveled to Coconut Island, he would agree to detain Cheng Xiaodong for approximately 6 months before releasing him. In doing so, Cheng Xiaodong would have endured his deserved punishment, and the Yin family could seize the opportunity for significant financial gain. Taking Chen Yaji to Yedao, after settling matters concerning Cheng Xiaodong, they needed to swiftly devise a means to remove Cheng Xiaodong, this stumbling block, and subsequently employ some unscrupulous tactics to subdue Ouyang Xue. Within the next 2 to 3 months, if they could not resolve the issue with Cheng Xiaodong, they would await Cheng Xiaodong's release and then collaborate with him to eliminate this ruffian from the countryside. Yan Shigue, after considering Zhang Fei's suggestion, praised it as a brilliant plan. That evening, he called Yin Jiaping to disclose their strategy in detail. Upon receiving the call, Yin Jiaping promptly agreed to Yan Shigue's proposal. Later that night, Yan Shigue contacted Chen Yaji, informing her that he had consulted his third uncle and arranged for her to travel to Yedao the following day to discuss the specifics of their rescue mission. The next morning, Yan Shigue, accompanied by Zhang Fei, met Chen Yaji and the others at the provincial capital airport and immediately boarded a flight to Yedao. Upon their arrival, they met Yin Jiaping, and after a series of negotiations led by Yan Shige, Yin Jiaping ultimately feigned sincerity and consented to release Cheng Xiaodong after a 6-month detention. Of course, this concession was made only after Chen Yaji had expended 2 minor objectives to persuade Yin Jiaping. With the matter settled satisfactorily, Chen Yaji felt a great sense of relief and graciously invited the Yin brothers to enjoy a 2-day excursion in Yedao, with someone else footing the bill for their indulgence. Who could refuse such an offer? Thus, the Yin brothers' trip to Yedao lasted a full 3 days. This afternoon, after hastily returning to the provincial capital from Yedao, Yan Shigue summoned 2 formidable bodyguards and eagerly made his way to Ouyang Xue's company. Their primary objective was to teach Cheng Xiaodong a lesson and expeditiously drive him away. Having learned that Cheng Xiaodong had sustained an arm injury a few days prior, Yan Shigue and Zhang Fei felt that dealing with him would be quite effortless. Moreover, the prowess of the Black Bear and the Wild Wolf far exceeded that of the petty thugs under the command of Li Xiong from the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Bear stood an imposing 2 meters tall, resembling a black panda, clad in an oversized black shirt that showcased his solid and taut muscles beneath the light. The Wild Wolf, though considerably shorter, bore a fierce countenance, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a menacing glint. At that moment, these 2 imposing figures, exuding an aura of formidable pressure, advanced towards Cheng Xiaodong upon receiving their master's command. Ouyang Xue was struck with alarm, fearing that the injured Cheng Xiaodong would not stand a chance against these 2 men. She hurriedly urged Cheng Xiaodong to retreat into the company building, imploring him not to engage with them lightly. As she spoke, she anxiously reached out to push Cheng Xiaodong away. However, her actions, coupled with her calling him husband, immediately provoked the typically arrogant Yan Xiao. His eyes, like green beans, flared with fury as he shouted, "Why aren't you 2 moving quickly to incapacitate that brat?" Upon hearing his master's fury, the Black Bear and the Wild Wolf sprang into action, swiftly encircling Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue. Observing Ouyang Xue's genuine concern for his safety, Cheng Xiaodong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He gently pulled Ouyang Xue behind him and softly urged, "Xue, retreat to the steps behind. I fear you may be harmed if a confrontation arises." Tears welled in Ouyang Xue's eyes as she cried out in desperation, "Xiaodong, you're injured. How can you hope to defeat these 2? Please, you must flee." At that moment, regret consumed her. She lamented calling Cheng Xiaodong back just moments before. No matter how reckless Yan Shigue was, surely he wouldn't dare lay a hand on a weak woman like her. Cheng Xiaodong, placing a reassuring hand on Ouyang Xue's shoulder, reiterated softly. Do not worry. I am more than capable of overcoming these two. With tearful eyes, Ouyang Xue pleaded. But what about your condition? Cheng Xiaodong offered a bitter smile. Xue, I am without family. Even if today were to claim my life, I would harbor no regrets. Please, step aside and do not insist. Seeing his resolve, Ouyang Xue, with tears streaming down her face, cautioned, Xiaodong, be careful. If you cannot win, escape as swiftly as you can. With that, she hurried back to the steps at the entrance of the building. Cheng Xiaodong stood firm as a mountain, laughing heartily, In the dictionary of the Cheng family, there is no entry for retreat. Yanshi, I tell you, today will see either your demise or mine. Command your men to strike. As his words fell, the black bear swung his massive fist toward Cheng Xiaodong's chest. Simultaneously, the wild wolf, having circled behind, lunged with a powerful kick aimed at Cheng Xiaodong's waist. Anticipating the attack, Cheng Xiaodong had already summoned his inner strength. With his left arm tucked close to his body, he swiftly sidestepped the black bear's ferocious punch, evading the blow. In the same motion, he unleashed his right arm, intercepting the wild wolf's incoming kick. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, as if the wolf's foot had struck a steel plate, sending shockwaves through its bones. The black bear, missing his target, followed with another punch that whistled through the air. Cheng Xiaodong's pupils constricted as he focused intently, extending his right hand with fluid grace. Though silent, as he grasped the black bear's fist, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a tidal wave crashing down. It was only then that the black bear realized that this seemingly youthful opponent was exponentially more formidable than he had anticipated. With a sharp crack, the black bear's wrist was shattered by Cheng Xiaodong's inner strength. The wild wolf, gritting his teeth against the pain, stepped closer, aiming a vicious elbow strike at Cheng Xiaodong's back. This attack was indeed treacherous. Should it connect, it would surely shatter the bones in Cheng Xiaodong's back. Cheng Xiaodong could only fend off his attackers with one hand. After unexpectedly breaking the black bear's wrist with his internal energy, he suddenly let out a strange cry and, like a willow swaying in the wind, deftly evaded the ferocious elbow strike of the wild wolf. In Chapter 55, Ouyang Xue angrily smashed the vehicle of Yan Xiao. With the black bear's left wrist shattered by Cheng Xiaodong's internal force, he was consumed by excruciating pain and unleashed his ferocity, launching a swift and relentless attack towards Cheng Xiaodong with his right fist. Yanshi, witnessing his two subordinates fiercely assaulting Cheng Xiaodong, incessantly shouted encouragement in their direction. Zhang Fei, standing beside him, could not help but loudly warn the black bear and the wild wolf, brothers, his left arm was injured a few days ago. Target that hand. Ouyang Xue, nervously observing the scene from the steps of the building, pondered the inconsistency of Yanshi, who had just denied dispatching anyone to ambush Cheng Xiaodong. How could a subordinate be aware of Cheng Xiaodong's wounded arm? At that moment, two night shift security guards in the booth at the building's entrance saw the brawl unfolding in the parking lot and hurriedly grabbed their batons to intervene. Upon nearing the fray, they were shocked to discover that the combatant was their newly appointed head of security, and they instinctively prepared to assist. Cheng Xiaodong realized that their intervention would not only be futile, but could also lead to their injury at the hands of his formidable opponents. Thus, he shouted at them, "You two, hurry and protect the president. Your assistance is not required here." The guards, upon noticing the company's beautiful president anxiously watching from the steps, complied with Cheng Xiaodong's command and moved to shield her side. Seeing that both guards were equipped with radios, Ouyang Xue urgently instructed, "You two, quickly call your colleagues for assistance." In the midst of the skirmish, the black bear and the wild wolf, having taken Zhang Fei's advice to heart, altered their strategy to focus their attacks on Cheng Xiaodong's left arm. With only his right hand available for defense, Cheng Xiaodong found himself in a perilous position, straining to cope with the relentless assault. If either of his adversaries struck his arm, the resulting injury would undoubtedly compromise his combat effectiveness. It appeared he would have to employ his most skilled techniques to swiftly subdue these formidable foes. As thoughts raced through his mind, Cheng Xiaodong seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful punch towards the wild wolf's face. The wild wolf, taken aback, hastily evaded the blow. Cheng Xiaodong, mid-attack, retracted his fist and transformed it into an open palm, striking diagonally at the wild wolf's left arm. Ah, so you wish to target my injured arm? Allow me to show you the pain of a broken bone, he thought. The wild wolf, caught off guard by the sudden change in Cheng Xiaodong's attack, was struck on the arm with a sharp crack, shattering his left arm bone. With a successful maneuver, Cheng Xiaodong could not contain a triumphant shout. He channeled all his strength into his legs, leaping into the air. Executing a spinning kick, he landed a powerful blow to the wild wolf's back. Lacking the formidable stature of the black bear, the wild wolf was sent flying from the impact, crashing to the ground 3 or 4 meters away. He yearned to struggle and rise, yet his body felt as if it had been shattered, leaving him unable to stand. Witnessing his companion suddenly injured and collapsed, the black bear was overtaken by fury, bellowing a threat of death, before lunging at Cheng Xiaodong with the ferocity of a crazed tiger. Cheng Xiaodong, a slight smirk gracing his lips, mused that if he could vanquish a wild wolf with one hand and one foot, surely he could bring down this black bear as well. As the bear's powerful punch surged towards him, Cheng Xiaodong deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the attack, before launching a fierce kick aimed at the bear's nape. The timing and force of his strike were impeccably calculated. The bear, intent on swiftly dispatching its foe, was caught off guard and struck squarely. The immense inertia, combined with the strength of Cheng Xiaodong's kick, sent the bear crashing to the unforgiving concrete with a resounding thud. Seizing the moment, fueled by adrenaline from his third fierce battle, Cheng Xiaodong leapt, his feet firmly landing upon the bear's robust back. A sickening crack echoed as, although he missed the vertebrae, several ribs shattered beneath the weight of his assault. Seeing their 2 formidable bodyguards defeated, Yan Shigue and Zhang Fei turned pale with fear. They disregarded the vehicle and sought to flee for their lives. Observing this, Cheng Xiaodong sprang into action, swiftly intercepting them. At that moment, the 2 security guards stationed on the steps called for reinforcements, and several patrolling guards, armed and ready, rushed out from the headquarters. Among them were Zhou Yang, Zhang Bin, and Huang Jingjin, all of whom had previously fallen to Cheng Xiaodong in the training room less than 10 days prior. Inspired by Cheng Xiaodong's triumph over Yan Shigue's elite bodyguards, Ouyang Xue felt emboldened. She commanded the 7 or 8 security personnel, brothers, charge forth and smash that Mercedes Maybach. Anyone who takes action will receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan from the finance department tomorrow morning. The guards, eager to impress Ouyang Xue, erupted in a cacophony of shouts as they descended the steps, rushing towards Yan Shigue's vehicle, wielding their tools and beginning to pound it mercilessly. Just as Yan Shigue and Zhang Fei distanced themselves from their car, they were intercepted by Cheng Xiaodong. The brothers turned ashen, trembling in fear. Yan Shigue mustered his courage. Stuttering, Cheng Xiaodong, "You've injured my men. What do you intend to do?" Cheng Xiaodong, with a cold smile, retorted, "Yan Shigue, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now that you've faced defeat, do you wish to abandon your subordinates and flee alone?" Yan Shigue, blustering yet visibly shaken, insisted, "Don't think for a moment that I'm afraid of you. Just wait. I will call for reinforcements." Cheng Xiaodong's gaze bore into the 2 hapless men, his voice a fierce command. "Yan Shigue, do you truly believe you have any chance to call for help now? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 or 9 security guards, having received Ouyang Xue's command, rushed to the front of Yan Shigue's Mercedes-Benz, competing with one another to smash it fiercely. Instantly, a cacophony of crashing sounds filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Yan Shigue's recently purchased imported Maybach was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Seeing his beloved car being destroyed, Yan Shigue's face turned a deep shade of purple with fury. Heartbroken, he shouted at Ouyang Xue, "Ouyang Xue, are you out of your mind? How dare you touch my car?" As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite, and Ouyang Xue, proud and arrogant by nature, was no exception. Fearlessly, she approached Cheng Xiaodong and the others, declaring, "Yan Shigue, unless you kneel and beg for mercy today, my husband and I will ensure you do not leave here unscathed." Having reached his 30s, Yan Shigue had never faced such humiliation. Trembling with rage, he cursed, Ouyang Xue. You shameless woman. If you dare, have that brat Cheng kill me today. Otherwise, I will ensure your family is ruined. Ouyang Xue halted and commanded Cheng Xiaodong, darling, give him a couple of slaps. Cheng Xiaodong grinned, of course, my love. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yin Shigui's plump face. Chapter 56. The shadow of Ouyang Xue in his heart after landing the slap. Cheng Xiaodong, still unsatisfied, switched hands and delivered another blow. Fueled by resentment, he struck with considerable force, and within moments, Yin Shigui's face visibly swelled. Next, he approached the scheming Zhang Fei and, after delivering 2 more slaps, kicked him backward, causing him to stumble several steps before finally collapsing onto the ground. After enduring 2 sharp slaps, Yin Shigui stood dazed, unable to fathom how he, the esteemed heir of the Yin family, could be so brutally humiliated. After a prolonged moment of shock, he tasted a salty, metallic flavor in his mouth, and unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of his broken teeth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Yin Shigui glared at Cheng Xiaodong with eyes full of hatred, exclaiming, "You little brat! How dare you hit me?" Cheng Xiaodong met his gaze with an icy stare, his voice as cold as ice. Yin Shigui, if you do not kneel and beg for mercy today, I will make it impossible for you to escape. Yin Shigui's expression flickered between anger and despair. After hesitating for 20 to 30 seconds, he suddenly opened his mouth and began to weep. As he cried out, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, pleading, "Cheng Xiao, Sister Xiaoxue, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to harass you. I beg you, show mercy and let us go." Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue could hardly believe their eyes as the once arrogant Yin Shigui, who had always looked down on others, now knelt before them in tears. Begging for mercy, they stood there in shock, unable to grasp the reality before them. Yin Shigui, witnessing their silence, knelt down and began to strike his own face. Cheng Xiaodong, unwilling to endure his pitiful display, shouted, "Yin Shigui, take your people and leave at once. I have no desire to behold your vile countenance any longer." Ouyang Xue, hands on her hips, bitterly addressed Yin Shigui, "Young Master Yin, you should depart promptly and never disturb me again." Over the past few months, Yin Shigui had incessantly harassed her at the company, leaving her utterly exasperated. However, out of respect for his prominent family background and reputation, she had gritted her teeth and endured his advances. Today, seeing Cheng Xiaodong had already offended him significantly, she decided to take a stand and ordered security to demolish his car. Yet, as she observed Yin Shigui kneeling and weeping pitifully, a flicker of compassion stirred within her. Ultimately, she did not wish for matters to escalate further, so she softened her tone and conveyed her sentiments to him. Yin Shigui, realizing they were allowing him to leave, hurriedly rose to assist the trembling Zhang Fei, making his way toward the exit, indifferent to the fate of the 2 bodyguards he had brought along. Cheng Xiaodong bellowed, "Wait, you 2 are not allowed to leave just yet." Yin Shigui glared at him with malice. "What more do you want, Cheng?" Cheng Xiaodong replied coldly, "You must take your 2 companions in your vehicle with you." Yin Shigui glanced at the wreckage of his car, not far away, and indignantly retorted, "Am I not allowed to simply abandon the car?" Cheng Xiaodong's heart leaped with joy at his words, thinking, "If you do not want it, I shall have my brothers take it away as scrap metal tomorrow. Abandoning the car is acceptable, but you must take those 2 dogs lying on the ground with you." Haihei and Yalong had both been defeated by Cheng Xiaodong and were injured, yet they cleverly feigned severe injuries, lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, upon hearing Cheng Xiaodong refer to them as dead dogs, they nearly exploded with rage. Ouyang Xue, upon hearing Cheng Xiaodong's words, smiled sweetly at him. Cheng Xiaodong, captivated by her radiant smile akin to a spring breeze, felt an immense sense of pleasure. Noticing the security guards standing by after smashing the car, he called out, "Zoyang, Zhangbin, gather a few of you to drag these 2 dead dogs lying on the ground outside to the street, so they do not dirty our company's floor." The security guards, eager to comply with his command, rushed to Haihei and Yalong. With a collective shout, they seized them by the arms and legs, treating them as if they were two dead dogs, and unceremoniously tossed them outside the automatic sliding doors. Yin Shigue and Zhang Fei glared at Cheng Xiaodong for a prolonged moment before they awkwardly exited the doors of the Lianyan Cosmetics Company. With no vehicle to ride in, they certainly could not walk back home. Yin Shigue found himself at a loss and had no choice but to call Li Xiong, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, requesting him to send someone to drive him home. As Ouyang Xue saw that there was nothing more to be done, she instructed the security personnel to return to their posts, while reminding them not to forget to collect their bonuses from the finance department the following day. Cheng Xiaodong summoned Zhou Yang and tasked him with contacting the scrap company to arrange for a tow truck to remove the damaged car, promising that the proceeds would be allocated as benefits for their security department. During their earlier competition, Zhou Yang had relied solely on his genuine skills, unlike Yichang, who had resorted to underhanded tactics against him. Therefore, after Cheng Xiaodong was promoted to the manager of the security department, he not only refrained from making things difficult for Zhou Yang, but instead appointed him as the leader of the night shift team. Once all the security personnel had departed, the parking lot returned to a serene stillness, illuminated solely by the solitary streetlights casting a cold glow. Finally, with matters settled, Ouyang Xue turned to Cheng Xiaodong and said, "Xiaodong, since there's nothing else, shall we return?" Cheng Xiaodong grinned mischievously and replied, "Xiao Xue, did you not just call me husband? Why have you stopped? I call you a big-headed ghost." Ouyang Xue playfully scolded him before briskly walking toward her car, anxious that Cheng Xiaodong might catch a glimpse of her suddenly flushed face. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and hurried to catch up with her. Before long, the two returned to the Xiuli Peak Villa. Upon entering, Ouyang Xue instructed Cheng Xiaodong to retrieve the medical supplies from his room, as she intended to tend to his wounds and change the dressings. Cheng Xiaodong understood her concern for his injuries, fearing that they might have been aggravated during the recent altercation, and thus complied without hesitation. Reflecting on how close he had come to winning over Jiang Shanshan after dinner, Cheng Xiaodong suddenly felt a pang of guilt for being unfaithful to Ouyang Xue. As they tended to his wounds, the clock struck 10. Fortunately, despite the perilous encounter, Cheng Xiaodong's injuries were relatively unscathed. Noticing the late hour, Ouyang Xue bid Cheng Xiaodong good night and ascended the stairs to shower and rest. That night, as Cheng Xiaodong lay in bed, sleep eluded him, for his mind was flooded with thoughts of Ouyang Xue. In Chapter 57, titled Winning Cheng Xiaodong's Favor, it became evident that Ouyang Xue was equally preoccupied with thoughts of him. Lying in her bed, she recalled the perilous moments when Cheng Xiaodong had single-handedly battled the black and wild wolves, and a shiver of fear still coursed through her. Reflecting on her impulsive decision to order the security team to vandalize Yin Shigue's vehicle under his influence, she couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of her actions. "I must have had my head kicked by a donkey to have made such a bold move." With Yin Shigue suffering a significant setback that night, it was certain he would seek revenge against both Cheng Xiaodong and herself. The question of how to address the impending conflict weighed heavily on her mind. After pondering for 2 or 3 hours without arriving at a viable solution, she resorted to counting sheep in an effort to force herself to sleep. The following day, Cheng Xiaodong once again took Ouyang Xue's Panamera to the office. As noon approached, Zhou Yang and a few of the security personnel, having discussed amongst themselves, decided to each contribute 1,000 yuan to treat the newly appointed Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue to a lavish meal. While Cheng Xiaodong was engaging in casual conversation with Zhou Buxiong in the office, he was pleasantly surprised when Zhou Yang entered accompanied by a security guard to extend a personal invitation, to which he readily agreed. He had already harbored the desire to gather with his colleagues from the department to strengthen their bonds. Seeing that Captain Zhou was also present, Zhou Yang extended the invitation for him to join them after the morning shift. However, due to the constraints of time, Zhou Yang was unable to invite all the brothers working the day shift this time. Once Cheng Xiaodong and Captain Zhou confirmed their attendance for the lunch outing, Zhou Yang cheerfully remarked, "Leaders, the brothers wish to express their gratitude to President Ouyang for her generous rewards, and they would like her to join us as well. However, we feel somewhat hesitant to approach her directly, fearing it may seem presumptuous. Therefore, we must rely on the two of you to extend the invitation." Zhou Buxiong, with his characteristic laughter, responded, Ouyang, can't you see that manager Cheng has a good rapport with the president? I believe that with just one phone call from manager Cheng, the president will surely accept the invitation. Ouyang, grinning, cheekily replied, Manager, it seems we must shamelessly ask you to call the president on our behalf. Unable to decline, Cheng Xiaodong took out his phone and, in their presence, dialed Ouyang Xue's number. Upon receiving his call, Ouyang Xue readily agreed to join them, even offering to cover the meal herself. She understood that Cheng Xiaodong had already made an enemy of Yan Shige, and now it was imperative for her to win over the hearts of the people and cultivate some influence to face the challenges that lay ahead. Let us set aside the joyous gathering of Cheng Xiaodong, Ouyang Xue, and the exuberant security personnel heading to the restaurant, and turn our attention to Yan Shige. Last night, he had summoned Li Xiong, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, to arrange for his subordinates to take He Xiong and Yi Lang to the hospital for treatment. Following that, he instructed Li Xiong to personally drive them back to their home in the southern district. Upon returning home, Yan Shige was cautious not to disturb his parents, stealthily accompanied by Zhang Fei as he made his way back to his residence. The Yin family was affluent, employing numerous servants from nearby villages. However, by nightfall, most of these servants would return home to rest, leaving the path relatively unoccupied. Just as he stepped into the living room, before he could even take a seat, Yan Shige shouted to Zhang Fei, who was trailing behind him, Fei Ge, you must think of a way for me to take that surnamed Cheng fellow's life. What happened tonight is an unbearable humiliation for us brothers, and we must avenge this grievance. Calm down, brother. Please give me some time, and I will devise a foolproof plan to ensure that we take this brat's life. Zhang Fei urged, guiding Yan Shige to sit on the leather sofa. Yan Shige replied in a low voice, Fei Ge, I not only want the life of that surnamed Cheng fellow, but I also want to secure Ouyang Xue as soon as possible. That wretched woman dared to have someone vandalize my car tonight. I will make sure she experiences a fate worse than death. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fei secretly pondered, the beautiful woman does not have affections for you. She is already united with another in matrimony. Yet, you still wish to engage in a futile endeavor to claim her heart. Now that you have suffered a setback and cannot swallow this bitter pill, you expect me to assist you in devising schemes for such unprincipled and morally bankrupt actions. Of course, he would never dare to voice these thoughts to Yan Shige. He sat closely beside Yan and quietly urged, Brother, we are certainly going to deal with that fellow surnamed Cheng. However, it seems that Ouyang Xue has no feelings for you. I suggest you divert your attention from her and hasten to meet the girl from the Ding family that your uncle mentioned. Yan Shige stubbornly shook his head, asserting, I can forego marrying Ouyang Xue, but I must have her, even if only once. I would willingly accept it. Zhang Fei could not help but shake his head in dismay, thinking to himself, Brother, you seem to be under a spell. Why pursue the proud and aloof Ouyang Xue when so many women are eager to embrace you? Rest assured, I will find a way to help you win over Ouyang Xue. Nevertheless, I still advise you to meet the girl from the Ding family. What if she turns out to be a stunning beauty? Wouldn't you then have the perfect wife? Yan Shigui's eyes flickered with contemplation, seemingly tempted. But he could not help retorting, if I am to meet the Ding family girl, it must wait until the swelling on my face subsides, and I can get my teeth fixed. Indeed, Zhang Fei carefully responded with a forced smile. He then added, Brother, if there are no other matters tonight, I shall return to my room to bathe and rest. Yan Shige, in a foul mood, retorted angrily, If you wish to sleep, then hurry up and leave. Given our current predicament, do you truly expect to go out drinking and chasing women? After Ouyang Xue treated the security personnel who had damaged the car, along with Cheng Xiaodong and Captain Zhou, to a lavish lunch, everyone returned to their respective duties at the company or headed back to their dormitories for rest. Cheng Xiaodong, who never drank, found himself with nothing to occupy his time and decided to take a brief respite in the security office. Upon entering, he heard a WeChat voice message. He pulled out his phone to discover it was from Jiang Shanshan. Wintermelon, what urgent matter did the president discuss with you last night that compelled you to leave me in haste? Wintermelon, I just saw you entering with the president and several security guards. What were you all doing together? Why would the president be mingling with you at noon? Acknowledging her concern, Cheng Xiaodong called her and recounted the events of the previous night, including Ouyang Xue's invitation to dinner. After chatting with Jiang Shanshan for over 10 minutes, he hung up and retreated to the small rest area in the security office to sleep. Lying on the small bed, Cheng Xiaodong reminisced about 2 missed opportunities to win over Jiang Shanshan, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. He had no idea that many things require fate. Chapter 58. A significant profit after a fall rain, the weather gradually turned cooler. On Friday morning, while Cheng Xiaodong was having breakfast with Ouyang Xue, he unexpectedly received a phone call from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao informed him that they had acquired over 10 tons of medicinal herbs and had hired 2 trucks to load them, which would be delivered to the provincial city that afternoon. Cheng Xiaodong was overjoyed upon hearing this. He cheerfully told Jiang Hao, "Hi, you all have worked hard. Please be careful on your journey. Will Haozi, Tan Wu, and Sun Bingjia also come to the city today?" Jiang Hao replied that they would be coming together. "Donghua, I truly envy you all for being able to work at the same company." Cheng Xiaodong responded, "What is there to envy? Tan Wu and the others might even envy you and Wang Jun. Haozi, you and Wang Jun stay put in the village for me. I still need you both to continue with the medicinal herb business," Jiang Hao said excitedly. "Donghua, once we complete this deal, will there be more to come?" Cheng Xiaodong smiled and replied, "Of course. Boss Lin has already told me that as long as our goods are of good quality, she intends to purchase from us long-term. If we can establish a lasting partnership with her, we will be able to sit back and count our money." Jiang Hao, hearing this, was as joyful as if he were getting married that day. He cheerfully asked, "Xiaodong, how much do you estimate we will earn from today's deal?" Cheng Xiaodong estimated, "If everything goes smoothly, we should make around 300,000 to 400,000. Haozi, let me ask you, did you purchase those herbs at the prices I mentioned?" "Of course. Donghua, you cannot imagine how happy the villagers are to learn that their herbs can sell for such high prices. They have all expressed their intention to plant even more next year." Cheng Xiaodong sighed deeply. "Haozi, our hometown's elders have had a tough time. We must find ways to help them earn more and lead prosperous, happy lives." Jiang Hao replied earnestly, "Donghua, rest assured, I will continue to follow your instructions and purchase at high prices. Even if we earn a little less, we must ensure the villagers are satisfied." Ouyang Xue, sitting nearby, had been listening attentively to their conversation. Once Cheng Xiaodong hung up, she gently said to him, "Xiaodong, since you have matters to attend to, you need not go to the company today. Focus on completing this business well." In recent days, Ouyang Xue had been tenderly caring for him, making Cheng Xiaodong feel as if he were enveloped in a warm spring breeze. After finishing the last few spoonfuls of porridge, Cheng Xiaodong put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Since Jiang Hao and the others won't arrive in the city until this afternoon, I can still accompany you to work in the morning." Ouyang Xue understood that he was concerned about her, fearing that Yin Shigui might still cause trouble at the company. She chose not to confront him about it and playfully said, "If you insist on going, then I shall have to acquiesce." By the time the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Cheng Xiaodong finally received a call from Jiang Hao, informing him that their delivery truck had arrived at a parking lot on the outskirts of Xiqing district and inquiring about the next steps. Cheng Xiaodong requested Jiang Hao to send him their location and instructed them to remain on standby, awaiting further instructions. After ensuring everything was in order, Cheng Xiaodong hailed a taxi outside the company and made his way back to the Chuntang pharmacy. Shortly after arriving at the pharmacy, Cheng Xiaodong stood outside and called Lin Wanru, informing her that the medicinal herbs he had procured had arrived in the city and asking where he should deliver them. Upon learning that he was at the entrance of the store, Lin Wanru asked him to wait a moment, as she would come down to accompany him to receive the goods. In just about 2 minutes, Lin Wanru, clad in white attire and radiating beauty, emerged with a bright smile. After exchanging greetings with Cheng Xiaodong, she invited him to drive to the location where the truck was temporarily parked. Soon, they were inside a white Audi Q7 parked in front of the pharmacy, and Lin Wanru instructed Cheng Xiaodong to activate the navigation on his phone, directing them towards the location Jiang Hao had sent. It seemed she had a penchant for white, as she donned white clothing, and even her vehicle and handbag matched this hue. Before long, they arrived at the spot where the truck was stationed, and Cheng Xiaodong was finally reunited with his 4 childhood friends from the same village. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he instructed the driver to follow Lin Wanru to her warehouse for the delivery. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Cheng Xiaodong successfully weighed the 2 trucks of medicinal herbs and settled the full payment with Lin Wanru. To his astonishment, this first transaction, completed in such a short span of time, yielded a profit exceeding 800,000 after deducting expenses. With the funds in hand, Cheng Xiaodong promptly settled the transportation fees with the 2 drivers from his hometown, ensuring they could return home without delay. At this moment, he had successfully completed his first major business deal, having earned a substantial profit within less than a month of arriving in the city. Cheng Xiaodong felt compelled to generously reward the good friends who had put in hard work for him. After inviting Lin Wanru to join them for a celebratory meal, only to have her decline due to other commitments, he proceeded to find a relatively upscale restaurant nearby with Jiang Hao and the 4 others, ordering a feast and engaging in lively conversation. Since the dining location was quite distant from Liang Company and the hour was late, Cheng Xiaodong did not extend invitations to Ouyang Xue and Jiang Shanshan this time. While waiting for their dishes to arrive, Cheng Xiaodong joyfully took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to each of Jiang Hao, Tan Wu, and the others, declaring it as their share from the recent medicinal herb venture. With a smile, he explained that the reason for the modest distribution was to reserve the remaining funds as startup capital for future business endeavors, hoping for their understanding and support. In a village where they often idled away their time, earning less than 10,000 yuan a year, the prospect of receiving 10,000 each in just a week filled them with immense joy, prompting them to express their eagerness to continue following him in pursuit of greater wealth. Seeing his brothers in high spirits, Cheng Xiaodong seized the opportunity to propose that Jiang Shanshan, a good friend they all grew up with, should also receive a share of 10,000. He inquired if everyone was agreeable. The success of this business venture was primarily due to Cheng Xiaodong's keen insight and negotiation skills, so he deserved all the credit. Jiang Hao and the others unanimously consented without any dissent. Their meal lasted nearly 2 hours before concluding. Although Cheng Xiaodong was not a drinker, he made an exception for his friends, allowing them to indulge. As Jiang Hao and Wang Jun needed to return to their hometown the following day for further herb procurement, Cheng Xiaodong arranged for them to stay at a nearby hotel in a twin room. After bidding farewell to Jiang and Wang, he took Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, who were visiting the city for the first time, to hail a taxi to the Liangyan Cosmetics Company, where he arranged for them to stay in his apartment. Chapter 59. A secret report last weekend, Ouyang Bing had visited a classmate's home in another city and had not returned home. This afternoon, after attending a class, she realized that the weekend was approaching again, and staying at school seemed rather dull. Thus, she eagerly hailed a taxi back home. Having savored Cheng Xiaodong's cooking during her last visit, she had been longing for another opportunity to taste his culinary skills. However, upon her return, she found the spacious villa empty. Neither her sister Ouyang Xue nor Cheng Xiaodong was home. She called Ouyang Xue to inquire about their return. Ouyang Xue, busy with work at the company, informed her that she could not return yet, and Cheng Xiaodong was also out for some matters, likely unable to come back soon. Ouyang Xue advised Ouyang Bing to eat something outside if she felt hungry, without waiting for them. Disappointed, Ouyang Bing pouted but agreed. She was not adept at cooking, and with her parents and aunt's son absent, she had no choice but to comply. She certainly did not want to go hungry. With daylight still lingering, she decided to take a shower at home before changing into warmer clothes for her outing. When she reached her room on the 2nd floor to find suitable attire, she noticed that the water heater had not been turned on for a while. Anticipating it would take some time to heat up, she decided to grab her clothes and head to Ouyang Xue's bathroom instead, knowing her sister would keep the heater running as she returned home every night. Having learned from the previous incident when Cheng Xiaodong accidentally barged in while she was bathing on the 1st floor, she promptly locked the door upon entering Ouyang Xue's room. After enjoying a comforting hot shower, Ouyang Bing dressed and made her way to Ouyang Xue's bedroom. With her hair still damp from washing, she sought a hairdryer to dry it. As she opened the drawer of Ouyang Xue's bedside table in search of the appliance, 2 pristine, vibrant red marriage certificates caught her eye. Surprised, She wondered why there were two marriage certificates in her sister's drawer. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she reached out to take one and opened it to inspect. In the photo, both my sister and Cheng Xiaodong wore sweet smiles, nestled closely together as they gazed at her with joy. Oh my sister has suddenly registered her marriage with that fellow surnamed Cheng? Ouyang Xue glanced at the date on the marriage certificate and was astonished to find it had been nearly 20 days. Wow, my sister's secret-keeping skills are truly impressive. Just a couple of days ago, I had spoken to our parents who were traveling abroad, and they hadn't mentioned a word about this. It seems my sister has been concealing this from them, secretly marrying someone without their knowledge. This is a significant event. I must quickly inform them. With that thought, Ouyang Xue promptly retrieved her mobile phone and dialed her father, Ouyang Xue. At that moment, Ouyang Xue was dining with his wife, Li Fenglan, and their housekeeper and son in a hotel restaurant. When he saw that his daughter was calling, he hurriedly answered, "Dad, you and Mom need to come back quickly. My sister has already registered her marriage with a young man." Ouyang Xue was momentarily stunned, questioning if he had misheard. Li Fenglan, sitting beside him, heard every word clearly due to the volume of their daughter's voice. Noticing her husband's momentary silence, the typically impatient Li Fenglan snatched the phone from him and exclaimed, "Bing Bing, what did you just say? You mean your sister has secretly registered her marriage with someone?" "Yes. I just saw their marriage certificate. Mom, if you don't believe me, I can send you a picture." Soon enough, Li Fenglan's phone received the image Ouyang Xue had sent. Upon viewing the picture, she lost her appetite and urgently urged her husband, "Dear, stop eating. We need to check out the hotel immediately and rush back to Jiangnan." Ouyang Xue, remaining calm, chuckled, "It's over 1,000 kilometers to home. You make it sound so easy to return overnight." Li Fenglan considered this, but still insisted. "Then let us stay here for one more night and leave at 6 in the morning. Ouyang Xue, that reckless girl, has gone too far. I'll see how I deal with her when we get back." Ouyang Xue thought to himself, this was the very marriage proposal you had previously agreed to with the Yin family, suggesting the young couple should spend more time together to deepen their affection. If they got along well, they could become engaged during the National Day holiday. This had pushed their usually obedient daughter to act hastily and marry someone without their presence. However, Li Fenglan was accustomed to being in control at home, and Ouyang Xue, whose temperament was generally mild, dared not voice his complaints. This trip was, in fact, initiated due to his disapproval of his wife's agreement to the marriage proposal, while their eldest daughter vehemently opposed it. He had merely sought to avoid the situation by suggesting a vacation. The revelation of their eldest daughter secretly marrying was a monumental issue for Ouyang Xue and his wife. They lost their appetite and hurried back to their room to shower and rest, preparing to drive home early the next morning. After handling various affairs at the company, Ouyang Xue drove out alone to find a place to eat before returning home. Upon parking her car in the courtyard, she noticed the lights were on in the living room on the first floor. She was not surprised, having anticipated her sister's return. As she changed into her slippers and walked towards Ouyang Xue, her sister greeted her with an enigmatic smile and said, "Sister, I must say, you have been quite adept at keeping secrets, haven't you?" Ouyang Xue felt a flicker of confusion and could not help but inquire, "What secret are you talking about? What nonsense is this?" Ouyang Xue retorted, "Oh, Ouyang Xue, how bold you are! To quietly obtain a marriage certificate with that Cheng Xiaodong without a word, and even cohabit in secrecy." Ouyang Xue's face turned cold as she rebuked, "You insolent girl, what absurdity are you spouting? Cheng Xiaodong and I are entirely innocent. We have not engaged in any of the scandalous acts you are suggesting." "Dear sister, spare me your denials. I have seen your marriage certificate in your room," Ouyang Xue declared triumphantly with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's heart raced with alarm. She promptly issued a stern warning to her sister, Bing Bing. "You must not utter a word about this to anyone, especially to our parents. Do you understand?" In her heart, Ouyang Xue thought it was too late. She had already shared the news with their parents over the phone. She mused that when they returned tomorrow, Ouyang Xue would have to face the consequences herself. Although she felt a twinge of guilt and regret, she dared not speak it aloud. Instead, she feigned innocence and mischievously asked Ouyang Xue, "Sister, Surely you must have already been intimate with that scoundrel Cheng Xiaodong? Tell me, is he skilled in bed? You wretched girl, what are you babbling about? Ouyang Xue exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious. She set down her bag and rushed to the sofa, intent on silencing Ouyang Bing's incessant chatter. As Chapter 60 unfolds, Cheng Xiaolai entered, unlocking the door just in time to witness the two sisters playfully tussling on the sofa. Unable to contain his curiosity, he coughed lightly and asked, "What you two up to?" Ouyang Bing was pinned down by Ouyang Xue, who was determined to silence her. Ouyang Bing struggled fiercely, refusing to give in. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong's arrival, a sly glint appeared in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I just asked my sister if it was your prowess in bed that completely conquered her. Look at her, she's so furious now." Before she could finish her sentence, a shrill scream erupted from her, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as Ouyang Xue pinched the soft flesh of her leg with great force. Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing Ouyang Bing's words, found his worldview profoundly challenged, pondering whether the university girls in the city had become so bold and liberated. Ouyang Xue, finally releasing her grip upon hearing Ouyang Bing's exaggerated shriek, could not help but scold her, "You wretched girl, if you dare to be so indiscreet again. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Cheng Xiaodong approached with a cheerful demeanor, acting as a peacemaker. "Come now, you two sisters should cease this bickering. It could harm your bond." Little did he know that their playful squabbles had been a part of their childhood, trivial and inconsequential. Ouyang Xue had perhaps pinched Ouyang Bing a tad too hard, causing tears to brim in her eyes. With a pitiful expression, she turned to Cheng Xiaodong and asked, "Brother-in-law, do you think if a girl suddenly transformed into a married woman, she might become as fierce as a tigress?" Cheng Xiaodong, having never encountered such a scenario, earnestly shook his head and replied, "Bing Bing, I cannot say." Ouyang Xue, being a woman of sharp intellect, immediately perceived her sister's underlying insinuation. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on Ouyang Bing, delivering a stern warning, "You little rascal, you can't bear to let me loosen my grip, can you?" Following that, she shot a furious glare at Cheng Xiaodong, chiding, "And you, how dare you join in on her nonsense?" Cheng Xiaodong inwardly cursed, thinking, "I haven't said a word since entering. Why am I being blamed as well? Is this what they call collateral damage?" After a brief silence, Ouyang Bing suddenly addressed Cheng Xiaodong, who was comfortably seated on a single sofa, saying, "Brother-in-law, why not cook for us tomorrow afternoon? The last meal you prepared was absolutely delicious." Ouyang Xue, seated on a nearby sofa, hastily interjected, "No way, your brother-in-law." Realizing her slip, she abruptly halted. In a moment of panic, she chastised herself for being led astray by Ouyang Bing, inadvertently referring to Cheng Xiaodong as her brother-in-law. If Cheng Xiaodong was her brother-in-law, then did that not make her his wife? With this thought, Ouyang Xue felt her cheeks flush a vibrant crimson, rendering her exceptionally beautiful under the glow of the living room lights. Oblivious to Cheng Xiaodong's furtive gaze that lingered upon her, she felt both flustered and irked. To mask her embarrassment, she turned her ire toward Ouyang Bing, scolding, "You little glutton, always thinking of food. Why aren't you heading upstairs to sleep? Do you intend to sit here until dawn?" Ouyang Bing, feeling rebellious, rose and pouted, muttering, "Fine, I'll go upstairs. So I want to be a third wheel and annoy you." With that, she stomped up the stairs. Once her sister had departed, Ouyang Xue's mood gradually lightened. Noticing the faint smile on Cheng Xiaodong's lips as he continued to gaze at her, she playfully admonished, "Have you not had your fill of staring at me? Why don't you fetch the medicine so I can help you change it? With a celestial beauty, such as yourself, how could I ever tire of gazing?" Cheng Xiaodong shamelessly flattered her before rising to retrieve the medicine. The next morning, after breakfast, Cheng Xiaodong learned that Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia had arrived, necessitating his presence at the company to assist with their onboarding. After confirming that Ouyang Xue would not accompany him, he set out to hail a taxi at the entrance of the villa community. Had his left arm not been injured, he could have ridden Aunt Sun's motorcycle to work. However, the injury had yet to heal, rendering him unable to ride. The executives at the Liangyan Cosmetics Company enjoyed their weekends off, while factory employees and other personnel at the headquarters were required to work on Saturdays, with Sunday as their sole day of rest. After rousing Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia from slumber, Cheng Xiaodong took them for breakfast before guiding them to the Human Resources Department to complete their onboarding procedures. The recruitment officer, Fu Lingling, greeted Cheng Xiaodong with a courteous smile upon noticing his personal attendance with the newcomers. Ibserbing Dangu, who towered over Cheng Xiaodong with a robust, dark complexion and the well-built, fair-skinned Sun Bingjia standing behind him. Fu Lingling thought to herself that Manager Cheng had certainly found promising candidates for security work. Little did she know, these two young men were Cheng Xiaodong's closest childhood friends. Influenced by Cheng Xiaodong, both Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia had developed a profound interest in martial arts since the age of 10. After school, or during holidays, they would often rush to Cheng Xiaodong's home to practice with him in wielding weapons and mastering martial techniques. Their mentor, Tang Bo, recognized their potential and generously offered guidance. Every morning, villagers would witness the trio, each with sandbags strapped to their feet, racing along the riverbank with remarkable agility. Upon turning 16, while assisting the villagers with threshing rice, they would each strap on 10-pound sandbags, enabling them to carry home 2 loads of freshly harvested rice effortlessly. Notably, each load of rice weighed between 200 to 300 pounds, a daunting task even for the strongest men, who often required breaks to complete the journey. Yet, the three of them effortlessly transported their burdens without a hint of fatigue. After graduating from middle school, both Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia did not proceed to high school. Instead, they remained in their hometown to assist their parents with farming, while Cheng Xiaodong, having failed university entrance exams 5 years prior, stayed behind to learn from Tang Bo, providing medical care to nearby villagers. Any free time was spent in the company of Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, their bond reminiscent of the legendary brotherhood of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the Three Kingdoms era. Through over a decade of diligent practice, they honed extraordinary skills, with Cheng Xiaodong undoubtedly being the most formidable among them. During this endeavor in the city, fate smiled upon him, allowing him to swiftly ascend to the role of security department manager at a prestigious company. Now enjoying a respectable position, he naturally sought to extend a helping hand to his 2 closest friends. With Cheng Xiaodong's intervention, Fu Lingling efficiently completed Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia's onboarding in under 2 hours, providing them with meal cards and accommodations. Once all formalities were finalized, Cheng Xiaodong seized a moment to call Jiang Shanshan, informing her that Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia had also secured positions as security personnel at Lianyan Company, inviting her to join them for lunch after her shift. At noon, 4 childhood friends from a village gathered for a delightful reunion. During their meal at a restaurant, Cheng Xiaodong took out his phone and transferred 13,000 yuan to Jiang Shanshan, informing her that he had made a profit from his herbal medicine business. Consequently, each of his good friends would receive 10,000 yuan, while the remaining 3,000 was a repayment for a loan he had extended to her a few days prior. Jiang Shanshan, having contributed nothing to this endeavor, was nonetheless overjoyed to receive her share of 10,000 yuan, secretly reveling in the thought that Cheng Xiaodong still held her in his heart. Just days ago, when Cheng Xiaodong had nearly made her his woman at her residence, he abruptly left upon receiving a call from Ouyang Xue, leaving her feeling both disappointed and slightly resentful. Despite Cheng Xiaodong later explaining his reasons, she still harbored lingering feelings of unease. However, with the receipt of 10,000 yuan, she finally let go of her grievances. It seemed imperative for her to seek another opportunity to rekindle her connection with Cheng Xiaodong, as only by completely surrendering herself to him could she claim to have truly captured his heart and be regarded as his true woman. After the meal, Cheng Xiaodong settled the bill at the counter, noting that work hours were fast approaching. He urged Jiang Shanshan to return to the office while he took Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia to purchase some daily necessities and bedding. Although Jiang Shanshan longed to remain close to Cheng Xiaodong, she understood that it was not the right moment, and thus reluctantly returned to her workplace. After spending over an hour helping Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia gather their items and personally escorting them back to their dormitory, Cheng Xiaodong finally found an excuse to leave the company dorm. With little to occupy his time at the office, He ventured out to the street in front of the company and hailed a taxi back to Shilifeng Villa. Upon opening the door, before he could even change his shoes, Ouyang Bing, seated on the sofa engrossed in her phone, exclaimed loudly, "Brother-in-law, you're back." "Bing Bing, please refrain from calling me that. I'm not your brother-in-law yet," Cheng Xiaodong quickly interjected, eager to clarify. "Come on, you two have already registered your marriage, and you've been living alone together for over half a month. How can you still deny it?" Ouyang Bing's assertive remarks left Cheng Xiaodong momentarily speechless, unable to refute her claims, as they indeed bore a semblance of truth. Noticing Cheng Xiaodong's silence, Ouyang Bing decided to drop the subject. He approached her and quietly inquired, "Where's your sister?" Ouyang Bing pointed upstairs and whispered, "She's sleeping upstairs. By the way, brother-in-law, do you think my sister might be pregnant? She sleeps so much." "Pregnant? Nonsense. I haven't even touched her. How could that be possible? You think it's that easy?" Cheng Xiaodong responded with a serious warning. "Bing Bing, be careful, or your sister might come down to set you straight." Ouyang Bing, feeling a twinge of apprehension, feigned a pitiful demeanor and implored softly, "Brother-in-law, you returned so early. Could you please buy some vegetables and prepare dinner for us? Tomorrow, I must return to school and endure the cafeteria food once again." Cheng Xiaodong glanced at his phone, noting that the hour was still early. He reasoned that as long as he did not exert excessive strain on his left hand, he could manage to cook a meal. Thus, he acquiesced and swiftly made his way to the entrance to change his shoes. Upon returning with the groceries, he plunged into the kitchen to wash and prepare the ingredients. At that moment, Ouyang Xue, having awakened, descended in casual attire. Hearing commotion from the kitchen, she hastily approached the doorway, disregarding her sister seated in the living room. "Xiaodong, your left hand is still healing. Who asked you to go out and cook? Can't we just dine out instead?" Ouyang Xue reproached gently, her brows furrowing. "Xue, I appreciate your concern. It's quite all right with just my right hand. I can certainly whip up a delicious meal," Cheng Xiaodong replied, flashing a smile in her direction. Ouyang Xue, though slightly exasperated, conceded, "Since you refuse to heed my advice, I shall leave it to you." With that, she turned and returned to the living room. As night fell, Cheng Xiaodong finally completed the 3 dishes and a soup, setting them elegantly on the dining table before calling the Ouyang sisters to join him for dinner. Following the meal, Ouyang Xue proactively began to clear the dishes, leaving Ouyang Bing in astonishment. She mused to herself about her sister, who typically shunned domestic chores, suddenly becoming so industrious. Little did she know, it was Ouyang Xue's concern for Cheng Xiaodong's injury that prompted her eagerness to assist. By 8 o'clock, while the 3 were seated on the sofa in the living room, engaged in conversation, they suddenly noticed headlights flashing outside. As a vehicle came to a stop at the villa's entrance, just as they speculated about the visitor, the doorbell chimed insistently. Ouyang Xue rose and peered through the peephole, discovering that it was her parents and aunt's son standing at the doorstep. She hurriedly opened the door, exclaiming in surprise, "Dad, Mom, aunt's son, what brings you back so unexpectedly?" Li Fenglan, frank and forthright, replied in a huff, "If we hadn't rushed back, I feared a pig would have devoured our prize cabbage." Ouyang Xue, quick-witted, recalled Ouyang Bing's cryptic remark from the previous night regarding maintaining secrecy, and instantly understood the reason for her parents' sudden return. "That wretched girl must have discovered the marriage certificate I left on the bedside table and hastily informed Mom and Dad. How shameful, the treacherous traitor." Feeling a surge of embarrassment and indignation at her mother's harsh words, Ouyang Xue could not help but retort, "Mom, what are you saying? That's rather unkind. I assenti it." Li Fenglan raised her voice, "You insolent girl, have I spoken incorrectly? We were away for less than a month, and you secretly went and registered your cohabitation with someone else. You might even be pregnant by now." Hearing his wife's words was indeed somewhat harsh. Even the usually submissive Ouyang Qing could not help but reprimand, "Fenglan, your words are a bit excessive. You don't even know the specifics of the situation. Yet here you are rambling at the door. Are you trying to provide our neighbors with some amusing gossip?" Upon hearing her father's words, Ouyang Xue's tears surged forth, and she could not spare a moment to assist her parents with their luggage. Instead, she ran to the sofa and began to weep silently. Cheng Xiaodong, possessing keen hearing, had overheard the entire exchange between Ouyang Xue and her parents. Anxiously, he sat on the sofa, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Ouyang Bing realized that her parents' hurried return was entirely due to her own secretive whispering to them the day before. Witnessing her sister's unjust scolding from their mother and her subsequent breakdown, she suddenly felt a pang of regret and sorrow. Chapter 62. Li Fenglan's forceful inquiry. It was only when Ouyang Qing and Aunt Sun entered, dragging their suitcase, that Cheng Xiaodong snapped back to reality. He stood up, a broad smile adorning his face, and greeted Ouyang Qing and his wife. "Uncle, Aunt, greetings." Ouyang Qing, noticing the young man before him, dressed in company attire, yet possessing handsome and distinguished features, nodded in acknowledgement and courteously replied, "Hello, young man. May I ask who you are?" Cheng Xiaodong took a moment to assess Ouyang Qing, noting that he appeared to be in his early 50s and bore a striking resemblance to Ouyang Xue's third uncle, tall, slender, with a long face and slightly balding. "Uncle, I am Cheng Xiaodong, the manager of the security department at Liangyan Cosmetics Company." After introducing himself, he discreetly observed Li Fenglan, Ouyang Xue's mother. She appeared to be around 46 or 47, tall and elegant, dressed in splendid attire, exuding the aura of a refined lady. At that moment, she regarded him with a stern expression, her eyes betraying an underlying hostility. Ouyang Qing mused to himself that while the young man's looks were commendable, he wondered what qualities he possessed that could captivate his proud and aloof eldest daughter in such a short time. "Cheng, is it? Please have a seat. There is no need to stand on ceremony," Ouyang Qing said politely, setting down his suitcase and settling onto the living room sofa. It was only then that Ouyang Bing found the opportunity to greet her parents. "Dad, Mom, have you had dinner yet?" Li Fenglan coldly responded, "We've already eaten." Upon finishing her statement, she turned her ire back to Ouyang Xue, who was silently sobbing on the sofa, scolding, "You wretched girl. I merely said a few words to you, and you act as if you've suffered a grave injustice, crying incessantly like a cat in distress." Ouyang Xue raised her head, her eyes red with resentment as she shot a glare at her mother, but said nothing. Aunt Sun, however, smiled politely at Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue before retreating to her own room with the luggage. With Aunt Sun gone, Li Fenglan fixed her steely gaze on Cheng Xiaodong and inquired, "You're Cheng Xiaodong, correct? You've already obtained a marriage certificate with my daughter, Haven Yu?" Cheng Xiaodong understood that denying it would be futile at this moment, so he responded honestly, "Yes, Annie. How long have you known my daughter Xue? Where's your family from? Who resides in your household? What does your family do?" Upon hearing her rapid-fire inquiries, Cheng Xiaodong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang Xue, dissatisfied with her mother's intrusive questioning, couldn't restrain herself and exclaimed, "Mom, your manner of asking is rather impolite, don't you think?" Li Fenglan retorted sharply, "Silence. Do you not recognize that our Ouyang family is quite esteemed in the provincial capital? The daughter we have painstakingly raised is not someone any random person can easily deceive." In her agitation, she spoke without consideration, indirectly chastising Cheng Xiaodong. "Mom!" Ouyang Xue cried out in indignation. Ouyang Qing, seated on the sofa, was now unable to heed his wife's words, and he too intervened. "Fenglan, we have just returned and are still unaware of the children's situation. Please, calm yourself and take a moment to rest. Let me clarify things before we proceed." Ouyang Bing, observing her mother's immediate reproach towards Cheng Xiaodong, thought to herself that a significant disaster had occurred, potentially alienating her sister and brother-in-law. In an effort to alleviate her guilt towards Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong, she boldly encouraged Li Fenglan, "Mom, you've been traveling all day. Why not take a moment to rest first?" Seeing that the family was urging her to quiet down, Li Fenglan finally ceased her tirade. Cheng Xiaodong, feeling a surge of indignation at Li Fenglan's relentless questioning and her harsh words, managed to suppress his frustration for Ouyang Xue's sake. Had it been in his usual temperament, he likely would have stormed out in anger. Ouyang Qing offered Cheng Xiaodong a slight smile and apologized. "Xiao Cheng, I sincerely apologize for my wife's emotional outburst and any offense she may have caused. Please forgive us." Cheng Xiaodong noted Ouyang Xue's courtesy as the head of the family and waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. Uncle, it's all right. I bear no ill will. Cheng, if you do not mind, shall we retire to my study upstairs for some tea? I would like to have a proper conversation, Ouyang Xue suggested. Cheng Xiaodong glanced at Ouyang Xue, who was sitting not far away, and stood up in agreement. Very well, uncle, let us go upstairs for tea. Ouyang Xue also cast a gentle look at Ouyang Xue, saying softly, Xiao Xue, please join us. I have some matters to discuss with you. With that, he stood first and made his way upstairs. Cheng Xiaodong promptly followed, ascending the stairs. Ouyang Xue also rose, casting a cold glance at Li Fenglan before accompanying her father and Cheng Xiaodong upstairs. The Ouyang family's villa was quite spacious, encompassing over 200 square meters on the first floor alone. The second floor housed the rooms of the Ouyang sisters, a living room, as well as the bedroom of Ouyang Xue and his wife, and a large study belonging to Ouyang Xue. Leading the way, Ouyang Xue took a seat at the head of a carved mahogany tea table and gestured for Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue to sit across from him. As he skillfully prepared tea while smiling at Ouyang Xue, he remarked, My dear, you and Mr. Cheng have secretly obtained your marriage certificate, yet you have managed to keep your parents in the dark. This is rather unbecoming, isn't it? Now, both of you must sincerely share your story with me, without any concealment. Ouyang Xue turned to Cheng Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, please recount everything that has transpired since we met to my father. Cheng Xiaodong hesitated, replying, Xue, perhaps you should speak. The communication will be smoother between you two. With a firm resolve, Ouyang Xue detailed all that had occurred since her acquaintance with Cheng Xiaodong to Ouyang Xue, who attentively listened while brewing tea. This narrative unfolded for nearly an hour and a half. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning their more intimate moments, such as holding hands by the artificial lake or sharing kisses in the office. Instead, she emphasized the plot involving Ouyang Zhang's alleged collusion with high-ranking officials, aiming to usurp their family's company. When she recounted how Cheng Xiaodong had dealt a severe blow to Yin Shigue and his associates in the company headquarters parking lot, and how she had instructed the security to vandalize Yin Shigue's vehicle, Ouyang Xue broke into a cold sweat. He slammed his palm on the tea table and exclaimed, My girl, Manager Cheng, you both have grown quite audacious. How dare you lay hands on the young master of the Yin family? Cheng Xiaodong retorted with a cold smile. Uncle, scoundrels like Yin Shigue deserve a beating. I couldn't care less about his lineage. If he provokes me, he must face the consequences. Ouyang Xue questioned, Aren't you afraid of the repercussions? Cheng Xiaodong proudly declared, I am a man of stature. I do not fear for my life. Ouyang Xue's expression shifted as he suddenly pointed at Cheng Xiaodong and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. A true man of stature is indeed not one to fear death. Manager Cheng, well said. As men, we must embody that fearless spirit. Chapter 63. The Ouyang couple's calculated scheme. It dawned on Ouyang Xue that since Cheng Xiaodong and his daughter had already dealt with Yin Shigue decisively, they had no choice but to stand firm against the Yin family. If he and his wife were to chastise Cheng Xiaodong, and he chose to walk away, where could they find someone as capable? Consequently, he swiftly altered his attitude, praising Cheng Xiaodong instead. Ouyang Xue felt a surge of happiness at her father's commendation of Cheng Xiaodong. After taking a sip of tea, Ouyang Xue addressed them both. Xue, Manager Cheng, it's getting late. You should rest. I will personally explain your secret marriage to your mother. Rising, Ouyang Xue said to Cheng Xiaodong, Xiaodong, let us head downstairs. I'll assist you with your bandage change. Ouyang Xue, taken aback, inquired, change bandages? Xue, do you know how to change bandages? Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she explained, Dad, ever since Xiaodong injured his arm, I've been the one to clean his wounds and change the dressings every day. After all, he finds it rather inconvenient to manage on his own. Xue, you've never done such things before. How could you possibly? Ouyang Xue glanced at Cheng Xiaodong. Her face still flushed and softly replied, Dad, Xiaodong taught me all of this. Ouyang Xue smiled knowingly. Oh, so that is how it is. You both should go and change the bandages now. Xue, make sure to wake up early tomorrow. We're all going back to the old residence to visit your grandfather. All right, Dad, we'll head down now. After speaking, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong simultaneously rose and left the study, making their way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they found the living room empty. Li Fenglan and Ouyang Bing must have retreated to their rooms to wash up and rest. As usual, Ouyang Xue meticulously helped Cheng Xiaodong with his bandages. Unable to contain his curiosity, Cheng Xiaodong asked, "Xue, do you still have your grandfather?" Ouyang Xue playfully retorted, "Of course I have a grandfather. Don't you have one?" Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, "I should have a grandfather too. I just never met him." "Xue, what I meant to ask earlier is whether your grandfather is still alive. He must be quite elderly by now, right?" Ouyang Xue whispered, "My grandfather is over 70, but he is still quite vigorous." Cheng Xiaodong gently shook his head. "Little Xue, I've never heard you mention him before." Ouyang Xue teased, "What kind of relationship do we have that I must share everything with you?" After saying this, she deliberately applied the cotton swab roughly on Cheng Xiaodong's wound, causing him to grimace in pain. After Ouyang Qing returned to their room, he found his wife, Li Fenglan, dressed in her nightgown and leaning against the headboard, awaiting his return. Upon seeing him enter, she eagerly inquired, "Darling, did you get to the bottom of things? What is going on between them?" Ouyang Qing chuckled, "Why are you in such a hurry? Can't I at least take a shower first?" Li Fenglan, recalling that her husband had been driving all day, felt a bit guilty and said, "Then hurry and wash up. I want to hear everything once you're done." Before long, Ouyang Qing emerged from the shower and recounted to Li Fenglan what he had learned from Ouyang Xue regarding Cheng Xiaodong and their daughter. After hearing this, Li Fenglan thought to herself, this time they not only missed a chance to connect with the Yan family, but had also inadvertently offended them. When she later heard that Ouyang Qing did not blame Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong, but instead seemed to tacitly approve of their relationship, she immediately voiced her dissent, saying, "Darling, our daughter is so exceptional, I absolutely will not allow her to marry that Cheng boy. He is an orphan from the countryside. What right does he have to marry our daughter, who is like a celestial being?" Ouyang Qing inquired with a smile, "My dear, if our daughter has truly fallen in love with him, and they have already established a marital bond, would you still oppose it?" Li Fenglan confidan li rappelia. "That should be impossible. I raised my daughter myself. I believe she wouldn't be so reckless. Besides, she has only known that Cheng boy for about 20 days, so they definitely haven't reached that stage." Ouyang Qing intentionally provoked her, saying, "My dear, the youth of today are quite liberated and audacious. What if they were to engage in such entanglements?" Li Fenglan, who is solely focused on marrying her daughter to a wealthy family, retorted angrily, "Even if they were to consummate their relationship, it would be unacceptable. Tomorrow, I shall expel that young man named Cheng." Ouyang Qing hastily intervened, "Please, my love, do not act rashly. Did you not hear me? After we entrusted the company to Xue from management last year, Ouyang Jiang seized the opportunity to expand his influence, secretly plotting to usurp our company. Now that Xue has finally found such a capable young man to assist her in dealing with that scoundrel, you cannot simply dismiss him. Would you not be undermining our own foundation and relinquishing everything we have worked tirelessly to build?" Li Fenglan fluttered her eyelashes, pondering with suspicion. "But Sanshu has worked alongside us in the company for over a decade. Surely he cannot harbor such malicious intentions?" Ouyang Qing replied solemnly, "Xue herself confided in me. There is no reason to doubt her words. As the saying goes, the heart of man is inscrutable. What if Sanshu truly harbors ulterior motives and seeks to monopolize our enterprise?" Upon hearing this, Li Fenglan recalled the countless historical instances of brothers and fathers vying for power, her heart filled with unease. She asked anxiously, "Darling, what shall we do next?" Ouyang Qing, with a scheming smile, reassured her, "Fenglan, do not fret, and do not reveal even a hint of suspicion before Sanshu. Let us wait for Xue and that young man Cheng to discreetly gather some evidence. If it turns out that there is indeed something amiss, we can then expel Sanshu without hesitation. That seems reasonable, but what shall we do about Cheng? Should we continue to let him stay with us?" Ouyang Qing chuckled. "Now that we have returned, it matters not if he stays in our home. This way, we can observe his character and abilities in secret. If he truly proves to be exceptional, we might even consider having him join our family as a son-in-law." Li Fenglan, reflecting on the fact that she had only 2 daughters, found the idea of having a handsome young man like Cheng Xiaodong as a son-in-law quite appealing. If they were to have children, they could carry the Ouyang surname. With this notion in mind, her anxiety diminished. She then lay down and said to Ouyang Xue, "Darling, it is quite late. Let us retire for the night." The following day at dawn, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong rose promptly and went for a run by the artificial lake. Unbeknownst to them, a tall man clad in gray casual attire and wearing a cap was stealthily concealed behind a tree, observing them from a distance of 50 to 60 meters. The man continued to watch as Cheng Xiaodong swiftly completed several laps around the lake, only departing once the young man's pace had noticeably slowed. As he left, a broad smile graced his face. He thought to himself, "Indeed, my daughter did not deceive me." Cheng Xiaodong is truly a disciplined and persevering young man. Originally, the man who lurked behind the tree, spying, turned out to be Ouyang Xue's father, Ouyang Xue himself. Chapter 64. A visit to the elder. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Aunt's son, Ouyang Xue instructed everyone to make their respective preparations. By 9:30, they were to set off together to visit the elder at the ancestral home. Aunt's son, with numerous tasks awaiting her at home, explicitly stated her intention to stay back and manage the household chores. Naturally, Ouyang Xue and his wife consented, considering that they had been away for over a month. They deemed it appropriate to bring some gifts upon their return. Thus, Ouyang Xue asked Ouyang Xue to accompany him to purchase some presents. Noticing that Cheng Xiaodong was sitting idly, Ouyang Xue invited him to join them. Although Ouyang Bing yearned to accompany them, she refrained from mentioning it, fearing that Ouyang Xue would blame her for secretly informing their parents about her sister and Cheng Xiaodong's marriage certificate. Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong drove to the shopping plaza where they had first met and previously shopped for clothes. After selecting various gifts for their grandfather and Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Xue observed that Cheng Xiaodong was merely wearing a long-sleeved shirt. She decided to take him to buy a few autumn and winter garments in a men's clothing store. Ouyang Xue meticulously browsed and eventually selected 2 or 3 outfits that would suit Cheng Xiaodong perfectly. With a smile, she handed the clothes to him, encouraging him to try them on. However, upon seeing the price tags, each exceeding 10,000 yuan, Cheng Xiaodong hastily shook his head and declined, saying, "Xue, I'm just a poor worker. Why would I wear such expensive clothes? Let us go to the supermarket inside and buy a couple of inexpensive items instead." After saying this, he hung the clothes back on a rack and walked away. Ouyang Xue, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow him. Only the cheerful salesgirl in the boutique, who had been assisting them, was left with a greenish expression on her face. Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue then went to another store, where he picked out 2 pieces priced around 300 to 400 yuan. After completing the payment via WeChat, they returned to the parking lot together. Upon arriving back at the Shioli Peak Villa, they found Ouyang Xue and the others ready to depart. They then set off in 2 separate cars towards the Ouyang family ancestral home. The ancestral home, situated in a suburban area of the city, was not far from the Shioli Peak Villa, and they arrived in just about 20 minutes. Although referred to as the ancestral home, it was merely a row of villas that Ouyang Xue had constructed over a decade ago. At that time, after successfully establishing his business and accumulating wealth, he and his wife financed the construction of this grand row house, which occupied a significant area. Once completed and furnished, they had allocated 1 unit to his brother Ouyang Zhang's family, ensuring that all appliances and furniture matched their own, leaving nothing to be divided. Subsequently, after over a decade of rapid development, the company emerged as a renowned enterprise in the provincial capital. It was only then that Ouyang Xue, whose wealth had surpassed 2 billion, purchased another villa in the picturesque Feng Villa district, relocating to the provincial city. One morning, Ouyang Jiang received a phone call from his elder brother, Ouyang Xue, informing him that they had returned from their travels and that their family of 4, along with manager Cheng from the security department, would be visiting to see their father. He was asked to prepare lunch along with his sister-in-law. Although taken aback, Ouyang Jiang forced a smile and agreed. After hanging up, he couldn't help but grumble internally about the intrusion of Cheng Xiaodong into their family gathering. Ever since Ouyang Xue unexpectedly announced at a morning meeting the hiring of Cheng Xiaodong as the manager of the security department, Ouyang Jiang had not held him in high regard. On 2 or 3 occasions when they crossed paths at the company, Cheng Xiaodong greeted him with a smile. Yet Ouyang Jiang walked past him without acknowledging his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. As Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Xue's car came to a halt in front of the villa, Ouyang Jiang quickly stepped outside with his wife, Fang Chunxiang, and son, Ouyang Jun, to greet them. He warmly welcomed his brother, sister-in-law, and 2 nieces, but when it came to Cheng Xiaodong, he merely uttered in a frigid tone, "Manager Cheng, you are here too?" Cheng Xiaodong, holding gifts he had retrieved from the car, found himself momentarily embarrassed by Ouyang Jiang's icy response. He regretted coming along to visit the old man with Ouyang Xue's family, realizing it had turned into an awkward situation. Just as he contemplated whether to retort to Ouyang Jiang, fortunately, Ouyang Xue's aunt, with a beaming smile, asked Ouyang Xue, who stood beside Cheng Xiaodong, "Dear niece, is this handsome young man your boyfriend?" Ouyang Xue chuckled and shook her head, gently replying, "Aunt, he is Cheng Xiaodong, the newly appointed manager of our security department. He is not my boyfriend." Fang Chunxiang acknowledged this with an "oh" and resumed her conversation with Li Fengwan. Ouyang Qing then inquired of his brother, third brother, "Where is our father? He should have been up by now." Ouyang Jiang replied with a smile, "Father has been up for quite some time. He should be in your living room, enjoying tea." Ouyang Qing continued, "What about Qian? Did you call her to come for lunch?" Ouyang Jiang reassured him, "Brother, you need not worry. I called our second sister right after your call this morning. They should arrive shortly." Ouyang Qing laughed heartily. "Ha ha, good to hear you called. Let us all go inside to see father." As they entered, Ouyang Xue quietly informed Cheng Xiaodong, "Ouyang Qian is my second aunt. Her family of 3 will also be returning shortly." A group of around 9 people surged into the living room where Ouyang Qing previously resided. And Cheng Xiaodong's gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, a gaunt yet rosy face, who was sipping tea on the sofa. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s or 50s, engaged in conversation with him. Upon entering the room, Ouyang Qing greeted warmly, "Dad, we have returned to visit you again." Ouyang Xue and Ouyang Bing simultaneously called out, "Grandpa," as they hurried towards the elderly man. After the family of 4 had exchanged their pleasantries, Cheng Xiaodong finally approached the old man. Being an outsider, he was momentarily uncertain of how to address him. So he smiled and, following the sister's lead, said, "Hello, Grandpa." The elderly gentleman, his hair white as snow, felt elated to see his eldest son's family return. After responding cheerfully to the greetings of his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughters, he turned his attention to Cheng Xiaodong, returning his greeting with a smile. "Ah, good. Everyone is well. And you, young man, who might you be?" Ouyang Qing replied, "Dad, this is Cheng Xiaodong, the manager of our company's security department. While Fenglan and I have been away traveling, we were fortunate that Manager Cheng kept our Xue company at home." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jiang could not suppress a cold snort, reflecting on the fact that it seemed rather intimate for Ouyang Xue to have Cheng Xiaodong accompanying her so closely. Chapter 65. A startling revelation. The Ouyang brothers and their families settled around the tea table in the living room, engaging in warm conversations filled with amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from the elder Ouyang Jun. The middle-aged woman, who had earlier been conversing with the old man, rose to fetch a large bowl of freshly washed fruit from the neighboring Ouyang Jiang's home and returned to the tea table to offer it to everyone. As a newcomer, Cheng Xiaodong found little to contribute to the light-hearted banter and thus remained quietly seated, smiling as a listener. However, his keen gaze occasionally fixated on the old man's face, as if he were observing 2 blossoms blooming there. Ouyang Xue, seated nearby, noticed his peculiar behavior and wondered to herself why this fellow was so intent on staring at her grandfather. After more than 20 minutes of casual conversation, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a couple in their mid-40s and a young man in his early 20s entered the room. As they stepped in, they greeted everyone in the living room with warmth and familiarity. Through their exchanges, Cheng Xiaodong learned that Ouyang Xue's aunt, Ouyang Qian, and her family had also returned. Ouyang Qian's husband, Zhang Feng, exuded an impressive presence, appearing to be a person of considerable authority within the realm of governance. After greeting those in the hall with a smile, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them, one by one, to the gentlemen present. When he extended a cigarette to Cheng Xiaodong, curiosity compelled him to ask, "Young brother, may I inquire who you are?" Cheng Xiaodong politely declined, saying, "Thank you, but I do not smoke. My name is Cheng Xiaodong, a humble employee at President Ouyang's company." Observing Cheng's ordinary attire and his status as merely an employee of his wife's brother's company, Zhang Feng felt a sense of disdain. Withdrawing the cigarette and choosing not to engage further. As Ouyang Xue observed everyone engaged in lively conversation, she noticed Cheng Xiaodong left out in the cold. With a warm smile, she stood and suggested, "Xiaodong, shall we step outside for a stroll?" Cheng Xiaodong, eager to escape the neglect, immediately rose to reply, "Sure. A breath of fresh air would be delightful." As the two departed, Ouyang Xue couldn't resist teasing Li Fenglan, sister-in-law. Could that young man possibly be Xue's boyfriend? Li Fenglan smiled and shook her head, denying the notion. "No, he's merely the manager of our security department. He came by this morning to assist with some matters. And your brother, in a moment of exuberance, invited him along." Out of pride, she refrained from disclosing to her in-laws that her daughter had secretly registered her marriage with a rural youth. Seeing her denial, Ouyang Xue chose not to press further and shifted the conversation to lighter topics with Fang Chunxiang and Li Fenglan. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong made their way to a serene riverbank, settling on a patch of grass beneath a large tree. They gazed at the gently flowing water, enveloped in silence. After a tranquil pause, Ouyang Xue softly addressed Cheng Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, it seemed my family neglected you earlier. I hope you're not upset." Cheng Xiaodong smiled and replied, "How could I be? It's my first time meeting your relatives. It's natural to feel a bit awkward with unfamiliar faces. I'm glad you understand. If you truly feel uncomfortable, just let me know, and we can leave without dining." "Xue, there's no need to worry about my feelings," he reassured her. "You grew up here, didn't you?" Ouyang Xue nodded gently. "Yes, my sister and I were born and raised here. Every blade of grass and tree is familiar to us." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. "Then do share some childhood stories with me." Seeing his genuine interest, Ouyang Xue began to reminisce, narrating her memories with charm and grace. The two conversed like a pair of enamored lovers for nearly an hour until Ouyang Bing called, urging them to return for dinner. Ouyang Jiang, an executive at Lianyan Cosmetics, received a 20% annual dividend from Ouyang Qing. Over the years, his wealth had surpassed 100 million. His household employed 2 maids, one for grocery shopping and cooking, and another to care for the elderly gentleman's daily needs and maintain the villa's cleanliness. By the time Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue returned, the table was set, and everyone was already seated, awaiting their arrival. Jiang Feng, noticing the group was complete, took the initiative to open a bottle of Mao Tai, pouring it into small glasses. Ouyang Jiang, sitting beside him, stood to distribute the drinks. When he handed a glass to Cheng Xiaodong, the latter politely declined. "General Manager, I don't drink. Please, offer this to someone else." Ouyang Jiang urged, "Manager Cheng, you're not driving. A few drinks won't hurt." Cheng Xiaodong raised his hand to decline once more, saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't drink." Ouyang Jiang's expression immediately darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Manager Cheng, do you truly have no regard for my reputation?" Cheng Xiaodong raised an eyebrow and retorted, "General Manager, my abstention from alcohol does not equate to a lack of respect for you." As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Ouyang Jiang, feeling affronted, was on the verge of lashing out at Cheng Xiaodong. However, Zhang Feng, being an experienced figure in the realm of politics, swiftly intervened. "Uncle, since this young man doesn't drink, let us not pressure him." At that moment, Ouyang Xue, seated at the head of the table, interjected, "Third son, take your seat. Our guest is unwilling to drink, so we shall partake in the beverages ourselves." With his brother-in-law and father both weighing in, Ouyang Jiang had no choice but to suppress his anger and begrudgingly sit down. Ouyang Qing, with a jovial demeanor, attempted to diffuse the situation. "Third brother, uncle, I drove here today and must return after dinner, so I cannot indulge in alcohol. You two should drink more with our father." Zhang Feng raised his glass, inviting Ouyang Xue, "Come, uncle, let us toast to our father." After the toast, everyone resumed drinking and dining. Ouyang Xue, after sharing several drinks with Ouyang Jiang and Zhang Feng, appeared increasingly flushed, as if his face were about to bleed. Cheng Xiaodong also noticed that each time he reached for a small glass, his hand trembled slightly. Utilizing the medical knowledge he had acquired from Tang Bo, he accurately deduced that the elder was unwell, and should his condition worsen, it could pose a grave threat to his life. Considering the elder was Ouyang Xue's grandfather, he could not help but address Ouyang Qing, who was seated not far from him. "Uncle, based on my careful observation, the elder is suffering from a serious illness. After your meal, you must arrange for him to be taken to a major hospital in the provincial capital for treatment immediately." He added, "If you disregard this matter, within 3 days, the elder's life will be in jeopardy." His words sent shockwaves throughout the room. Chapter 66. Misunderstanding arises. Ouyang Xue fixed a piercing gaze on Cheng Xiaodong, saying, "You, a mere child, how dare you speak such nonsense here?" Ouyang Jiang was even more infuriated. His eyes blazing, he stood up and shouted at Cheng Xiaodong, "What gives you the right to talk? My father has been eating and sleeping well, his health is robust, and we had him undergo a full medical examination at a large hospital 2 years ago, with no issues whatsoever. How dare you spread such lies?" His son, Ouyang Xue, rolled up his sleeves, threateningly addressing Cheng Xiaodong. "Do you have a death wish daring to come here and spout such nonsense?" Zhang Jin, Ouyang Xue, who was a few years younger than Ouyang Xue, also stood up, loudly exclaiming, "Xue, why waste words on this kid? Let us just take him outside and give him a good beating." Zhang Feng feigned anger at his son. "Zhang Jin, what on earth are you shouting about? Do you truly wish for me to retaliate against you?" he exclaimed furiously. After uttering these words, he audaciously signaled his son with a glance, urging him to take action. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Ouyang Xue's face flushed crimson as she vehemently admonished Zhang Jin. "Zhang Jin, Cheng Xiaodong is our esteemed guest. Do not overstep your bounds. Should it come to a confrontation, I assure you, even if you and Ouyang Xue were joined forces against him, you would scarcely manage to overpower even a single fingertip of Cheng Xiaodong." Ouyang Xue and Zhang Jin, accustomed to their privileged upbringing, had always acted with arrogance and impunity. Upon hearing Ouyang Xue's remarks, Ouyang Xue could no longer contain himself and bellowed at her. "Ouyang Xue, who is this boy to you that you protect him so fiercely?" Normally, he affectionately addressed her as sister, but in his current state of agitation, he resorted to calling her by her name. "Cheng Xiaodong is nothing to me, but I will not permit the two of you to conspire against him." Despite their brash demeanor, Ouyang Xue and Zhang Jin felt a twinge of trepidation under Cheng Xiaodong's icy and piercing gaze, refraining from making any rash moves against him. Ouyang Qing could no longer remain seated. He cleared his throat heavily and, with a frosty tone, furrowed his brows as he addressed Cheng Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, given the circumstances, should you consider stepping away for a moment? Perhaps you should leave and catch a ride home?" Ouyang Xue, recognizing her father's veiled disdain for Cheng Xiaodong, lost her appetite for dinner and quickly interjected, "Grandfather, father, I shall accompany Xiaodong home now. You may continue your meal." Feeling the mounting hostility directed at him, Cheng Xiaodong seethed with frustration. He could no longer suppress a cold snort, casting a sharp, scrutinizing glance around the room before rising abruptly and exiting the living room. Ouyang Xue, noticing his departure, hurriedly followed him out. After encountering Cheng Xiaodong's chilling gaze, Ouyang Xue and Zhang Jin found themselves too intimidated to pursue him further. Once outside, Cheng Xiaodong intended to reach the nearby main road to hail a taxi. Back in his rural hometown, he had been unaware of the existence of ride-hailing apps like Didi until he ventured into the city and discovered this convenient means of transportation. Before he could step off the property, Ouyang Xue's voice called out behind him, "Xiaodong, wait a moment." He paused and turned to ask, "Xiaoxue, what brings you out here?" "Come, get in my car. I'll drive you home," she urged. "Drive me home? Aren't you going to eat?" He replied, surprised. "Eat? What nonsense. Hurry, get in the car. We'll find somewhere else to eat," Ouyang Xue insisted. Seeing her steadfast defense of him, even at the cost of confronting her cousin and brother. Cheng Xiaodong felt reluctant to refuse and returned to enter Ouyang Xue's Porsche. She took her place in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and, with a press of a button to start the engine, expertly drove away. After Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue departed from the table, Ouyang Qian began to voice her grievances towards Ouyang Qing. Brother, from where did you bring such an arrogant individual? How could someone so young speak so boldly? It is utterly outrageous. Ouyang Qing, recalling his daughter's words from the previous night, was aware that Cheng Xiaodong had studied medicine and martial arts under his adoptive father since childhood. From Ouyang Xue's description, it seemed that the young man possessed formidable martial skills, though Ouyang Qing was uncertain about his medical expertise. With a wry smile, he addressed his typically favored younger sister. Sister, since this young man dares to speak so freely in front of us, he must have his reasons. I believe we should take our father to the hospital for a checkup after dinner. Ouyang Zhang immediately opposed this, saying, Brother, I think that young man is merely seeking attention with his sensational claims. I live with our father every day. How can I not know if he is unwell? At this moment, Fang Chunxiang chimed in, smiling, eldest brother and sister-in-law. Rest assured, our old man is in good health. Even if he were struck with a hoe, he would be just fine. Ouyang Zhen, who was eating, could not help but retort, Chunxiang, I am no snake. I did not need you to bring a hoe. This elicited laughter from everyone at the table, lightening the atmosphere once again. The family resumed their cheerful dining, and the topic of taking Ouyang's father to the hospital was no longer mentioned. Once Ouyang Xue drove onto the main road, she turned to Cheng Xiaodong and questioned Xiaodong. Today was your first meeting with my grandfather. Why did you make such a dramatic claim about his health in front of everyone? Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, had it not been for the kindness Ouyang Xue had shown him in recent days, he would not have bothered to respond. After all, if anything were to happen, it would concern her grandfather, not his own, so he felt it was none of his business. Noting Ouyang Xue's lack of understanding, he coldly replied, I was wrong earlier. Your grandfather is not ill. It's I who am unwell. Is that satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue realized he was upset, and thus pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. However, she secretly pondered how to encourage him to leave her home and return to the company dormitory. As for dismissing Cheng Xiaodong and sending him back to his rural hometown, such a thought had not crossed her mind. After all, he had injured his arm for her sake. She could not act so heartlessly. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Xiaodong was also contemplating his need to move back to the company dormitory that very night. If Ouyang Xue continued to resent him, he would forfeit his salary, return her bank card, and obtain a divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, severing all ties and ensuring they would never meet again. Chapter 67. Yan Shirgue agrees to arrange a match, though the two remained silent for a time. When Ouyang Xue spotted an upscale restaurant by the roadside, she decided to pull over and enter. After parking the car, she gently addressed Cheng Xiaodong. Xiaodong, let's get out and go inside for a meal. The two entered and found a window-side table. Shortly, a waiter approached with a menu for them to order. Ouyang Xue took the menu and handed it to Cheng Xiaodong, requesting him to make the selections. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiaodong accepted the menu and ordered 3 dishes and a soup, primarily consisting of Ouyang Xue's favorites. Having lived together for over 20 days, he had come to understand some of her preferences. During the interval, while waiting for the dishes to arrive, Cheng Xiaodong finally mustered the courage to voice a request to Ouyang Xue. Xiaoxue, now that your parents have returned, it has become somewhat inconvenient for me to continue staying at your home. I think it would be best if I moved back to the company dormitory. Ouyang Xue felt a pang of reluctance upon hearing his proposition to move out. Hesitating, she replied, You wish to leave, but your injury has not fully healed yet. We'll change your bandages. Moreover, you're accustomed to jogging every morning. The environment at the company is not conducive for that. With a cheerful smile, Cheng Xiaodong responded, My 2 good friends have already joined the company, so they can certainly assist me with the bandages. In the mornings, I can jog with them around the industrial area. You need not worry. Ouyang Xue sighed softly, conceding, Since you have made up your mind, I can only agree to your moving out. Alas, tomorrow morning, I shall have to jog alone. Seeing the sadness on her face, Cheng Xiaodong felt a twinge of regret. He thought to himself, Xiao. If only you would ask me to stay, I would undoubtedly change my mind for you. For you, I would brave any peril, undeterred by danger. However, to his dismay, Ouyang Xue did not utter a single word to persuade him to remain. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private dining room at the Coral Grand Hotel in the Southern District, the head of the Yin family, Yin Jiafu, along with his wife, Feng Xiaomei, and their cherished son, were hosting a banquet for the Ding family. This occasion marked the day they formally proposed to the young woman from the Ding family, as both families met for the first time. 6 days prior, Yin Shigue and Zhang Fei had been soundly slapped by Cheng Xiaodong, leaving them battered and humiliated. They returned home for a night, but stealthily left again the next morning, seeking refuge in another entertainment venue owned by their family. Within the club, the two unscrupulous cousins spent their days indulging in food and drink, while also reveling with the beautiful women of the establishment. After 3 leisurely days, the swelling on Yin Shigue's face had subsided significantly, making it difficult for outsiders to notice. Only then did he dare to venture out with Zhang Fei to a renowned dental hospital in the provincial capital, where he had several teeth implanted. Once his dental work was completed, he took Zhang Fei to a luxury car dealership, gritted his teeth, and made an outright purchase of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth over $8 million. Last week, he effortlessly amassed a considerable fortune from Chunyaji, achieving a modest target. So it is only fitting that he rewards himself with a luxurious car worth several million. Naturally, after their profitable trip to Yedao, Yin Shige did not neglect his sycophantic cousin, Zhang Fei, transferring $3 million to him that very day, urging him to purchase an apartment in a large development that his family was overseeing. That evening, as they dined once more with Yin Jiafu and Feng Xiaomei, Yin Shige took the initiative to express his desire to meet the daughter of the Ding family. If she captured his fancy, he was willing to marry her swiftly. For years, Yin Jiafu had been preoccupied with his son's marriage, so upon hearing his son's eagerness to meet the girl, he momentarily set aside his reproach for his son's recent absence and inquired with a smile, "Son, didn't you insist that you would marry Ouyang Xue no matter what? How have you suddenly changed your mind in just over 10 days? Zhang Fei, seizing the opportunity to execute the plan he had concocted with Yin Shige, interjected, "Aunt and uncle, here's the situation. Wasn't Ouyang Xue previously in a relationship with Chun Yaji's son from Feline Group? A few days ago, my cousin and I visited her company, and when my cousin professed his intentions and sincerely expressed his desire to marry her, that wretched woman outright rejected him, even going so far as to say he resembled Wu Dalong and was as fat as a pig. She declared that she would never marry such a short fellow." Feng Xiaomei was the first to erupt in indignation, exclaiming, "How infuriating! What does that Ouyang Xue think she is, daring to insult a member of the Yin family in such a manner?" Yin Jiafu's expression darkened, his face reddening with restrained fury. He turned to his son, his voice low and menacing. "Son, did that vile Ouyang Xue truly say such things?" Yin Shige nodded fervently. "Dad, Fei Gu is right. She indeed spoke to me in that manner." Seething with rage, Yin Jiafu slammed his palm on the dining table, causing the dishes to rattle. "What audacity! If she doesn't wish to marry into the Yin family, that's one thing, but how dare she insult my family? If I don't teach her a lesson, she may not understand the power of the Yin lineage." Zhang Fei, sensing the flames of fury he had ignited in his aunt and uncle, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and advised, "Aunt and uncle, let us prioritize arranging for my cousin to meet the daughter of the Ding family. We can deal with Ouyang Xue later." Yin Jiafu pondered for a moment, then voiced his agreement. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will call Uncle Ding right away to expedite the meeting within the next few days." Yin Jiafu was known for his decisiveness, never one to procrastinate. After finishing his meal, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, neglecting his tea, and promptly dialed a number for Ding Jianping, who had long been his contractor. When he personally informed Ding Jianping that his son had agreed to meet his niece and inquired about the timing, Ding Jianping replied that his niece was still employed at a company and would only be available on Sundays. Thus, They arranged for both families to meet this Sunday at a suitable location to discuss further. Yin Jiafu suggested, "Old Ding, why don't you and your family come to my Coral Hotel at 11 o'clock on Sunday noon? I will personally arrange a sumptuous banquet to welcome you." After discussions between the Yin and Ding families, a grand matchmaking event was set in motion. Chapter 68. Ding Jiai's aspiration to marry into affluence at 11 o'clock in the morning. The Ding family arrived punctually at the Coral Hotel. The number of attendees was quite large, comprising 8 or 9 individuals of all ages, as both Ding Jianping and his brother Ding Jiangwo had come. Upon seeing the guests arrive, Yin Jiafu and Feng Shuimei promptly lowered their pretenses, greeting them with warm smiles as they ushered them into the private room. When Yin Shigui laid eyes on his prospective match, he couldn't help but break into a broad grin. To his surprise, the young lady was none other than Ding Jiai, the receptionist at Ouyang Xue's company. Ding Jiai was already an exceptionally beautiful girl, and today, having made a special effort to adorn herself, she appeared even more enchanting. She seemed equally astonished to discover that her match was the often seen Yin Xiao from her office. Exclaiming in disbelief, "Yin Xiao?" Yin Shigui laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Ding Jiai, I never imagined that my match would be you. It seems we are indeed fated." Yin Jiafu and his wife warmly encouraged the Ding family to take their seats. Then, with a hint of curiosity, Yin Jiafu inquired, "Shigui, do you know Miss Ding?" With a smile, Yin Shigui replied, "Dad, Mom, I've known Miss Ding for a while. She works at that vile woman Ouyang Xue's company." Observing Ding Jiai's long, flowing hair and slender figure, along with her captivating smile, Feng Shuimei beamed and asked her son, "Son, so you two have already met? Are you fond of her? Would you consider marrying her?" Nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, Yin Shigui affirmed, "Yes, Mom, I would." He mused that while he might not be able to attain Ouyang Xue, marrying the lovely Ding Jiai would be a delightful alternative. Feng Shuimei then turned to Yin Guofu. "Old Yin, what about you? If Miss Ding is willing to marry our son, would you agree?" Yin Guofu, shedding his usual stern demeanor, chuckled, "Dear, as long as the young lady agrees, I am absolutely in favor." After consulting her husband and son, Feng Shuimei addressed the Ding family directly. "Boss Ding, I want to beat around the bush. Our family is very pleased with Miss Ding. Our standing in this vast provincial capital is quite prominent, as you may have heard. Now, we await your and Miss Ding's response." Experiencing such an event for the first time, Ding Jiai felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, unsure of how to express her feelings. Ding Jianping, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed his brother Ding Jiangwo and sister-in-law, saying, "Dear brother and sister-in-law, you must have no objections regarding the Yin family standing. They are quite pleased with Jiai, and now it hinges on your family's agreement to this union." Although Ding Jiangwo and his wife donned new clothes and appeared tidy, the quality and style of their garments suggested that their circumstances were less than ideal. At this moment, the couple exchanged anxious glances before softly inquiring of their daughter, "Jiai, what do you think? Do you consent to this marriage?" Jiai was well aware that Yin Shigui hailed from a wealthy family, and marrying him would undoubtedly bestow a life of opulence. However, upon seeing that Yin Shigui was short and portly, considerably older than herself by over a decade, her heart wavered. The entire Ding family gazed at her with eager anticipation, hoping she would readily accept the proposal, thus allowing them to bask in the Yin family's fortune. Observing the unfolding situation, Feng Shuimei discerned the potential for success. Seizing the moment, she confidently presented another enticing offer. "Miss Ding, should you agree to my son's proposal, we are prepared to provide your family with a dowry of 8 million, along with a fully furnished 160 square meter apartment for each household. Furthermore, we will procure a luxury vehicle worth 2 to 3 million for you, enabling you to live like a true lady of affluence." Although Jiai had grown up in the city, her parents, both laid-off workers, had never enjoyed a life of abundance. To this day, the family of 4 resided in a modest, aging community of merely 90 square meters, struggling financially. The allure of Feng Shuimei's generous offer swiftly dispelled Jiai's hesitations. She contemplated the prospect of marrying into the Yin family, becoming a mistress of wealth, and significantly aiding her own family It was an opportunity too splendid to refuse. Resolute, she feigned modesty and, blushing, softly conveyed to her parents, "If you both agree, then I too shall consent." Her declaration resonated clearly among those present, eliciting overwhelming joy. The Yin family beamed with delight, their faces lighting up like blossoms, as Yin Shige called out for the waitstaff to expedite the meal. He intended to celebrate with the Ding brothers in high spirits. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong, having satisfied their hunger at a nearby restaurant, drove back to the Shili Foam Villa. Upon entering, Cheng Xiaodong retreated to his room to pack his belongings, preparing to move into the dormitory soon. As he emerged with 2 large bags, Ouyang Xue, seated in the living room, looked at him with reluctance and said, "Xiaodong, are you really leaving already?" Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, "If I don't leave now, am I expected to stay here for the new year?" Certainly, he would never utter such words that would cause Ouyang Xue distress. He merely responded with a soft hum and quietly stated, "Xiaoshu, it's inconvenient for me to stay at your house. I should move back to the dormitory." Ouyang Xue felt a heavy weight in her heart, an indescribable sadness enveloping her. She sighed silently and softly suggested, "It's still early. You should rest for a bit. I could drive you back to the company later." Since he had to leave eventually, she thought it better to depart sooner rather than later. "Xue, you needn't see me off. I could take a taxi myself." Cheng Xiaodong, being a person of firm resolve, was determined to leave without lingering. Ouyang Xue, unwilling to part ways just yet, suddenly proposed, "Xiaodong, I haven't been to the movies in a long time. Would you accompany me to watch a film?" Cheng Xiaodong had not seen a movie since his high school days in the county, which had been over 5 years. Seeing Ouyang Xue's proactive invitation, he could hardly refuse and promptly agreed. Ouyang Xue smiled brightly at him and immediately stood up to take him to the cinema. Upon their arrival at the cinema, Cheng Xiaodong allowed Ouyang Xue to choose a film of her liking. He then proceeded to the counter to purchase 2 tickets, along with 2 cups of milk tea and a tub of popcorn. During his high school years in the county, he had gone to movies with Jiang Shanshan a few times, so he was well-versed in the customary practices of young people. They settled into their seats in the theater, and shortly after, the film began. Ouyang Xue sat upright, engrossed in the movie. The last time she had gone to the cinema, it was with Cheng Xiaodong from the Feline Group, and merely 4 months had passed. Yet she now found herself beside a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Cheng Xiaodong, seated to her left, struggled to focus on the film. He frequently stole glances at Ouyang Xue's enchanting profile in the dim light, and several times, the urge to confess his feelings surged within him. Yet he hesitated, fearing that Ouyang Xue might reject him outright. Little did he know, her invitation to the cinema was a subtle indication that he occupied a special place in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have initiated the outing. Although she appeared to be fully engaged in the film, her heart was secretly anticipating a sign from this typically bold, yet currently reticent young man. However, to her dismay, half an hour into the film, he had made no move other than occasionally gazing at her. "This fool," she inwardly cursed, feeling exasperated. "On the night we first met, you had the courage to hold my hand. Why are you now so utterly motionless in the cinema? Could you truly be this timid?" They were watching a romantic film. And after a while, the screen finally displayed the scene where the male lead kissed the female lead amidst a bamboo grove. Cheng Xiaodong felt a bit parched, perhaps influenced by the male protagonist of the film. Summoning all his courage, he finally stretched out his right hand to grasp Ouyang Xue's delicate left hand. "Xue, I have something to tell you." Ouyang Xue's heart raced wildly, and she feigned nonchalance as she gently inquired, "What is it? Go ahead." "Xue, I have discovered that I have fallen deeply in love with you." Upon hearing his confession, Ouyang Xue's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Just how much do you love me?" Cheng Xiaodong whispered in her ear, "Very, very much. If you desire, I would dismantle all my bones to make soup for you." Ouyang Xue retorted playfully, "Humph, I have no intention of drinking your bone soup. I only want you to be devoted to me and heed my every word." Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, felt as though he had heard heavenly music. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Xue, will you be my girlfriend?" Ouyang Xue cast him a sly glance in the darkness and replied with a mischievous smile, "For now, I can agree, but your future behavior will determine everything. If you misbehave or intentionally irritate me, I shall certainly break up with you." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled. "Schwerer, I won't give you a chance to break up. Rest assured, I will love you sincerely and devotedly for a lifetime." At that moment, a young couple seated behind them, unable to contain their annoyance at the incessant display of affection, protested, "Hey, if you two want to flaunt your love, go find a hotel. Stop feeding us dog food." Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue exchanged smiles and, hand in hand, turned their attention back to the film. After the movie, Cheng Xiaodong held Ouyang Xue's hand as they exited the screening room and took the elevator down to the parking lot on the first floor. Noticing the time was getting late, Ouyang Xue offered to drive him back to the company. Although reluctant to part with her, Cheng Xiaodong nodded in agreement. He felt it was imperative to return to the office promptly to spend quality time with his close friends, Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, who had just arrived 2 days prior. As for Ouyang Xue, now that they were together, there would be ample opportunities for them to meet again. He could not afford to neglect his friends for the sake of romance and risk their disdain. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Ouyang Xue bid him farewell after he retrieved his luggage and then drove home. Cheng Xiaodong returned all his clothes and unused medical supplies to his dormitory and promptly called Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, inviting them to dinner. Living on the 6th floor, the two responded to his call within 3 minutes and descended to Cheng Xiaodong's dormitory. The three close friends exchanged a few jovial remarks before setting off to the restaurant they had visited 2 nights prior. On the way, Cheng Xiaodong naturally remembered to call Jiang Shanshan, inviting her to join them for dinner. When Ouyang Xue returned home to Shioli Peak, dusk was nearly upon them. Upon entering, she noticed her parents had returned from the old house and were chatting in the living room. However, her sister, Ouyang Bing, was conspicuously absent. "Father, mother, have you returned? Where is my younger sister?" Li Fenglan inquired, her expression stern. "She has gone to school," came the reply. "Ouyang Xue, where have you been this afternoon? Why are you only returning now?" Ouyang Qing asked as she entered, noticing that only Ouyang Xue was home. "Where is Cheng Xiaodong?" As Ouyang Xue changed her shoes, she replied, "He has moved back to the company dormitory. I just saw him off." Once Ouyang Xue settled on the sofa, Li Fenglan immediately reproached her. "Ouyang Xue, it's one thing to secretly marry someone, but you should at least choose a partner who is somewhat compatible with you. Look at the sort of person you've chosen, a poor, rural boy who is not only unrefined but also foolish. Did you hear the nonsense he was spouting at lunch? He nearly embarrassed our entire family." Ouyang Qing chimed in, "Xue, why did you send that Cheng fellow away so quickly? I was planning to scold him thoroughly when I got back. Look at your grandfather. He's been healthy for over a decade, always able to eat and sleep well. Yet this Cheng Xiaodong had the audacity to talk so foolishly at noon, making our entire family unhappy." Ouyang Xue couldn't help but defend Cheng Xiaodong, Dad. Cheng Xiaodong is quite skilled. His medical knowledge might be impressive too. I remember on the night we first met, he mentioned my dysmenorrhea and offered to help me treat it. Li Fenglan, aware of her daughter's condition, couldn't resist asking, "Did you ask him for treatment?" Ouyang Xue blushed. At that moment, I didn't dare to admit it. I even scolded him a bit. Ouyang Qing snorted dismissively. "Xue, it seems you're overly enamored with him, which is why you think he is so capable. Fenglan, I propose that in a few days, we drive to his hometown and discreetly investigate his background." Li Fenglan agreed. "Darling, that's a feasible suggestion. Ouyang Xue, you mustn't let him know about our plan." Curious about how the villagers would perceive Cheng Xiaodong, Ouyang Xue nodded obediently. "Dad, Mom, I promise on my honor that I won't divulge this to anyone." Chapter 70. A difficult choice after dinner at the restaurant. Cheng Xiaodong and his 3 companions considered that Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia would start work the next day. He suggested they all return to the dormitory early to rest. Upon learning that Cheng Xiaodong had moved into the company dormitory, Jiang Shanshan insisted on visiting him there. Cheng Xiaodong, feeling helpless, paid the bill and reluctantly led the 3 back to his dormitory. The 4 chatted for a while, and noticing the affectionate gaze Jiang Shanshan directed at Cheng Xiaodong, Sun Bingjia smiled and said to Tan Wu, "Tan Wu, since we have our first day of work tomorrow, let us not linger here. We should return to the dormitory early to shower and rest." Tan Wu, puzzled, furrowed his brow and replied, I senti it too early to rest. We've already slept most of the day in the dormitory. Sun Bingjia rose and approached him, skillfully blocking the line of sight from Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan. He winked vigorously and asked again, if you're not going back to shower and sleep, might I ascend first? Even Tan Wu, a bit dense, grasped his intention at that moment and stood up, saying no, no, no. Can I accompany you back to the dormitory? With that, he also got up and smiled at Jiang Shanshan, saying, Shanshan, you stay here and enjoy some time with Donghua. We shall return to the dormitory first. After uttering this, he did not allow Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan a moment to retain him, turning on his heel and leaving. Sun Bingjia swiftly followed, hastily exiting through the door, and he did not forget to close it behind him. The dormitory door of Cheng Xiaodong was fitted with a latch, and, with that closure, it effectively trapped Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan in the small living room, as outsiders lacked the key to enter. Immediately, the small living room was left with only Cheng Xiaodong and Jiang Shanshan, and the atmosphere grew decidedly intimate. Seeing Tan and Sun depart, Jiang Shanshan shifted closer to Cheng Xiaodong and, with her beautiful eyes wide open, inquired, Donghua, haven't you been living at the president's house these days? Why have you chosen to return to the dormitory tonight? Cheng Xiaodong explained, the president's parents have returned from their travels. It's rather inconvenient for me to stay there now, so I moved back to the dormitory. A slight smile curved Jiang Shanshan's lips as she teasingly asked, Donghua, people at the company are whispering that you're the new boyfriend of President Ouyang. Now I must ask, are you truly in a relationship with her? Although Cheng Xiaodong had professed his feelings for Ouyang Xue during an afternoon movie, and she had clearly indicated her willingness to give him a chance, he was reluctant to admit this to Jiang Shanshan. After all, the disparity in their social standings was vast, and he was uncertain of her parents' views on him. If his connection with Ouyang Xue were to falter, it would render him a subject of ridicule. He awkwardly denied, Shanshan, that is utterly unfounded. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Jiang Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she suddenly wrapped her right arm around Cheng Xiaodong's left arm, murmuring, Xiaodong, be my boyfriend. Ouch! That hurts! Cheng Xiaodong exclaimed, grimacing in pain. It turned out that Jiang Shanshan's embrace had inadvertently pressed against his injured left arm. Unaware of his injury, she playfully chastised, You silly Donghua, I'm discussing something serious, and you're making a fuss. Cheng Xiaodong, wincing in pain, stood up and exclaimed, My dear lady, you've struck my sore arm. How can you still fault me? Jiang Shanshan, puzzled, asked, Struck your sore arm? What is wrong with your hand? Cheng Xiaodong forced a smile. I was injured by a knife over 10 days ago, and the wound hasn't healed yet. And you, of all people, had to aggravate it by grabbing my injury. Jiang Shanshan suddenly stood up, her face filled with concern. Injured by a knife? Donghua, who have you offended? Why would someone attack you with a knife? Cheng Xiaodong, in a state of helplessness, endured excruciating pain as he recounted to Jiang Shanshan the circumstances under which he had offended Yin Shigue by acting as a shield for Ouyang Xue, leading to an ambush where he, unarmed, valiantly battled more than 10 thugs wielding knives and clubs, resulting in his unfortunate injury. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan could not help but express her discontent, exclaiming that despite sustaining such a severe injury, he had failed to inform her. Cheng Xiaodong softly replied, Shanshan, I was merely trying to spare you the worry, which is why I kept it from you. As Jiang Shanshan reflected on that fateful evening, she recalled how he had only used his right hand to caress her in her apartment and later, in a moment of passion, had employed the same hand to pull the zipper of her skirt. She could hardly fathom that he had already been injured at that time, and that the injury was still fresh. You sustained such a grave injury, yet you dared to confront Yin Shigue's 2 elite bodyguards that night? Cheng Xiaodong, you truly have no regard for your own life, she exclaimed, feeling a surge of anger as she remembered how she had almost become Cheng Xiaodong's woman, only to be thwarted by a phone call from Ouyang Xue that whisked him away. Cheng Xiaodong sighed, whispering, Shanshan, President Ouyang has treated me well. In her time of peril, I naturally must assist her. Jiang Shanshan shot him a disapproving glance and earnestly advised, Donghua, we are merely her employees. It is not worth risking our lives for her. Yanshi Gui comes from a powerful and affluent family. Having offended him, he will undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Donghua, you should be aware of my feelings for you. You made a considerable profit from the herbal acquisition. Perhaps we should simply resign and return to our rural hometown to live out our lives together. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong was moved by her hopeful gaze, contemplating the prospect of marrying Jiang Shanshan and returning home, which indeed seemed a commendable choice. However, as he recalled his confession to Ouyang Xue earlier that day, which she had not opposed, he felt a profound internal conflict. With a heavy sigh, he hesitantly said to Jiang Shanshan, "Shanshan, I know you hold feelings for me, but I cannot accept your affection at this moment, for I have already fallen for President Ouyang." Jiang Shanshan was taken aback by his words, her body trembling as she urgently inquired, "Donghua, you can't be deceiving me, can you? If your heart belongs to her, then why did you seek to violate my boundaries that night?" As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Cheng Xiaodong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, stammering, "Shanshan, I am sorry, Suddenly, Jiang Shanshan opened her arms and embraced him, gazing intently into his eyes as she fervently declared, "Donghua, ever since that intimate encounter at your home when I was 18, you have occupied my heart. Throughout these years, I have not engaged in any romantic relationships, and I have preserved my purity for you. If you doubt my sincerity, I am willing to offer myself to you tonight." Cheng Xiaodong, struck by her words, stood frozen in place, grappling with an agonizing decision. Chapter 71. A distressing heart, Cheng Xiaodong found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, rendered momentarily helpless, uncertain of how to respond. Had he not confessed his feelings to Ouyang Xue that afternoon, he might have already succumbed to the allure of Jiang Shanshan, ensnaring her in his grasp once more. Yet, in this moment of internal conflict, he pondered extensively and resolved that he should not act upon the affections of a childhood friend whom he had once cast aside. After all, the person he truly cherished now was Ouyang Xue, and he could not betray her trust. "Shanshan, please don't do this. Until we have formally married, I assure you I will not cross any boundaries," he stated gently, extending his right hand in an attempt to gently push her away. Recently, Jiang Shanshan had undergone a procedure for membrane restoration, fervently aspiring to become his woman at any cost. Now, witnessing his rejection, she felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. "Donghua, I sincerely love you. I have always longed to be your true partner. Please, do not turn me away," she implored, tightening her embrace and burying her head against his chest, murmuring softly. Cheng Xiaodong reflected, "If you have harbored feelings for me all along, why have you treated me with such indifference during your 4 years at university? Each time you returned home for the holidays, your demeanor was aloof, lacking the warmth we once shared." Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shanshan had not only had a boyfriend previously, but they had also cohabited for 2 to 3 years off campus. Had she not been cruelly abandoned by him, Cheng Xiaodong might have remained invisible in her eyes. Reluctant to be bluntly dismissive, he spoke softly, "Shanshan, let us postpone our discussion for another time. My injury is quite painful at the moment. Could you assist me in cleaning and dressing the wound? I will guide you through it." With a heavy heart, Jiang Shanshan complied, releasing him in silence so he could fetch the medical supplies, allowing her to tend to his injuries. After nearly 20 minutes spent cleaning and bandaging his wound, she realized that her hopes of achieving intimacy with Cheng Xiaodong that evening were utterly dashed. With a heavy heart, she bid him farewell. Disappointment etched across her face as she departed. Watching his childhood friend walk away, her expression filled with dismay, Cheng Xiaodong felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him, akin to a jar of spilled flavors, yet he felt no remorse. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xue, having finished her shower, sat at the head of her bed, waiting for her hair to dry while scrolling through her phone. Just as she began to feel drowsy and contemplated lying down for a rest, her mother, Li Fenglan, entered the room after unlocking the door. With a furrowed brow and a hint of displeasure, Ouyang Xue remarked, "Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? Coming into my room?" Dressed in a robe, Li Fenglan approached her bedside, pulling up a chair to sit before her, her gaze intent. "Xue, it has been over a month since we last saw each other. Since my return last night, I haven't had the chance to speak with you properly. Let us take a moment to connect and communicate. Mom, can we discuss this tomorrow? I have to work at the company, Ouyang Xue replied with a touch of impatience. The last time the Yin family had come to propose, had Li Fenglan not suggested allowing her to spend more time with Yin Shigui, he might not have continued to intrude upon her workplace thereafter, as she had unequivocally rejected the proposal made by the Yin family. It was only due to Li Fenglan's consent at that time that Yin Shigui, the prodigal son, harbored hopes and frequently visited her workplace in pursuit of her affection. Over the past few months, she had been harboring resentment towards her mother, Li Fenglan. Swear, you and that Cheng Xiaodong secretly obtained a marriage certificate, merely using him as a temporary shield. Deep down, you surely do not intend to marry him, right? Ouyang Xue retorted coldly. Mother, you are mistaken. Not only do I consent now, but I have also resolved that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Cheng Xiaodong. A loud slap resounded as it struck Ouyang Xue's delicate, fair face. Li Fenglan rose, pointing an accusatory finger at her, furiously rebuking. Ouyang Xue, you have grown quite bold, haven't you? You believe you can marry whomever you please without my or your father's consent. Let me tell you, that is out of the question. Ouyang Xue, covering her reddened cheek, replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, I am no longer a child. My marriage is my own decision, and I do not require your intrusive interference. That boy Cheng is from the countryside, and his family holds no power or influence. If you marry him, you may find yourselves begging for sustenance in the future. Li Fenglan could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Ouyang Xue stubbornly asserted, we will manage our own affairs, and I am determined to marry Cheng Xiaodong. Li Fenglan, exasperated, pointed at her, speechless with fury. You truly infuriate me. Just wait until I summon your father to teach you a lesson. With that, she stormed out of the room. Ouyang Xue immediately jumped out of bed, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. She thought to herself, Li Fenglan, you are so fixated on marrying me into a wealthy family. I shall not grant you that satisfaction. I will marry that poor lad Cheng Xiaodong just to spite you. With a click, she locked the door, swiftly turned off the lights, and ran to her bedside, shedding her clothes and burying herself under the covers, seeking refuge in sleep. It seemed that her habit of sleeping in the nude would be an unchangeable trait throughout her life. Upon returning to the bedroom, Li Fenglan, still fuming, exclaimed to Ouyang Xue, who lay reading with a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, I am truly exasperated. If you do not intervene with our wayward daughter, she may very well marry that country bumpkin, Cheng Xiaodong. Ouyang Xue, noticing her agitated demeanor, closed his book and placed it atop the nightstand, inquiring with a smile, Dear, what has caused you to become so upset? Pray tell. Li Fenglan, still irate, recounted Ouyang Xue. I intended to speak to Ouyang Xue about her relationship with Cheng Xiaodong before bed, only to have her boldly declare that she intends to marry that insufferable boy. It infuriated me to the point that I slapped her. Two icy gazes shot from Ouyang Xue's eyes as he furrowed his brow and asked coldly, Fenglan, did you strike Xue? The rebellious girl is certainly not someone I will indulge in her mischief. Li Fenglan proclaimed boldly. Ouyang Xue, with a low and serious tone, admonished. Li Fenglan, I have repeatedly stated that our daughters' marriages should be decided by them. As parents, we ought not to impose our will. Why do you persist in ignoring this? Xue has always been well-behaved. When has she ever caused you worry? Now that she has chosen Cheng Xiaodong as her lifelong partner, she must have her reasons. As elders, we should wholeheartedly support her. Why do you continue to oppose her so vehemently? Li Fenglan, eyes wide with astonishment, retorted, Ouyang Xue. Did that fellow Cheng not speak arrogantly at the dinner table earlier today? You expressed your distaste for him then. Why do you now side with them? Ouyang Xue, softening his tone, replied, setting aside the incident at the dinner table, I actually believe Cheng Xiaodong is quite a fine young man. Not only is he handsome, but he also lacks the vices commonly found in today's youth. If we could find a son-in-law like him, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Li Fenglan was taken aback by her husband's sudden change of heart and could not help but exclaim, Enough of that. Hurry up and come to bed. You've had your fill, and now you're just being idle. Ouyang Xue chided her. abruptly turning off the lights in the room and lying down. Left to stew in her frustration, Li Fenglong quietly made her way to the bedside, pulled back the covers, and lay down beside him. Chapter 72. Cheng Xiaodong reviews the reports on Monday morning, shortly after arriving at work. Ding Jia discreetly took the elevator to the Human Resources Department and submitted her resignation letter. The day before, during a family meal in a lavish private room at the Coral Hotel, she had verbally accepted the marriage proposal put forth by the Yin family. Subsequently, the entire family was invited to the opulent mansion of Yin Shigue, located in the southern outskirts of the city. As Ding Jiangwo and Ding Jianping toured the splendid mansion with the Yin family, they were overwhelmed with astonishment and envy. They could scarcely fathom that the wealthy could live such a luxurious and extravagant lifestyle. However, the prospect that once Ding Jia married into the Yin family, their own living standards would significantly improve, filled them with an inexplicable excitement. After the tour of the Yin mansion, Yin Guofu personally invited the entire Ding family to stay for dinner before returning home, to which the Ding brothers readily agreed, their faces beaming with smiles. Following a sumptuous feast at the Yin residence, and after enjoying tea, the Ding family was escorted home in 2 luxurious business cars sent by Yin Guofu. Meanwhile, Ding Jia was driven by Yin Shigue in a Rolls-Royce to the city's most upscale shopping mall. Together, they indulged in purchasing numerous exquisite pieces of jewelry and high-end clothing, and later relished a lavish late-night meal at a renowned eatery, before Yin Shigue finally returned Ding Jia home. That evening profoundly reshaped Ding Jia's understanding of affluent individuals. She could scarcely fathom that the lives of the wealthy could be so rich in color and delightfully comfortable. This was, after all, the existence she had long yearned for, and it seemed she was on the verge of realizing her dreams, poised to embrace the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy matron. Initially, she could have simply resigned from the Liangyan Cosmetics Company without a second thought, forfeiting merely a couple of thousand yuan in wages for 10 days' work. However, upon reflection, she realized that since she and Yin Shigue were not yet formally engaged, her abrupt departure might lead to misunderstandings with him and his family. Thus, she resolved to adhere to the company's stipulated resignation procedures. Liangyan Cosmetics had a clear policy. All employees must submit a written resignation at least 1 month in advance, and only after serving a full month could they settle their wages upon departure. Of course, if the company managed to recruit a replacement for the position ahead of time, and with the approval of the supervisory department, the resigning employee could conclude their salary and leave sooner. After submitting her resignation letter, her colleague Jiang Shanshan, who worked alongside her in the lobby, observed her and inquired with surprise, "Jia, what were you doing up in the office building?" With a playful grin, Ding Jia replied, "I delivered a love letter to Cheng Xiaodong in the security department on the 2nd floor." Knowing of Jiang Shanshan's secret affection for Cheng Xiaodong, she teased her deliberately. "Puffed. As if Cheng Xiaodong would be interested in you, you sly vixen," Jiang Shanshan retorted, feigning indifference. Yet, she couldn't help but recall Cheng Xiaodong's demeanor towards her the previous night, which left her feeling disheartened. "How dare you say that, Jiang Shanshan? Just wait. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart," Ding Jia exclaimed, mockingly threatening to pinch her friend's lips as she approached. Jiang Shanshan quickly sprang to her feet, flailing her arms defensively. In an instant, the 2 friends turned the reception area into a playful fracas. "Hey, what are you 2 doing during work hours?" Just then, Cheng Xiaodong, clad in his suit, descended the stairs and couldn't help but admonish the 2 girls. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong, Jiang Shanshan boldly called out, "Wintermelon, come help me. This little enchantress is bullying me." Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, thought to himself how Ding Jia appeared to be such a pure and charming girl. It was unfathomable that she would be the one to bully Jiang Shanshan. With a serious expression, he quickly approached them and firmly reprimanded, "Both of you need to stop this nonsense. The president is about to arrive, and if she sees you, it will not end well." Ding Jia and Jiang Shanshan, reminded that Ouyang Xue arrived at this time every morning, blushed and hastily released each other, returning to their respective seats. Cheng Xiaodong then fell silent and exited the building. Earlier, he had witnessed Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, clad in fresh security uniforms, being dispatched by Zhou Boxiong to various posts. Afterward, he had returned alone to the security department office to contemplate the task entrusted to him by Ouyang Xue. He understood the urgency of familiarizing himself with the personnel across various departments, as this would be crucial for initiating his investigation. Thus, he no longer lingered idly in the office and resolved to take a stroll around. To his surprise, upon descending the stairs, he encountered the two lovely ladies, Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai, frolicking playfully, prompting him to scold them without reservation. Just as Cheng Xiaodong exited the door, he spotted Ouyang Xue emerging from his vehicle, handbag in hand, making her way toward the lobby entrance. He halted, observing her approach. Upon reaching him, Ouyang Xue chuckled lightly and asked, "Are you standing here to welcome me this early in the morning?" Cheng Xiaodong beamed with a smile, responding, "Of course, I am here to greet you. After not seeing you all night, you cannot fathom how much I missed you. You're always so slick with your words. I am not easily swayed by your charms," she retorted, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. Ouyang Xue ascended the steps, pausing momentarily before him, and softly instructed, "Come to my office on the 8th floor later. I have something to discuss with you." With that, she clutched her handbag and, in her high heels, strode into the lobby. As she passed the front desk, Ding Jiai and Jiang Shanshan, noticing the president's arrival, quickly rose to greet her in unison. Ouyang Xue observed their flushed faces with a hint of curiosity, but said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement before proceeding with an air of aloofness toward the elevator. Cheng Xiaodong initially intended to visit where Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia were working, but recalling Ouyang Xue's invitation to her office, he abandoned that plan, opting instead to check in briefly with the security personnel at the headquarters entrance before returning to his office. Zhou Boxiong had been spending his days in the factory security room since he had occupied the security department's office, passing the time chatting with the on-duty guard, who knee-high, and rarely showing his face in the office. After spending about 10 minutes in his office, Cheng Xiaodong took the elevator up to Ouyang Xue's office. Upon his arrival, Ouyang Xue gestured for him to close the door and then said, "Xiaodong, since you have no pressing matters, I would like you to examine the company's financial statement from the past few months and help me analyze the reasons behind the decline in profits." Cheng Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "These figures are all just numbers. I'm afraid I won't understand them. Perhaps it's best if I don't look at them." Ouyang Xue glared at him and exclaimed, "Stop making excuses. Regardless of whether you understand them, you must look, if necessary. I will teach you." Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The past few days had been filled with incessant autumn rain, which was quite vexing. As the temperature continued to drop, people on the streets had donned their autumn attire. On Wednesday afternoon, shortly after 2 o'clock, Cheng Xiaodong was working at the company when he suddenly received a call from Ouyang Xue. In truth, his daily routine at the office was rather uneventful, consisting mainly of patrolling various security posts and then relaxing in the security office with tea. When Ouyang Xue called him, he happened to be in the office boiling water to brew tea. "Xiaodong, I just received a call informing me that my grandfather has suddenly passed away. I need to return to the family home. Would you like to accompany me?" On the phone, Ouyang Xue's voice trembled, stifled by tears. Cheng Xiaodong felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this, pondering that the Ouyang siblings had disregarded his prudent advice and failed to take their elderly father to the hospital for treatment, ultimately leading to his demise. He realized that if he were to accompany Ouyang Xue back, he would once again face the ire of the entire Ouyang family, and thus found no reason to subject himself to such discomfort. He gently reassured her, "Xue, you should return by yourself. I shall not accompany you," to avoid inciting complaints from your uncles and aunts. Recalling how, 3 days prior, Cheng Xiaodong had candidly expressed his concerns at a banquet, only to be met with vitriolic insults from her uncle Ouyang Jiang and others, resulting in his premature departure without even finishing his meal. Ouyang Xue felt it might be inappropriate to insist he come along. "Xiaodong, if you are unwilling to go, then so be it. I must trouble you to take extra care at the company these next few days. Please ensure that no unforeseen incidents arise. Rest assured, Xue, regardless of the circumstances, I shall dedicate myself wholly to supporting you. Please accept my condolences during this difficult time. Ouyang Xue sighed deeply and decisively ended the call. What neither she nor Cheng Xiaodong anticipated was that this morning, after finishing breakfast, Ouyang Xue and Li Fenglan, seizing the opportunity while Ouyang Xue was at work, discreetly drove their luxurious vehicle to Cheng Xiaodong's hometown to investigate his background. It turned out that the previous night, after enjoying an intimate moment, Ouyang Xue, reclining against the headboard while smoking, remarked to Li Fenglan, "My dear, it seems that Xue harbors some affection for that Cheng lad. Since we have no son, if he is willing, perhaps we should consider having him become part of our family." Li Fenglan hesitated, responding, "While Cheng Xiaodong is indeed a handsome young man, he hails from a rural background, lacking both wealth and influence, truly a destitute fellow. Allowing him to become our son-in-law would be too great a concession." Ouyang Xue patiently urged, "My dear, as the saying goes, do not underestimate the young and poor. In my experience, Cheng Xiaodong possesses a commendable appearance and lacks the vices common among young people today. If Xue were to marry him, I believe it would be a splendid choice." Having learned much about Cheng Xiaodong from her husband's discussions over the past few days, Li Fenglan felt slightly swayed by his words. With a sigh, she replied, "Well then, let us visit Cheng Xiaodong's hometown tomorrow to investigate his background further." Ouyang Xue readily agreed. "Very well. We shall go tomorrow morning to ascertain the situation." The following morning, shortly after 11, a sleek black luxury car quietly arrived at Qingshui village in Longkou Town, Changjiang County, stopping at a spot where a few people were leisurely chatting on the ground. As the car doors opened, Ouyang Xue and Li Fenglan stepped out in succession. A group of villagers engaged in casual conversation had never encountered such a luxurious and grand automobile, nor did they recognize the couple, Ouyang Xue and his wife, leaving them momentarily stunned as they gazed at the pair. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ouyang Xue, wearing a broad smile, greeted the onlookers, "Hello, esteemed brothers and sisters. May I inquire about a certain individual?" As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of soft cigarettes from his pocket and respectfully distributed them among several villagers. An elderly gentleman, in his 70s, with graying hair, a gaunt face, and a stooped back, accepted a cigarette and inquired with a smile, "Pray tell, what individual are you seeking, sir?" He then instructed a woman in her 40s to bring out 2 chairs from the main room for Ouyang Xue and his wife to sit. This woman, named Luo Guizhi, happened to be the wife of Su Fugui. After bringing out the chairs, she promptly returned with 2 cups of hot tea. "Dear elder, might there be a young man named Cheng Xiaodong in your village? He has an adoptive father named Tang Weijia," Ouyang Xue politely asked after settling down with his tea. The stooped elder, named Su Bin, recognized the names and replied, "Indeed, we have such individuals in our village. However, I am curious as to why you seek them." Understanding that Cheng Xiaodong was currently working in the provincial city, Ouyang Xue smiled and explained, "We have come from the provincial city because we heard of the remarkable medical skills possessed by Tang Weijia and his son Cheng Xiaodong, and we sought their expertise." A man in his 50s with a darker complexion interjected, "Well, sir, it appears your timing is rather unfortunate, as neither of them is home at the moment." Ouyang Xue feigned ignorance, asking, "What? They are both away? Where could they possibly be?" The dark-complexioned man, who was Wang Huaifu, the father of Wang Jun, took a satisfying drag from his cigarette and replied, "I've heard that Cheng Xiaodong has gone to work in the provincial city, and his adoptive father, Tang Bo, has embarked on a solo journey for leisure." "Oh, I see. It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment," Ouyang Xue lamented theatrically. After taking a puff from his cigarette, he turned to Su Bin and inquired, "Elder, might this be your residence? I have an unrefined request. Would it be possible for us to intrude upon your hospitality for a meal at noon?" Noticing the couple's extravagant vehicle and their affluent attire, Su Bin readily agreed. "My dear brother, though our rural abode may lack lavish offerings, providing a modest meal is a simple matter. Waifu, Fing da Sao, you all must join us for lunch as well. I shall call Fugui to bring back some wine and dishes from town." With that, he instructed his daughter-in-law, Luo Guizhi, to make the call to Su Fugui and began preparations in the kitchen. While the Su family busied themselves with the meal, Ouyang Xue turned to Wang Huaifu and asked, "Brother, could you kindly escort us to Tangbo's residence, so that we may find it more easily on our next visit?" Wang Huaifu was an exceedingly simple and honest rural farmer. Upon hearing the news, he unreservedly led the couple to the newly constructed two-story house of Cheng Xiaodong and Tang Weizhou. After wandering around the courtyard for a while, the three of them returned to Su's residence for lunch. During a casual conversation over the meal, Ouyang Xue and his wife gained a comprehensive understanding of Cheng Xiaodong's past in the village, which was generally summarized as exemplary. He had garnered no criticisms from anyone in the village throughout his life. Ouyang Xue felt great joy in his heart, and after the meal, he insisted on giving Su Bin 600 yuan as a token of gratitude for their warm hospitality. After bidding farewell to the villagers, the couple prepared to leave. Just as they settled into their car, and before Ouyang Xue could even start the engine, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 74. Ouyang Xue passes away from illness upon seeing that the caller was his sister Ouyang Xue. Ouyang Xue immediately answered, neglecting to start the car. "Brother, where are you? Dad just passed away. You must come back quickly." Ouyang Xue sobbed loudly on the other end of the line. Ouyang Xue felt a sudden ringing in his ears, and he froze in shock. Li Fenglan, seated in the back, noticed her husband's delay in starting the car and curiously asked, "Darling, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" With a choked voice, Ouyang Xue exclaimed, "Fenglan, my father. He has gone." "Your father is gone? Where has he gone?" Li Fenglan asked, still not grasping the situation. Ouyang Xue shouted, "My father is dead." After saying this, he quickly started the car, shifted gears, and abruptly accelerated, rushing towards the provincial city. Li Fenglan, seeing his ashen face, dared not speak further. Whispering in disbelief, just a few days ago, he was perfectly fine. How could he suddenly pass away? Ouyang Xue retorted angrily, "You ask me? Who should I ask?" At that moment, his heart was filled with endless regret and overwhelming fury. He regretted not heeding Cheng Xiaodong's advice that day and failing to take his ailing father to the hospital for treatment in a timely manner. He harbored resentment towards his brother Ouyang Jiang and sister Ouyang Xue for their opposition, which had prevented him from standing firm in his intentions. By the time the couple hurried back to their former residence, they found two large mourning tents erected on the concrete ground outside. Their father Ouyang Xue's body had already been prepared and lay quietly in the coffin, his eyes closed in eternal rest. The couple exited the car, disregarding the many villagers who had come to assist, and immediately knelt before the coffin, bowing 4 times in reverence. After rising, Ouyang Xue spotted his brother Ouyang Jiang standing aside and, consumed by anger, disregarded the presence of others in the mourning hall, delivering a resounding slap. "Ouyang Jiang, you tell me honestly, how did our father die?" Ouyang Jiang, bewildered, received a resounding slap from his older brother. At nearly 50 years of age, he felt a slight sting to his pride. Covering his burning cheek, he bellowed at Ouyang Xue, "Are you out of your mind?" You return, and without any discernment. "You strike me? Our father passed away from his own ailments. What does that have to do with me?" With reddened eyes, Ouyang Xue retorted, 3 days ago, Cheng Xiaodong informed us that our father was ill and urged us to take him to the hospital. Had it not been for your vehement objections, how could our father have left us so unexpectedly?" With that, he feigned a move to confront Ouyang Jiang. Fortunately, Li Fenglan, standing beside him, swiftly intervened, and Ouyang Xue, having already arrived, rushed to restrain their enraged father. Ouyang Xue, her eyes already swollen from weeping, approached and reproached, "Elder brother, our father has just passed. How can you two quarrel so brazenly before his spirit? Do you not fear the ridicule of our neighbors and friends?" Ouyang Xue ceased his struggles and, his voice laden with sorrow, shouted back, "Ouyang Xue, do not forget that just 3 days ago I proposed taking father to receive medical attention, and your family was vehemently opposed. What good does your lamentation do now?" At his words, Ouyang Xue was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there, seething with indignation. It was understandable that Ouyang Xue was furious. Their father, Ouyang Xue, had lost his wife shortly after Ouyang Jiang's birth, raising the 3 siblings alone. Their bond with him was profoundly deep. The commotion between the brothers soon attracted the attention of numerous neighbors who had come to assist with the arrangements. They intervened, separating the brothers and offering them comforting words in their respective quarters. Ouyang Xue could never have anticipated that this singular slap would carve an irreparable rift between them, while simultaneously hastening Ouyang Zhang's ambitions to usurp the company that Ouyang Xue had painstakingly built. In Jiangnan province, it is customary to hold elaborate mourning ceremonies for the deceased. The Ouyang family, being affluent in the locality, would certainly honor their patriarch with several days of grand ceremonies before laying him to rest. After prolonged persuasion from relatives and local neighbors, the brothers eventually set aside their grievances, sitting down together in a calm manner to discuss their father's funeral. After deliberation, they decided to halt the mourning for 3 nights, to invite monks for 3 days and nights of rituals, culminating in the cremation of their father's remains on the 7th day before interring the ashes. In the following days, the Ouyang ancestral home was filled with somber music and the sounds of firecrackers. Friends and relatives from far and wide flocked to pay their respects to the late patriarch. The next evening, all senior management from Liangyan Cosmetics also arrived to offer their condolences, and Cheng Xiaodong, invited by Ji Feng, joined them in the same vehicle. After burning incense, he caught sight of Ouyang Xue, clad in white and wearing a white mourning cap, her expression one of profound sorrow. He offered her a faint smile, but exchanged no words, as members of the Ouyang family ushered him aside to partake in refreshments. The commotion lasted a full week, with expenditures reaching 600,000 to 700,000 before the funeral of the Ouyang patriarch was finally concluded. On the afternoon of the 6th day, during the communal meal, all the senior executives from the company attended to pay their respects, but Cheng Xiaodong made an excuse to abstain. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid the hostile gazes directed at him by Ouyang Jiang and his son, as well as the Jiang family. It was only after 7 days that Ouyang Xue returned to the office. Upon her arrival, she promptly called Cheng Xiaodong, summoning him to her office. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, he found Ouyang Xue, her face marked by distress, attending to company matters at her desk. Upon his entrance, she offered him a forced smile and gently instructed, "Xiaodong, please take a seat on the sofa. I will be with you shortly." Cheng Xiaodong settled onto the sofa, his gaze fixed upon her as she reviewed documents, his eyes brimming with tenderness. 3 minutes later, Ouyang Xue finally rose, stretching gracefully before walking to a single sofa in the reception area. "Xiaodong, during my visit to my hometown last week, how did you discern that my grandfather was seriously ill?" Since her grandfather's passing, she had longed to ask him this question, but had found no opportunity until now. The family had dismissed Cheng Xiaodong's warning when the old man was still alive, but only 3 days after his sudden demise did they realize that he was indeed extraordinary. In response, Cheng Xiaodong, brimming with confidence, declared, "Xue, I relied on my unparalleled medical skills, which can seemingly defy death." Ouyang Xue pouted, mocking him. "I have encountered numerous braggarts, but none quite like you, who can elevate boasting to such heights. Why do you still refuse to believe me, Xue? Is it a trait of your family to be so obstinate?" He retorted, "I directly warned your family that your grandfather was gravely ill and that without timely treatment, he would face dire consequences within 3 days. Surely, that was not mere bravado." As he spoke, he reflected that had the Ouyang family heeded his advice, perhaps their patriarch would not have departed this world so swiftly. However, he refrained from saying this outright, considering Ouyang Xue's feelings. Listening to his words, Ouyang Xue recognized the truth in them and felt that her family's failure to heed his counsel had indeed led to the untimely departure of her beloved grandfather. Yet, even now, she struggled to believe that this young man, her peer, possessed such remarkable abilities. The notion that he could ascertain the severity of someone's illness after a mere meeting, and with such precision, was simply too astonishing to fathom. What she remains oblivious to is that had Cheng Xiaodong not regarded the kindness she had shown him, he would never have dared to openly disclose Ouyang Zhen's condition to her family. At that moment, had they been willing to heed his words or solicit his medical expertise, he was confident he could have alleviated the old man's crisis, or, at the very least, ensured he could live another 10 or 8 years. Regrettably, none among them were inclined to trust him. Instead, they hurled insults and nearly resorted to violence against him. Ouyang Xue, upon hearing his account, recollected the scene at the dining table, leaving her momentarily speechless. The room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a lengthy pause, Ouyang Xue softly spoke again. Xiaodong, do you know that on the afternoon my grandfather passed away, my father, after paying his respects, struck my uncle Ouyang Jiang a heavy slap in front of many? Cheng Xiaodong, intrigued, inquired, why did your father hit him? Ouyang Xue sighed gently. It was because that afternoon, after we had departed, my father proposed taking my grandfather to the hospital for examination and treatment, but my uncle and aunt vehemently opposed the idea. She continued, Xiaodong, I have long harbored suspicions that my uncle has been scheming to usurp the interests of our entire company. Now, with the brothers embroiled in such a significant conflict, I fear he will hasten to perpetrate something against our family. Cheng Xiaodong grasped her small hand firmly, his expression earnest as he declared, Xiaoxue, rest assured, as long as I am in the company, I will not permit anyone to undertake actions that would severely harm its interests. Ouyang Xue's bright eyes fixed on Cheng Xiaodong's resolute face as she slowly replied, Xiaodong, I believe you will do everything in your power to assist me. To be honest, you are the only person I can truly trust in this company. Cheng Xiaodong patted his chest in assurance. Of course, you are my wife. Who else would I help if not you? Besides, if your business fails, who would I rely on for a lifetime of ease? Ouyang Xue, noticing his playful grin, couldn't help but shoot him a glare, playfully chiding, Xiaodong, you can hardly utter 3 serious words before you go off track again. Cheng Xiaodong, captivated by her charming demeanor, suddenly stood up and approached Ouyang Xue, feigning a fierce glare. Xiaoxue, when we first met, you explicitly told me that you would support me for life. You cannot deny it. Ha! A grown man with hands and feet wanting his wife to support him. How could you even say such a thing? Ouyang Xue recalled having said this on the day they met, but she was unwilling to acknowledge it and resorted to playful banter instead. Cheng Xiaodong, with a twinkle in his eye, looked down at her with a smile. Xiaoxue, are you finally admitting that you are my wife? Humph, I am not your wife. Whoever becomes your wife must have been cursed for 8 generations. Hee hee. Whether you are cursed for 8 or 9 generations, I must first steal a kiss from you. Cheng Xiaodong, having spoken, swiftly extended his right hand to support Ouyang Xue's nape, and with remarkable swiftness, pressed his lips against her alluring, cherry-red mouth. Taken by surprise, Ouyang Xue attempted to push him away in a flurry of embarrassment and indignation. However, his robust stature rendered her efforts futile. Cheng Xiaodong's kiss was both domineering and brash, and within mere moments, his tongue invaded her mouth, stirring it with fervor. Eventually, Ouyang Xue ceased her resistance, even finding herself willingly reciprocating his advances. She mused to herself that since her first kiss had been forcibly claimed by this audacious individual, she might as well close her eyes and savor the moment. Just as they were lost in their passionate embrace, breathless and oblivious to the outside world, a deep, rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. Upon hearing it, Cheng Xiaodong promptly released her, wiped his damp lips with his sleeve, and stepped forward to open the door. Ouyang Xue hastily gestured for him to refrain from rushing to the entrance, then called out, Who is it knocking at the door? A male voice responded from outside, Xue, it's me. Open the door quickly. Recognizing that familiar voice that had accompanied her since childhood, Ouyang Xue was taken aback. She quickly whispered to Cheng Xiaodong, My father is here. You must sit tight. I will handle the door. With that, she rose, retrieved 2 tissues from her desk to wipe her lips, which bore traces of Cheng Xiaodong's kiss, and swiftly discarded them into a nearby wastebasket before making her way to the door. As she opened the door, she greeted Ouyang Qing with a smile. Dad, what brings you to the office today? It was worth noting that since entrusting the entire company to her and her brother's management in the latter half of last year, her parents had refrained from visiting the office, even skipping the annual company meeting. This absence prompted her inquiry. Ouyang Qing furrowed his brows and retorted, Xue, why can't I come to the office now? Without waiting for her reply, he stepped past her into the room. Ouyang Xue muttered under her breath, Dad, what are you talking about? As she hurriedly stepped aside to allow him entry. Ah, Manager Cheng is here too? Ouyang Qing remarked. Spotting Cheng Xiaodong seated upright on the sofa, his curiosity piqued. Cheng Xiaodong rose with a smile, greeting him, "Uncle Ouyang, you come to the office personally? I just arrived a few minutes ago to report some work matters to the president." Ouyang Xue scrutinized him, then turned to glance at his daughter, who had returned to her desk, before elongating his tone to inquire, "Is that so?" Chapter 76. Confidential instruction. Upon hearing her father's teasing remark, Ouyang Xue's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. She thought to herself that it was all Cheng Xiaodong's fault for kissing her in the office, leaving her in such an embarrassing predicament. Once her father departed, she would surely have her revenge on him. After taking a seat on the sofa, Ouyang Xue, noticing her bashful demeanor, couldn't resist teasing her further. "Xue, why is your face so red?" Ouyang Xue, with a sheepish smile, replied, "Dad, is my face really that red? Perhaps it is simply the stifling heat within this room." Of course, she was speaking with her eyes wide open, uttering nonsense. It was already mid-October, deep autumn in the lunar calendar, and there was no possibility of such warmth. "Oh, is that so? Then why not turn on the air conditioning for a bit?" Ouyang Xue said with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, "Look, your lipstick has faded, and yet Cheng Xiaodong still bears traces of it on his lips. You two must have been sneaking kisses in the office just moments ago." Ouyang Xue awkwardly chuckled, "Dad, it doesn't seem too warm now. We can forego the air conditioning." Ouyang Xue laughed lightly, deciding to cease teasing his daughter. He approached the sofa and sat down, turning to Cheng Xiaodong with a sincere expression. "Xiao Cheng, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my family for that incident. I truly regret what transpired." After speaking, he stood and bowed respectfully to Cheng Xiaodong. Cheng Xiaodong quickly interjected, "Uncle, please don't say that. I can hardly accept such an honor. Besides, you did nothing wrong at that time." Ouyang Xue, filled with regret, replied, "Xiao Cheng, if only my siblings had heeded your advice then, perhaps my father would not have departed so soon. Uncle, the matter of life and death is predetermined. It cannot be easily altered by human will. Now that it has come to this, let us cherish the future," Cheng Xiaodong said. Ouyang Xue shook his head sorrowfully, tears in his eyes. "Xiao Cheng, do you know, after I asked you to leave that day, I had indeed suggested taking my father to the hospital for an examination. But my brother and sister opposed it vehemently. Coupled with my disbelief in your extraordinary abilities, I ultimately dismissed the thought. Alas, reflecting on it now brings me eternal regret." Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, "At that time, I had explicitly warned your entire family, yet you all dismissed my advice, leading to your father's untimely demise. You cannot blame me for that." After a moment of somber reflection, Ouyang Xue addressed Cheng Xiaodong again. "Xiao Cheng, haven't you been staying comfortably at my home? Why have you suddenly moved into the company dormitory? I have plenty of vacant rooms. I believe you should return to stay with us." Cheng Xiaodong politely declined, "Uncle, now that you are all back, President Ouyang has company at home. It would not be appropriate for me to stay there. I prefer the company dormitory. It makes commuting much more convenient. What could be inappropriate? You and my daughter are already legally wed. You are now an esteemed son-in-law of the Ouyang family. There is no inconvenience in residing with us," Ouyang Xue insisted. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong thought, "What does this old man mean? Are they truly accepting my relationship with Xue?" Unable to contain himself, he glanced at Ouyang Xue, who still bore a rosy hue on her cheeks, seemingly infused with a hint of joy. At that moment, Ouyang Xue turned to Ouyang Xue and said, "Xue, you should invite Xiaodong to move back home. This would help deepen your relationship." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Xue felt a surge of joy in her heart, yet she maintained a composed demeanor as she replied, "Father, I have no objections to this matter, but I wonder if Mother will agree." Her ambiguous statement left uncertain whether she referred to her marriage with Cheng Xiaodong or to the prospect of having Cheng Xiaodong move back into their home. Ouyang Xue, a seasoned fox with a millennium of experience, smiled at his daughter and said, "Xue, rest assured, if your mother is merely hesitant, I shall endeavor to persuade her." He contemplated that these two had already advanced to the point of kissing. Even if he and his wife opposed it, it would likely be of little consequence. Let nature take its course. Recalling the incident of her mother slapping her the previous night filled Ouyang Xue with trepidation. as she feared her mother might persist in opposing her relationship with Cheng Xiaodong. However, upon hearing her father mention his intention to persuade her mother, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ouyang Xue then turned to Cheng Xiaodong with a smile, saying, "Young Cheng, your office is on the second floor, right? Come, let's have a cup of tea in your office. My daughter is rather stingy. I have been here for quite a while, yet she hasn't offered me a single glass of water. Dad, I almost forgot. Please sit for a moment. I will call Li Jing to brew some tea." Ouyang Xue hastily replied, "Haha, Xue, it's rather insincere to mention it only now. I shall not remain here. I am heading to young Cheng's office for tea." Cheng Xiaodong surmised that Ouyang Xue likely had something important to discuss, so he stood up with a smile and said, "Uncle, I don't have any fine tea available." Ouyang Xue waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. As long as there is water to quench my thirst, that suffices." They then took the elevator to Cheng Xiaodong's office. Once seated, Cheng Xiaodong busied himself with the kettle to prepare tea. Ouyang Xue stood to close the office door and locked it before returning to his seat, saying to Cheng Xiaodong, "Young Cheng, there is no need to rush with the tea. Let us sit down and have a good conversation." Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Did you not just say you were coming to have tea here? Why the sudden change?" Seeing Ouyang Xue beckon him to sit, Cheng Xiaodong reluctantly set aside the kettle and joined him. He was acutely aware that Ouyang Xue had something significant to discuss. "Young Cheng, my daughter has requested that you discreetly investigate any illicit activities within the company. Have you begun your inquiries?" Cheng Xiaodong shook his head softly. "Uncle, I have not yet commenced my actions, as I have only recently arrived and truly do not know where to begin." Ouyang Xue furrowed his brow and spoke in a serious tone. "You have been with the company for over 20 days now. You cannot continue to idle away your time. I can offer you a suggestion. You might begin your investigation with the procurement department." After a brief pause, he continued, "First, focus on uncovering the backgrounds of the personnel in the procurement department, and then ascertain the actual prices of the items they procure. This way, it will soon become apparent whether they are embezzling funds or accepting kickbacks. Certainly, if you wish to review any materials, I shall have Xiaoxue assist you as best as she can." Xiaodong, this company was established through nearly 2 decades of arduous labor by my beloved spouse and myself. I cannot allow this hard-won legacy to be easily jeopardized by Xiaoxue. Thus, I earnestly implore you regarding this matter." Cheng Xiaodong solemnly responded, "Uncle, rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist Xiaoxue." The two engaged in conversation within the office for quite some time, until Ouyang Xue finally took his leave. Chapter 77. At last, connected with Tang Bo after Ouyang Xue's departure, Cheng Xiaodong sat behind his desk, feeling an immense turmoil within. Earlier, aside from requesting that he expedite the investigation into whether there were any dubious dealings within the procurement department, Ouyang Xue had explicitly stated that if Cheng Xiaodong wished to marry Ouyang Xue, he must become a son-in-law of their family, and should they have children in the future, one of them must bear the surname Ouyang. Having grown up without parents, Cheng Xiaodong held no strong objections to becoming a son-in-law. However, he pondered over what Tang Bo, who had raised him with great care, would think. What would he do if Tang Bo disapproved? After a period of quiet contemplation, Cheng Xiaodong resolved to call Tang Bo first. Since arriving in the provincial capital nearly a month ago, he had attempted to reach out to Tang Bo several times through calls and messages, yet had received no response. It seemed as though that old man had vanished from the face of the earth. With little hope, Cheng Xiaodong dialed Tang Bo's number once more. After a few rings, to his surprise, the call was answered. "Hello, Xiaodong, it's been a while. Is there something you need?" The familiar voice of Tang Weijie resonated through the phone. "Tang Bo, where have you been? Why do you never answer my calls?" Cheng Xiaodong asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Tang Bo chuckled on the other end. "Xiaodong, how is everything since you arrived in the provincial capital? I am currently in Yunnan and may not return for a year or so." "Tang Bo, are you doing well there?" "I am well, you needn't worry." "And you? Having come to the city for the first time, I trust you have found a good job by now?" Hearing Tang Bo's words filled with genuine concern, Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of emotions that rendered him restless. He nodded vigorously. "Tang Bo, I am doing well. You need not fret." After a brief pause, he finally mustered the courage to address Tang Bo. I find myself in a rather difficult situation, one I cannot decide upon at the moment. So, I'm calling to seek your counsel. What predicament could be so challenging? Please share with me, Tang Weijie urged, his tone urgent. Cheng Xiaodong gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and recounted all his experiences since arriving in the city, ultimately inquiring whether he should agree or oppose Ouyang Xue's proposition of becoming a son-in-law. Tang Weijie, on the other end, laughed heartily. You rascal. It seems you have quite the talent, managing to win the affection of a billionaire's daughter in such a short time. After a brief pause, Tang Weijie spoke earnestly. Xiaodong, are you willing to become the son-in-law of the Ouyang family? This is entirely your decision, and I will not interfere. My only request is that when you achieve success in the future, you must not forget this old man. I'm counting on you to take care of me in my old age. Hearing these words, Cheng Xiaodong realized that Tang Bo was genuinely concerned for his happiness, and he felt a surge of gratitude. He quickly assured him, Tang Bo, you're my closest family in this world. Rest assured, when you grow old, I will take good care of you. Haha, that puts my mind at ease. Xiaodong, if you decide to marry that girl, Ouyang Xue, be sure to inform me in advance. I will come personally to congratulate you. Cheng Xiaodong replied with a smile. Tang Bo, I would dream of getting married without having you there. Enjoy yourself out there for now, and once I set a wedding date, I will definitely call you to invite you. But you must promise to be available to receive my call. Tang Weijie chuckled on the other end of the line. All right, it's settled then. If you have no other matters to attend to, I will hang up now. Cheng Xiaodong, for the first time in his life, felt reluctant to part from him, saying, Tang Bo, please take good care of yourself out there. You must return safely before the new year, so we can celebrate together. Tang Weijie joked, are we celebrating with your new bride then? You speak so highly of her. I am genuinely looking forward to meeting her. Then hurry over here. Tang Bo, I will make sure you meet her soon, Cheng Xiaodong replied. After a moment of silence, Tang Weijie said, I still have some personal matters to attend to. Once I finish, I will return to the provincial city to find you. Xiaodong, if that scoundrel named Yin continues to trouble you, just call me. I won't hesitate to come and deal with him. A warm feeling surged within Cheng Xiaodong as he confidently replied, Tang Bo, dealing with someone as despicable as Yin Xiao doesn't require your direct involvement. With me, Tan Wu, and Sun Bingjia, we can handle it just fine. Tang Weijie laughed heartily. Indeed, you make a good point. If you have no other business, I will hang up now. Cheng Xiaodong replied solemnly. I have nothing else. Tang Bo, please take care. You too, Xiaodong, Tang Bo concluded decisively before hanging up. Staring at the dimming screen of his phone, Cheng Xiaodong sat in a daze, lost in thought. At that moment, he had made up his mind. As long as Ouyang Xue and her parents agreed, he would wholeheartedly accept becoming the son-in-law of their family, without a second thought. For he realized that he had deeply fallen in love with Ouyang Xue. She had become everything to him. He was unsure how long he remained in that state, when suddenly the phone in his hand rang. As he focused intently, he discovered it was once again Ouyang Xue on the line and hurriedly answered. Xiaodong, is my father still with you? Xue, he left long ago. Hasn't he come back to your office? Cheng Xiaodong replied. He left? Xiaodong, you aren't busy at the moment, are you? Could you come up to my office? Ouyang Xue instructed softly. At this moment, she was also eager to learn what her father had discussed with this fellow. Upon receiving her call, Cheng Xiaodong felt inexplicably uplifted. Chuckling, Xiao Xue, do you think I didn't kiss you enough earlier, so you're calling me back up? Cheng Xiaodong, you pervert. Get lost. Ouyang Xue retorted, flustered and indignant. Cheng Xiaodong, with an astonishing lack of shame, playfully teased her again. Xiao Xue, if you want me to come up to kiss you, just say so. We've been married long enough. Don't think that a kiss is all I'm willing to do. I assure you, I'm at your service for anything you desire. The sound of Ouyang Xue slamming her phone down on the table reached Cheng Xiaodong's ears clearly. He inwardly cursed, realizing he had gone too far with his jest. He decided it would be best to hurry up and help her cool down. Chapter 78. Romance in the office as Cheng Xiaodong rode the elevator. He recalled that Tang Bo had mentioned twice that he had matters to attend to, yet he had failed to inquire about what those matters were, which left him feeling a twinge of regret. It seemed that the next time he spoke to him, he would need to ask more thoroughly. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Bo's current endeavors were connected to his own origins, a matter best left for another time. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 8th floor, and Cheng Xiaodong arrived at the door of the president's office, gently knocking. Upon hearing Ouyang Xue call from within, "Come in," he feigned seriousness as he pushed the door open. Ouyang Xue was seated behind her desk, and upon seeing him enter, she slammed her hand on the table, coldly admonishing, "Cheng Xiaodong, you constantly take advantage of me. You must be looking to ruin your career." Cheng Xiaodong, innocently hooking the door with his heel, replied, "Xiao Xue, what have I ever taken advantage of you?" Through gritted teeth, Ouyang Xue retorted, "You came in this morning and kissed me in the office. What else could that be but taking advantage?" Cheng Xiaodong, with a playful grin, responded, "But when I kissed you, you didn't tea refuse. In fact, you seem to enjoy it quite a bit." Ouyang Xue glared at him, her cheeks flushed with anger as she chastised, "You are shameless. My dear wife, when you scold me like this, it wounds my tender heart. How about this? If you blame me for kissing you, I shall repay you with a kiss, and I promise I won't retaliate." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she smiled slyly. "All right, come here and let me kiss you enough." Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself, "Isn't your kiss the same as mine?" He happily approached her, leaning in to receive her kiss. Ouyang Xue encircled his head with her arms, first planting a gentle kiss on his lips, then softly saying, "Stick out your tongue." Cheng Xiaodong, unsuspecting of her cunning, obediently extended his tongue. Ouyang Xue suddenly opened her mouth and bit down with her 2 rows of pearly teeth, gripping tightly, leaving Cheng Xiaodong utterly unable to escape. "Hiss!" Cheng Xiaodong gasped in pain. The desire to break free ignited within him. Yet Ouyang Xue held him in a firm embrace, rendering him powerless to escape. In that moment, should he wish to liberate himself, it would require the application of force. Yet Ouyang Xue was the woman he cherished, and he could never bring himself to act against her. Thus, Cheng Xiaodong endured both agony and delight, tormented thoroughly by this mischievous girl. After biting him for a good 2 or 3 minutes, only when he exhibited a glimmer of pleading in his eyes did Ouyang Xue finally release her hold. His entire tongue felt numb and tingling, and he could only let out a muffled sigh, reflecting on how he, Cheng Xiaodong, a man of great valor, had succumbed to the whims of this petite woman today. Having avenged her earlier grievance, Ouyang Xue triumphantly declared, "Who told you to tease me with your slick tongue? It's fortunate I didn't bite you to death." Cheng Xiaodong, feeling a mix of pity and frustration, retorted, "Ouyang Xue, if I can't provoke you, I can at least leave, right?" With that, he turned to make his escape. "Stop," Ouyang Xue commanded. "You haven't yet told me what my father said to you." Cheng Xiaodong turned back, squinting at her with a grin. "Do you wish to know?" Ouyang Xue approached the sofa, sitting down with a cold demeanor. "Of course." Cheng Xiaodong joined her on the couch, adopting a serious tone as he replied, "Besides instructing me to begin my inquiries with the procurement department, Uncle Ouyang also mentioned our relationship." Ouyang Xue quickly inquired, "What did my father say?" Cheng Xiaodong responded with a wry smile. "He expressed that both he and your mother approve of our affair, but they insisted I become a live-in son-in-law at your home." "Xiaodong, would you be willing?" Ouyang Xue asked softly. "I believe as long as your family accepts me and does not treat me as an outsider, I have no objections." Cheng Xiaodong replied, "Since my parents have agreed, they will surely treat you as their own son, so you need not worry about that." As she spoke, Ouyang Xue suddenly remembered Cheng Xiaodong's guardian, Tang Bo, who had raised him since childhood, and asked Xiaodong, "What about Tang Bo? Have you consulted him?" Cheng Xiaodong answered honestly, "I just asked him, and he said that as long as I am willing, he has no objections. His only requirement is that I must take care of him in his old age." Ouyang Xue nodded. "That is certainly the least you can do. After all, he raised you through thick and thin. Xiaodong, I will help you care for him." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong felt a sweetness in his heart, more delightful than honey. He gazed affectionately at the enchanting beauty before him for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "Xue, your father has one more request of me." Ouyang Xue, intrigued, asked, "What request?" Cheng Xiaodong, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Your father said that if we were to have children in the future, the first could take the surname Cheng." but the second must bear your surname to ensure the continuation of your family line. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's lovely face flushed crimson, and she bashfully exclaimed, "Oh dear, how embarrassing! Let us save such matters for another time." Cheng Xiaodong harbored mischievous thoughts, pondering that the matter of having children certainly required the act of intimacy. Without such, how could one expect offspring? Amused by this notion, he suppressed a smile, ensuring that Ouyang Xue remained oblivious to his inner musings. Little did Ouyang Xue know of his impure thoughts. Had she been aware, she would have surely given him a forceful kick to his head. The two remained silent for a while, until Ouyang Xue recalled his hand injury and, unable to contain her concern, inquired Xiaodong, "How has your hand healed over these past few days? Has the wound fully closed?" "It has healed and begun to scab over," Cheng Xiaodong replied. "This afternoon, I will return to the driving school to continue my practice." Ouyang Xue, with her bright eyes twinkling, nodded, "You should expedite obtaining your driver's license. Oh, by the way," she continued, "you mentioned starting with the procurement department. Should I retrieve the procurement list for you to review?" "Of course," Cheng Xiaodong affirmed, "but you must handle this discreetly. We cannot let others catch wind of it." Ouyang Xue shot him a sidelong glance, playfully reproaching, "Am I really that foolish? You need not remind me of this. Rest assured, I will personally go to the finance department to gather all the procurement documents, and I will also provide you with the details of all the suppliers for your subsequent verification." "All right then, go ahead and bring me the procurement documents and supplier information from the past 6 months," he encouraged. "You can count on me to swiftly determine whether there are indeed any pests within the company." Unable to restrain herself, Ouyang Xue grasped one of his hands. Her eyes filled with deep affection as she declared, "Xiaodong, I believe you will shine brightly for me. In the days to come, let us join hands and weather the storm together." Cheng Xiaodong smiled warmly, replying, "Xue, you are the woman I cherish most dearly. For our future happiness, I shall certainly do everything in my power to assist you." Ouyang Xue beamed at him, and in that moment, the office was suffused with boundless warmth. Chapter 79. From Love to Hatred. Yet unaware, since Yan Shige successfully paired with Ding Jia, each day, at the close of work, he would drive his newly purchased Rolls-Royce Cullinan to personally collect Ding Jia from Lianyan Cosmetics Company, treating her to lavish dinners at upscale restaurants or indulging in shopping sprees at luxurious malls. Naturally, Yan Shige would always park his car along the main road outside the Lianyan Cosmetics building, as he dared not repeat the past by driving into the company parking lot. Fearing another encounter with Cheng Xiaodong and the possibility of facing his wrath once more. In recent days, Ding Jia had acquired numerous exquisite jewelry pieces and luxurious clothing and accessories. Initially, she hesitated to flaunt her opulence at work, but after several days, whether driven by vanity or a desire to impress Jiang Shanshan, she finally adorned herself in ostentatious splendor at the office. Having worked alongside Ding Jia for over a year, Jiang Shanshan was well aware of her modest background. Thus, witnessing Ding Jia's sudden transformation into someone so extravagantly fashionable evoked feelings of both envy and curiosity, compelling Jiang Shanshan to inquire further into the matter. Initially, Ding Jia was reluctant to speak, but eventually, she succumbed to Jiang Shanshan's relentless probing and divulged the news of her mutual engagement with Yan Shige. A few days prior, Jiang Shanshan had boldly expressed her affection towards Cheng Xiaodong and prepared to offer herself, only to be met with rejection. For the past 10 days, she had been mired in melancholy, her spirit utterly deflated. Now, witnessing the seemingly pure and enchanting Ding Jia, who bore a striking resemblance to the star Lu Xiaolu, quietly ascend into the ranks of the affluent, she felt an acute sense of solitude. The very person she once deemed unworthy, Cheng Xiaodong, showed no inclination to accept her, amplifying her profound sense of despondency. Fortunately, Ding Jia possessed a semblance of conscience. She effusively extolled Yan Shigui's virtues to Jiang Shanshan and sincerely invited her to join in dining and shopping after work. Jiang Shanshan had visited Cheng Xiaodong's dormitory a couple of times recently, but regrettably, the presence of Tan Wu and son Bingjia thwarted any opportunity for her to rekindle their connection. It was infuriating for her that Cheng Xiaodong displayed no trace of affection. He appeared to regard her merely as a childhood acquaintance, devoid of any romantic sentiment. When Ding Jiai extended her invitation for an evening outing, Jiang Shanshan, after a moment's deliberation, readily accepted, eager to partake in the vibrant nightlife of the affluent. At 5:30, upon the conclusion of their workday, the two young beauties emerged onto the main road outside the company. Approximately 50 meters from the entrance, Yin Shigui sat in his car, patiently awaiting Ding Jiai's departure. Days prior, he had advised her to abandon her tedious job, suggesting that even if she forfeited a few thousand yuan in salary, it was of little consequence, as his family was wealthy. As the future mistress of the Yin family, she need not concern herself with financial matters. Yet, Ding Jiai was unwilling to heed his counsel. She believed that her employer, Liang Yin Company, treated its employees fairly, and she felt a sense of responsibility to see her work through until a suitable replacement was found. Yin Shigui, having taken his cousin Zhang Fei's advice to heart, refrained from forcing his affections upon Ding Jiai, instead focusing on nurturing their relationship. Zhang Fei had assured him that once their feelings matured, Ding Jiai would inevitably become his. Having spent nearly 10 delightful evenings together, during which he had lavished over 1,000,000 yuan on her, Yin Shigui had restrained his desires, never once inviting her to stay the night. His consistent behavior led Ding Jiai to perceive him as less of a scoundrel than the rumors suggested, fostering a burgeoning fondness within her. Little did she realize that he was, in truth, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a deeply twisted and depraved individual. As he caught sight of Ding Jiai and Jiang Shanshan approaching in the rearview mirror, Yin Shigui hurriedly exited his vehicle, a broad smile adorning his chubby face as he greeted Jiang Shanshan. "Ha ha, beautiful Shanshan, it's been several days since we last met, and you seem to grow even more stunning." In the past, he frequently visited Liang Yin Company to pursue Ouyang Xue, and he had become quite familiar with both of them. Jiang Shanshan, blushing shyly, replied, "Yin Xiao, you truly are impressive. Look at you, quietly winning over my sister Jiai in such a short time." Ding Jiai, her cheeks flushed, sweetly addressed Yin Shigui, "I'm inviting my dear friends to join us for a night out. You must treat us to a delightful dinner and entertain us lavishly. So please don't be stingy." Yin Shigui beamed with joy, saying, "Jiai, must you even remind me? I'm not one to be short on cash. Hurry, get in the car. I shall take you both out for abalone and lobster." With that, he gallantly opened the car door, inviting the two lovely ladies inside. Once seated in the lavish interior of the luxurious vehicle, Jiang Shanshan couldn't help but gasp in awe. After all, this was her first experience riding in a nearly $10 million luxury car. After both ladies settled in, Yin Shigui closed the door with a resounding thud, then circled around to the driver's seat, expertly steering the car toward the high-end seafood restaurant in the city. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a man exited a nearby taxi just as they were leaving. This man was Cheng Xiaodong, who had just finished his driving practice and was hurrying back to the company. Seeing Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai, the receptionists, getting into Yin Shigui's luxury car after hours left him utterly astonished. After hastily paying the fare, he quickly sent a voice message to Jiang Shanshan. "Shanshan, how did you and Ding Jiai end up in Yin Shigui's car? What are you two doing with him?" At that moment, he was unaware that Yin Shigui and Ding Jiai had already successfully matched and were now officially engaged. Sitting comfortably in the lavish back seat, Jiang Shanshan heard the notification sound of Cheng Xiaodong's message. Upon glancing at her phone, she recognized it was from him. Remembering how he had rebuffed her advances on multiple occasions, she felt a twinge of resentment and chose to ignore him entirely. Cheng Xiaodong, standing at the company entrance and receiving no reply from Jiang Shanshan, reluctantly walked into the building and headed to the annex restaurant for dinner. Little did he realize that this outing with Yin Shigui would create an irreparable rift between him and Jiang Shanshan, ultimately leading to a bitter enmity that would result in lifelong anguish for him. Chapter 80. Sheep entering the tiger's den. Yin Shigui, driving his Cullinan, brought Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai to the most upscale and luxurious seafood restaurant in the heart of the city. Upon entering a private booth, Yin Shigui without a flicker of hesitation, ordered several exquisite Australian lobsters and abalone, along with 2 bottles of pricey French wine. Shortly thereafter, an array of seafood was presented at the table, and both Yin Shiguai and Ding Jiayi warmly invited Jiang Shanshan to indulge in the culinary delights. It was Jiang Shanshan's inaugural experience dining in such a high-end establishment, leaving her momentarily perplexed about how to commence her meal. She resorted to observing the two of them before mimicking their actions. The trio, amidst laughter and chatter, polished off 2 bottles of red wine and nearly devoured the entire spread of seafood before settling the bill and departing. At this juncture, both Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiayi, having consumed a fair amount of wine, sported a rosy hue on their cheeks, blooming like 2 radiant flowers. As Yin Shiguai processed the payment at the restaurant's counter, Jiang Shanshan, witnessing the extravagant total of over 26,000, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Naturally, she felt a twinge of envy and admiration for Ding Jiayi's choice in such a wealthy partner. She mused to herself that if only she could find a similarly affluent husband, even if he were less handsome than Yin Shiguai, she would be content. Unbeknownst to her, Ding Jiayi, with a charmingly delicate demeanor, was holding Yin Shiguai's hand, beaming with sweetness as she asked, "Darling, what delightful plans do you have next?" Hearing his beloved refer to him as husband in front of others for the first time lifted Yin Shiguai's spirits immensely. He jovially replied, "Wife, afterward I shall take you both to a high-end shopping mall for some shopping, and then we can enjoy ourselves at a nightclub. How's that sound?" Ding Jiayi chirped. "That sounds wonderful, darling. You must ensure that my dear friend has a splendid time tonight." "Of course. Besides, Shanshan is also an old friend of mine," Yin Shiguai remarked, cheerfully leading them out of the restaurant. Even from a distance, he proudly pressed the remote for his car, eager for others to recognize his Rolls-Royce. Before long, they arrived at the most luxurious upscale shopping mall in the city center, where Ding Jiayi eagerly took Jiang Shanshan's hand, embarking on another exhilarating shopping spree. Faced with a plethora of exorbitantly priced high-end goods, Jiang Shanshan hesitated to make any purchases. However, Ding Jiayi, with unwavering determination, chose only the most expensive items. She persistently encouraged Jiang Shanshan to select whatever she desired, assuring her that both she and Yin Shiguai would cover the costs. Yin Shiguai trailed behind them, also urging Jiang Shanshan to pick out what she liked, promising to use his card for their purchases. Under such warm insistence, Jiang Shanshan, with her modest savings of just over 20,000, mustered the courage to select 2 items totaling over 8,000, after which she declined to buy anything further. Ding Jiayi, however, was not one to spare Yin Shiguai's finances. After purchasing items worth over 100,000, she declared that she had no desire to shop any longer that evening. Throughout the past few days, she had indulged in lavish dining and entertainment with Yin Shiguai, spending his money without a hint of remorse. After finishing their shopping, the 3 drove to a nightclub owned by Yin Shiguai to sing. They indulged in merriment in the private room until nearly midnight, when Ding Jiayi suggested that they needed to return home as they had work the next day, requesting Yin Shiguai to drive her and Jiang Shanshan back. Since Ding Jiayi's residence was closer to the nightclub, Yin Shiguai first dropped her off before continuing to Jiang Shanshan's place. In the car, with a fair amount of alcohol in her system, Jiang Shanshan, with hazy eyes, remarked to Yin Shiguai, "Young Master Yin, you certainly spent quite a bit tonight." Yin Shiguai nonchalantly replied, "Shanshan, when do I not spend this much on a night out? It's just a trifling sum. You need not be so courteous." "Young Master Yin, I'm truly happy for my dear sister to be marrying into such a prestigious family," Jiang Shanshan said, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Yin Shiguai chuckled, "Shanshan, with your beauty, I believe you could certainly find a wealthy suitor in the provincial capital if you wished." Feeling somewhat inferior, Jiang Shanshan sighed softly, "Young Master Yin, who would look at a simple country girl like me in the city?" Yin Shiguai replied with a smile, "Shanshan, with your looks, how could you not attract a wealthy man? How about this? Why not stay with me tonight at the 5-star hotel my family owns? It will give you a glimpse of the lifestyle of the affluent." With her eyes still glazed over from the alcohol, Jiang Shanshan jokingly asked, "Young Master Yin, you don't have any ulterior motives, do you?" Yin Shiguai quickly defended himself, Shan, you are my fiancé's closest friend. How could I possibly act inappropriately? If Jai were to find out, she would surely be furious. Having never stayed in a five-star hotel before, and only having lodged in Modestins near her school during her past romantic escapades, Jiang Shanshan felt somewhat persuaded by Yin Shigue's earnestness and agreed. Well, since you put it that way, I suppose I can accompany you tonight. Upon hearing this, Yin Shigue's heart leaped with joy. He promptly turned the car around at the upcoming intersection and drove towards the Coral Hotel in the southern district of the city. In just a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. Once inside the lobby, Yin Shigue approached the front desk, inquiring, Xiaoli, is the presidential suite available tonight? The receptionist, Li Chunhua, recognizing the young master, immediately stood and respectfully replied, Young Master Yin, the presidential suite is unoccupied this evening. Yin Shigue commanded, In that case, I would like to stay there tonight. Please provide me with the room key. As the son of the hotel owner, he required no identification or payment. Li Chunhua promptly handed the key to Yin Shigue, watching them leave with a mixture of admiration and regret. She secretly lamented, It seems yet another fine woman will be lost to this fortunate swine. Yin Shigue confidently escorted Jiang Shanshan to the entrance of the presidential suite on the 28th floor, swiping the key card to unlock the door. Once inside, after activating the lights, both entered in turn. Shanshan, Gulme, allow me to show you around the presidential suite of my hotel, Yin Shigue declared, illuminating the entire suite while meticulously introducing each room's purpose to Jiang Shanshan. After a tour of the opulent and resplendent suite, Yin Shigue remarked, Shanshan, tonight you shall rest in the Grand Master bedroom and indulge in presidential luxury. Yin, what about you? Where will you sleep? Jiang Shanshan inquired with a smile. Yin Shigue replied with a grin, Of course, I shall retire to the guest room. Fear not. Shanshan, I will ensure you arrive at your office punctually in the morning. There will be no tardiness. Chapter 81. Jiang Shanshan seeks compensation of 1 million in the early hours. Around 2 o'clock, Jiang Shanshan lay on the plush, comfortable bed, ensnared in a peculiar dream. In her slumber, she envisioned Cheng Xiaodong finally consenting to be her boyfriend. In a location she could not quite identify, they shared their innermost feelings. After a fervent embrace, Cheng Xiaodong passionately kissed her and, in a surprising turn, began to remove her clothing, leading to intimate actions that stirred her senses. As she felt an unusual sensation, Jiang Shanshan jolted awake in alarm. Bathed in the bright light of the room, she quickly discerned Yin Shigue, entirely unclothed, sprawled upon her. Enraged and bewildered, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through her, prompting her to twist fiercely and break free. With both hands, she forcefully pushed Yin Shigue's corpulent figure off the bed. The sound of his body hitting the floor was muffled yet startling as he landed on the luxurious imported carpet beneath. Caught off guard and now in a disheveled state, Yin Shigue scrambled to his feet and glared at Jiang Shanshan, exclaiming, Jiang Shanshan, do you wish for your demise? How dare you push me off the bed? Jiang Shanshan cried out fervently, Yin Shigue, you are a beast. How dare you take advantage of me while I was asleep? I shall report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned. Yin Shigue, unperturbed, approached the bedside, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket, and lit one with a lighter, inhaling deeply. Having engaged in such acts repeatedly, he felt no fear. Many girls had threatened to report him before, yet they ultimately succumbed to his monetary allure. Exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, he fixed a cold gaze on Jiang Shanshan and said in a low voice, Jiang Shanshan, so you intend to report me for rape? Shall I assist you in dialing 110? I am eager to see whether the police will believe your fanciful tales and actually imprison me. Jiang Shanshan retorted fiercely, You violated me without my consent while I slept, and that is a crime you cannot deny. Yin Shigue sneered, Oh, and where is your evidence? Do you possess any proof against me? Call the police. I will tell them you are selling, attempting to extort me by raising the price unexpectedly. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shanshan's delicate face turned pale with rage. Overcome with indignation, she sat up despite her embarrassment, pointing an accusatory finger at the smug Yin Shigue and shouted, Yin Shige, you are less than human. A creature unworthy even of swine or dogs. How dare you lay your hands on my dear friend Ding Jai, considering the close bond we share? Yin Shige took another long drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke as his eyes fixated on Jiang Shanshan's exquisite figure. With a furrowed brow, he replied, Shanshan, have you finished your tirade? If not, feel free to continue. Your words do not affect me in the slightest. However, if you believe you have said all you wish to say, then do take a seat so we can discuss this calmly. Having recently ventured into society from school, Jiang Shanshan had never encountered someone as brazen as Yin Shige. Seated at the edge of the bed, her chest heaved with anger, yet words eluded her. After a moment of heavy breathing, she managed to utter, You filthy rogue, I have nothing to say to you. Yin Shige's gaze remained fixed on her fair and ample form, and he softened his tone, saying, Shanshan, you are truly beautiful. Did you know? Ever since I met you, I have been irresistibly drawn to you, or else I wouldn't have. Jiang Shanshan abruptly pulled a blanket around herself, seething, If you claim to like me, then why have you never pursued me? Instead, you are constantly chasing after our company's president Ouyang. Yin Shige scoffed inwardly, thinking, you, a country bumpkin, dare to compare yourself to the stunning beauty Ouyang Xue? In her presence, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes. Nevertheless, he maintained a shameless grin and replied, Well, back then, I was blinded by my obsession with Ouyang Xue. But now I realize, compared to your beauty, she doesn't even hold a candle to you. Jiang Shanshan, upon hearing this, felt a strange sense of vanity stirring within her. Though she recognized Yin Shige's words as mere flattery, her resentment towards him inexplicably diminished by more than half. She thought to herself, Yin Shige is one of the wealthiest heirs in the provincial capital. Bringing him down will not be an easy task. Besides, I am no longer a naive young girl. And given that Cheng Xiaodong seems disinterested in me, I might as well seize this opportunity to gain some benefits from him. With this in mind, she questioned Yin Shige. Yin Shige, you have sullied my reputation as a virtuous woman. How do you intend to handle the situation? Hearing her words, Yin Shige's heart leaped with joy. He thought, if you're seeking money or material compensation, this matter is easily resolved. I may lack in many areas, but I certainly have wealth at my disposal. If you wish to settle this issue with money, then it's nothing to worry about. Just tell me your demands. Jiang Shanshan pondered for a moment, her eyes glinting as she boldly declared, If you wish to resolve this matter, you must provide me with 1 million yuan in a single payment. Moreover, you must ensure that this affair remains confidential. No one else must ever learn of it. Yin Shige scoffed at her words. Do you really think that something adorned with gold can demand 1 million from me right off the bat? Jiang Shanshan retorted with a cold laugh. As a genuine and virtuous maiden, I have been wronged by you. Is a request for 1 million truly excessive? Yin Shige, astonished, inquired, Are you still a virgin? To which Jiang Shanshan angrily responded, Of course I am. If you don't believe me, take a look. With that, she flung aside the covers, revealing a crimson stain on the pristine white sheets beneath her. Yin Shige approached, still skeptical. Shanshan, could it be that your period has just coincidentally arrived? Jiang Shanshan erupted in rage. Spare me your nonsense, Yin. If you doubt me, you can ask Ding Jai tomorrow. She knows well that my period ended over 10 days ago. Yin Shige, however, was not foolish enough to consult Ding Jai about such a matter. With a brazen grin, he replied, Shanshan, I want to ask. I know that what you say is certainly true. However, while I may agree to your 2 conditions, you must also comply with one of my requests. Jiang Shanshan pulled the covers back over herself, perplexed. You want me to agree to another condition? Tell me what it is, and I shall see if I can fulfill it. Seeing her tone soften slightly, Yin Shige pressed on. If you are willing to be my mistress, I shall immediately provide you with a fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment, complete with brand new appliances. Additionally, I will grant you a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan's heart raced. Leaning against the headboard, she regarded Yin Shige with a playful yet serious expression. Yin, you have just successfully courted Jai. And now you wish to take a mistress behind her back? Aren't you being a bit too fickle? Yin Shigue laughed. Shan, for someone of my affluent background, having a few mistresses is hardly excessive. Now, let's not divert the topic. I simply wish to know if you will agree to my proposal. Jiang Shan, her eyes darting, replied sweetly, but you offer me nothing tangible. How can I possibly agree? Yin Shigue chuckled heartily. That is easily remedied. I shall give you a bank card right now, which contains at least 2 million yuan, enough for you to purchase a home. Rest assured, the property will be solely in your name. With that, he indeed retrieved a bank card from the pocket of his trousers, discarded on the carpet, and handed it to Jiang Shan. She hesitantly accepted the card with her delicate hand, pondering aloud. What if Ding Jia discovers this? That might not be advisable. Yin Shigue smirked. Are you foolish? How could this ever come to her attention? Trust me, as long as we maintain our secrecy, she will never find out. Jiang Shan bit her teeth fiercely, finally resolving, all right, Mr. Yin, I agree to be your lover, but you must promise not to toy with my emotions and then heartlessly abandon me. Shan, how could I do such a thing? I assure you that I will treat you and Ding Jia equally from now on, without any distinction. Yin Shigue hastily vowed. As Jiang Shan contemplated her future in the provincial capital, she realized not only would she have a home, but also a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan, which was more than sufficient for a life of comfort. At that moment, her heart swelled with joy. As for her moral conscience regarding her good friend Ding Jia, she could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. Suddenly, an important thought struck her. She bit her lip and summoned her courage to address Yin Shigue. Mr. Yin, if I happen to meet a man I fancy in the future, you must allow me to leave at any time, and you cannot reclaim the house or anything else. Yin Shigue chuckled. Shan, I can promise you that. With my wealth, would I truly be concerned about a mere small house? Do you know that in this city, there are at least 20 developments that my family has built? Jiang Shan had long been aware of the Yin family's power and believed his words wholeheartedly. She nodded and softly replied, I understand. That's good to hear, Shan. In that case, let us finish what we started earlier, he said, and before she could respond, Yin Shigue suddenly pulled the blanket off Jiang Shan, leering at her like a ravenous wolf. The next morning, after being entangled with Yin Shigue for much of the night, Jiang Shan awoke to a bright room. She hurriedly nudged the snoring Yin Shigue beside her. Mr. Yin, you need to get up and take me to the office. I haven't resigned yet and must continue working for a while. Yin Shigue opened his bleary eyes and mumbled, Why are you up so early? Missing a day of work won't kill you. Stay in bed and let us enjoy the morning together. Jiang Shan insisted, No, I must get back to the office today. Otherwise, Ding Jia will suspect something. Reluctantly, Yin Shigue conceded, All right. Get dressed and wash up. I'll call the hotel manager to arrange a car to take you back to work. Jiang Shan, still unclothed, rolled out of bed and sweetly asked, Mr. Yin, can't you at least get up to see me off? Yin Shigue playfully slapped her bare backside and urged, Hurry and get ready. I'm exhausted from last night and need to catch up on my sleep this morning. Left with no choice, Jiang Shan quickly gathered her clothes from the carpet and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Yin Shigue, unwilling to rise, picked up the phone to have a car sent for her. Once she was ready, Jiang Shan returned to the master bedroom to inform Yin Shigue before hastily heading out to the elevator. As she was delivered to the entrance of the company by a business vehicle dispatched from the Coral Grand Hotel, there were merely 3 minutes remaining before the start of her workday, thankfully avoiding tardiness. She hurriedly entered through the small door at the security room, checked in at the lobby by scanning her handprint, and made her way to her usual station at the front desk. At that moment, Ding Jia had already arrived. Noticing that Jiang Shan was later than usual, she cheerfully inquired, Shan, why are you so late today? Jiang Shan, feeling slightly guilty, shot Ding Jia a playful glare. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, Jia, isn't it your fault? You insisted on playing late last night. Ding Jia laughed, responding, Shan, I've been out late with Shigue these past few days, yet I still managed to arrive at the office 10 minutes early each time. Unlike you, who played all night and nearly arrived late. Jiang Shan settled into her seat, placing her small backpack in the cabinet, and replied, Jia, You are now a person nourished by love, brimming with energy, while I, a solitary woman, can hardly compare to you. Ding Jiai giggled, suggesting, how about I have Shirgui help you find someone in the city? That way, you need never worry about returning to the countryside. Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Shanshan responded, Jiai, it is work hours now. Let us refrain from gossiping and focus on our duties first. After uttering this, she could not suppress a long yawn. Being close enough, the observant Ding Jiai suddenly noticed the dark circles under her eyes and could not resist asking, Shanshan, why do you have dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night? Isn't it because you and young Master Yin insisted on making me drink so much last night? I was restless for half the night after returning home. Jiang Shanshan replied, did my husband do anything inappropriate when he drove you home last night? Ding Jiai suddenly asked, her words startling. You silly Jiai, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your good sister. How could Yin Shirge possibly do anything untoward to me? Ding Jiai chuckled. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, that's good. Shanshan, I was merely joking. Why are you so flustered? Chapter 83. Straying further down the wrong path while the two were laughing, Jiang Shanshan's phone suddenly rang. She looked down to see it was a call from Cheng Xiaodong and hurriedly answered. Shanshan, you should not be busy right now, right? Please come to my office on the second floor. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan wondered what Cheng Xiaodong wanted so early in the morning. Could it be that he had finally changed his mind and was willing to accept my feelings for him? With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, she readily agreed to head up immediately. A minute later, she arrived at Cheng Xiaodong's office. As soon as she entered, Cheng Xiaodong got straight to the point, asking Shanshan, I saw you and Ding Jiai get into Yin Shirge's car after work yesterday. How did you end up associating with that scoundrel? It turned out that Cheng Xiaodong had seen Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiai, two lovely ladies, getting into Yin Shirge's car the previous evening. And he had sent a message to Jiang Shanshan then, but unfortunately, she had not replied. After finishing dinner at the restaurant, Cheng Xiaodong took Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia to the gym for a workout. Throughout this time, he eagerly awaited a text or call from Jiang Shanshan. But to his astonishment, she completely ignored him the entire evening. Although he had not reciprocated her feelings, she was, after all, his childhood friend from the same village. And he held a deep concern for her in his heart. Not long after starting work, he called her to his office, wishing to clarify the situation face to face. Jiang Shanshan's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy as she turned to close the door, then casually sat down on the sofa, affecting a nonchalant demeanor as she spoke. Donghua, yesterday Ding Jiai insisted on inviting me to go shopping with her. I couldn't refuse, so I went along with him. Cheng Xiaodong sat beside her, puzzled, and asked, how could it be Yin Shirgui who picked you two up? Jiang Shanshan replied lightly, Donghua, you might not know, but Ding Jiai is now engaged to Yin Shirgui. It seems they will be officially married soon. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. With an incredulous expression, he questioned, Shanshan, you must be joking. Jiai is such a gentle and obedient girl. How could she possibly want to marry a scoundrel like Yin Shirge? Jiang Shanshan thought to herself that Cheng Xiaodong's disbelief stemmed from his lack of understanding of the allure of wealth. In today's pragmatic society, how many girls could resist the immense temptation of money? After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, Donghua, do you really think I would deceive you? To be frank, Jiai has been engaged to Yin Shirgui for over 10 days, and she has already submitted her resignation at the company. She will leave as soon as they find a replacement. Cheng Xiaodong had previously shared with Jiang Shanshan the enmity he held against Yin Shirgui following his injury, so she was acutely aware of his disdain for him. Their relationship could be described as one of mortal enemies, one that would likely never be reconciled. To avoid Cheng Xiaodong blaming her, Jiang Shanshan continued to explain, Donghua, the reason I went out with him last night was mainly because I realized Jiai was about to leave. If she becomes a wealthy lady, the time I have left to spend with her will be limited. Moreover, she warmly invited me to have a nice meal yesterday afternoon, and I couldn't turn it down. After listening to her explanation, Cheng Xiaodong chose not to press further on the matter and instead offered gentle counsel. Shanshan, the Yin Shirge, is a truly despicable character. tried to avoid any dealings with him in the future. At that moment, he remained unaware that Jiang Shanshan had already succumbed to becoming Yan Shigui's mistress the previous night. They had spent the latter part of the night reveling in the presidential suite of the Coral Hotel. Had he known of Jiang Shanshan's fall from grace, he would have been consumed with rage. Regrettably, he is currently unaware of the truth, as Jiang Shanshan is determined to keep it hidden from him. Don't worry, I understand. Jiang Shanshan responded, her words betraying her true feelings. Cheng Xiaodong smiled gently, choosing to say nothing further. Suddenly, his gaze wandered, and he noticed the dark circles under Jiang Shanshan's eyes, prompting him to ask with concern, Shanshan, did you stay out late last night? Your eyes are quite dark. Jiang Shanshan replied with a light smile. It was all because of Ding Jiai, that little rascal. After dinner, she insisted that Guigui take us out to sing. And before we knew it, we were having so much fun that we returned past midnight. By the time I washed up and fell asleep, it was nearly 2 or 3 in the morning. Cheng Xiaodong gently chided, you really are carefree. A young lady like you shouldn't be out so late. All right, it's fine now. You should head to work. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanshan felt a great sense of relief, hurriedly bidding him farewell before rushing out the door. Little did she realize that at this moment, she was straying further down the wrong path. Cheng Xiaodong watched her graceful silhouette vanish at the door, recalling her recent advances towards him. Yet, he felt a deep sense of helplessness, as he had already fallen profoundly in love with Ouyang Xue. Thus, he could only feign ignorance and decline her overtures. However, reflecting on the years prior when he had hinted at wanting her as his girlfriend after she was accepted into university, only to be blatantly ignored by her, offered him a slight comfort. Just as he sat alone in his office, engulfed in melancholic thoughts, his phone unexpectedly rang from his trouser pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was Ouyang Xue calling and quickly answered. Hello, Xue. Is this call a sign that you've been missing me? Missing you? Not in the least. Cheng Xiaodong. You need to come to my office immediately. I have something important to discuss with you. Ouyang Xue replied rapidly and firmly over the phone. Upon hearing the urgency in her voice, Cheng Xiaodong wasted no time and hurried to her office. As he entered, he greeted Ouyang Xue, who was diligently working at her desk, with a smile. Xue, you sounded so frantic summoning me. Do you have good news to share? While speaking, he closed the door with his heel and took a few steps toward her, leaning down in an attempt to steal a kiss. Ouyang Xue blocked him with her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, Get away from me. Stop trying to take advantage every time you come. Sensing her fragrant presence, Cheng Xiaodong felt a stir of emotions and shamelessly replied, Xiaoxue, it's been an entire night since we last saw each other. Can I steal just one kiss? Ouyang Xue waved her small fist in refusal. Stop being so playful and sit on the sofa. I have serious matters to discuss. Cheng Xiaodong, initially only teasing her for fun and not genuinely seeking to take advantage, obediently moved to sit on the sofa, as instructed. Chapter 84. The couple returns home together. Cheng Xiaodong reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, and with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Ouyang Xue, Xue. What important matter do you wish to share with me? Ouyang Xue rose and seated herself on a single armchair designated for guests, speaking softly, Xiaodong. The patent certificates for several new products our company developed recently have finally been issued. In order to reverse the current downturn, I intend to launch these products within our province as soon as possible, and once we receive a favorable response, we shall expand our promotion to major markets nationwide. Cheng Xiaodong responded with delight. Xue, that is indeed splendid news. Ouyang Xue's expression turned serious. While it is indeed good news, this will be the first time I am introducing new products since taking over the company last year, and for some reason, I feel a bit uncertain. After a brief pause, her eyes glimmered as she continued. Xiaodong, in the coming days, please discreetly investigate whether there have been any irregular procurement practices within the purchasing department. If any misconduct is found, I wish to address it before the new products are launched. Those who need to be dismissed will be dismissed, and those who deserve legal consequences will face them. I will not show any mercy. Upon hearing her fierce declaration, Cheng Xiaodong expressed her approval. Xue, you are absolutely right. We must eliminate those who secretly harm the company's interests and enrich themselves at its expense. You can trust that I will expedite this matter for you. Ouyang Xue nodded and then added, Xiaodong, my mother asked me to tell you that she would like you to join me for dinner at her home tonight. She mentioned she has something to discuss with you. Cheng Xiaodong was taken aback. Your mother wants me to come over for dinner tonight? What could she possibly want to say to me? Ouyang Xue, blushing, pointed at him playfully, you are such a fool. If my mother has invited you, it is surely about our relationship. Cheng Xiaodong recalled the conversation he had a few days prior with Ouyang Xue, who had expressed his desire for him to marry into their family. He speculated that Ouyang Xue's mother, Li Fenglan, wanted to discuss that very matter with him. Unbeknownst to them, after his discussion with Cheng Xiaodong, Ouyang Xue had not even visited Ouyang Zhang's office, but had immediately driven back to their villa at the foot of Xiuli Peak. Upon seeing his wife, Li Fenglan, he called her into the study and recounted the entire conversation he had with Cheng Xiaodong. Upon hearing her husband's intention to have Cheng Xiaodong become their son-in-law, Li Fenglan was initially resistant. She felt a deep sense of injustice that after years of hard work accumulating substantial wealth, they would now allow a poor boy from a remote village, with no influence or power, to benefit from it freely. Ouyang Xue, noticing his wife's reluctance, then shared how Ouyang Xue had confided in him about Ouyang Zhang's lack of cooperation in her work and his secretive establishment of loyal subordinates, which posed a significant threat to her family's company. Li Fenglan listened, her eyes wide with disbelief. Darling, ever since we embarked on this business venture, we have treated the third brother with utmost kindness. If it weren't for the fact that he has been closely associated with us, would he be enjoying such a comfortable life now? You and Xue both suggest that he might harbor ulterior motives. I find that quite implausible. Ouyang Xue hesitated and replied, this is the first time I have heard such a thing since returning. However, as the saying goes, the heart is hidden within the stomach. The third brother possesses a naturally profound disposition, and he has always concealed his emotions. If he were ever to turn against our company, it would not be without precedent. Li Fenglan remained somewhat skeptical, murmuring, if what you say is true, then he truly lacks conscience. He ought to remember that without the substantial funds I've borrowed from my family to establish this cosmetics company, could you brothers be living this affluent life today? Ouyang Xue sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. After my father's passing, in a fit of anger, I ended up striking him publicly. I fear that our brotherly bond may never return to its former closeness. Li Fenglan retorta. Is that why you wish to discreetly have that young man, Cheng Xiaodong, investigate the third brother? That way, if nothing incriminating is uncovered, it wouldn't jeopardize your fraternal relationship? Ouyang Xue replied solemnly, precisely. My dear, having interacted with Cheng Xiaodong over the past few days, I find him to be quite admirable. He is truly deserving of our Xue. I hope you can agree to consider him as a potential son-in-law. Li Fenglan was still somewhat reluctant to accept that her intelligent and beautiful eldest daughter might marry a powerless rural lad. She evasively suggested, darling, let's allow me some time to contemplate this matter further. Ouyang Xue chuckled, of course, my love. Since my father's passing, it has been a while since we. How about tonight? Upon seeing the mischievous glint in her husband's eyes, Li Fenglan, though aging gracefully, couldn't help but scold him playfully, go away, you old rascal. After several days of careful consideration, Li Fenglan ultimately decided to accept her husband's proposal. However, she resolved to consult Ouyang Xue, eager to hear her thoughts directly. Thus, last night, just before bed, she once again entered her eldest daughter, Ouyang Xue's room. Upon entering, she found Ouyang Xue still diligently working on company matters late into the night. While feeling proud, she also felt a twinge of sympathy, regretting if it was a mistake for her and her husband to suddenly place the weight of the entire company upon her tender shoulders. With a radiant smile, she entered and said, Xue, why are you still awake at this hour? Ouyang Xue glanced away from her computer screen as her mother entered and responded sweetly, Mom, you're here? I plan to finish this document before going to bed. Li Fenglan, feeling a pang of concern for her daughter, gently advised, my dear, it's essential for you to rest early. Prolonged nights can hasten the aging process for young women. She continued, your father has mentioned his intention to invite Cheng Xiaodong as our son-in-law. I have come to personally inquire about your feelings on this matter. Do you consent? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly murmured, "Mother, as long as you and father approve, I have no objections." Witnessing her daughter's bashful demeanor, Li Fenglan couldn't help but smile with delight. "Xue, please inform Cheng Xiaodong at work tomorrow that he should join us for dinner. I have something to discuss with him." A few days prior, Ouyang Xue had learned from her father, Ouyang Xue, that her mother seemed somewhat reluctant regarding her union with Cheng Xiaodong. However, as a young lady, she felt it inappropriate to broach the subject directly. Thus, she had chosen to remain patient. Now, seeing her mother smile and invite Cheng Xiaodong for dinner, with the promise of a conversation, filled her heart with joy, and she readily agreed. That night, Ouyang Xue enjoyed an unprecedentedly sweet slumber. Consequently, the following morning at work, she eagerly summoned Cheng Xiaodong to share the delightful news in person. Upon seeing her blushing face, Cheng Xiaodong grinned widely and teasingly remarked, "Xue, shall we return home as a married couple tonight?" Chapter 85. As long as it's not a banquet of the Hongs, as soon as the afternoon work hours concluded, Cheng Xiaodong arrived at the entrance of the company headquarters, patiently awaiting Ouyang Xue's descent to return home together. During this time, many employees who were not dining at the company greeted him before departing in their respective modes of transportation. Ding Jiai, strikingly beautiful and elegantly dressed, emerged with a designer handbag. Noticing Cheng Xiaodong standing at the door, she bashfully nodded and smiled before gracefully striding out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Cheng Xiaodong observed as Yin Shigui's Cullinan awaited Ding Jiai at the roadside. He watched as the young, fair-skinned beauty approached the vehicle and entered, after which the luxurious car seamlessly blended into the bustling traffic and disappeared from view. Reflecting on the fact that such a pure and lovely girl had become the fiancée of the notorious Yin Shige left an indescribable feeling in his heart. He lamented, "What a pity that such a splendid flower has been planted in the midst of Yin Shigui's muck." As he stood at the entrance, lost in thought, Ouyang Xue emerged in a navy-striped suit, her expression serious, carrying her handbag. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaodong waiting for her, she subtly nodded before striding towards her parked Panamera. Ignoring the curious gazes of her colleagues, Cheng Xiaodong hurriedly approached her vehicle, opened the passenger door, and climbed inside. Ouyang Xue, noticing his presence, expertly started the engine and swiftly drove out of the gate. In the car, as Cheng Xiaodong gazed at the exquisite profile of Ouyang Xue, who was fully engrossed in driving, a wave of unease washed over him. He found himself uncertain about whether Ouyang Xue's mother would support or oppose their union. To alleviate his anxiety, he could not resist asking, "Xue, since your mother has invited me to dinner, do you think I should bring a gift?" Ouyang Xue pondered for a moment, then gently shook her head and chuckled. "Let's forego the gift this time. If my mother disapproves, wouldn't you end up empty-handed?" Cheng Xiaodong responded with urgency, "Xiao Xue, does that mean if your mother disagrees, you cannot marry me?" Ouyang Xue teased him deliberately, "Of course. I have always been my mother's obedient daughter. If she refuses, I must comply." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong let out a disgruntled huff and fell silent, visibly irritated. Ouyang Xue found his sulking amusing and playfully remarked, "Why the sudden silence? Are you really that lacking in confidence?" "I have no confidence at all. You are so stunning, and your family is affluent. If I were truly able to marry you, it would be a testament to my ancestors' virtues." "Huh, you've spoken an unvarnished truth this time." Ouyang Xue laughed, her spirits evidently lifted. Perhaps influenced by her cheerfulness, Cheng Xiaodong also felt a surge of lightness. Suddenly, he recalled the gossip from earlier that morning when Jiang Shanshan informed him that Yin Shige had successfully become engaged to Ding Jiai. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered to Ouyang Xue, "Xue, did you know? That rascal Yin Shige is now engaged to Ding Jiai. Jiang Shanshan told me they might marry soon." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue felt an immense sense of relief, as if shackles had been removed. She exclaimed joyfully, "Xiaodong, this is splendid news. If Yin Shige has found someone, he should no longer pester me." However, her moment of happiness was fleeting as she contemplated Ding Jiai, a beautiful flower destined to wither beside a pile of dung, which made her feel a twinge of sorrow. Cheng Xiaodong, recalling Yin Shigui's unpleasant traits, shook his head in dismay. with his vengeful nature. I fear he might still seek to trouble us. Ouyang Xue laughed. Xiaodong, aren't you quite formidable? Should you really fear that scoundrel? Cheng Xiaodong retorted indignantly. Fear him? I assure you, if he dares to provoke us again, I shall take his life. As they continued their banter, the car soon arrived at the entrance of the Sholi Feng villa area. Upon exiting the vehicle, the villa's grand door swung open, revealing the vivacious Ouyang Bing standing at the threshold, warmly greeting them. Sister, Xiaodong, you're back. Ouyang Xue responded with a smile. Little sister, why are you home from school today? It's not the weekend. Ouyang Bing replied, Mom called me back. Sister, dinner is already prepared. We were just waiting for you two to arrive. Cheng Xiaodong smiled at her, before following Ouyang Xue into the house. Upon entering, he changed in his slippers and noticed Ouyang Qing and his wife leisurely chatting on the sofa in the living room. He quickly sweetly greeted them. Uncle Ouyang, Aunt Li, how do you do? Li Fenglan stood up, her face beaming with joy as she responded. Xiaodong, you've come. Go wash your hands. The meal is ready. We've been waiting for both of you to return for dinner. Cheng Xiaodong thought to himself. I hope your daughter, Ouyang Xue, didn't invite me over for some sort of banquet. Despite his unease, he obediently went to wash his hands in the bathroom on the first floor. Once he and Ouyang Xue finished washing their hands and arrived at the dining room, they beheld a lavish spread of dishes already laid out on the table. Ouyang Qing, his wife, and Ouyang Bing were all seated, while Aunt Sun was busy serving rice. This was the second time Cheng Xiaodong had met Aunt Sun, and he politely smiled at her, saying, Hello, Aunt Sun. You've worked hard today preparing such a splendid feast. Aunt Sun kindly replied, You're too polite, Xiaocheng. Please have a seat. Ouyang Xue sweetly called out to Aunt Sun, Aunt Sun, please sit down, let me serve the rice. Aunt Sun replied, I'll finish serving the rice shortly. You two go ahead and sit. Seeing that 4 bowls of rice were already on the table, with only 2 remaining to be served, Ouyang Xue stopped insisting and found a seat beside Cheng Xiaodong. Ouyang Qing jovially asked Cheng Xiaodong, Xiaocheng, since there is nothing planned for the evening, would you care to share a drink with me? Cheng Xiaodong humbly shook his head, saying, Uncle, I'm afraid I don't drink alcohol. How about I toast you with tea instead? Li Fenglan shot her husband a sidelong glance and softly scolded him. Dear, if you want to drink, go ahead, but don't lead Xiaocheng astray. Ouyang Qing, upon hearing this, could only chuckle wryly and refrain from further mention of alcohol. Cheng Xiaodong recalled having seen Ouyang Qing and his son drink during his previous visit to Ouyang Xue's family, and knew that Ouyang Qing had a good capacity for liquor. It seemed, however, that after being chided by Li Fenglan, he was reluctant to pursue the matter further, leading Cheng Xiaodong to think that this old man was indeed someone who feared his wife. At that moment, seeing that everyone was seated, Li Fenglan gently cleared her throat and then, with a serious demeanor, addressed Cheng Xiaodong, Xiaocheng. The reason I invited you over for this meal today is that I have some matters to discuss with you. Cheng Xiaodong smiled and replied, Annie, please feel free to speak your mind. I am all ears. Chapter 86. A firm lesson awaits you. Li Fenglan, with a serious expression, surveyed those present before turning to Cheng Xiaodong and saying, Xiaodong, a few days ago, my husband came home from work and told me about the conversation he had with you. However, I've been somewhat puzzled by it, which is why I hadn't invited you over sooner. Cheng Xiaodong felt somewhat lost, unsure of what she was getting at. So he maintained a polite smile and listened attentively. Li Fenglan took a breath and continued, Xiaodong, to be frank, when my husband returned that day and announced his intention to marry off Xue to you, despite his insistence that it was merely to invite you as a son-in-law, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of imbalance. Consider our Ouyang family. We are indeed among the prominent affluent families in the entire provincial capital. Moreover, my daughter Xue is as beautiful as a celestial being, possessing both intelligence and grace. Is it too much to claim that she is a rare gem among women? Upon hearing her mother praise her so openly in front of family and Cheng Xiaodong, Ouyang Xue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Cheng Xiaodong nodded in agreement, stating, Annie, Xue is truly a remarkably beautiful and kind-hearted girl. If she weren't, I wouldn't have fallen so deeply in love with her in such a short time. Xue's heart fluttered at his words, and she cast a shy yet reproachful glance his way, silently chiding him for being so brazen in front of her parents. How am I to hold my head high before them in the future? Seeing the sincerity in his tone, Li Fanglan's eyes glimmered with delight as she inquired, Xiaodong, do you truly love my daughter? Cheng Xiaodong replied affirmatively, absolutely. She pressed further, how much do you love her? Without hesitation, he declared, I love her more than my own life. As soon as the words left his lips, Ouyang Xue erupted into applause, exclaiming, Xiao Cheng, well said. I believe you genuinely love my daughter. Ouyang Bing, witnessing her father's enthusiasm, joined in the applause, chiming, Xiaodong, you're amazing. Look, you've even brought tears to my sister's eyes. Ouyang Xue shot her younger sister a fierce glare, admonishing, you little brat, why must you speak of me? With an innocent expression, Ouyang Bing replied, Sister, we are indeed discussing your matters. Her words elicited laughter from Ouyang Xue and his wife, even drawing tears of mirth from Aunt's son, who had been quietly observing. Li Fanglan stifled her laughter, cleared her throat, and suddenly declared with gravity, Xiao Cheng, I hereby announce my consent to the marriage between you and my daughter Xue. Noticing the gleeful expressions on everyone's faces, she turned to Ouyang Xue and Ouyang Bing, asking, Darling, Bing Bing, do you have any objections? Ouyang Xue responded with a beaming smile. I'm overjoyed and have no objections whatsoever. Ouyang Bing chimed in happily, Xiaodong. From today onward, may I call you brother-in-law? Seeing that Xue's family had all expressed their approval of his union with her, Cheng Xiaodong felt enveloped by an exhilarating emotion, momentarily rendered speechless. Ouyang Xue gestured with his right hand, chuckling at Li Fanglan, Dear, the food is getting cold. Let us save other discussions for after the meal. Shall we eat first? Li Fanglan couldn't help but retort with a smile. If you wish to eat, then eat. I haven't tied your hands. The others laughed and began to serve themselves, and the 6 of them joyfully finished their meal. Ouyang Xue and the other 5 retreated to the living room to continue their chatter, leaving Aunt's son alone to clear the table. After sitting in the living room for a while, Ouyang Xue summoned Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue to the study on the 2nd floor for a private discussion. After more than an hour, the 3 of them descended the stairs once more. Cheng Xiaodong, noticing the late hour and having all his belongings in the company dormitory, politely bid farewell to the Ouyang family, intending to catch a taxi back to the office, perhaps due to the family's approval of her marriage to Cheng Xiaodong. Ouyang Xue was in high spirits and volunteered to drive him home. Naturally, Ouyang Xue and his wife agreed, smilingly advising her to drive carefully. While driving Cheng Xiaodong back, Ouyang Xue asked with a smile, Xiaodong, you must be feeling quite happy now, right? Cheng Xiaodong replied with pride, of course. I could never have imagined that within just 2 months of arriving in the provincial capital, I would find such a stunning beauty like you to be my wife. Ouyang Xue playfully doused his enthusiasm, saying, Don't get too ahead of yourself. I once considered marrying you lightly until you have thoroughly resolved the troubles at my company. Cheng Xiaodong assured her, You need not worry. Starting tomorrow, I will officially tackle this matter. Ouyang Xue gently reminded him, Just be cautious in your actions. Do not alert the enemy. Cheng Xiaodong grasped her right hand firmly and said, Xue, I will certainly proceed with caution. You need not worry. Ouyang Xue drove with one hand, and after a while, she gently released his hand, asking with concern, Xiaodong, didn't you send Jiang Hao and Wang Jun back to the hometown to procure medicinal materials? Why haven't we seen them deliver anything yet? Cheng Xiaodong scoffed. Humph, do you think procuring medicinal materials is that easy? Last time, they collected near our village, and since I offered a higher price, the villagers eagerly brought them to us, so it was quick. But this time it's different. The distance is far, and they're not aware of the situation, so they have to go door to door in their tricycle to gather supplies. Are you suggesting that if we only receive 2 more loads this year, there may be nothing left to collect? Cheng Xiaodong speculated. That seems to be the case. However, even so, with 4 loads, I should still make over 1 million. Ouyang Xue turned her head to glance at him with admiration, praising Xiaodong. I didn't realize you had such a business acumen. Just a simple trip can unveil vast opportunities. Cheng Xiaodong boasted, of course. You should see who I am. Ouyang Xue playfully scolded, You, my friend, seem to be puffing up with pride. Xiaodong, have you considered talking to that pharmacy owner again? You could continue supplying him next year. And you might also ask Jiang Hao and Wang Jun to inform the villagers to plant more next year. Cheng Xiaodong smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, sure. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have nearly forgotten. Haha, you truly are my wonderful support." Ouyang Xue blushed and said, "Then you must promptly speak with that pharmacy owner to secure the opportunity before it slips away." No need for you to mention it. I shall certainly make time to speak with her at the earliest opportunity." After a brief silence, Ouyang Xue inquired Xiaodong, "Are you still maintaining your morning exercise routine while residing in the company dormitory?" Cheng Xiaodong replied loudly, "Of course, I have been diligently exercising. Every morning. I even invite Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia to join me for a run. After work in the evening, we also practice martial arts together in the training room." With a smile, he then playfully asked Ouyang Xue, "And what about you, Xue? Do you still go for a run every morning?" Ouyang Xue replied, "No. Ever since you moved out, I haven't gone running. You must move back in tomorrow. I want you to accompany me for exercise every day." Cheng Xiaodong jested, "You are such a fickle girl. If it weren't for the fact that you are my wife, I would certainly give you a good spanking." Chapter 87. Treating Brother Sun and Tan to late-night snacks. Ouyang Xue drove Cheng Xiaodong back to the company parking lot. After he got out and bid farewell, she hurried back home. She had spent ample time with Cheng Xiaodong recently, so parting at this moment didn't evoke much reluctance. Yet, she secretly wished to visit his dormitory, but considering her stature as a female CEO, it felt inappropriate to visit a male employee's quarters at night. So she abandoned the thought. Upon entering the building and noticing that it was still early, Cheng Xiaodong decided to check the second-floor training room to see if Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia were practicing. To his delight, upon entering the training room, he spotted both of them clad in beach shorts, bare-chested, engaged with a piece of fitness equipment. Noticing a heavy punching bag weighing 200 pounds suspended at the far end of the room, Cheng Xiaodong felt a surge of excitement. He could not resist the urge to sprint a few steps before leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the bag. The bag swung violently upon impact. Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia immediately halted their activities and applauded at Cheng Xiaodong's impressive display. After a few claps, Tan Wu smiled at the now-grounded Cheng Xiaodong and remarked, "Xiaodong, your skills seem to have improved even more since you were at home." Cheng Xiaodong approached them with a smile, deliberately feigning modesty. "It's about the same as before. But why are only the two of you here? Aren't there any other security personnel training?" Sun Bingjia replied with a chuckle. "Zhang Yud and Huang Jingjin were here earlier, but after a while, they went back to their dorms to shower and rest." Tan Wu, with a smile, asked Xiaodong, "Where have you been? We didn't see you after work." Cheng Xiaodong, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied honestly, "I had dinner at President Ouyang's home and just returned. You two should skip practice tonight and head back to the dormitory for a shower. I'll treat you both to late-night snacks." Sun Bingjia, grinning, asked Xiaodong, "Did something good happen to you? Otherwise, why would you treat us to late-night snacks out of the blue?" Cheng Xiaodong cast a fierce glare at him, then let out a cold snort, saying, "Sun Wukong, do you truly believe I would invite you all for a midnight snack only if there was something good to celebrate? Do you think of me as such a miser?" Sun Bingjia chuckled and replied, "Of course not. In our Qingxue village, who doesn't know that our brother Cheng Xiaodong is the most extravagant and generous of all?" Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, felt both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but retort, "Stop your nonsense. You rascal. Hurry back to the dormitory and take a shower." An hour later, the three of them arrived at an outdoor snack shop not far from the factory. After finding an empty table to sit down, before Cheng Xiaodong could even place an order, Tan Wu asked him, "Donghua, should we invite Jiang Shanshan to join us for the meal?" Cheng Xiaodong hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "She's a girl. Having a midnight snack might affect her figure. I think it's best we skip it." Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia were taken aback by his words, wondering what had gotten into him lately, as he was inviting them for a late-night snack, but unwilling to call her. After exchanging glances, they chose not to suggest inviting Jiang Shanshan any further. Little did they know that at that moment, Cheng Xiaodong had already ignited the spark of romance with their beautiful company president. Hence, he wished to maintain a respectful distance from Jiang Shanshan. At that moment, a waiter approached with the menu. Cheng Xiaodong took it and began to peruse it. ultimately ordering 6 dishes, believing that should suffice. Tan Wu, while pouring water to wash the bowls and chopsticks, smiled at Cheng Xiaodong and said, "Donghua, you've ordered so many dishes. Do you think Sun Wukong and I could indulge in a couple of bottles of beer?" Cheng Xiaodong, who had never smoked or drunk, had led his brothers to abstain from alcohol during their meals together. However, seeing the patrons at the neighboring table enjoying drinks, Tan Wu couldn't resist suggesting 2 bottles. In a good mood that day, Cheng Xiaodong agreed with a smile, saying, "You may have a bit, but each of you is limited to 2 bottles, no more." Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, upon hearing they could have 2 bottles each, promptly affirmed, "2 bottles each is plenty. We couldn't consume more." Shortly thereafter, the food and drinks began to arrive at the table. Tan Wu poured a glass of beer and presented it to Cheng Xiaodong. After politely declining with a remark about not drinking, Cheng Xiaodong handed the glass to Sun Bingjia, who understood that Cheng Xiaodong had always been disciplined in his lifestyle. Knowing he would not drink, Sun Bingjia took the glass and immediately got up to fetch a bottle of herbal drink from inside the shop for him. Thus, the 3 brothers began to enjoy their meal and banter. After sharing a toast of beer with Sun Bingjia, Tan Wu cheerfully remarked to Cheng Xiaodong, "Boss, this afternoon while I was on duty with Zhang Yud at the 2nd factory gate, the procurement department manager, Zhang Gang, drove up in his little car. As he entered the factory, he generously tossed 2 packs of soft cigarettes to Zhang Yud, claiming they were gifts for him to smoke." Cheng Xiaodong, intrigued by this revelation as he was about to investigate the procurement department's affairs, couldn't help but inquire, "Manager Zhang is so generous? What kind of car is he driving?" Sun Bingjia remarked that he seemed to be driving a Toyota Corolla. After Manager Zhang entered the car, curiosity got the better of me, and I could not resist asking Zhang Yud about their relationship and why Manager Zhang would bestow upon him 2 packs of fine cigarettes without apparent reason. Cheng Xiaodong could not help but inquire about their connection either. Noticing that both Cheng Xiaodong and Tan Wu were attentively awaiting further details, Sun Bingjia could not contain his pride, stating that Zhang Yud had informed him that Zhang Gang was from the same village. And it was precisely through Manager Zhang's recommendation that Zhang Yud secured his position as a security guard at Liangyan Company. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaodong suddenly recalled that he had lent 3,000 yuan to that seemingly honest and loyal security guard, who happened to be named Zhang Yud. Instantly, he resolved to seek him out for a proper conversation the following day. At this moment, Tan Wu interjected, suggesting that since they hailed from the same village, Manager Zhang providing his fellow villager with 2 packs of cigarettes was entirely reasonable, questioning the necessity of Sun Bingjia bringing such trivial matters into discussion. Sun Bingjia, feeling agitated, shot a glare at Tan Wu, retorting, "Little Tan, I merely couldn't help but share my curiosity with the boss." Ever since Cheng Xiaodong rose to prominence after his impressive performance in the security room, earning the title of manager of the security department, all personnel within the department regarded him with great respect, privately addressing him as boss. At this moment, even Sun Bingjia could not refrain from referring to him as such. Tan Wu grunted, "All right, let us not dwell on Zhang Yud or Manager Zhang any longer. Sun, let us enjoy a drink together first." Sun Bingjia filled the glasses of both himself and Tan Wu with liquor, simultaneously declaring, "Let us drink. Am I to fear you?" Chapter 88. Jiang Shanshan drinks late into the night during the course of their late-night meal. Cheng Xiaodong, filled with joy, ultimately divulged to his 2 closest companions that he was in a romantic relationship with the company's president, Ouyang Xue, and that they were preparing for marriage. Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Cheng Xiaodong, having only arrived in the city for less than 2 months, had so swiftly won the heart of the beautiful president, whose family fortune exceeded $1 billion in the provincial capital. Having worked at Liangyan Cosmetics Company for over half a month, though they had not yet had the opportunity for direct interaction with Ouyang Xue, they had witnessed her breathtaking beauty and extraordinary poise within the company. Thus, hearing that Cheng Xiaodong was discussing marriage with the stunning president left them both astonished. After a moment of stunned silence, the straightforward Tan Wu could not help but ask, "Donghua, if you wish to marry President Ouyang, what about Shanshan? Isn't it true that she has always had feelings for you?" Son, and I believed you two were the perfect couple. Cheng Xiaodong took a sip of his drink and a bite of food before responding. A few years ago, my relationship with Jiang Shanshan was indeed very close, and at that time, I genuinely intended to marry her. However, since she moved to the provincial capital for university, she has gradually distanced herself from me, leaving me to view her merely as one of my closest friends. Sun Bingjia expressed his confusion, stating, Wintermelon. Every time we've been in the city with Jiang Shanshan, we've witnessed the profound affection she holds for you. Consequently, both Xiaotanzi and I have been under the impression that you are still in a romantic relationship with her. Cheng Xiaodong shook his head with a wry smile, replying, That is not the case. Since the day I met President Ouyang upon arriving in the city, I have spent every day with her. I am unsure when it began, but a genuine spark of love ignited between us. Tan Wu stared at him incredulously and asked, Wintermelon, have you truly never considered marrying Jiang Shanshan over the years? Cheng Xiaodong answered, I did entertain such thoughts while at home, but ever since meeting President Ouyang, that notion has dissipated. Despite his words, he alone knew the truth of his deceit. In the early days at the company, before a formal relationship with Ouyang Xue was established, he did harbor intentions of pursuing a romance with Jiang Shanshan. Otherwise, he would not have nearly succumbed to his desires that fateful night. Thus, his typically unconvincing demeanor betrayed a slight flush of embarrassment. He felt shame for his insincerity, perhaps because they were engaged in a late-night meal. Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia failed to notice the unusual expression on his face. Tan Wu sighed internally and, in a tone filled with resignation, said to Cheng Xiaodong, Wintermelon, when it comes to matters of the heart, it is not for me or Sun to comment. You must decide for yourself. Oh, by the way, we live in a remote rural area. Would President Ouyang truly consider marrying into our humble mountain home? Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, shot him a disapproving glance and said, Who says that if she marries me, we must reside in my hometown? Can we not live in the city instead? At this moment, Sun Bingjia could not resist asking, Wintermelon, are you suggesting that after marrying President Ouyang, you would live in her home? Wouldn't that make you a son-in-law? Cheng Xiaodong nodded. That could certainly be one way to put it. Her family's villa is quite spacious. Having me, there would hardly be a burden. Tan Wu, feeling genuinely happy for him, remarked, Wintermelon, congratulations. You are about to become a true city dweller. After all, there is no one else in your family. So residing at the president's house wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, if living with her family proves challenging, both you and the president are fully capable of purchasing a separate residence. Cheng Xiaodong acknowledged him with a nod. Xiaotanzi, that is indeed how I see it. Sun Bingjia, in contemplation, then asked, What about Tang Bo? You raised him since childhood. How do you plan to provide for him? Cheng Xiaodong replied, I will certainly care for Tang Bo and ensure he lives comfortably, as long as he is in good health. He can choose to stay in the countryside or come to the city, and I will make suitable arrangements for his living situation. Dangwu Chekil, since you have everything planned out, we can rest easy. Wintermelon, I'll be honest, from now on, both of us are committed to following you. So please take good care of us. Cheng Xiaodong shot him an exasperated glance, saying, Xiaotanzi, did you really need to say that? Both of you are my dearest brothers. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can carve out a new realm in this city. Sun Bingjia, with a cheerful expression, interjected Donghua. From now on, we shall follow your lead. Rest assured, if you direct us eastward, we shall never venture west. If you instruct us to steal chickens, we will not chase dogs. At this moment, Tan Wu, grinning widely, declared, Indeed, Donghua, from this day forth, you shall be our leader. We promise to obey your every command without question. Cheng Xiaodong, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He could not help but deliver a playful rap on Tan Wu's head, simultaneously chiding, What do you mean, leader? It sounds as if I were some sort of underworld boss. Thus, the three childhood friends finished their late-night meal amidst laughter and camaraderie. As time slipped away, Cheng Xiaodong waved to summon the waiter and settled the bill, after which the trio returned to their company dormitory. Unbeknownst to them, just a little over 100 meters away, a beautiful girl of similar age was sitting alone in a nearby eatery, sipping her drink. This striking young lady, clad in an exquisite coat and with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, was none other than Jiang Shanshan, their childhood companion from the same village. Earlier that afternoon, she had witnessed Cheng Xiaodong departing in Ouyang Xue's car from the building's entrance. The thought of Cheng Xiaodong drifting further away from her, seemingly irretrievable to their once close bond, pierced her heart with an unbearable ache. Reflecting on the absurdities of her recent escapade with Yin Shige in the presidential suite of the Coral Grand Hotel, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In her sorrow and remorse, she lost her appetite and chose not to dine in the employee cafeteria. Instead, she exited the company through the back door, feeling utterly alone. Wandering through the bustling commercial street, she found herself at a loss for direction. She contemplated calling Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia to join her for a meal, but quickly dismissed the idea, feeling it inappropriate to invite them without Cheng Xiaodong. At that moment, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, and tears welled in her eyes. After walking for a while, she noticed an ATM on the street. Suddenly, she recalled the bank card Yin Shige had given her the previous night and decided to check its balance to see if it indeed contained the substantial sum he had claimed. Upon inserting the card and entering the PIN, she was astonished to discover a staggering balance of 240,000 yuan. Yet, despite this windfall, her heart was devoid of any joy or elation. After withdrawing the card and stepping away from the machine, she aimlessly wandered along the lively street several times before finally settling in a bustling late-night eatery, where she ordered several dishes and, alone with tears in her eyes, sought solace in her drink. Chapter 89. Jia Ye's loss to Yin Shige. In this world, at every moment, there are those who rejoice and those who sorrow. While Jiang Shanshan languished in solitude at a small eatery, drowning her sorrows in drink, in the presidential suite of the Coral Grand Hotel in the southern district of the city, the nefarious Yin Shige reveled in debauchery with a youthful and enchanting beauty upon a grand bed. This captivating young woman, reminiscent of a celebrity still preening at the witching hour, was Ding Jia, the alluring receptionist of the Lianyin Cosmetics Company, who had recently succeeded in a matchmaking endeavor with Yin Shige. After picking Ding Jia up from her workplace that afternoon, Yin Shige had taken her directly to the luxurious establishment under his ownership, the Coral Grand Hotel. He had jovially suggested during the ride that they dine at his hotel, claiming it would save him a few coins. Since their match, Ding Jia had spent nearly every evening in Yin Shige's company, sampling the city's renowned culinary delights and indulging in extravagant shopping sprees, acquiring an array of expensive clothing and luxury items amounting to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Despite her awareness of Yin Shigue's eagerness to possess her, she steadfastly maintained her boundaries, insisting on returning home before 11:30 each night, allowing no opportunities for intimacy. The prolonged period of opulence and shopping had dulled her enthusiasm. Thus, when Yin Shigue proposed dining at his hotel, she readily acquiesced without objection. Upon arriving at the Coral Grand Hotel's parking lot, Yin Shigue, accompanied by the elegantly attired and charming Ding Jia, strode confidently into the hotel lobby. As the young master of the establishment, he was well known to the lobby manager and the staff, who greeted him with cheerful smiles upon seeing him with the beautiful young lady. Yin Shigue, eschewing any airs of superiority, returned their greetings with nods while holding Ding Jia's hand, leading her directly to the elevator that ascended to the second floor as Chinese restaurant. Upon encountering the restaurant manager, Yin Shigue promptly requested a private room and asked for several of the establishment's signature dishes. Ding Jia, smiling at the attractive manager clad in a red embroidered qipao, who appeared to be in her 30s, interjected, "Dear lady, there are only two of us. 3 or 4 dishes will suffice." The manager, upon hearing her, turned to Yin Shigue with a smile and inquired, "Young master, may I ask who this lovely lady is?" Yin Shigue, with a hint of pride, replied, "Manager Wang, you may not be aware, but this enchanting lady is your young mistress. Henceforth, you must treat her with the utmost respect." Manager Wang, upon hearing this, promptly expressed her apologies, acknowledging her oversight. She then led them to a slightly smaller private room, addressing them with "Young Master Yin and Young Mistress, please take a seat. I will arrange the meal shortly." before departing. Before long, a server entered bearing tea, followed by the arrival of their dishes in succession. During the meal, Yin Shigui, with a smile, inquired of Jai, "Darling, it's been over 10 days since you resigned. Has your company yet found someone to replace you?" Since their blind date, Yin Shigui had always affectionately referred to Ding Jai as baby whenever they were alone together, so she did not take it to heart when she heard it this time. With a gentle smile, she softly remarked, "I won't have to go to work after the end of this month. From now on, you will be the one to support me." Yin Shigui grinned widely and replied, "Of course, I will take care of you. By the way, my family has already arranged the house for you and your uncle's family. When do you plan to move into the new home?" Ding Jai sweetly responded, "Darling, my parents said that after I resign in a few days, we will choose an auspicious day to move into the new house. They also mentioned that they would invite your whole family for a meal to celebrate together." Yin Shigui replied, "There's no need for your parents to treat us when they move into their new home. Just tell them that I will take care of the celebration." Upon hearing this, Ding Jai felt a surge of happiness and gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, darling." Yin Shigui was enchanted by her charming words, feeling a warmth spread through him. Seizing the moment, he earnestly asked, "Baby, when you resign, shall we go get our marriage certificate? Rest assured, I will quickly ask my parents to arrange our wedding in the second half of this year." Ding Jai, eager to become a lady of fortune and fearing that too much time might complicate matters, shyly nodded and said, "All right, darling. I will listen to you in everything from now on." Yin Shigui's eyes narrowed with delight as he incredulously asked, "Baby, are you serious?" Ding Jai sweetly affirmed, "Of course, I am." Yin Shigui, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, implored, "Baby, would you spend the night with me in the presidential suite of this hotel?" He added, "You may not know, but our presidential suite is usually reserved for high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, costing over 100,000 for just one night." Ding Jai, being a well-educated and traditionally minded woman, hesitated upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled their engagement and realized that she would eventually become his wife. Fearing that declining might upset him, she shyly looked down and agreed. "All right, I suppose I did say I would listen to you in everything." "Ha ha, Jai, you truly are my beloved treasure," Yin Shigui exclaimed. "Hurry and eat, and afterward we will enjoy a royal life together in the presidential suite." After hastily finishing their dinner, Yin Shigui led Ding Jai to the lobby, where he called for the night manager, instructing him to arrange another night in the presidential suite. Given its high price and frequent vacancy, the manager felt compelled to comply with the young master's request and hurried to the front desk to assist with the check-in. As he processed the paperwork, the front desk manager couldn't help but think how fortunate the young master was to indulge in such pleasures with beautiful companions for 2 consecutive nights. In an effort to ingratiate himself with the capricious young master, the lobby manager, after efficiently completing their check-in procedures, personally escorted them to the entrance of the presidential suite, holding the room key with utmost reverence. As the manager swiped the card to unlock the door, the elated Yin Shigui did not forget to introduce the enchanting young woman beside him, saying, "Manager He, allow me to present to you our young mistress. Should she wish to indulge in any services at the hotel in the future, please ensure that no charges are applied to her." Manager He, having opened the door, responded with a respectful affirmation, "Yes, young master, He Jian obeys your command." Yin Shigui, displaying a generous demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and instructed him, "Very well. You may return to your duties. I will call you if anything arises." The courteous manager replied, "I wish for the young master and mistress to enjoy their stay comfortably. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and made his way towards the elevator. Upon entering the expansive sitting room of the presidential suite with Ding Jai, Yin Shigui refrained from any lewd advances, instead suppressing his fervent desires and patiently guiding her through the lavish surroundings. Although a city girl, it was Ding Jai's first encounter with such opulence, and she gazed with wide, captivating eyes, scarcely able to believe that such grandeur existed in the world. Yin Shigui, brimming with pride, meticulously detailed the origins of the furniture, the bespoke chandelier from a distant land, and the Persian carpet crafted from pure sheep wool. explaining each exquisite item with unwavering patience. Eventually, they arrived at the spacious bathroom, which spanned over 60 square meters. A colossal bathtub occupied a generous 15 to 16 square meters, alongside a shower enclosed with transparent frosted glass and various other amenities. Ding Jiayi observed the dragon-shaped faucet and the golden shower head, unable to contain her astonishment as she inquired, "Young Master Yin, surely these fixtures are not made of gold?" Yin Shiguai chuckled heartily, replying, "Not quite, but they are all gold-plated. Each piece is quite expensive." He then pointed to the pristine bathtub, exclaiming, "My dear, this tub features an electric bubble massage function. Once I fill it with water, I shall take you in for a delightful experience." The thought of sharing the bath with him, requiring her to disrobe in his presence, made Ding Jiayi blush intensely, and she shyly retorted, "I have no intention of bathing with you." Observing her bashful demeanor, Yin Shiguai could not help but laugh and tease, "My dear, why are you still so shy?" As he spoke, he pressed a button on a nearby switch, and soon, warm water began to fill the bathtub. As the water approached the brim, Yin Shiguai turned to Ding Jiayi with a playful smile and said, "My dear, do remove your clothes. Let us enjoy a relaxing bath together." Having spoken, without a trace of shame or hesitation, he began undressing right before her eyes. Ding Jiayi blushed crimson with embarrassment, yet gritting her teeth resolutely. She turned her back to him and proceeded to remove her own outer garments. Yin Shiguai stripped swiftly, soon standing completely bare. He stepped into the bathtub ahead of her, settling against the porcelain edge with a lascivious gaze fixed upon Ding Jiayi's tall, alluring figure. Shyly, Ding Jiayi shed her clothes until only her delicate lingerie remained. Then, with graceful poise, she lifted her jade-like foot and stepped into the pristine, milky white tub. Yin Shiguai grinned and beckoned her. "Come sit beside me. This is where the whirlpool bubbles massage best." Obediently, Ding Jiayi approached, sliding slowly into the steaming water beside him. The moment she settled, a sudden realization struck her. "Oh no, my undergarments are soaked. What will I wear tomorrow morning?" Yin Shiguai pressed a button on the tub's panel, and instantly, waves of warm currents pulsed against Ding Jiayi's back, sending waves of soothing pleasure through her. "Husband," she murmured, her voice a soft, bashful complaint. "This is terrible. My lingerie is drenched. What am I to do tomorrow?" Chuckling, Yin Shiguai reassured her, "Darling, it's nothing to fret over. Just tell me your size, and I'll have the concierge fetch you 2 fresh sets from the boutique downstairs." Though this was her second stay at Coral Grand Hotel, Ding Jiayi had never noticed the shopping amenities in the lobby. Unbeknownst to her, most luxury hotels housed exclusive boutiques offering overpriced garments and high-end goods, often marked up exorbitantly. Relieved by his words, she relaxed slightly. Yin Shiguai, now pressed close, couldn't resist draping an arm around her shoulders. With a teasing whisper, he urged, "Sweetheart, take it all off. Who bathes clothed?" "Fine," she conceded, "but you must close your eyes. As if shutting them now will stop me from seeing you later." He mused inwardly, amused by her futile modesty. "Still," he obliged, squeezing shut his beady eyes. Ding Jiayi rose swiftly, shedding her lingerie in one fluid motion before tossing them onto the tiled floor. Just as quickly, she submerged herself back into the water. The moment Yin Shiguai reopened his eyes, her flawless, alabaster skin seized his gaze. Overcome, he pulled her into a fervent embrace, his lips claiming hers with unrestrained hunger. After a heated exchange in the swirling waters, Yin Shiguai, breath ragged, pleaded hoarsely, "Darling, I can't hold back any longer. I need you." Knowing escape was impossible, and equally inflamed by his touch, Ding Jiayi yielded in a whisper, "Shiguai, let us move to the bed." Elated by her consent, he eagerly assisted her out of the tub, reaching for towels to pat their glistening skin dry. Subsequently, a passionate encounter in bed was undoubtedly inevitable. After the event, Yin Shiguai reclined on the bed in his nakedness, reaching for a pack of premium cigarettes placed on the bedside. He extracted one, ignited it, and indulged in its rich smoke. At that moment, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. He could hardly fathom that just last night he had been with Jiang Shanshan, and tonight he had effortlessly found himself with Ding Jiai. To his astonishment, both of these lovely young women were indeed untouched maidens, having surrendered their innocence to him. This realization filled him with an overwhelming sense of gratification. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shanshan was not the genuine article, but rather a counterfeit. At that moment, Ding Jiai was as docile as a gentle kitten, leaning against Yan Shigui. After covering them with a light blanket, she extended her slender fingers to trace circles on his bare chest. Yan Shigui took a deep drag from a cigarette, exhaling a plume of blue smoke, and joyfully assured Ding Jiai, "My dear, you are now truly my woman. Rest assured, I shall hasten to bring you into my home." Ding Jiai sweetly responded, "Husband, now that I am yours, you must not entangle yourself with any other women. You are to be devoted solely to me." Yan Shigui chuckled. "Of course, my darling. When we marry, shall we invite Jiang Shanshan to be your maid of honor?" Ding Jiai, fluttering her long eyelashes in confusion, asked, "Husband, why do you want her to be the maid of honor?" Yan Shigui replied with a grin, "Isn't she your good friend? Plus, she is quite beautiful. Having her as the maid of honor will add luster to our wedding, won't it?" The thought of having both the bride and maid of honor as his own women filled Yan Shigui with glee. Ding Jiai pondered for a moment and said, "That is worth considering, but I warn you, you must not harbor any ill intentions towards her." Little did she know, Jiang Shanshan had already captured Yan Shigui's interest the night before. Yan Shigui chuckled, "Oh, my sweet darling, it seems you are feeling jealous, which is truly adorable. Shall we indulge once more?" He reached out to caress her, but Ding Jiai frowned and swatted away his wandering hand, playfully scolding, "Not today. You already hurt me earlier." Yan Shigui laughed as he extinguished his finished cigarette in the ashtray, saying, "If that's the case, we shall refrain. I will call someone to bring you a new set of lingerie, and then we can enjoy a good night's sleep." Chapter 91. Discreetly investigating the following day. Shortly after starting work, Cheng Xiaodong arrived at the entrance where Sun Bingjia and Zhang Yud were on duty. Upon seeing his fellow villager, Sun Bingjia greeted him with a warm smile. Zhang Yud, upon noticing Cheng Xiaodong, paused momentarily but quickly raised his hand in salute and offered a greeting. After inviting Cheng Xiaodong to sit on a nearby bench, Sun Bingjia said, "Boss, please have a seat. I will step out to the nearby shop to fetch a few bottles of water." With that, he promptly exited the security room. Zhang Yud, upon noticing that Sun Bingjia had departed, swiftly turned and retrieved 2 packets of red soft Zhonghua cigarettes from a drawer of his desk to present them to Cheng Xiaodong. "Boss, here are 2 packs of fine cigarettes, a small token of my respect," Zhang Yud said with a courteous smile. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and shook his head, declining the offer. "Xiao Zhang, I have never been a smoker. You should keep these for yourself," he remarked playfully, adding, "I didn't realize you indulged in such lavish cigarettes." Zhang Yud's face flushed, and he quietly explained, "Boss, these cigarettes were gifted to me by Manager Zhang, my fellow villager, when he visited the factory yesterday afternoon. Given my family's financial situation, I have never purchased such expensive cigarettes." Cheng Xiaodong feigned indifference and inquired, "Which Manager Zhang are you referring to? He seems rather generous." Zhang Yud replied, "It's Manager Zhang Gang from the procurement department. He was the one who introduced me to this company." Cheng Xiaodong responded with an understanding "Oh," and remarked, "So it's Manager Zhang. He must think quite highly of you to bestow such fine cigarettes upon you." Zhang Yud, known for his honesty and integrity, admitted, "Manager Zhang does look after me well. However, he smokes these kinds of cigarettes every day." Cheng Xiaodong, maintaining a facade of casualness, responded, "Xiao Zhang, it appears Manager Zhang is quite affluent. Although I do not smoke, I am aware that these cigarettes cost over 60 yuan per pack, which adds up to nearly 2,000 yuan a month." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yud, Cheng Xiaodong was subtly probing into Manager Zhang's background. Zhang Yud, still candid, replied, "Boss, Manager Zhang's family is indeed well off. Earlier this year, he spent over 1 million yuan constructing a villa at home. I even attended his housewarming banquet during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Wow, it's surprising that Manager Zhang, who drives a Toyota Corolla worth around 120,000, could afford such a luxury villa, Cheng Xiaodong observed. "I suspect there might be other business ventures his family is involved in." Zhang Yud scoffed lightly. Doesn't he have any business, boss? To be frank, his parents and wife are humble farmers in the village, and his children attend school in our hometown, which yields no income. All their wealth comes solely from Manager Zhang's earnings. Cheng Xiaodong, puzzled, responded, Xiao Zhang, if what you say is true, Manager Zhang must be quite the earner. With such heavy family obligations, how can he afford a car and a house? Zhang Yud glanced outside the door to ensure no one was within earshot before confiding boss. Not only has my fellow villager built a new house at home, but last year he also purchased an apartment in the provincial capital outright, spending over 200,000 on renovations. Cheng Xiaodong marveled. Xiao Zhang, I never imagined Manager Zhang to be so discreet. Despite his wealth, he still drives a modest Toyota Corolla to work. Zhang Yud leaned in closer and whispered, Boss, Manager Zhang actually owns a BMW 5 Series as well. But he has never brought it to the office. A BMW 5 Series? That must cost around 600,000 or 700,000, right? Cheng Xiaodong inquired. Zhang Yud confirmed. He mentioned he bought it outright, totaling over 700,000. Cheng Xiaodong never anticipated such a bountiful harvest from this journey, and he felt a quiet joy within. However, he still took the time to earnestly advise Zhang Yud. Little Zhang, with such an impressive compatriot watching over you, you should dedicate yourself to your work at the company. And regarding Manager Zhang's matter, please ensure you keep it confidential. Zhang Yud nodded, assuring boss, I'm fully aware of that. Rest assured, I will not speak of it to anyone. After a brief pause, he hesitantly added, Boss, concerning the 3,000 yuan you lent me last time, I am unable to arrange for repayment this month. Could you possibly grant me an extension? Cheng Xiaodong waved his hand with a smile, replying, You need not rush to repay me. It can wait until you are more comfortable. Little Zhang, focus on your work, and when the opportunity arises, I will promote you and increase your salary. Hearing this, Zhang Yud couldn't help but express his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, boss, thank you. At that moment, Sun Bingjia entered with 3 bottles of beverages. After distributing one to Cheng Xiaodong and one to Zhang Yud, he couldn't resist asking Zhang Yud with a chuckle, Yud, I heard you repeatedly thanking the boss at the entrance. What's that about? Zhang Yud glanced at Cheng Xiaodong before explaining, Little son, my parents are unwell, and our family is facing some difficulties. When the boss first joined the company, he lent me 3,000 yuan. I just told him I couldn't repay him yet. And he said I need not worry about it, which is why I am grateful. Sun Bingjia laughed, I see. Yud, if you're still in need, I do have some money available and could lend you some. Previously, Cheng Xiaodong made a substantial profit from selling medicinal materials and had given 10,000 yuan each to Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia, so they were both relatively well off. Zhang Yud understood that he had only recently joined the company and had yet to receive a salary. Even if he were to borrow, it would amount to a mere 300 to 500 yuan. Nonetheless, he sincerely replied, Little son, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need to borrow money this time. However, if I encounter difficulties in the future, I may very well reach out to you. Sun Bingjia patted his chest, assuring, We are all good brothers. You can count on me to help whenever possible. After Cheng Xiaodong, Sun Bingjia, and Zhang Yud finished their drinks and engaged in casual conversation for a while, he took his leave. Upon returning to the company headquarters, he promptly made his way to Ouyang Xue's office. Since they had established a romantic relationship, the bond between him and Ouyang Xue had noticeably deepened. He visited her office once or twice a day, and if he were absent for half a day, Ouyang Xue would feel somewhat unsettled. Of course, the employees within the headquarters whispered about their relationship, yet no one dared to bring it up directly. Those who had been in the workplace long enough had become quite astute. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to inquire about their superior's romantic affairs openly. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, Cheng Xiaodong, unable to contain his joy, exclaimed to Ouyang Xue, Xue, I have wonderful news to share with you. Ouyang Xue, seated behind her desk attending to company matters, furrowed her brow and asked, What good news do you have? Chapter 92. A puppy taking advantage. Cheng Xiaodong casually approached the sofa and sat down. Turning to Ouyang Xue with a smile, Come over here and take a seat. I'll tell you everything in due time. Ouyang Xue rolled her eyes at him, scolding playfully, Do I not know you? You must be up to something to take advantage of me again. Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, Xue, I genuinely have good news to share with you. You can rest assured. Ouyang Xue stood up, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. "I must reiterate, you better not try to take advantage of me." He replied, "Oh, you can trust me this time. If I do take advantage of you, then I'll be nothing but a little puppy." Seeing Cheng Xiaodong's serious assurance, she finally made her way to the sofa. Today, she was dressed as elegantly as ever, sporting a black suit with dark red stripes, complemented by sheer black stockings and stylish black high-heeled shoes. Her ensemble accentuated her tall and flawless figure magnificently. Cheng Xiaodong gazed at her fair, exquisite features and curvaceous form, unable to suppress a gulp, thinking to himself, "Wow, my wife is truly beautiful." With a serious expression, Ouyang Xue approached a single armchair before him, gracefully crossing her legs as she inquired, "What good news do you have for me? Speak quickly." Cheng Xiaodong, sensing her seriousness, refrained from joking and composed himself, recounting in detail the information he had gathered from Zhang Yud regarding the procurement manager, Zhang Gang. Ouyang Xue listened intently, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling as she asked Xiaodong, "What do you mean?" Cheng Xiaodong, with gleaming eyes, replied, "Xue, this clearly indicates that Manager Zhang has significant financial issues. You need to quickly retrieve his procurement files. We must commence a discreet investigation into the goods he has procured." Ouyang Xue furrowed her brows, hesitating momentarily before finally agreeing. "All right, I'll retrieve all the procurement orders from the procurement department. Starting tomorrow, we will covertly investigate all his procurement projects to see if he has been pocketing kickbacks or inflating prices." Cheng Xiaodong responded sternly, "I can confidently assure you that he is indeed skimming profits and taking kickbacks. We just don't know how unscrupulous he is or how much he has siphoned into his own pockets each month." Ouyang Xue's expression darkened as she said, "Xiaodong, from what I know, for the past year or two, all raw materials have been procured by Manager Zhang and his 6 subordinates. If we can uncover evidence of their corrupt dealings, I will not let them off easily." Cheng Xiaodong affirmed, "Of course. You should retrieve the data now. Let us review it together. Tomorrow, we'll devise a plan to visit several major suppliers to verify the actual prices of the goods they provide us." Ouyang Xue nodded. "All right, I will personally retrieve all the procurement orders from the past few months." As Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue deliberated in their office about swiftly investigating the purchasing department manager, Zhang Gang, in the presidential suite of the Coral Hotel in the Southern District, the corpulent Yin Shigui lay sprawled across the expansive, plush bed, soundly asleep. In the morning, when Ding Jiayi awoke and insisted that he drive her back to the Lianyin Company for work, Yin Shigui, who had successfully seduced her the previous evening, was reluctant to rise. He forced a smile and suggested that Ding Jiayi freshen up and head downstairs first, assuring her that he would arrange for hotel staff to provide a car for her return. Meanwhile, he himself felt the need for a bit more slumber. Ding Jiayi, unable to sway him, ultimately got out of bed in her bare state to wash and dress in the bathroom. She had been fortunate that Yin Shigui had later sent a new set of undergarments to her after hers had gotten wet the previous night. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to leave. After she departed, Yin Shigui did not summon breakfast to be served, instead sinking back into a deep sleep. Having successfully claimed the precious virtue of both Jiang Shanshan and Ding Jiayi over the last 2 nights, he felt an immense satisfaction. Thus his slumber was particularly sweet. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Shanshan's first encounter had been a mere illusion, and he had merely consumed leftovers that had long been devoured by others. Just as he reveled in the delightful memories of those 2 nights in his dreams, his phone, which lay beside the bed, rang at the most inopportune moment. The abrupt sound startled Yin Shigui awake. He irritably reached for the phone, answering without a glance, and grumbled, "Which blind fool is disturbing my precious sleep so early?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Fei, who had called him with exuberance, felt a jolt but maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Brother, it's your cousin Zhang Fei. Where are you right now? I have exciting news to share." Upon realizing it was his cousin and strategist Zhang Fei, Yin Shigui's irritation dissipated significantly. He replied, "Brother, I'm in the presidential suite of the Coral Hotel sleeping. Come over. We can have breakfast together." Zhang Fei responded affirmatively. "All right, brother. I'm on my way." since assisting Yan Shigue with his schemes, which led to a lucrative windfall from Chen Yaji. Yan Shigue had generously rewarded Zhang Fei with 3 million yuan in one go. At 36 or 37, having achieved little, Zhang Fei, relying solely on his cousin's fortunes, wisely invested his newfound wealth. He promptly purchased a well-furnished 3-bedroom apartment at a favorable price from Yan's real estate company and acquired an Audi worth over 200,000 yuan with the remaining funds. With a home in the city and a luxury car to his name, despite his unremarkable appearance, Zhang Fei swiftly attracted the attention of a woman employed at one of Yan's entertainment venues, soon cohabitating with her and leaving behind his previously solitary existence. In recent days, Yan Shigue has been requesting someone to pick up Ding Jiai every evening, wishing to share an intimate world with her. He explicitly instructed Zhang Fei to refrain from accompanying him at night and to enjoy his own leisure instead. Naturally, Zhang Fei was more than willing to comply, as it afforded him the opportunity to indulge in nightly escapades with a charming companion he had recently met at the nightclub. However, during the day, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. Beyond diligently managing family affairs for Yan Shigue, he had another crucial task: to swiftly seek out skilled experts to confront Cheng Xiaodong. After over 10 days of extensive inquiries and searches, Zhang Fei finally managed to hire 2 top-notch experts from the north, reputed to possess abilities surpassing those of the black bear and wild wolf. Upon receiving their personal assurance that they would arrive by plane from the north today, Zhang Fei could hardly contain his excitement and called Yan Shigue to share the good news. Chapter 93. Ingenious strategy. Zhang Fei quickly arrived at the entrance of the presidential suite on the 18th floor of the Coral Hotel. Noticing the door was firmly shut, he called Yan Shigue again. Yan Shigue, clad only in a towel, rushed to open the door and ushered him into the master bedroom. Having spent nearly a decade with Yan Shigue, Zhang Fei was well aware that whenever he checked into a hotel, it invariably signified that he had entangled himself with a beautiful woman for a night of passion. "Brother, which lovely lady did you spend the night with this time?" he inquired with a teasing grin. Yan Shigue responded with a broad smile. "Oh, it was your recently betrothed sister-in-law." Feigning shock, Zhang Fei exclaimed, "Brother, you actually managed to win over Jiai last night? Haha, I must say, you truly have a talent." He gave Yan Shigue a thumbs up as a gesture of admiration. Yan Shigue chuckled. "Since this young lady has agreed to our family's arrangement, it was only a matter of time before she became mine." Zhang Fei, with a flattering smile, replied, "For you to have captured her heart in such a short time is indeed impressive. By the way, she must still be a maiden, right?" With a proud gesture toward the grand bed, Yan Shigue replied, "Take a look over there." Upon seeing the remnants of their passionate encounter, Zhang Fei could not help but beam with pride, saying, "Brother, I told you days ago that your sister-in-law would still be untouched. Did I not speak the truth?" Yan Shigue complimented him. "You truly have a discerning eye." After a brief pause, he continued with a gleeful demeanor, "Fei Gu, I must confess, I also charmed a lovely young lady the night before last, and she has agreed to be my clandestine lover." Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly asked, "Another one? Who is she?" Yan Shigue sauntered over to the bedside table, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and with an air of satisfaction declared, "You will not believe it. She is Jiang Shanshan, the receptionist at Lianyan Company alongside your sister-in-law." Zhang Fei once again raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you have truly enjoyed a life of luxury these past 2 nights." Yan Shigue chuckled softly and instructed Zhang Fei, "Brother Fei, please go ahead and wait in the reception room for a while. I will freshen up." After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Yan Shigue emerged from his grooming session, dressed impeccably, and made his way to the reception area. Once seated on the sofa, he retrieved his phone and placed a call to the hotel, requesting a meal sufficient for 2. After igniting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply and, with a smirk, addressed Zhang Fei, who sat opposite him. "My dear brother, I have learned from Jiai that Jiang Shanshan is indeed the same village compatriot of Cheng Xiaodong, the one who struck us, and their bond is quite strong. Now that Jiang Shanshan has become my woman, perhaps you could devise a clever plan to swiftly bring an end to that scoundrel's life." Zhang Fei recalled the fierce and menacing glare Cheng Xiaodong had cast upon him the night he had been slapped. A sense of trepidation washed over him, and he cautiously advised, "Brother, now that you have found your wife, I believe our paths with that fellow will not cross significantly again. It may be wise to let this matter rest." Yan Shigui took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, glaring fiercely as he retorted, "How can that be? He struck me so hard that I lost several teeth. How could I, Yin Xiao, endure such a humiliation? No, I must find a way to take his life. Only then can my heart find solace." Zhang Fei realized that the irreconcilable conflict between his arrogant cousin and Cheng Xiaodong was unlikely to resolve itself. He shifted his stance and echoed Yan Shigui's sentiments. "Since you possess such determination, I shall certainly exert my utmost to assist you in devising a strategy. However, you have only shared one night with Jiang Shanshan, and I'm still uncertain whether she can truly be of service to us." Yan Shigui pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother Fei, the night before last, I provided Jiang Shanshan with a bank card, claiming it was for her to purchase an apartment. This afternoon, I plan to take her to our development at Bay to buy a unit at a discounted rate, and afterward, I shall spend another night with her." Zhang Fei, with a mischievous grin, advised, "Brother, merely sharing a bed is insufficient. If you wish to truly control her, ensuring her unwavering loyalty, I suggest you secretly capture some nude photographs of her, along with images of her in bed." Yan Shigui's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he exclaimed, "Indeed, that is an excellent idea. With her scandalous photos in our possession, we need not fear her disobedience." Zhang Fei continued with a smile, "To ensure further security, when you are alone with her, consider mixing a bit of white powder into her food. Once she becomes addicted, she will be utterly dependent on it, allowing us to exert complete control over her." Yan Shigui laughed heartily, "A brilliant notion. Brother Fei, you truly excel. I shall follow your advice to the letter." Zhang Fei nodded. "As long as you can ensure Jiang Shanshan becomes entirely subservient to you, I am confident that I will swiftly devise an effective scheme to deal with Cheng Xiaodong." Yan Shigui responded with enthusiasm. "That is a certainty. Oh, by the way, last night Ding Jiai informed me that Ouyang Xue's company has successfully obtained a patent for their newly developed product, which is soon to be launched in our province. You must devise a strategy to deal with her and Cheng Xiaodong before her product hits the market." Zhang Fei chuckled ominously. "Don't worry, my brother. I will think of a way quickly. When the time comes, I will ensure that both Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue are left with no means of escape." "That's good to hear. By the way, where's the food I ordered? I am starving." Just as Yan Shigui finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fei got up to open the door and indeed found the waiter pushing a food cart upstairs. He welcomed the waiter in and instructed him to set the meal on the dining table. Once the waiter departed, the two brothers sat down to relish a sumptuous lunch. Zhang Fei, being resourceful, managed to conceive a clever plan within the time it took to enjoy a meal. Eagerly, he shared his idea with the well-fed Yan Shigui. Upon hearing it, Yan Shigui's face lit up with delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He squinted his eyes and laughed heartily. "Brother Fei, you truly are remarkable to have come up with such an ingenious scheme so swiftly. All right, let us proceed according to your plan." During lunch, to expedite the realization of Zhang Fei's newly devised strategy, Yan Shigui decided to take matters into his own hands and promptly arrange for Jiang Shanshan to purchase a house. Zhang Fei did not oppose this decision when he heard Yan Shigui mention his intention to personally select a property in Bay for Jiang Shanshan. After sipping some soup, Yan Shigui inquired again, "Brother Fei, how is your search for a few skilled individuals coming along?" Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, felt a pang of guilt. He had come specifically to report this matter to Yan Shigui and nearly forgot about it. He quickly finished chewing his food and replied with a smile, "My brother, I apologize. I was so focused on devising a strategy against that Cheng Xiaodong fellow that I completely overlooked this matter." Yan Shigui waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "No worries, it's not too late to mention it now." Zhang Fei pondered for a moment and said, "I have indeed identified two skilled individuals for you, and their asking price is quite reasonable. However, Yin Shurgue, noticing his hesitation, pressed him. However, what? Can you not just say it all at once? Zhang Fei cleared his throat and whispered. However, both of them have blood on their hands, so they prefer to remain in the shadows. Yin Shurgue asked, if both of these skilled individuals have blood on their hands, they must be formidable characters, right? Are you certain they are both capable? Zhang Fei nodded emphatically. I am certain. What salary do they demand each month? Yin Shurgue inquired. Zhang Fei replied, aside from room and board, they only require a monthly salary of 60,000. Yin Shurgue furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding and stating that their request was reasonable and acceptable. Very well. Please call them here at your earliest convenience. Understood, brother. Zhang Fei replied. Yin Shurgue then lifted the bowl of soup and took a couple of sips, smiling as he inquired, Brother Fei, what was the name of that scheme you mentioned earlier? With a sense of pride, Zhang Fei responded, it consists of two strategies, framing and sowing discord. If our plan unfolds successfully, we shall certainly witness an entertaining spectacle involving Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue. Framing and sowing discord? Yin Shurgue scratched his head thoughtfully and continued. Framing is quite commonly employed, but I have witnessed few instances of the discord strategy in practice. Zhang Fei argued with a smile, brother, if the discord strategy is executed well, its potency is beyond measure. The most renowned example is from the late Ming Dynasty, when the Manchus used it against the esteemed General Yuan Chonghuan, leading Emperor Chongzhen to fall for the trap and ultimately execute this legendary figure, thereby severing his own right arm. Yin Shurgue, who had not received much formal education and had previously been a domineering presence in school, eagerly inquired about this historical anecdote. Zhang Fei, displaying remarkable patience, recounted the intricacies of how Emperor Chongzhen fell victim to the discord strategy. Upon concluding the tale, Yin Shurgue seethed with anger, stating, Chongzhen inflicted over 3,000 cuts on Yuan Chonghuan. If that scoundrel Cheng ever falls into my hands, I shall ensure he suffers 4,000 cuts. As soon as Yin Shurgue uttered these words, even Zhang Fei, sitting beside him, felt a chill run down his spine. He could scarcely believe that his cousin possessed such ruthlessness. It appeared that henceforth, it would be wiser to assist his younger brother from the shadows, avoiding direct involvement that could jeopardize his own life. Oblivious to Zhang Fei's internal musings, Yin Shurgue declared, Brother Fei, you may attend to your own matters this afternoon. I shall personally handle the situation with Jiang Shanshan's house. Very well, brother. Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. After this exchange, Yin Shurgue and Zhang Fei exited together, each departing in their respective vehicles to attend to their own affairs. The disorder in the presidential suite would be managed by hotel staff, and there was no need for the distinguished Yin family heir to concern himself with such trivialities. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaodong and Ouyang Xue spent the afternoon in her office discussing various matters, ultimately deciding to visit the largest raw materials market the following morning to assess price trends. If the prices of the materials Zhang Gang procured differed significantly from current rates, it would indicate a serious issue. At noon, as was customary, Cheng Xiaodong joined Ouyang Xue for lunch in her private dining room. After their meal, they returned to their respective offices for a brief respite. After resting for about an hour, Cheng Xiaodong rose and exited the company building, hailing a taxi to the Xuanda driving school a few kilometers away to continue his driving lessons. He has been enrolled in driving classes for over a month now. Had it not been for the incident where he was injured on the arm by members of the Black Tiger Gang, which delayed him for half a month, he would have already obtained his driver's license by now. Nevertheless, he has successfully passed the first 2 exams and only needs another 10 days or so of training before he could take the final road test to acquire his license. In recent days, the driving school instructor has been taking him to less frequented roads for practice. Observing Cheng Xiaodong skillfully maneuvering the vehicle as if he were a seasoned driver, the instructor could not help but commend his intelligence. After nearly 2 hours of practice, just as he was preparing to continue for another half hour before returning to the company, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling over to the roadside, Cheng Xiaodong glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from Ouyang Xue, which he hurriedly answered. Xiaodong, are you still at the driving school? Don't practice today. Come back quickly. Let's head home early together. Upon hearing Ouyang Xue's words, Cheng Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he asked, Xue, is everything all right at your home? Why do you want me to come back so early? Ouyang Xue quickly explained over the phone, my mom just called. She said Aunt Sun's husband had an accident at the construction site and broke his back. Aunt Sun immediately asked my parents for leave to go back home. No one will be cooking at our place tonight, so my mom wants us to return early to prepare dinner for them. Cheng Xiaodong felt a twinge of disbelief and couldn't help but ask, since Aunt Sun has left, can't your parents manage to cook something themselves? Ouyang Xue helplessly clarified, Xiaodong, my dad has never set foot in a kitchen in his entire life. As for my mom, it's even more so. She has never lifted a finger to do any cooking. In my memory, I don't think I have ever eaten a meal prepared by her. Cheng Xiaodong had already learned from Ouyang Xue that her mother, Li Fenglan, came from a wealthy family, and that the Ouyang family's current fortune was entirely due to the substantial funds she had invested in establishing their company. However, he could not fathom that, despite their age, they were incapable of preparing even a simple meal. Although bemused, Cheng Xiaodong could only reply with a wry smile. All right, I'll hurry back. Chapter 95. Cheng Xiaodong's absurdity at 4:30 in the afternoon. Ding Jiai, still at work in the Lianyan company, suddenly received a call from Yan Shige. Darling, what are you doing right now? Ding Jiai couldn't help but roll her eyes at his overly affectionate tone and replied, I'm at work. What else would I be doing? Darling, I need to tell you something. I have a business engagement tonight, so I might not be able to pick you up after work. You should rest well tonight after you finish. Ding Jiai had just been through a significant experience with him the night before, and coupled with Yan Shigui's extreme selfishness and lack of tenderness. As he had only focused on his own pleasure, she felt unwell the entire day. At that moment, she heard Yan Shigui on the phone stating that he did not need to be with her that evening. A sudden feeling of indescribable relief washed over her. She hurriedly replied softly, all right, I'll head back on my own later. Oh, darling, please drink less tonight. Getting drunk is not good for your health. Hearing Ding Jiai's concern for him, Yan Shigui's face broke into a wide grin, his laughter resonating as he exclaimed, Baby, I will definitely heed your advice and drink less. I'm looking forward to our next bout of sparring. With that, amidst his boisterous laughter, he resolutely ended the call with Ding Jiai. Seated next to Ding Jiai, Jiang Shanshan listened intently to their conversation and quietly asked, Did Yin Xiao call? Ding Jiai's cheeks flushed as she softly affirmed. Reflecting on the fact that since she had attended to Yan Shigui the previous night, he had yet to reach out to her, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Jiang Shanshan's eyes, though it quickly vanished. She forced a smile and jestingly inquired, Jiai, did you spend the night with Yin Xiao? Aware that her friend had overheard Yan Shigui's earlier words, Ding Jiai did not deny it and candidly replied, Yes, Shanshan, I am his fiancé. Isn't it quite normal for us to share a bed? With a teasing smile, Jiang Shanshan asked Jiai, experiencing that for the first time must have been utterly delightful, right? Upon hearing this, Ding Jiai, flustered and indignant, stood up and retorted, Jiang Shanshan, you shameless flirt. If you wish to experience it, why not go find Yin Xiao and see for yourself? She feigned an aggressive demeanor, pretending to scratch at Jiang Shanshan. Little did she know that this close friend of hers had already spent the night with Yan Shigui a day prior. As they were engaged in playful banter, a man's voice suddenly boomed. You two should focus on your work instead of giggling around during office hours. Ding Jiai quickly ceased her antics and turned to see the tall, handsome, and distinguished Cheng Xiaodong striding in from outside. Recalling how she had imagined him as Cheng Xiaodong while Yan Shigui had been on top of her the night before, she felt a wave of warmth flush her cheeks. Nevertheless, she forced herself to suppress her embarrassment and greeted him with a smile. Manager Cheng, you just returned, didn't you? Cheng Xiaodong approached the front desk, his keen eyes scrutinizing the two women for a moment. He gently admonished them, you should conduct yourselves properly at work, not frolicking in the lobby. Without waiting for their response, he proceeded towards the elevator. Jiang Shanshan, her cheeks slightly flushed, pouted and muttered, you a mere rookie security manager, acting so high and mighty in front of us. Ding Jiai, taken aback, asked, Shanshan, isn't team manager Cheng your closest male childhood friend? Why do you speak of him so disparagingly? Jiang Shanshan retorted, Pa, childhood friend, my foot. Ever since he climbed the corporate ladder and associated with the CEO, he has looked down upon us, simple folks. Over the past month, she had repeatedly expressed her affection for Cheng Xiaodong, both subtly and overtly. Unfortunately, Cheng Xiaodong always feigned ignorance and deliberately distanced herself, which left her seething with frustration. Just moments ago, Cheng Xiaodong had lectured them incessantly, not uttering a single word to her privately, further fueling her ire. Fortunately, after listening to her grievances, Ding Jiai merely smiled indifferently in response. After a brief silence, Ding Jiai once again inquired with a smile, Shanshan, where's the new dress I bought for you the night before last? I haven't seen you wear it. After spending the night in a presidential suite at the Coral Hotel with Yan Shigue, Shanshan had left the following morning, with Yan Shigue arranging for a vehicle to take her back. At that time, the new dress she had purchased was still in the back seat of Yan Shigue's car, and she had no opportunity to retrieve it. Now, upon hearing Ding Jiai's sudden question, she casually fabricated a lie, saying, Jiai, thank you for buying me such an expensive dress. I've left it in my apartment. I can't bear to wear it on ordinary days. Ding Jiai, unaware of her secret affair with Yan Shige, smiled nonchalantly and replied, Shanshan, once you buy a dress, you must wear it. Otherwise, it will be out of style when you finally do. Don't worry, I will buy you another one when the opportunity arises. Hearing this, Shanshan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She reflected on her relationship with Yan Shigue, coupled with an indescribable sense of guilt towards Ding Jiai. As the two sisters exchanged whispers at the front desk, the stunningly beautiful Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong emerged from the elevator, making their way toward the parking lot. Observing the enchanting couple, Ding Jiai licked her lips and murmured, what a perfect pair of handsome and beautiful individuals. If only Yan Shigue had half of Manager Cheng's tall and handsome stature. Shanshan thought to herself, Yan Shigue is from a prestigious family. If he were tall and handsome, would he even look our way? However, she was not foolish enough to voice such thoughts aloud. When Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong arrived beside the Panamera parked in the lot, she suddenly noticed that Cheng Xiaodong was still dressed in her work attire. She furrowed her brows and said, Xiaodong, aren't we going to check the raw material suppliers' prices tomorrow morning? You should go back to your dorm and grab some clothes to change into. You can stay at my place tonight, and after breakfast tomorrow, we can head out together. Cheng Xiaodong shook her head, responding, no need. I'll just take a taxi back to the dorm after dinner. Ouyang Xue, puzzled, replied Xiaodong. My family has already accepted you. It's perfectly fine for you to stay at my house now. Cheng Xiaodong grinned and said, I can stay at your house, but I can't sleep in the same bed as you. It's a bit torturous to be so close yet not be able to share that intimacy. So I think I'd rather sleep in my dorm. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue's face flushed with a charming hue, and in the warm sunlight, she appeared even more alluringly shy. Nevertheless, she softly scolded him in Cantonese, calling him crazy. Hastily, she activated the car door with the remote and swiftly slid inside. Chapter 96. Jiang Shanshan acquires a new home. As Cheng Xiaodong leaned down to enter the vehicle, he playfully smacked her firm dairy. Although he exerted no significant force, the sound was a crisp pop. He then swiftly maneuvered around the front of the car, pulling open the door on the right side to take his seat in the passenger position. Xue, should you dare to insult me again, I shall not hesitate to spank you once more. Ouyang Xue retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her delicate features tinged with frost. You wouldn't dare. Cheng Xiaodong replied with a scoff. Oh, you'll find out soon enough. He mused to himself that women require a playful reprimand from time to time. After all, the old adage warns against neglecting discipline for too long. Unaware of his thoughts, Ouyang Xue maintained her silence, her expression resolute as she shifted the car into gear and drove off. Thus, the couple, caught in a petty dispute, returned home in silence. Cheng Xiaodong, observing her quiet demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety, secretly regretting whether he had overstepped by smacking her. After nearly 10 minutes of driving, he mustered the courage to break the silence. Xue, shouldn't we stop by the market to pick up some groceries before heading back? Ouyang Xue, her tone indifferent, countered, What for? If Aunt Sun has already purchased the groceries for the day, wouldn't it be prudent to save them for tomorrow? Upon reflecting on her logic, Cheng Xiaodong conceded and fell silent. Upon arriving at the villa, Ouyang Xue turned off the engine, shouldered her bag, and proceeded to unlock the door. Cheng Xiaodong, unwilling to lag behind, followed her inside. As they exchanged their shoes at the entrance, they noticed only Ouyang Xue, wearing glasses and watching television, while Li Fenglan was conspicuously absent. "Dad, where's Mom?" Ouyang Xue inquired sweetly while bending to change her shoes. Ouyang Xue glanced at them, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "She's undoubtedly at Aunt Wang's, playing mahjong again. Your mother simply cannot resist losing a few thousand yuan each month." Ouyang Xue seized the opportunity to voice her grievances. "Dad, it's ridiculous. With Aunt Sun gone, you two should manage a simple meal yourself. Why must you insist I bring Xiaodong back to cook? Doesn't she realize how busy we are at the company?" Ouyang Xue shook his head with a wry smile. "Neither your mother nor I possess any culinary skills. If Xiaodong doesn't return to cook, we will have no choice but to dine out. Then why not just go out to eat? Why the need to summon Xiaodong back specifically to cook?" At this point, Ouyang Xue and Cheng Xiaodong had successfully changed into their slippers and were making their way to the living room. Ouyang Xue, with a polite nod to Cheng Xiaodong, greeted him. "Xiaodong, welcome. I apologize for calling you all the way back just to cook." Cheng Xiaodong replied with a smile. "Uncle, it's no trouble at all. Just please don't complain about my cooking." Afterward, he turned to Ouyang Xue. "Xue, why don't you keep Uncle company while I check what ingredients we have in the fridge?" With that, Cheng Xiaodong headed to the kitchen, while Ouyang Xue settled onto the sofa, engaging her father in conversation about various company matters. At this moment, she was unaware that her mother, Li Fenglan, had deliberately sent the nanny, Aunt Sun, back home. Li Fenglan intended to use this time to test Cheng Xiaodong's patience and tolerance, ultimately deciding whether to invite him to become their son-in-law. Should Cheng Xiaodong fail to meet her expectations, regrettably, he would have to pack his bags and leave. Initially, Ouyang Xue opposed his wife's scheme, but being the submissive husband as described in Sichuan, he had always yielded to Li Fenglan's decisions regarding household matters. With his wife insisting on this course of action, he had no choice but to comply obediently. Cheng Xiaodong entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, discovering an ample supply of ingredients for dinner. He promptly tied on an apron and busied himself with preparations. Meanwhile, at the Lianyin Cosmetics Company, with the end of the workday approaching, employees began to stream out like a tide, clocking out for the day. After bidding farewell to Ding Jiayi, Jiang Shanshan hurried to the parking lot to ride her beloved Yachty electric scooter home. In contrast, Jiang Shanshan planned to dine at the restaurant located in the annex building behind the headquarters. Just as she was nearing the restaurant entrance, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Yan Shige. Quickly, she stepped into a quieter corner to answer. "Darling, you must be off work now?" Yan Shige asked playfully over the phone. "I just finished and was about to head into the restaurant," Jiang Shanshan replied, her tone slightly cool due to her lingering annoyance at his lack of contact throughout the day. "You don't need to eat at the company. I'll be at your office in a few minutes to take you out for a nice meal. Also, I have great news. I found a lovely 2-bedroom apartment with exquisite renovations at a reasonable price of around 1 to 1.5 million. After dinner, would you like to go see it?" Jiang Shanshan realized that he had timed his call perfectly, just after Ding Jiayi had left for home, and she couldn't help but admire Yan Shigui's impeccable sense of timing. Hearing about the opportunity to purchase a beautifully renovated home at a low price instantly lifted her spirits. "That sounds wonderful. I'll wait for you by the roadside outside the company." After exiting the office, in an effort to avoid being seen by her colleagues as she got into Yan Shigui's luxury car, she walked 200 meters ahead before stopping to wait. 6 or 7 minutes later, Yan Shige arrived at the entrance of Lianyin Cosmetics Company. After scanning the area and not spotting Jiang Shanshan, he called her again. "Darling, where are you?" "Yan Shige, just drive 200 meters ahead. I'm waiting by the roadside," she replied. He chuckled. "Why do you still call me Yan Shige? When we're alone, you should call me husband." After successfully picking up Jiang Shanshan, Yan Shige drove directly to the Kualongwan community. Upon arriving at a building within the complex, he led her to an elevator that ascended to the 8th floor, where they would view the apartment. In the room, He guided Jiang Shanshan around, wearing a beaming smile as he informed her that he had personally selected this apartment for her that very afternoon. Every aspect, from its orientation to its lighting and ventilation, was the finest in the entire complex. Furthermore, he had ordered a plethora of renowned brand furnishings and appliances, all of which had been installed and arranged meticulously. After touring the residence, Jiang Shanshan was exceedingly pleased. Seizing the moment when they were alone, she embraced Yin Shigui, who was a head shorter than her, and leaned down to plant a sweet, fragrant kiss on his lips. "Darling, you have worked so hard today. I am very satisfied with this apartment. Rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you from now on." Upon hearing Jiang Shanshan's tender words, Yin Shigui felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and forgetting his hunger, he eagerly swept her into the newly placed leather sofa in the living room, losing themselves in each other's embrace. Chapter 97. The dominant mother-in-law Cheng Xiaodong had just finished arranging the dishes on the dining table when Li Fenglan returned home. She seemed, as Ouyang Xue had mentioned, to have lost quite a bit of money, for her expression was far from cheerful. However, upon entering the dining room and seeing the exquisite array of dishes that Cheng Xiaodong had prepared with such care, she managed a strained smile and said to Cheng Xiaodong, "Xiaodong, you've worked hard." Cheng Xiaodong smiled back. "Annie, you're back. Please sit down and get ready to eat." At that moment, Ouyang Xue and Ouyang Xue also entered the dining room. When Ouyang Xue saw the neatly arranged 4 dishes and a soup on the table, he couldn't help but praise, "Xiao Cheng, your cooking looks delightful. It's truly appetizing." Ouyang Xue chimed in proudly, "Mom and Dad, didn't I tell you that Xiaodong's cooking is exquisite? It's no less delicious than that of a chef in a hotel." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled, "Oh, please, don't flatter me too much. I'm easily flattered." As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Xue and Li Fenglan couldn't help but laugh. Ouyang Xue rolled her eyes at him, scoffing, when others say you're chubby, you take it to heart." Watching the playful banter between the young couple, Ouyang Xue felt a sense of satisfaction. With a cheerful laugh, he said, "Everyone, let us sit down and eat. I'm eager to savor Xiao Cheng's culinary skills." As they began to eat, Ouyang Xue and his wife, after finishing their plates, couldn't help but shower him with compliments. After Ouyang Xue finished her meal and noticed Cheng Xiaodong was still eating, she remained seated, intending to help him clear the dishes afterward. At this time, Ouyang Xue and his wife had also finished their meals and set down their bowls. Li Fenglan took a napkin from the table to dab her lipstick-stained lips and instructed Cheng Xiaodong, "Xiaodong, since you are capable, could you please clear the table and wash the dishes afterward? Xue has never done such chores. She certainly cannot manage it." Although Cheng Xiaodong felt quite displeased by her words, he still smiled and nodded in agreement. "Of course, Annie. You all go to the living room and relax. I'll take care of everything here once I finish eating." Li Fenglan and Ouyang Xue rose in succession, making their way toward the living room. After taking just a few steps, Li Fenglan abruptly halted and turned to Ouyang Xue, who remained seated, saying, "Xue, what are you still doing sitting there? Aren't you coming to the living room to brew some tea for your father and me?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xue replied, "Mom, I'll be right there." After she noticed that Li Fenglan and her father had returned to the living room, she quickly turned to Cheng Xiaodong, who was seated to her right, and said, "Xiaodong, I apologize for the inconvenience. My mother is accustomed to giving orders. I hope you don't mind." Cheng Xiaodong chuckled and responded, "Xue, rest assured for your sake, I can endure any discomfort." Ouyang Xue softly said, "In that case, could you please tidy up the dishes? I'll go help my parents with the tea." Cheng Xiaodong, feeling no longer inclined to eat, waved his hand and said, "You go ahead. I'll start clearing the dishes." Approximately 10 minutes later, Cheng Xiaodong had cleaned and wiped down the dining table, washed the dishes in the kitchen, and neatly arranged everything before returning to the living room. At that moment, Ouyang Xue had just finished brewing tea for them. Ouyang Xue, noticing Cheng Xiaodong's arrival, promptly called out with courtesy, "Xiao Cheng, thank you for your hard work. Please come and sit down for tea." Seeing the couple seated on the central sofa, Cheng Xiaodong chose to sit on a single sofa opposite Ouyang Xue. After lifting his teacup and taking a small sip, and with no outsiders present, Ouyang Xue inquired of Ouyang Xue, "Xue, have you and Xiaodong begun the investigation into the procurement department that I asked you to do a couple of days ago?" Ouyang Xue looked up, her eyes shining like polished ebony, and replied, Dad, we haven't begun the actual investigation yet. However, today Xiaodong obtained some information regarding the procurement manager, Zhang Gang, from one of his security personnel. We both agree that Manager Zhang undoubtedly has serious financial issues. She then recounted the details of the information Cheng Xiaodong had shared with her to her parents. Ouyang Xue, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows into a deep frown. Fixing his penetrating gaze on Ouyang Xue, he asked Xue, what do you and Xiaodong plan to do next? Ouyang Xue brushed a strand of hair away from her face and, with unwavering resolve, stated, Dad, Mom, Xiaodong and I have already discussed this. Tomorrow morning, we will go undercover to investigate the primary raw materials that Manager Zhang has procured. As soon as we find evidence of his illegal purchases, I will not hesitate to take action against him. Ouyang Xue replied thoughtfully, Xue, this matter should be addressed promptly. You both must act quickly. Here is the plan. To avoid recognition, you would drive my car tomorrow. I just purchased it, so most people are unaware of my license plate. Additionally, once you arrive at the supplier, you should stay in the car while Xiaodong handles all the discussions. Ouyang Xue agreed, saying, Dad, I understand. Furthermore, I will secretly prepare 2 recording devices to capture all conversations as evidence for the future. Li Fenglan cast an approving glance at her daughter and took the opportunity to speak. Yes, Xue, you must exhaust all means to gather compelling evidence. After she finished, Ouyang Xue turned to Cheng Xiaodong and said, Xiao Cheng, you are now recognized as our esteemed son-in-law. The rise and fall of our company are now intricately linked to you. I hope you will spare no effort to help us win this crucial battle to eradicate the traitor within. Cheng Xiaodong straightened his posture and responded resolutely, Uncle, Annie, I will do everything in my power to assist Xue. You can rest assured. Ouyang Xue nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation. Xiaodong, I have long known you to be a capable and ambitious young man. I trust you will not disappoint our family. Cheng Xiaodong, flattered by his future father-in-law's praise, felt his cheeks flush and hurriedly picked up the hot tea before him to mask his embarrassment. After discussing company matters for over an hour, Cheng Xiaodong decided to excuse himself, citing the lack of a change of clothes as his reason for wanting to take a taxi back to the office. Ouyang Xue, seeing his reluctance to stay at her home, had no choice but to offer to drive him back. Understanding her effort, Cheng Xiaodong quickly interjected, Xue, I can easily take a taxi myself. You should all rest early. Knowing that his hand had healed and safety was no longer a concern, Ouyang Xue replied, Since you prefer not to have me drive you, go ahead and take a taxi. Remember to wear casual clothes tomorrow. I will call you once I arrive at the office. Cheng Xiaodong nodded in agreement, then bid farewell to Ouyang Xue and his wife before heading out to the entrance of the villa area to hail a taxi back to the company. Chapter 98. Intentionally testing Cheng Xiaodong. As soon as Cheng Xiaodong stepped outside, Ouyang Xue could no longer contain her grievances and turned to Li Fenglan, Mom. I think you were a bit too harsh on Xiaodong just now. He came all the way here to cook for you despite his recent injury, and yet you still made him wash the dishes. Li Fenglan clicked her tongue disapprovingly and coldly remarked to Ouyang Xue, Dear, as the saying goes, girls should be outgoing. Look at our daughter. She hasn't even married yet, and already her elbow is pointing outward. Summoning his courage, Ouyang Xue replied in a deep voice, Fenglan, I too believe you were a bit excessive just now. Cheng Xiaodong is a fine young man, and only he can endure your whims. Ouyang Xue, encouraged by her father's defense, quickly added, Yes, yes. Mom, you have always lived a life of comfort and never did household chores. We can understand that. But I could easily wash the dishes after dinner. Why did you insist on having Xiaodong do it? Li Fenglan retorted with a smirk, Oh, so you feel sorry for your man washing a single dish, do you? If that is the case, tomorrow I will not only have Cheng Xiaodong prepare 2 meals, but I will also have him do the laundry, mop the floors, and clean the house. Ouyang Xue, feeling both angry and frustrated, dared not argue with her mother, and could only look at Ouyang Xue with a face full of grievance, saying, Dad, look how unreasonable Mom is. Ouyang Xue glanced at his wife and then at Ouyang Xue, unwilling to offend either side. He diverted the conversation, saying, Oh, it's getting late. I must head upstairs to bathe and prepare for rest. Having uttered these words, he indeed left the two women behind and ascended the stairs. Without her support, Ouyang Xue, aware that she could not contend with her mother, sulkily rose to follow him upstairs. This left Li Fenglan alone, quietly seated in the living room. After confirming that both Ouyang Xue and his daughter had gone upstairs, she murmured to herself, "Child, how could you possibly understand a mother's heartfelt intentions? I am testing that young man, Cheng Xiaodong, for your sake. If he cannot withstand a little hardship, how could he ever be worthy of becoming our family's son-in-law?" Naturally, Cheng Xiaodong was oblivious to these thoughts. After departing from the Ouyang family villa, he swiftly walked to the entrance of the villa district. At this moment, late autumn had settled in, and the night air was somewhat biting. Cheng Xiaodong, wishing to avoid any delay, quickly retrieved his phone and opened WeChat to summon a taxi through the Didi platform. In the city, hailing a taxi was remarkably convenient, and within half an hour, he successfully returned to the headquarters building of his company. Realizing it was already past 10 o'clock, he assumed that Tan Wu and Sun Bingjia had long since left the training room, so he headed directly to his dormitory, eager to shower and rest. After settling onto the sofa in the small living room, he recalled that he had yet to inform Tang Bo about the Ouyang family's consent for him to become a son-in-law. Additionally, he realized it had been some time since he last contacted him, prompting the desire to make a phone call. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed Tang Weijia's number. As soon as the call connected, Tang Bo's kind and warm voice came through. "Xiaodong, why are you calling at this hour?" Cheng Xiaodong struggled to contain his excitement and replied earnestly, "Tang Bo, how are you? Where are you now?" "Dan Weizi Juke." "Xiaodong, I am currently in the northwest. I'm well, so there is no need to worry about me." Cheng Xiaodong inquired curiously, "Tang Bo, why have you gone to the northwest again? It's getting cold. You should return soon." "Xiaodong, I have a matter to attend to in the northwest, but rest assured, once I'm finished, I will come to Jiangnan province to see you." Cheng Xiaodong couldn't help but ask Tang Bo, "What is this matter that requires you to travel such a long distance to the northwest?" Tang Weijia replied with a chuckle, "Xiaodong, this is not something that can be explained in a sentence or two over the phone. Let us discuss it when I return and see you." Cheng Xiaodong pondered quietly to himself, wondering what could be so intricate that it couldn't be succinctly explained. What mystery was this old man concealing? Noticing that Cheng Xiaodong had fallen silent, Tang Weijia quickly called out, "Hello? Xiaodong, are you still there?"